I, a poor student who couldn't even afford a meal, actually bound to a god-tier embarrassment system. Just make the villain feel awkward, and you can harvest awkwardness points to become infinitely stronger. Starting off by punching the corrupt principal's wig off, then publicly exposing his affair with his sister-in-law, the awkwardness points instantly max out, unlocking the scumbag radar and weakness insight. The vice principal colluded with the detective to suppress me? With a swift motion, he encrypted and forwarded the evidence to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection, leaving the other party utterly stunned on the spot. I thought it was just a schoolyard comeback story, but the system actually uncovered the shocking truth behind my mother's tragic death. Now, the dirty secrets of all the big shots in the city are nothing but ATMs in my eyes. When they collectively broke down and begged me on their knees to shut up, I clicked the "Expose Nationwide" button instead. This humiliating revenge has only just begun. Chapter 1, Bound to a Socially Deadly System. Damn, my stomach is about to split. After Lin Jin's 10th failed attempt to relieve his hunger by swallowing saliva, he finally made a decision that went against his ancestors to take a bite of the steamed bun hidden in his desk. Perfect, the physics teacher is completely engrossed in gossiping, now is the ideal moment to sneak a bite. Just a little more. Lin Jin kept a straight face while watching the teacher, covertly using the desk as cover, his fingers trembling as he slowly reached inside. His fingertip finally touched that slightly cool, somewhat firm salvation. Lin Jin pulled it out, pretending to bend over to search for something in the desk compartment, but actually creating a chance to meet with the steamed bun. At this historic moment, a wave of aged foot odors suddenly assaulted the senses. No way. Lin Jin instinctively looked down at the smell and saw a pair of gleaming crocodile brand leather shoes. Slowly raising his head, he came face to face with a broad, greasy face full of fat. Principal Wang Defu. With eyes wide in rage, Principal Wang Defu snatched the steamed bun from Lin Jin's hand and hurled it fiercely to the ground. Poor trash will always be poor trash. The school has repeatedly emphasized, no food allowed in the teaching building. And you dare bring this pig slop into the classroom? What do you take the school rules for? Toilet paper? Ha! Wang Defu bellowed, his snarling mouth spraying spit like rain onto Lin Jin's face. That chubby foot wasn't content yet, stomping a few more cruel times on the poor bun. What was once a bun with some shape to it had now completely turned into an indescribable mess, a sticky puddle mixed with dirt and the principal's overpowering foot odor, clinging disgustingly to the polished concrete floor. The class was dead silent. Lin Jin, head lowered, stared at the pig slop on the floor, once a vessel of hope, as a surge of pure fury shot from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his skull, buzzing in his head like angry hornets. This old bastard, siphoning off meal fees to buy himself a new car, refusing to install AC even when it's hot enough to hatch chicks, calling it tempering willpower, while his office AC runs so cold it's like a freezer. A mammoth would freeze to death in there, and now he won't even let us have a damn cold bun? Endure? Endure my ass. If Lin Jin puts up with this any longer, he'll write his name backward. Beggars should know their damn place. Wang Defu was still spewing, admiring the crispy artwork under his shoe with glee. Next time I catch you, you're gonna. I'll know my place up your mom's ass. A thunderous roar exploded. It was 8 octaves higher than Wang Defu's raspy voice. No one saw how Lin Jin moved. The tall, thin figure that had been cowering in the corner like a quail suddenly sprang up. His movement was so fast it left an afterimage. Lin Jin's mind went blank, leaving only one thought, fuck him up. 17 years of pent-up frustration, anger, and the resentment of starving to the point of his chest touching his back all transformed into primordial power at this moment, converging in his arm. Whoosh! The fist swept through the air like a cannonball, hurtling straight toward Wang Defu's plump face, which had instantly contorted in shock. The target right in the center of that greasy, booze-reddened nose. Arg! A shrill scream loud enough to lift the roof erupted, rivaling the chaos of a slaughterhouse. All 50-plus students in the class, including the physics teacher on the podium who had frozen mid-shockstroke, stared with eyes wide enough to swallow saucers and mouths agape large enough to fit a basketball. Their normally dignified and stride-commanding Principal Wang now resembled a top whipped into a spin, his rotund frame pirouetting a full half-circle on the spot. His meticulously polished hairpiece, crafted to conceal his gleaming bald spot, detached with a dramatic whoosh under the kinetic force, tracing a graceful parabolic arc through the air. Plop! The hairpiece landed with astonishing precision on the desk of front-row school belle Li Shuero, squarely atop her freshly opened copy of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulated tests. Li Shuero. The entire class. Wang Defu clutched his nose, which was spurting blood, his face smeared with tears and snot from the pain, glaring at Lin Jin with a furious, almost murderous expression. You little brat, how dare you defy me? Security, call SEC. Before he could finish his furious tirade, a cold, emotionless, yet strangely melodious mechanical voice abruptly echoed in Lin Jin's mind. Ding! Detected target individual, Wang Defu, in an ultimate socially mortifying situation, embarrassment energy levels off the charts. Meets binding conditions. The ultimate social death energy collection system is activating, 1%, 50%, 100%. Binding successful. Newcomer's grand gift package distributed, hosts physical fitness enhancement, temporary version. Skill unlocked, social death chain reaction, beginner, socially mortifying scenes created by the host have a 30% chance of implicating bystanders to generate minor embarrassment energy. Lin Jean? What the hell? A system? Am I hearing things? Hallucinating from hunger? Before he could react, the world before his eyes suddenly transformed. There, above the thoroughly disheveled and nose-clutching Wang Defu's head, suddenly appeared a line of bold golden text with an eye-catching entrance effect, accompanied by a crisp ding-dong sound effect. Extreme social death embarrassment value from Wang Defu plus 999. Off the charts. Greater than over equal to for all less than over equal to. Lin Jean. Holy shit. It's not an illusion. A cheat ability. It's really a freaking cheat ability. And such a shamelessly wicked one at that. An indescribable ecstasy instantly dispelled all anger and nervousness. Lin Jean felt a surge of warmth spreading through his limbs, and the slight soreness from throwing the punch vanished in an instant. It was as if he'd been injected with adrenaline, his entire body brimmed with strength. Wang Defu's chubby face now seemed cuter to Lin Jean than a gold ingot. This wasn't a person. This was a walking ATM. A big EXP bonus package. A VIP express train straight to the pinnacle of life. Under Lin Jin's suddenly blazing gaze, as if staring at some priceless treasure, Wang Defu shuddered uncontrollably. A chill crept up his spine for no apparent reason. He shakily pointed at Lin Jin and said, what kind of look is that? Security will be here any minute. Just wait until you get expelled. Expelled? Lin Jin's lips curled into an unbearably punchable, radiantly sunny smile. Expelled? What kind of international joke is this? My cash cow. Oh wait, I mean my esteemed principal is right here. He cleared his throat and spoke loudly in a tone dripping with entirely sincere concern, audible to the entire class. Principal Wang, is your nose alright? Oh dear, I heard you just had hemorrhoid surgery last week? Lin Jin's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a magical quality that instantly pricked up the ears of all the eavesdropping bystanders. This morning I noticed your walking posture was, rather unique. Could it be that the wound leaked? Lin Jin was never the model student to begin with, so digging up such gossip was right up his alley, especially when it came to someone like Wang Defu, that old tyrant who threw his weight around. The shady rumors about him were practically endless. Ding! Plus 250 awkwardness points from Wang Defu. His secret hemorrhoid surgery was exposed in public. Greater than over equal to nabla less than over equal to. Wang Defu's obese body suddenly stiffened, his hand covering his nose forgotten the pain, his aged face instantly flushing to the color of pig liver, a mix of shock and fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Slander. This is slander. Oh, slander? Lin Jin blinked innocently, his gaze accidentally sweeping over Wang Defu's bald head, as if he just made a groundbreaking discovery. Ha, principal, that precious wig of yours, wasn't it hanging on the women's restroom windowsill last month? TSK, the wind was quite strong. The female students thought there was a female ghost outside the window when they went to the restroom at night. Li Shuero suddenly realized the wig on her desk. In a flustered panic, she tried to throw it away, but it felt like holding a hot potato. Her face turned deathly pale. Ding! Embarrassment value from Wang Defu plus 500. The wig's social death journey made him crack on the spot. Put! Someone couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Wang Defu felt darkness clouding his vision as his blood pressure soared to 250. Trembling, he pointed at Lin Jin with a shaking finger, his lips quivering soundlessly without uttering a single word. Lin Jin, however, seemed to have opened the door to a new world, growing increasingly excited as he spoke, his voice booming. Oh no, principal, there's one more thing. Lin Jin smacked his forehead as if suddenly remembering. Last night when I was pulling an all-nighter at the internet cafe, I heard a super familiar voice yelling, I'm the nimble dog from the mountains. It sounded so familiar that I casually recorded it. Would you listen and see if it's your son? As he spoke, Lin Jin leisurely pulled out his shattered phone from his pants pocket, its screen webbed with cracks but its recording function miraculously intact, and made a show of tapping to play it. Chapter 2, Principal Wang's Affair with His Sister-in-Law. Haha, finally, someone couldn't hold back and burst into pig-like laughter. Wang Defu's vision went dark, his blood pressure skyrocketed, his finger trembling as he pointed at Lin Jin, his lips shaking as if set to vibrate mode. Expelled. He must be expelled. Get him out right now. Wang Defu, with that pig-headed face, strained to puff out his broad chest in an attempt to reclaim some shred of authority as principal. His voice carried a harsh edge as he spat out, expelled. Lin Jin, you assaulted a teacher. Insulted the principal. The nature of your actions is utterly vile. The impact is extremely negative. Immediately, at once, gather your worthless belongings. Get out of Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Gasping for breath, he sneered, poor trash, crawl back to your doghouse. Or, we go haul bricks at the construction site and wait to die. That's the only place fitting for scum like you. Ding! Malice value from Wang Defu plus 999. Frustrated and making a last-ditch effort. Embarrassment value conversion failed. Lin Jin's smile froze slightly on his face. Holy shit, this old geezer has some serious resilience, huh? Still talking tough even after all this? Several burly security guards had already blocked the entrance, rolling up their sleeves in anticipation. Just as Wang Defu thought victory was within his grasp, a twisted smirk crept onto his lips. Not only did Lin Jin show not a trace of fear, but he also leisurely brushed off non-existent dust from his school uniform. Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, he leisurely pulled out his battered phone. He casually swiped his finger across the cracked screen a couple of times, opened the photo album, his movements as calm as if he were flipping through scenic pictures. Principal Wang, Lin Jin's voice wasn't loud, yet carried a peculiar penetrating quality that instantly overpowered the commotion at the door, reaching everyone's ears with perfect clarity. "You're expelling me, of course I have no objections." However, deliberately drawing out his words, he lifted his eyes to meet Wang Defu's, the corner of his mouth curling into a devilish smirk. "Before I go, there's just one small matter I'd like to consult you about." Wang Defu's heart gave a violent lurch. What fresh mischief was this rascal planning now? "I heard you recently got a new car?" Lin Jin asked with a sly smile, lightly tapping the screen. "A BMW X5? Top-tier model? Must have cost nearly $1 million to drive off the lot, right?" He waved his phone. "Oh, what a coincidence. I happen to have a photo here that looks, well, awfully familiar." Wang Defu's chubby face drained of all color in an instant, turning as pale as paper. His hefty frame began trembling uncontrollably. The car! How did he know? He'd hidden that vehicle so well. Even his wife didn't know what money he'd used to buy it. You're talking nonsense. That was loaned to me temporarily, just temporarily by the school board." Wang Defu's voice sharpened into a shrill pitch, thick with terror as he tried to defend himself. "Oh, loaned, you say?" Lin Jin nodded as if suddenly enlightened, though the smile on his face grew even brighter and more unnervingly cheerful. His fingers tapped the screen twice more before he suddenly spun his phone around to face the security guards at the door, who had frozen in confusion, as well as the entire class. "So, Principal Wang, when you borrowed this car, did you have to bring your sister-in-law along to pick it up?" Lin Jin's voice brimmed with sincere puzzlement. "And even posed for a commemorative photo in front of the dealership? Look how well this shot turned out, radiant and triumphant. And your sister-in-law's red dress matches the new car so perfectly. TSK, her smile is way more genuine than the one you gave us at the pep rally." On the phone screen, a high-definition photo so clear it showed every minute detail instantly dazzled everyone's eyes. The backdrop was the entrance of the city's largest BMW 4S dealership, where a brand new black BMW X5 gleamed under the sunlight. Standing in front of the car were two people. On the left was none other than their beloved Principal Wang Defu. In the photo, his hair slicked back, he grinned from ear to ear, his smile so wide his eyes nearly disappeared, exuding sheer delight. Pressed right against him, nearly plastered to his plump arm, was a young woman wearing a tight, fiery red bodycon dress, her makeup flashy and her figure scorching hot. She affectionately clung to Wang Defu's arm, beaming at the camera with a radiant smile, one hand even playfully forming a V sign. That woman wasn't Wang Defu's wife. It was his wife's younger sister, his sister-in-law Li Yanhong, who worked as a cashier in the finance office and had a terrible reputation. Boom! The entire classroom felt like it had been hit by a nuclear bomb. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. The next second, holy SHT, some guy let out a soul-shaking scream. "Oh my god, it's really Li Yanhong. Holy crap, the principal and his sister-in-law, picking up a new car? $1 million car, borrowed from the school board? Who are you trying to fool? Ugh, my eyes, it burns my eyes." Like pouring a ladle of cold water into a boiling oil pan, the entire classroom exploded in chaos. Exclamations of shock, murmurs of discussion, disbelieving gasps, and barely suppressed laughter instantly tore through the room. All the students' eyes were fixed on that photo, their faces displaying a spectacular array of expressions: shock, contempt, and the ultimate excitement of stumbling upon a jaw-dropping bombshell. The security guards at the entrance were also stunned, looking at each other in confusion, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Ding, 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 ding. Ultimate social death plus reputation annihilation embarrassment value from Wang Defu plus 9,999. Max. Degree. Ding. Plus 10 embarrassment value from onlooking classmate Li Chang. Ding. Plus 15 embarrassment value from onlooking classmate Zhang Wei. Ding. Plus 50 embarrassment value from onlooking classmate Li Shuero. The embarrassment meter alert sounded in Lin Jin's mind like firecrackers during New Year celebrations. Put. Wang Defu was as if struck by lightning. His obese body swayed violently, and all color drained from his face in an instant. He stared fixedly at the photo on Lin Jin's phone, his eyeballs nearly popping out of their sockets. And no, that's fake. It's photoshopped, synthesized. Wang Defu let out a shrill scream, making a final desperate attempt. Slander, this is slander. Lin Jin, you framed me. He waved his pudgy hands, futilely trying to charge forward to snatch the phone, only to trip over himself and fall flat on his face with a thud. Framed? Lin Jin leisurely pocketed his phone, his tone as casual as discussing the weather. Principal Wang, that high-definition surveillance footage at the Forest store entrance, shall I help you request it? Maybe we should also check the sudden, unusual bank transactions under your and your sister-in-law's names? This remark was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Ugh. With a loud thud, Wang Difu fell straight and face down onto the cold cement ground. It's completely still now, only the body is still twitching slightly, unconsciously. Ding! Ultimate social death plus mental breakdown embarrassment value plus 10,086 from Wang Difu. Achievement unlocked, the end of corruption. Reward title, Anti-Corruption Vanguard, Equip effect. When the host exposes corrupt behavior, the target's social death value increases by an additional 100%. Passive aura, within a 100-meter radius of the host, corrupt individuals' guilt levels rise by 50%. Ding! Ultimate completion of the novice mission. Reward, permanent physical enhancement, moderate, awkwardness level plus 5,000. Shopping mall lottery tickets x3. The beautiful ding-dong sound was like heavenly music. Lin Jin looked down, gazing at the completely collapsed and disgraced wreck beneath his feet. Then he glanced at the security guards at the door, whose fierce expressions had long been replaced by terror and awe as they silently retreated several steps, wishing they could vanish on the spot. Finally, his eyes swept over the classroom where his classmates' faces had frozen in sheer shock and lingered on the school belly Shuero's gaze, which was mixed with fear and a trace of inexplicable admiration. Lin Jin weighed the broken phone in his hand with satisfaction. That photo was actually from a trending post he accidentally came across last night on the local gossip forum Nanjiang Gossip Corner, using his last bit of mobile data. The post was titled Shocking. A certain school leader cheerfully drives off in a luxury car with his sister-in-law. He saved it quickly, and sure enough, the post vanished within minutes. He slowly crouched down, leaning close to Wang Difu's chubby head, and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, like the murmurs of a demon. Principal Wang, now, can we have a proper talk about the air conditioning, the cafeteria, and how to settle the special hardship student subsidy you've been withholding from me for 3 years? Oh, by the way, Lin Jin added with a kindly sinister smile, as if just remembering that photo earlier. What if it were to accidentally appear pinned to the top of the Education Bureau's homepage, the Discipline Inspection Commissions, and the local Nanjiang Expose Forum? Chapter 3, Wang Jianrun calls the police. Wang Difu lay sprawled on the cold concrete floor like a torn piece of pork skin. Ding! Ultimate social death from Wang Difu. Mental desolation. Awkwardness plus 999. Just as this pile of flesh was about to be roasted by the stairs. What's all this noise? What's going on? Where's your classroom discipline? A deliberately high-pitched, official-sounding roar shattered the frozen silence. The security guard blocking the doorway was swept aside by a gust carrying the scent of cheap cologne as Vice Principal Wang Jianrun made his grand entrance. Hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out, his brows knitted into a deep frown as his gaze swept the room. This is outrageous. Utter lawlessness. Wang Jianrun's voice carried a buzzing stereo echo. As his gaze swept over Wang Difu on the floor, a fleeting, almost imperceptible sneer flashed in his eyes before being replaced by solemn official authority. Principal Wang. Principal Wang. You've suffered. Please get up. The school will severely punish these thugs. We will give you justice. The mud on the ground seemed electrified in an instant. Wang Difu's fat hand suddenly grabbed Wang Jianrun's suit sleeve like a lifeline, blood-tinged foam mixing with saliva spurting out. Jianrun. Jianrun. It's this little bastard. He's gone mad. He hit me. He slandered me. Defamed my character. He fabricated photos to frame me. Quick, arrest him. His phone. Smash his phone. Wang Jianrun tensed his arm, trying to pull Wang Difu's limp body to his feet, while his gaze, sharp as a knife, fixed on Lin Jin standing nearby. Principal Wang, rest assured. Wang Jianrun's voice suddenly rose, filled with righteous indignation. In this broad daylight, in a society governed by law, how can we tolerate such a black sheep assaulting teachers, slandering leaders, disrupting teaching order running rampant? He straightened abruptly, no longer glancing at Wang Difu on the ground. Instead, he directed all his authority toward Lin Jin. The earlier deep sorrow vanished from his face, replaced by cold scrutiny and a haughty superiority. Student Lin Jin, Wang Jianrun's voice was calm, tinged with what seemed like heartfelt regret. Young man, you've taken the wrong path. Hasn't Principal Wang treated you well? Didn't the school provide you with special hardship assistance? And yet you repay kindness with betrayal. Committing violence in public. Fabricating photos to slander Principal Wang. This isn't mere disciplinary misconduct. It's criminal activity. The nature of this offense is extremely grave. While ostensibly reprimanding Lin Jin, his words subtly planted keypoints. Principal Wang has treated you generously and provided special hardship assistance. This not only cemented Lin Jin's reputation as an ungrateful traitor but also quietly placed Wang Difu squarely in the hot seat. Lin Jin sneered. This Wang Jianrun truly lived up to his reputation as a despicable person. He deliberately emphasized the words illegal and criminal and extremely vicious, ensuring they echoed clearly throughout the entire classroom. The students, who had been stirred to fury by Lin Jin's explosive revelations, were suddenly frozen by Wang Jianrun's chillingly calculated demeanor and the heavy accusation of illegal activities. The atmosphere thickened, and many faces betrayed a mix of shock and unease. Ding! Concern value from onlooker Zhang Wei. The vice principal is terrifying. Ding! Anxiety value from onlooker Li Chang. Calling the police? How far is he willing to go? Wang Jianrun was thoroughly satisfied with this chilling effect. He slowly pulled a brand new iPhone from the inner pocket of his crisp suit jacket. Given the severity and egregious nature of this incident, as vice principal, I must uphold the school's reputation and the dignity of the law by taking the most stringent measures. He no longer looked at Lin Jin, instead raising his phone directly. The screen lit up, showing it dialing. Hello? Captain Zhang? It's me, Jianrun. Wang Jianrun's tone turned stern and grave. The situation is extremely serious. Our principal Wang Difu was publicly assaulted by a student in Senior 36. This student is also suspected of fabricating extensive false evidence to slander and defame Principal Wang, severely endangering campus safety and social stability. Yes. The nature of this is extremely heinous. Please have Captain Zhang bring his team immediately to apprehend this dangerous individual. We must thoroughly investigate whether he was acting on someone's orders and the source of that fabricated evidence. Good. Good. Thank you for your hard work. After hanging up, Wang Jianrun's icy smile grew even wider, radiating the mocking satisfaction of a cat toying with its prey and the smugness of absolute control. Mr. Lin Jin, Captain Zhang, and his team will arrive shortly. Captain Zhang is an elite officer from our district's criminal investigation division, specializing in dealing with all forms of defiance. He has the most experience handling scoundrels like you, full of lies and despicable behavior. Ding! Wang diffused bewilderment plus a glimmer of hope, awkwardness plus 200. Jianrun's got some nerve. Ding! From onlooker Li Shuero, panic plus embarrassment plus 150. Criminal investigation team? Lin Jin is done for. The classroom fell deathly silent. Only Wang Jianrun's sinister words echoed through the air. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. The security guard's gazes toward Lin Jin brimmed with pity and a "you're done for" look. Lin Jin's gentle smile seemed to freeze when Wang Jianrun mentioned Captain Zhang. He gripped his broken phone tighter. Ding! Host detected in severe crisis. Target colluding with local law enforcement. Activating highest level protection protocol. Ding! Ultimate social humiliation energy collection system activating Skynet protocol. Ding! Activating host's anti-corruption pioneer passive aura. Target Captain Zhang's guilt level increased by 50%. Ding! Simultaneously uploading encrypted evidence package including bank statements, BMW pickup photos to Provincial Police Supervision Corps and Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission real name reporting platform. A symphony of ding-a-ling and ding-a-ling filled Lin Jin's mind like heavenly music. System, you really are considerate, Lin Jin silently acknowledged. Every time he faced a predicament, the system found a way to help resolve it. Ding! Considering the host is in the novice period, the system has enhanced personal protection measures. Lin Jin's earlier solemnity vanished instantly, replaced by a calm composure. He even found the leisure to flash Wang Jianrun an even brighter smile. Wang Jianrun felt an inexplicable pang in his heart at that smile, but remembering that Captain Zhang would arrive soon, he forced himself to steady his nerves and snorted coldly, "Humph. Still smiling when death is upon you." Soon, hurried yet heavy footsteps echoed outside the classroom. 3 men in plain clothes, burly, sharp-eyed, and radiating palpable menace appeared at the doorway. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, a faint scar across his face, and a fierce glare, the very Captain Zhang Wang Jianrun had mentioned. Zhang's gaze swept the classroom like a hawk's. It landed on Wang Difu on the floor and the sullen-faced Wang Jianrun before finally settling on Lin Jin. His eyes were icy, radiating an unmasked scrutiny and oppressive pressure. Principal Wang, Vice Principal Wang, Zhang's voice was low and gravelly, tinged with the cold detachment of official business. What's going on here? His gaze shifted toward Wang Difu on the floor. Wang Jianrun immediately stepped forward, his face contorted into a mix of deep sorrow and rage, pointing at Lin Jin. Captain Zhang! You're finally here! It's this little bastard. He's utterly vicious. He assaulted Principal Wang in public, causing injuries. He even fabricated photos and AI recordings to slander and defame Principal Wang's reputation, and threatened to extort a huge sum from the school. The nature of his crimes is extremely heinous. He's completely lawless. Look at how badly he beat Principal Wang. Captain Zhang glanced at Wang Difu's pitiful state, then fixed his gaze on Lin Jin, his eyes growing colder. Kid, you've got some nerve. Come with us. 2 plainclothes officers behind him immediately stepped forward, one on each side, reaching to twist Lin Jin's arms. Their movements were rough, clearly intended to intimidate him. Hold on. Lin Jin spoke up suddenly, his voice quiet but piercingly clear. He dodged the officer's hands and raised his battered phone. Captain Zhang, right? Investigations require evidence. My phone contains irrefutable proof of Vice Principal Wang embezzling student meal funds and accepting bribes. Wouldn't you like to see it first? Ironclad evidence? Team leader Zhang sneered, the scar on his face twisting into a menacing grimace. Kid, I've seen this trick before. Fabricating evidence, slandering superiors, that's an aggravated offense. Hand over the phone. He reached out, his tone commanding, his eyes flashing warning. Wang Jianrun smirked darkly from the side. Captain Zhang, don't listen to his lies. Everything on that phone is fake. Especially that photo of Principal Wang. Analyze it properly, and you'll see it's definitely AI generated. Take this bastard away immediately. Interrogate him. Did you hear me? The phone. Captain Zhang barked. Two plainclothes officers closed in, hands already on the weapons at their waists. The entire class held their breath in terror. Facing this overwhelming force, Lin Jin stood no chance of resistance. Once his phone was seized and the evidence destroyed, he would be utterly defenseless. At that critical moment. Chapter 4, Selling Out Your Teammate That Was Fast. Re-eyeing. A piercing, air raid siren-like ringtone exploded from Captain Zhang's pocket. The deafening noise startled everyone. Captain Zhang frowned, pulling out his phone with irritation. The moment he saw the number displayed on the screen, his expression changed instantly. It was a mix of shock, disbelief, and a hint of panic. His fingers trembled slightly as he swiped to answer, his voice unconsciously lowering and becoming deferential. Hello? Director Zhao? Yes. It's me. What? A formal complaint? Provincial Department of Supervision? Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection? Simultaneous evidence collection? Yes. Yes. Understood. Absolutely not. Yes. I'll handle it immediately. Yes. Yes. Team leader Zhang's voice grew fainter as he spoke, his back bending deeper, his forehead instantly breaking out in cold sweat. The fierce, menacing aura from moments ago vanished without a trace, replaced by extreme terror and unease. The look he shot at Lin Jin was pure, ghost-stricken horror. Wang Jianrun sensed something was amiss and leaned closer, whispering, Captain Zhang? What's wrong? What did Director Zhao say? Captain Zhang didn't even want to acknowledge him. He was kicking himself now, sweat pouring down his forehead like a stream. He immediately bowed 90 degrees to Lin Jin, his voice trembling so badly it was unrecognizable. Mr. Lin. It's a misunderstanding. A huge misunderstanding. We believe the baseless slander spread by certain people. He suddenly pointed the finger at Wang Jianrun, his gaze seething with hatred as if he could tear him apart with his eyes alone. You can rest assured. Your phone, keep it safe yourself. As a citizen providing investigative leads, we fully support you. We will strictly follow legal procedures. Regarding Principal Wang Diffuse case, we will immediately file a case for investigation. Right now. This sudden reversal left the entire class wide-eyed in disbelief. Just moments ago, team leader Zhang had been pushing for harsher punishment, yet now he transformed into a paragon of lawful procedure? Wang Jianrun's mind buzzed. Launching an investigation into Principal Wang Diffuse case immediately? What did Captain Zhang mean by that? What exactly did Director Zhao say? Why did this kid make Captain Zhang so afraid? Wasn't this kid an orphan with no parents? How could he have such immense influence? Wang Jianrun's mind raced. If Lin Jin truly had such connections, he would never escape retribution. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous snake. Just moments ago, he'd been scheming to shift the blame onto Lin Jin. But now, team leader Zhang's desperate avoidance and Lin Jin's seemingly calm yet bone-chilling smile reminded him of all the dirty deeds he'd done for Wang Diffuse over the years. Wang Diffuse certainly took the lion's share of the embezzled construction funds and falsified invoices, but the channels used for laundering the money were registered under his own relatives' names. He was the one who handled those shady dual contracts signed under the table. What if this kid really had such powerful connections, and they traced the trail back to him? The thought sent Wang Jianrun's face turning from deathly pale to sickly green, his body shaking like a sieve. Launching an investigation? Ha! Fine. Investigate. Go ahead. Wang Jianrun snapped his head up, then whipped it around to glare at Wang Diffuse, who lay sprawled on the floor like a dead dog. Ha 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 ha. Wang Diffuse. You deserve it. For skimming student meal funds. For keeping a mistress. For embezzling new school building money to buy luxury cars. You should have been arrested long ago. Like a raving madman, he lunged at the unconscious Wang Diffuse on the ground. But his goal wasn't to strike him. He frantically searched Wang Diffuse's body. Vice Principal Wang. What are you doing? Zhang, the team leader, was both shocked and furious, trying to step in to stop him. Get out of my way. Wang Jianrun snarled, his eyes bloodshot. His obese frame erupted with surprising brute strength as he shoved the approaching security guard aside. His fingers, like iron hooks, fumbled frantically inside Wang Diffuse's inner jacket pocket. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the fabric of the pocket tore. Wang Jianrun violently pulled a USB drive from Wang Diffuse's inner pocket. A silver, finger-sized USB drive. He clutched it like a lifeline, his hands trembling violently. Gripping the drive tightly, he spun around abruptly. His gaze darted first to Lin Jin, whose face wore an amused, even encouraging smile, then flashed fearfully to Captain Zhang, who was staring intently at the flash drive. Lin! Lin! Wang Jianrun suddenly dropped to his knees, prostrating himself toward Lin Jin. He raised the USB drive in his hand, his face a twisted mix of sycophancy, terror, and the frantic desperation of a traitor. His voice rose to a shrill, cracking pitch. I'll confess. I'm exposing him. This is all the evidence of Wang Defu's embezzlement and misappropriation of public funds. It's all in here. Backups of the ledgers from his computer. Money laundering transactions. Even records of him staying in hotel rooms with his sister-in-law. He hid it all. It's all here. Please, for the sake of justice behind you, please investigate this thoroughly. Make sure this parasite is severely punished. He bellowed his loyalty while frantically shoving the USB drive into the hands of the nearest security guard, terrified that even a second's delay might displease Lin Jin. Boom! The entire classroom was once again thunderstruck by Wang Jianrun's utterly shocking stunt. Everyone, including Captain Zhang and his plainclothes officers, watched the vice principal who had slandered Lin Jin one moment and was now groveling on his knees, desperately pledging allegiance the next, and felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity and physical discomfort. This man could sink to such despicable depths just to save his own skin? Ding 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 ding. From Wang Jianrun, betraying master for glory plus extreme terror plus whiplash level social death. Ultimate embarrassment level max. Plus 25,000. Contempt plus disgust plus mind-blowing embarrassment from Captain Zhang. Plus 1,500. Embarrassment level plus 30,000. Passive skill scum aura upgraded. Intimidation range expanded. Mental suppression against the guilty plus 30%. Temporary title acquired, puppet master fake more likely to trigger conspiracy theories and self-incrimination urges in the guilty. Lin Jin was also momentarily stunned by this sudden defection. He didn't even need the system's prompt. Watching Wang Jianrun's groveling, pathetic display as if he'd carve out his own conscience to prove his innocence, Lin Jin instantly understood everything. This idiot vice principal had been driven completely mad by Captain Zhang's sudden betrayal and his own mysterious background. Driven by terror, he'd made a catastrophic miscalculation believing he stood back by forces investigating Wang Defu, convinced he held life and death authority. To save his own skin, he was willing to tear his ally apart with his own hands, even exposing Wang Defu's most intimate secrets as a sacrifice. Truly, pathetic to the point of being heartwarming. Lin Jin's smile grew even brighter, tinged with amusement and the mocking certainty of one who sees through everything. He even took half a step forward, lowering his gaze to Wang Jianrun, who knelt trembling like a quivering lump of jelly at his feet. His voice was as calm as if he were critiquing a dish. Oh. Vice Principal Wan's pledge of loyalty. He deliberately drew out the words. Wang Jianrun snapped his head up, his eyes brimming with hope and ingratiation. Seems a bit insufficient, doesn't it? Lin Jin spoke softly, yet his gaze was like a sharp blade, instantly piercing through Wang Jianrun's last shred of hope. Just exposing Wang Defu? What about those supplementary agreements that were signed? The payment records for the consulting fees? Are they all included here? Crash. It felt like 5 thunderbolts struck Wang Jianrun simultaneously. The fawning smile on his face froze, shattered, and turned into utter pallor and indescribable horror. How could he know all this? Even the jargon like supplementary agreements and consulting fees? This was far beyond what a student could possibly know. Who the hell was standing behind Lin Jin? Could it be that from the very beginning, the target wasn't just Wang Defu? It's over. Completely over. I've walked straight into a trap. Wang Jianrun felt the blood freeze in his veins. His mind went blank. From Wang Jianrun, utter despair plus 666, heart-dead embarrassment plus 888. Just then. Ring 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 ring. A series of urgent rings sounded. It wasn't Lin Jin, nor was it Captain Zhang. The source of the sound came from a deathly pale Wang Jianrun. Chapter 5, The Discipline Inspection Commission Calls. Wang Jianrun's body jerked violently as he fumbled frantically into the inner pocket of his expensive suit jacket, pulling out his phone. When he saw the name displayed on the screen, the blood drained from his already pallid, plump face, and his lips began to tremble. Screen display, Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection Director Yang. Buzz. Wang Jianrun's pupils contracted sharply, his heart feeling as though it had been seized by an invisible giant's fist. The commission. A call from the commission. At this critical juncture? Coincidence? Or? He glanced at Lin Jin, who remained seated as steady as a mountain, his lips even curled in a faint, almost imperceptible, amused smile. A wave of overwhelming panic instantly engulfed him. It must be because of this kid. Team leader Shang's unusual behavior. This call from the commission. It's all this kid's doing behind the scenes. He's done for. Ultimate fear plus despair value skyrocketing. Social humiliation value plus 1,500. Epsilon #O. Wang Jianrun's hands shook like Parkinson's. He pressed the call button several times before connecting, forcing himself to squeeze out the most obsequious and respectful voice, though the tremor was impossible to hide. Hello? Hello? Director Yang. Director Yang. Hello, hello. It's me, Jinrun. Ha? Yes. What? Now. At that King Fenjiwan small meeting room next to the municipal bureau? A meeting? Alright. What material should I bring? Report on recent ideological developments and work status? Understood. I will fully cooperate with the leadership. Yes. I'll be right over. 10 minutes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. After hanging up, Wang Jianrun's back was drenched in cold sweat. His plump face contorted, his eyes unfocused. Director Yang's tone on the phone had been steady and thoroughly official. But the location was King Fenjiwan? That was the fixed venue where the Commission for Discipline Inspection routinely conducted integrity talks with cadres. And asking about ideological developments? Reporting on work? This was the standard procedure. Damn it. It's over. Completely over. That single thought consumed Wang Jianrun's mind. His last ounce of strength drained away, darkness swirling before his eyes. Just then, Lin Jin, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a soft sigh. Speaking in a voice neither loud nor soft, just loud enough for everyone to hear clearly, he slowly began. Well now, Vice Principal Wang, Lin Jin's voice carried a hint of regret as his clear gaze fixed on the disoriented Wang Jianrun. Why are you still lingering here? He paused, the playful curve of his lips deepening as his gaze drifted toward the phone Wang Jianrun had just hung up. The leaders from the Commission for Discipline Inspection, aren't they rather busy? Keeping the leaders waiting doesn't seem quite appropriate, does it? His tone rose slightly on the last syllable, carrying an unspoken implication of you know what I mean. The word struck Wang Jianrun like a silent bolt of lightning, striking precisely at his nerves already stretched to breaking point. What did Lin Jin mean by that? How did he know it was the Commission's leader? How did he know someone was waiting? Even the word busy carried such profound meaning? This was far more than a warning. It was a stark declaration. A declaration that everything about him was already under their control. A declaration that Wang Jianrun's doom had arrived. He might even be registered with the Commission. This was the last straw. Thud. A dull thud echoed as Wang Jianrun's knees buckled, collapsing like a sack of rotten mud onto the floor. He wanted to live. His only hope was to betray his master. Lin. No. Young Master Lin. Master Lin. Wang Jianrun abruptly lifted his tear-streaked, flabby face, his eyes fixed on Lin Jin with an extreme, frenzied, and desperately pleading look. He scrambled forward on hands and knees toward Lin Jin, then began banging his head on the cold concrete floor like a madman, each thought echoing hollowly. I'll confess everything. While banging his head, he frantically, almost violently, tried to turn over the unconscious Wang Difu lying on the ground. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, he suddenly yanked a small notebook from the inner pocket of Wang Difu's suit. The evidence! The ironclad proof is right here. Wang Jianrun held up the notebook as if clutching a pardon, waving it frantically toward Lin Jin. His plump face was twisted with sycophancy and eagerness to claim credit. It's all in here. The damning evidence against that old bastard Wang Difu. His own handwritten ledger of illicit accounts. He rambled incoherently, his excitement reaching a fever pitch. Student subsidies. Embezzled for 3 years. Dividing the spoils. Canteen procurement. Every kickback. He took 7, I took 3. That BMW registered under his sister-in-law Li Yanhong. Booked under equipment maintenance in logistics. And downgrading the cement grade for the new teaching building. The price difference was siphoned off by the two of them and gambled away in Macau. It's all recorded in this notebook. Not a single entry missed. He yelled himself hoarse, afraid Lin Jin couldn't hear clearly, afraid his reporting wasn't thorough enough. He's a beast. Young Master Lin. Sir. Have mercy. Give me a chance. I'm exposing this. I'll atone for my sins, sir. Wang Jianrun, like a cornered stray dog, frantically cowed out on the ground, wailing as he laid bare every sordid scheme he and Wang Difu had concocted over the years, their collusion, their petty, filthy dealings, exposing it all for all to see. Ding 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 ding. From Wang Jianrun, backstab, plus, ultimate begging, plus, social death explosion truck, awkwardness. Ultimate max. Plus 3,000. From Captain Zhang, worldview shattering embarrassment level plus 2,000. From Wang Difu, deep coma, unconscious social death value plus 100, omega. The entire classroom fell deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned speechless by Wang Jianrun's utterly shameless self-exposure. Watching this unfold, Captain Zhang felt his professional standards had been utterly shattered. His gaze toward Lin Jin had shifted from fear to awe, mixed with a hint of relief that he hadn't acted earlier. Lin Jin, however, merely watched calmly as Wang Jianrun knelt on the floor, head bowed in submission. He leaned forward slightly, his voice as calm and unruffled as if surveying an insect. Vice Principal Wang, you've begged the wrong person. He gestured toward the phone lying beside Wang Jianrun. The comrades from the Commission for Discipline Inspection are waiting for you at the meeting. Being late won't look good. Achievement unlocked, digging your own grave. System evaluation, the pinnacle of social death lies in this very act. Wang Jianrun's body convulsed as if struck by lightning. He snapped his head up, staring at Lin Jin's serene yet overwhelmingly imposing young face. The last shred of hope within him extinguished completely. He stopped shouting, stopped kowtowing. His eyes went completely hollow, as if his soul had been ripped out. He collapsed limply to the ground, like a pile of genuine mud, lying side by side with the unconscious Wang Difu. Only his heavy, desperate gasps filled the air. Captain Zhang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and whispered orders to his men. Notify Director Yang at the Discipline Inspection Commission immediately. There's been a major development here. The men. We'll keep watch. He knew their fates were no longer his concern. What he needed to do now was to present himself as a good public servant before Lin Jin, this mysterious and unpredictable living ancestor. Chapter 6, Director Yang's Arrival. Lin Jin no longer glanced at the two broken men on the ground. Ignoring the countless stares around him filled with shock, awe, and even a hint of fear, he slowly pulled the last half of a cold steamed bun from his school uniform pocket. Crunch! He bit into it with effortless ease. A system prompt echoed in his mind. Target Twin Kings has lost potential value. Rookie protection period remaining, 24 hours. Host must develop new pasture promptly. Lin Jin surveyed the chaos, the awe, admiration, and even fear in his classmates' eyes, especially the complex yet bright gaze of the school beauty, Li Shuero. He glanced at his cracked phone, its screen shattered yet somehow glowing. New pasture. Besides school, where else could there be? Meanwhile, Captain Zhang's men swiftly secured the scene, restraining the dead Twin Kings in chairs under guard. Captain Zhang himself stood like the most loyal guard, hands at his sides, standing slightly behind Lin Jin, not daring to breathe loudly. In less than 20 minutes, the sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar. Two middle-aged officials in dark jackets, solemn expressions, and bright red party badges and solemn national emblems pinned to their chests appeared at the classroom door. The lead man, around 50, had a gaunt face and eyes sharp as a falcon's, radiating an aura of righteous authority. He was none other than the Director Yang from the phone call. Director Yang waved his hand, and team leader Zhang immediately presented the black notebook and USB drive with both hands, as reverently as if handing over sacred relics. The cadres beside Director Yang conducted a brief on-site verification, flipping through several pages of the notebook. They then pulled out a portable laptop, inserted the USB drive, and scanned its contents for a moment. With a solemn expression, they nodded to Director Yang. Director Yang nodded in acknowledgement before striding to the center of the classroom, his gaze once again fixed on Lin Jin. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a thunderous force, resonating clearly in every ear. Student Lin Jin. Director Yang's voice was steady and authoritative. We are the Joint Investigation Team from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection and the Supervisory Commission. We hereby formally confirm that your report today, along with the preliminary leads you provided, enabled us to swiftly uncover the initial evidence chain linking Wang Difu and Wang Jianrun to serious crimes including bribery, embezzlement of public funds, and abuse of power. The facts are substantiated. Relevant physical evidence has been lawfully seized and secured. Additionally, in accordance with the city's real-name whistleblower reward program, given the gravity of this case and the substantial losses recovered, we will award you the highest-tier whistleblower bonus, 200,000 renminbi. This bonus will be dispersed legally after the court ruling takes effect. 200,000. A collective gasp of astonishment filled the classroom. Lin Jin's smile grew even brighter as he very obediently accepted the heavy certificate from Director Yang, even bowing slightly with a touch of shyness. Thank you, leaders of the Commission for Discipline Inspection. I will strive to do even better. Director Yang nodded and waved for his subordinates to handcuff the two kings and lead them away. Before leaving, he seemed to recall something. He cast a lingering glance at the bright red certificate in Lin Jin's hands and remarked meaningfully, Student Lin Jin, keep that sharpness and sense of justice. The organization will always keep an eye on outstanding young people. With that, he departed with his grim-faced entourage. After the Discipline Inspection Commission departed, the atmosphere in Class 7 of Senior 3 felt like the brief calm after a volcanic eruption, oppressive yet tinged with an odd excitement. Everyone's gaze toward Lin Jin had changed, a mix of awe and scrutiny. It was as if he was no longer the quiet, struggling student they remembered, but a mysterious figure cloaked in a school uniform. Lin Jin remained utterly oblivious. He was methodically tearing open his long-hoarded bread, easing his hunger. Just then, a faint, hesitant footstep halted beside his desk. A faint, fresh scent drifted over. Lin Jin didn't even lift his head, continuing to bite into his bread. Lin Jin, classmate. A voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, tinged with obvious nervousness and stuttering, sounded beside him. The speaker seemed to take a deep breath before managing to continue. Are you okay? Lin Jin finally turned his head slightly. It was the school beauty, Li Shuero. The Li Shuero before him bore no resemblance to the ice queen who usually stood at the podium, explaining competition problems with clear logic and grace. Her head was bowed slightly, a distinct blush spreading across her fair cheeks like fine rouge, extending all the way to her delicate earlobes. Her eyes, usually clear as water and detached, now darted nervously like a startled fawn, wanting to look at Lin Jin but afraid to meet his gaze. Her slender fingers twisted the hem of her uniform anxiously, her entire being radiating a flustered panic. This unprecedented display instantly captured the entire class's attention. Everyone, especially the boys, could barely believe their eyes. Was this really their unapproachable school beauty, Li Shuero, who never spared a single extra glance for any boy? She was actually taking the initiative to show concern for Lin Jin? And blushing and stuttering? Ding! From bystander student A, extreme shock plus envy jealousy hate awkwardness plus 50. Lin Jin watched Li Shuero, who looked so flustered she might faint at any moment, chewing his bread expressionlessly and muttering a vague mm. He felt nothing for her, but recognized her pure heart and kindness. She never bullied anyone with her beauty queen status and never joined in mocking his poverty. So while his attitude wasn't exactly warm, it was slightly more genuine than his usual dismissive responses to others. This slightly better reaction gave Li Shuero tremendous encouragement. Summoning the greatest courage she'd ever mustered, she swiftly pulled a delicate paper bag bearing the Starbucks logo from her canvas tote. It still held a trace of warmth and contained, prominently displayed, a chocolate croissant and a bottle of Evian mineral water. This is for you." Li Shuero's voice was fast and urgent, thick with nasal tones and breathless tension as she abruptly shoved the bag onto Lin Jin's desk. I saw you didn't seem to have eaten much this morning. Everything's cold now. You should eat this." She stammered incoherently, her words coming out in broken fragments as if she'd exhausted all her strength. After shoving the items down, her face flushed bright red like a boiled shrimp. She quickly lowered her head, wishing she could vanish into a crack in the ground. Boom! The entire classroom erupted in an instant. Though no one dared shout, suppressed gasps, the creaking of chairs and desks shifting, and the buzzing murmur of whispers filled the air. School beauty Li Shuero. Bringing bread and water to Lin Jin. And it's Starbucks and Evian. This isn't just caring. It's blatant flirting. The sound of countless boys' hearts shattering seemed almost audible. Lin Jin glanced down at the exquisitely packaged croissant and bottle of mineral water on the table, then looked up at Li Shuero, who looked as if she wished she could vanish on the spot. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Interesting. But he really didn't feel anything for this kind of girl. Oh, thanks. His tone remained flat, even tinged with a sense of entitlement. He casually pushed aside the cheap school cafeteria bread from the bag already torn open and half-eaten, then nonchalantly grabbed the bottle of Evian mineral water. Twisting off the cap, he tilted it to his mouth and gulped down several big mouthfuls. Li Shuero flushed even redder at the sound of water, burying her head lower. The boys around them were practically breathing fire. Flames of jealousy blazed fiercely. Just as the classroom atmosphere grew intensely awkward. Bang! A thunderous, jarring thud echoed across the room like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 7, The Rich Kid Snaps. Damn it! Lin Jin. What the hell are you acting so cocky for? Chen Yuxuan, seated near the door at the front row, long regarded as Li Shuero's #1 suitor and the heir to a family business, leapt to his feet. His face twisted with rage, his usual carefully cultivated composure completely shattered. His eyes burned with venom as he glared at Lin Jin, practically spitting fire. Chen Yuxuan had secretly pined for Li Shuero for years. Born into a wealthy and influential family, he'd been spoiled since childhood and had always succeeded in winning over girls. Yet with Li Shuero, he'd hit a brick wall for 3 whole years. The Ice Queen school beauty treated him colder than a stranger. Countless extravagant gifts he'd sent were returned unopened. Inviting her to meals or movies always earned him a polite yet distant thank you, but no thanks. But today, his goddess had actually shown concern for a student he normally looked down on, someone so poor they barely scraped by on their living allowance, right in front of the whole class. She even personally brought him food and water? Watching Lin Jin's smug expression, Chen Yuxuan felt his dignity being ground into the dirt. Rage surged through him. So what if you got lucky and pulled some strings to take down that idiot Wang Baldi? You actually think you're someone now? Chen Yuxuan pointed at Lin Jin, his voice sharp with rage. Li Shuero took pity on you. And you? You're putting on airs? What the hell do you think you are? Do you even deserve the things she gives you? His words grew harsher, attempting to frame Li Shuero's actions as charity, drinking Evian? You poverty-stricken rat crawling out of the trash, have you ever even tasted mineral water? Do you know how much a bottle costs? Aren't you afraid it'll ruin your stomach, which has never held anything clean? Classmate Li Shuero is just too kind. Ignore him. A person like him isn't worth. Li Shuero snapped her head up, her face turning from red to white. Shyness vanished, replaced by indignation. She was about to retort. Oh? A single syllable, tinged with lazy curiosity, escaped Lin Jin's lips. He set down his half-finished bottle of Evian, licked the droplet from his lip with evident satisfaction, and finally met Chen Yuxuan's gaze. His gaze held none of the shame or unease Chen Yuxuan had anticipated, instead resembling that of someone appraising a novel and intriguing object. Ding! Target Chen Yuxuan hostility toward host surges. Triggering will shearing radar. Detected high-value potential social death target. Consume 1000 embarrassment points to activate weakness insight? This function temporarily enhances host perception, precisely locating and magnifying the target's minor vulnerabilities. Lin Jin's voice echoed lightly in her mind. Use it. An imperceptible, intangible ripple instantly spread. Lin Jin completely ignored Chen Yuxuan's question. His attention seemed captured by something else, his gaze fixed with keen interest on the expensive-looking basketball shoes Chen Yuxuan wore. Chen Yuxuan felt inexplicably scrutinized and instinctively pulled his feet back. But remembering these were limited edition celebrity-style sneakers he'd paid a fortune to have imported from abroad, he regained his composure. Just as he was about to mock Lin Jin's beggar's outfit, Lin Jin spoke first. Pointing at Chen Yuxuan's limited edition sneakers, he spoke in a genuinely earnest tone, tinged with confusion. Chen Yuxuan, those shoes of yours look pretty new, huh? The completely unrelated question caught Chen Yuxuan off guard. Before he could react, Lin Jin continued his slow, deliberate questioning. But I'm curious. Aren't limited edition AJs supposed to only have unique authentication codes under the inner tongue label? On yours, why do both shoes have what looks like pencil marks on the outer midsole, 2 strings of something resembling serial numbers? Lin Jin tilted his head, his expression utterly sincere. A new special marking? Or is this some kind of anti-theft code? Chen Yuxuan's face froze in fury. A chill shot up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His shoes were fakes. Those ridiculously expensive limited editions. The professional proxy buyer he hired had sworn they were authentic, but he'd felt uneasy from the start because they felt slightly stiff on his feet. To avoid suspicion, he'd even resorted to a ridiculous online hack using a very soft 6B pencil to forge 2 strings of so-called independent anti-counterfeiting serial numbers on the inconspicuous midsole of each shoe. He'd even lied to friends in the circle, claiming they were designer's signature editions. He kept the secret buried deep, no one knew. How the hell did Lin Jin, that barely scraping by poor bastard, figure it out? It was like he had X-ray vision, pinpointing his most hidden counterfeit spot with deadly accuracy. Chen Yuxuan's mind went blank. He suddenly felt the stares around him shift into contempt and amusement, like they were looking at a clown. He roared, raising his voice abruptly to mask his panic. What pencil marks? What the hell is wrong with your eyes? That's the natural pattern projection from the soul. It's a lighting issue. Do you even understand? He stiffened his neck, deliberately emphasizing his words, throwing around terms like high-end and unworldly. Lin Jin. You cheapskate, stop pretending to know what you're talking about. Open your eyes and look properly. These are limited edition AJs. Do you even know what you're looking at? Pencil marks? That's laughable. Me, Chen Yuxuan, faking my own shoes? To prove his point, he even tried to casually lift his foot to show everyone the sole, but his movements were stiff and awkward, more like he was deliberately covering the sides of the shoe. Have you ever touched real AJs? Know the feel of this leather? Yet here you are spouting nonsense. Classmates, listen up. Some penniless nobody who's never even seen AJs is criticizing them. Does he even have the right? He looked around smugly, waiting for the class to gang up on Lin Jin. But this time, the expected collective outrage never materialized. The entire classroom fell into an eerie silence. His flimsy excuse confusing shadows with pencil marks clashed horribly with his usual image as a flashy, gold and silver adorned playboy. It was a total letdown. His usual entourage of hangers-on, who had always fawned over him and called him brother, now shifted their gazes nervously. Some stared at their fingers, others gazed out the window, and a few even quietly slid their chairs back, terrified of being implicated. Not a single one stepped forward to back him up. A girl couldn't help covering her mouth and whispering to her deskmate, young Master Chen's storytelling skills are way better than his math grades. The voice wasn't loud, but in the dead silence, it rang out like a sharp note. Shoo, keep it down. Is he feeling guilty? Chen's move, that was a pretty ugly attempt to drag someone down. Exactly. I never liked him before. He flaunted his family's money all the time, and now he's wearing fake shoes to save face? TSK. Though faint, these whispers seeped into Chen Yuxuan's ears, stinging more than direct insults. The silence from his former followers felt like silent slaps, stinging his face with each blow. Ding 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 ding. Chen Yuxuan triggers, publicly defending himself, plus character collapse, plus everyone abandoning him. Awkwardness explodes. Plus 8,000 points. Brilliant. Emotional transformation awkwardness plus 500 from classmates watching, the reversal of the contempt chain. Chen Yuxuan listened to the faint whispers of mockery, then felt the silent betrayal from his usual sycophants. A wave of intense humiliation surged through his skull. He felt like a complete clown. Gritting his teeth, he growled helplessly, fine. Lin Jin. You've got guts. You got lucky today. We'll see about that. The last 4 words were spat out through gritted teeth, dripping with seething resentment. But more than that, it felt like he was saving face for himself. With that, he slammed back into his chair with a dull clang. He knew it was over. Today, Chen Yuxuan had completely lost face in class 36 of senior high. He had to redeem himself somewhere else. Chapter 8, Apologize to Brother Yuxuan? Lin Jin watched Chen Yuxuan's pathetic display and yawned boredly. A worthless fool who could only bark and wouldn't even admit defeat when exposed he wasn't even worthy of being fleeced anymore. He dismissed the thoroughly deflated clown and casually scanned the area beside him. Li Shuero was watching him too. The flush hadn't fully faded from her cheeks, but her clear eyes sparkled brightly. Her earlier displeasure had vanished, replaced by an almost adoring glow and a faint smile at seeing the annoying guy get his comeuppance. Lin Jin raised the half-empty Evian bottle in his hand toward her, his tone this time tinged with genuine gratitude. The water was good. Thanks. His gaze then swept over the elegant Starbucks paper bag on the table. Suddenly, he began rummaging through drawers and cabinets, eventually pulling out a stale loaf of bread. He picked up the bag. Then, under Li Shuero's astonished gaze, he tore open the packaging and placed the bread inside the elegant paper bag. Then, he reached into the bag and took out the fragrant chocolate croissant. Lin Jin's movements flowed smoothly, natural and casual, as if he were merely exchanging items. He took the croissant, wrapped it in a few sheets of paper, and stuffed it into his backpack. At the same time, his other hand pushed the Starbucks paper bag containing the cheap dry bread back to the center of Li Shuero's desk. This, Lin Jin pointed to the bread in the bag, his tone calm, tastes okay. You can keep it. His words were unfinished, yet the implication was crystal clear. I ate what was yours, but I'm returning your gesture. A subtle rejection. Li Shuero's cheeks flared crimson once more. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons, brimming with radiant laughter. She carefully pulled the bag of dry bread closer to herself, lowering her head to murmur a soft her voice light and cheerful like a little yellow oriole. So, he was willing to accept her gift? Though his way of repaying it was a bit unusual, at least he hadn't refused outright. Put. The sound came from Chen Yuxuan. He watched in disbelief as the goddess not only didn't get angry at Lin Jin's return, but instead carefully stored that worthless bread as if she'd received some priceless treasure. And she was smiling so sweetly. Chen Yuxuan felt his blood boil, a sharp pain piercing his chest. Darkness flooded his vision as he collapsed, unable to withstand the crushing blow. He fainted. Lin Jin didn't even bother lifting an eyelid. Ignoring the chaotic center of attention in the classroom and Li Shuero's expectant gaze, he began tidying up the mess around his desk. The lunch bell chimed punctually, its drawn-out, shrill tone piercing the air. Lin Jin turned and walked out. The instant his foot crossed the classroom threshold, the system alert sounded. Status update alert. Ding. Host successfully performed the most deadly form of showboating is the subtle kind in the schoolyard show-off humiliation zone. Eligible for the title, the unconventional one. Spending 20,000 embarrassment points to upgrade equipment title, the breaker? Preview, inflicts severe identity recognition suppression on specific groups e.g. show-offs, flashy spenders. High chance of triggering cognitive collapse. Yes, no? Yes. Lin Jin chose decisively. A flash of light. Title, the unconventional one, equipped. The cafeteria of Nanjing First High School during lunchtime resembled a pot of boiling water. The pot of water that was class 36 of senior 3 had completely boiled over. Holy crap! What the hell happened in your class? The whole senior year is buzzing about it. A boy from the neighboring class, tray in hand, squeezed his way to the long table where class 36's students were gathered. Did you really make Chen Yuxuan faint from anger? Faint? He was so mortified he practically threw up blood. A boy in the front row stuffed his mouth full of rice and blurted out eagerly, spit flying everywhere. Lin Jin. The guy from our class. Holy crap. He's insane. He spotted Chen Yuxuan wearing fake sneakers at a glance. PFFF haha. That was some epic face slapping. Lin Jin? That quiet, handsome guy? And Li Shuero. Another girl whispered excitedly, our school beauty Li. She personally gave Lin Jin some bread. But Lin Jin broke off half a piece of dry bread and put it back in her bag. Li Shuero clutched that crumpled bag like she'd found gold. Holy crap? Li Shuero actually gave Lin Jin food? And he accepted it? This news was hotter than counterfeit sneakers. The entire cafeteria erupted instantly. The Ice Queen actually fed him? My worldview just shattered. Holy crap, when I gave Li Shuero a gift last time, she didn't even glance at me. Holy crap. Lin Jin is defying fate. First he takes down the principal and vice principal, then he handles the school beauty and Chen Dashi at the same time? In the corner of the cafeteria, by the window, Lin Jin sat alone, eating his meal with a calm, unruffled expression. Suddenly, a murderous aura surged. The aisle leading to Lin Jin's table was brutally forced open by a towering figure. Move! All of you, get the hell out of the way! A burly man nearly 6 feet tall, accompanied by several equally massive athletic students, stormed to Lin Jin's table with fierce momentum. The leader planted his fists on the table, leaning forward until his brutish, fleshy face was inches from Lin Jin's, his heavy sweat odor assaulting him. The corner of the cafeteria fell instantly silent. Everyone held their breath, their gazes some eager for a show, others worried for Lin Jin intertwining. It was Zhang Long, the notorious ringleader of the sophomore athletic program. A sports scholarship student and star player on the school basketball team, he was rumored to have connections with street thugs outside school. He ruled the halls with an iron fist, settling disputes for others in exchange for bribes. Zhang Long grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and loomed over Lin Jin. "Hey, kid. You're Lin Jin, huh?" He deliberately raised his voice, dripping with provocation. One of his henchmen chimed in immediately. "Brother Long's talking to you. Daff?" Another thug added with a smirk, "Heard you're pretty tough? Even messed with brother Chen Yuxuan?" Zhang Long listened with satisfaction as his underlings chimed in, continuing to pile on the pressure. "Let me tell you something. Chen Yuxuan is my protected brother. You dared to mess with him? Even knocked him unconscious? Fine. Damn fine." He slammed his fist down on the table. The thunderous crash sent the soup on the table jolting violently, nearly spilling over. "If you know what's good for you, now. Immediately. Get down on your knees. Slap yourself 10 times. Apologize to brother Yuxuan. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother. So you know who you can mess with and who you can't." His knuckles cracked as he glared at Lin Jin with a demonic glare. Several henchmen immediately surrounded him, ready to kick and punch Lin Jin. People looked at Zhang Long's bulging muscles and face twisted with malice, then glanced at the slightly slender Lin Jin. Many girls nervously covered their mouths. Li Shuero at the next table shot to her feet, her pretty face frosted with anger. She tried to speak but was held back by her deskmate. No one dared to stand up against this local bully. They were all terrified that they might be the next target. Chapter 9, Scared Less. "You're noisy." Lin Jin finally lifted his head. "Chen Yuxuan? Just trash that needs to be dealt with. You." Zhang Long was utterly enraged. Veins bulged on his forehead as his massive fist slammed toward Lin Jin's face, still eerily calm and handsome. He intended to knock this pretentious jerk flat on his back, turning him into a dead dog. "Lin Jin, watch out!" Li Shuero screamed in terror. The surrounding crowd gasped in shock. Everyone expected to see Lin Jin's head split open in the next second. But in the split second before the fist connected, Lin Jin moved. This wasn't his first physical confrontation. His impoverished upbringing and harsh environment had exposed him to the grim underbelly of society earlier than most. Being beaten and humiliated had become routine, ingraining counterattack into his very instincts. He didn't even glance at the incoming fist. His body slid half a step to the left with ghostly speed. Simultaneously his hand seized a crucial tendon point on the inner side of Zhang Long's right wrist. Thumb locked, index finger pressed, middle finger thrust, forefingers wrapped. An extremely concealed yet brutally effective joint lock, the pulsegate hold. Originating from ancient grappling techniques, the enhanced strength and precision of his system were pushed to their absolute limit. Ugh! Zhang Long's earth-shattering punch halted abruptly, as if paused mid-air. A piercing, bone-chilling agony erupted from his wrist, numbing half his body. He could even feel the terrifying force transmitted through Lin Jin's seemingly slender fingers, completely sealing off the power points and blood flow in his wrist. Forget punching, his entire arm had lost sensation. The strength he prided himself on vanished like a stone sinking into the sea under Lin Jin's grip, completely neutralized in an instant. The immense force rebounded, sending shockwaves through his body. His fierce face flushed crimson from the excruciating pain and utter shock. The henchmen behind Zhang Long were all dumbfounded. Brother Long's fist, capable of splitting boulders, had been subdued by a mere flick of the wrist? Ding! While shearing compass alert generated, Zhang Long's athletic scholarship qualification pull-up test results suspected of proxy cheating. Proxy test takers' handwriting characteristics and transaction methods. Generation complete. Link canteen corner surveillance footage of proxy's profile. Associated with screenshot of Director Wang's red envelope acceptance and approval signature. Evidence chain complete. Transmitted to host consciousness. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. Just as Zhang Long froze in shock, Lin Jin's hand gripping his wrist suddenly twisted with brutal force. The excruciating pain made Zhang Long yelp in agony. His massive frame was forced to bend forward, his face dropping to Lin Jin's chest level. That hand struck Zhang Long's face with neither excessive force nor gentleness, yet with profound humiliation, like a master swatting a disobedient pet dog. Passive title, Breaker, passive mental crush activated. Target Zhang Long, school martial tyrant, false persona maintenance cost skyrockets. Suffers dimensional level humiliation, cognitive instability intensified by 100%. Self-exposure tendency maxed out. Zhang Long's sycophants froze like statues. Zhang Long himself froze solid. Agonizing pain mingled with humiliation, a surge of rage shooting straight to his skull. You son of a. This unprecedented humiliation robbed him of all reason. He wanted nothing more than to tear Lin Jin limb from limb. He erupted with brute force, violently ripping free from Lin Jin's grasp as he lunged forward. But Lin Jin, as if anticipating his move, casually stepped back a fraction of a second before the attack, creating a safe distance. Just as Zhang Long charged forward like a raging bull, Lin Jin spoke to him in a voice neither loud nor soft, yet clear enough for all nearby to hear. Zhang Long, that perfect pull-up score you got last year for your sports scholarship exemption in sophomore year, who did it for you? Lin Jin delivered 2 names with pinpoint accuracy. Was it Coach Liu from the PE department? Or was it Director Wang from the Academic Affairs Office who took 3,000 yuan from your father and signed the consent form? Each word exploded like thunder in Zhang Long's mind. Boom! Zhang Long froze rigid in place. His eyes bulged so wide they nearly tore from their sockets. Bull! Zhang Long roared. I earned that score with my own skills. Stop slandering me. His neck stiffened, his face flushed crimson, his voice rising to a shrill pitch. You want to smear me? With trash like you? The proctor recorded the entire exam. Who the hell do you think you are? Ding! Target Zhang Long enters, all in defiance, state. Psychological defenses nearing collapse. Vulnerability focus, physical core test item. Pull-ups. Video? Lin Jin's voice carried a hint of mockery. The video only proves you were hanging on the bar. It didn't capture whether your biceps and latissimus dorsi were actually exerting force. He stepped forward, each footfall carrying an invisible weight that pressed down on Zhang Long's taut nerves. The core power standard for pull-ups isn't just about hanging with your arms. Zhang Long's pupils suddenly contracted. Sweat instantly soaked through his undershirt. This kid, he gets it? He actually understands the principles of power generation? Want me to test you right here? Lin Jin's gaze was cold and appraising. No need for the full set. Just one. He held up one finger, his tone as final as a verdict, standard form. Chin over the bar, chest out, back arched, latissimus dorsi engaged. Pull up and lower at a steady pace. 1 rep, can you do it? Boom. The onlookers were stunned. 1. A sports scholarship candidate. Tested on just 1 pull-up? Zhang Long's face instantly turned beet red. His breathing grew heavy. Could he complete a full pull-up? Yes. But that was under normal physical testing conditions, without immense psychological pressure. Now, his mental dam had already been breached halfway. Fine, I'll do it. What the hell do I care? 1 pull-up is nothing. Zhang Long gritted his teeth and roared, trying to drown out his inner tremors with sheer volume. He had to push through. He couldn't give up. Under countless stares, Zhang Long walked toward a thick, sturdy metal bar in the corner of the cafeteria. He gripped the cold iron pipe, took a deep breath, and strained. Just as he attempted to engage his latissimus dorsi muscles and pull his body upward according to standard form, an indescribable wave of terror shot through his spine. He was utterly overwhelmed. A faint, teeth-grinding crack echoed through the air. Instead of lifting himself up, the muscles beneath his right shoulder blade spasmed violently. A searing, gut-wrenching pain instantly radiated throughout his entire right upper arm. He hadn't even managed to lift himself an inch, yet his forced, misguided effort had caused a muscle tear. Ugh! Zhang Long let out a short, stifled groan of pain. His arm trembled uncontrollably, utterly unable to exert any force. 1. Just 1. Zhang Long, the so-called physical beast, couldn't even manage the most basic 1 rep max. After a brief, deathly silence, a thunderous roar of shocked laughter erupted. Holy! 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 A boy let out 3 consecutive expletives. He really can't lift it? Not even 1? Damn! That's hilarious. This physical beast? More like a physical cripple. Lin Jin played him hard. Spot on. Absolutely spot on. He can't even do a proper pull-up. Ding! From Zhang Long, core skill publicly collapses, plus physical panic, plus social death peak embarrassment value plus 5,000. Looks like all your strength went into fighting and hiring test takers? Lin Jin's voice rang out again. You can't do pull-ups? Then, what about the daily training video archives that prove your status as a special talent student? Lin Jin's gaze was like a knife. In Coach Liu's encrypted folder on the PE department computer, there should be archived videos of your arduous training from those months. What? Coincidentally, only those folders are corrupted? Just a few staged photos left to fool the assessment? Lin Jin's voice suddenly rose. Why don't we go ask Coach Liu right now? Or crash. Zhang Long's mental defenses shattered completely. He didn't even have time to process how Lin Jin knew all this. His mind went blank. Only one thought remained: it's over. My reputation is ruined. My athletic scholarship is definitely gone. It might even drag my dad into this. Expulsion. Everything is ruined. Then an even more shocking scene unfolded, causing everyone to clutch their noses in horror. But SSSSHHH. A sound like leaking water, accompanied by an indescribable stench, suddenly wafted from Zhang Long's crotch. Dark, foul-smelling filth, a potent mix of urine and foul-smelling diarrhea rapidly soaked through his basketball shorts. The yellowish-brown liquid, mixed with semi-solid matter, dripped down his legs with shocking filth, forming a puddle of filth at his feet. Chapter 10, The Lone Sharks Come Calling. Boom! The entire cafeteria erupted in chaos. Screams, gasps, and incredulous gasps of horror nearly blew the roof off. Countless people pinched their noses and scrambled backward in panic. Holy. Ugh. Disgusting. Quick, record it. Quick. Holy. Lin Jin is badass. He just turned the bully into a projectile warrior. Zhang Long's henchmen turned green with fear. Seeing their boss collapsed in a pool of his own filth and remembering how they'd bullied others alongside him, any sense of brotherhood vanished. Like rats seeing a cat, they screamed for their mothers and scrambled toward the thickest crowd, rolling and crawling, ting themselves. Amidst the chaos, the stench, and countless phone cameras, Lin Jin rose and walked away. The cafeteria crowd parted like the Red Sea. That afternoon after Lin Jin's departure, Nanjiang First High School turned into a giant hornet's nest. Rumors about Lin Jin spread faster and more wildly than a plague, his name and image fermenting endlessly in private group chats, WeChat moments, screenshots, and blurry videos. An endless reverence invisibly enveloped the entire campus. Students who happened to encounter Lin Jin in the corridors either instantly fell silent, bowed their heads, and hurried away hugging the wall or forced a smile that looked worse than crying, nodding stiffly. Wherever Lin Jin walked, a 10-meter radius automatically became a vacuum zone. Lin Jin paid no heed to any of this. He simply attended class quietly, went home after school, and returned to his studies. As if none of it had ever happened. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched longer as the dismissal bell rang, sending students scattering like birds and beasts. Lin Jin weaved through the dilapidated urban village, turning into an old, narrow building. He climbed to the third floor and opened a metal door. This was his home. What on earth was this system? Finally back in the home that offered him a sense of security, Lin Jin prepared to thoroughly examine it. Clang! A deafening crash shattered Lin Jin's thoughts. A shrill, tearing sound of metal ripped through the air. The flimsy metal door warped under the immense force, the lock and hinges snapping apart as the entire door crashed inward, sending a cloud of choking dust billowing through the room. 3 burly men barged in. Leading them was a stocky man with a blue-black centipede tattooed on his neck, his triangular eyes flashing with a cold, snake-like venom. Behind him, 2 henchmen stood, one weighed a heavy baseball bat in his hand, while the other deftly flicked a sharpened spring knife between his fingers, both radiating pure menace. You little brat. Think you can dodge the first day but not the 15th? The centipede grinned, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Your debt of a mother owes the king of hell 70 grand principal and interest. If you don't cough it up today. He stepped forward, crushing the collapsed door panel beneath his foot with a creak. The thick stench of smoke nearly assaulted Lin Jin's face. I'll tear this hole apart and break a few of your bones for interest. Another debt collector. Lin Jin's mother had borrowed money at usurious rates to pay for medical treatment before she died. The original principal of 20,000 had snowballed into hundreds of thousands. To repay it, Lin Jin worked part-time after school until the early hours of the next morning, then slept in class. But no matter how hard he worked, he couldn't keep up with the compounding interest. This wasn't the first time debt collectors had come, but it was the first time they'd been this violent. Facing the onslaught of hostility and brutality, Lin Jin's expression didn't waver. Shouldering his faded, worn-out backpack, he stood tall and straight before the collapsed door panel and swirling dust. I'll pay the money back. His calm voice, though not loud, instantly froze the other man's vicious grin. The centipede-like man froze, as if hearing the most absurd joke, and sneered, You? A penniless student with less money than dirt in your pockets? Selling you. His threat hung in the air. 7 days. Lin Jin cut him off, his voice steady as a rock. Give me 7 days. 70,000 yuan principal and interest, not a penny less. Deliver it to Scarface-san. Damn it. A piece of meat on the chopping block dares to bargain with him? Set a deadline. Centipede was enraged by this audacious display of overreach. 700,000? 7 days? You little bastard, all your ancestors. His eyes blazed crimson, his voice hoarse. The centipede tattoo on his neck seemed to swell slightly from the rush of blood. His massive hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Lin Jin by the collar. He was about to hoist him up like a little chick. Simultaneously, behind him, a Biao's baseball bat swung savagely upward. Xianzi's switchblade shot out like a venomous snake, stabbing straight for Lin Jin's side. At that critical moment, Lin Jin spoke up. At this critical juncture, with Bald Wang just bitten, how many eyes are watching Third Master outside? No threats, no explanations. Only a layer of extremely subtle warning would causing a death now, especially involving a student, turn into another Wang Baldhead? Was this petty score worth dragging Third Master into the thick of the storm? Did you still want your position? The centipede's hand, stretched less than an inch from Lin Jin's chest, froze stiffly mid-air. The fury on his face faded rapidly, replaced by an intensely complex, shifting expression. Wang Defu's fate was a stark warning. The disciplinary committee had taken him away not long ago. Scarface-san had been repeatedly cautioning everyone lately things were tense, and everyone was keeping their heads down. Kill him now? What if it really caused a huge mess? Risking everything for 70,000, throwing myself into prison? Centipede stared into Lin Jin's pitch-black eyes, searching for a flicker of panic or deception. But all he saw was stillness and certainty. The eerie calm radiating from this kid sent a chill down Centipede's spine. Time ticked by, a heavy oppression filling the smoke-filled shack. Finally. Fine. Centipede gritted his teeth, forcing the word through clenched jaws, his voice thick with reluctance. 7 days. I'll give you 7 days. His gaze swept fiercely over Lin Jin, thick with warning, 70,000. Not a penny less. Deliver it to Good Brothers Auto Repair behind the old boiler factory in the south of the city. He thrust a thick finger forward, nearly touching Lin Jin's nose. The 7th day, midnight sharp. Dare to be a minute late. I swear I'll leave not a single hair on you or this tie place. Lin Jin gave a slight nod. Agreed. Centipede shot Lin Jin a vicious glare. Let's go. The trio kicked the iron gate aside with a clang and strode out with swagger. The room fell instantly silent. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Lin Jin's calm eyes. Earlier, the three had the advantage of numbers and were professional enforcers armed to the teeth. They never held back in a fight. Even with his system's boost, he couldn't guarantee victory. Staring at the smashed door and the drafts now seeping through the house, a surge of rage welled up inside him. His goal was no longer to raise 700,000 yuan in 7 days. It was to eliminate this criminal syndicate within 7 days. Scar Gang, your time is up. Chapter 11, Level Up. He would use these 7 days to strip everything belonging to the man known as Scarface 3 flesh, bone, and every unspeakable crime bear under the sunlight, reducing them to nothing but not a single hair left. A flicker of thought. The world before his eyes instantly faded. Social humiliation system activating. Executor Lin Jin identity verification passed. Energy reserve embarrassment value, 79,680 points. Core passive, Scum Aura LV.1 active, range, 10-meter radius weak scan. A cold blue light screen floated silently within his consciousness, radiating an inhuman technological aura and absolute stillness. Lin Jin's gaze immediately locked onto the crucial 79,680 points of embarrassment value. What exactly was this embarrassment value for? As Lin Jin pondered, the shop button beside it caught his attention. With a flick of his thoughts, he opened another interface. His consciousness swiftly scanned the item list: social spiderweb, sniffer dog, cognitive pollution bomb, stain magnifier. The items were all quite useful, but they were ridiculously expensive. The cheapest item was 40,000 points. He could only afford one skill at most. Lin Jin hesitated, then decided against buying anything for now. He'd wait and see. What he needed most right now was a means of self-defense. Lin Jin asked the system, can Scum Aura be upgraded? Ding. Passive skill Scum Aura is currently at LV1. Do you wish to upgrade? Requires 10,000 embarrassment points. Lin Jin's mind made up, upgrade. The instant his thought landed. Boom. An unprecedented surge of electric current erupted from the depths of his consciousness, instantly coursing through his entire body. Lin Jin's muscles spasmed uncontrollably, veins bulging on his temples as cold sweat instantly drenched his temples. Agonizing pain. But the agony did not linger long. Like the brief calm after a crashing wave. The next instant. Buzz. A faint yet distinct vibration rippled outward from the depths of his mind. When Lin Jin opened his eyes again, his vision was completely rewritten. The dilapidated hut before his eyes seemed shrouded in a translucent layer of data streams, flickering with eerily cold blue-green sparks. Within his consciousness, a mental network abruptly unfolded. Dense networks of streets, buildings, and alleys, all imprinted vividly upon his consciousness. Amidst the force field grid, countless life points, some bright, some dim, emerged with startling clarity. The vast majority were pale white, representing ordinary people. Yet among them, 3 crimson points, specially marked as scum, flashed and moved with crystal clarity across Lin Jin's mental map. The centipede's light point was even more intense and glaring than the other two. This sensation felt like a god's eye view. The faint curve at the corner of Lin Jin's mouth finally widened silently at this moment. Just as Lin Jin settled his mind, savoring the newfound sense of control his ability brought, the system's cold, emotionless alert once again boomed deep within his consciousness. Core mission activated. Mission code, 7-day settlement S-rank. Objective, eliminate the Scarface Trio criminal syndicate and their primary financial operations in Nanjiang City. Lin Jin composed himself and began formulating concrete strategies to dismantle the Scar Gang. He needed an anchor point. The moment this thought surfaced, a frozen corner deep within his consciousness shifted. Li Chenggang. Li Shuero's father, the newly appointed vice mayor of Nanjiang City. As the saying goes, a new official must make a splash upon taking office. Would Mayor Li be interested in making this his first act? At the gates of Nanjiang First High School, the clamor of traffic and voices swirled in the morning mist. When Lin Jin appeared, the students fell silent, their eyes darting away. Unfazed by this vacuum of stairs, he carried his old school bag and walked steadily through the gates, heading toward the senior high building. He approached the back door of Senior 3, Class 36, intending to head to his usual corner seat as always. Just then, Lin Jin. A cold voice cut through the air like a silver bottle shattering, tinged with urgency and an almost imperceptible tremor. Li Shuero hurried from the back of the classroom. Unlike yesterday, she didn't deliberately keep her distance. Instead, she stood directly at the side entrance to Lin Jin's desk, less than 2 meters away. She wore a beige cashmere cardigan over a light blue shirt, her elegance as striking as ever. Yet her eyes, usually distant, now burned with anxiety and a near-desperate resolve. "I can't wait until after school." Her voice wasn't loud, but the urgency made it piercingly clear. "You have to talk to me. Right now." She instinctively took half a step closer toward Lin Jin, her slender fingers digging into the edge of the open book before her, knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. Her breathing was slightly ragged, yet her gaze met Lin Jin's without flinching. The air around them froze completely. Every student froze in place. This time, the Ice Queen had marched straight to the face of the Demon Lord. This script, no one could make heads or tails of it. Lin Jin slowly lifted his head, his gaze no longer the utter indifference of yesterday. His eyes, calm and icy, locked precisely onto Li Shuero's. Li Shuero's heart clenched violently under his stare, the courage she'd forced herself to muster nearly shattered in an instant. But recalling her father's grave expression last night and his warning Shuero that Lin Jin, he's too dangerous, yet too crucial, she bit her lower lip until it nearly bled. Forcing herself to stand straighter, she met his gaze with even greater stubbornness. Clang! Without warning, Lin Jin pushed back his chair with lightning speed. The motion was crisp and decisive, without a hint of hesitation, even carrying a trace of anticipation. One step. He had already crossed the already narrow distance between him and Li Shuero, closing the gap almost instantly until he was right before her. So close that Li Shuero could distinctly smell his scent. Li Shuero froze completely. Her mind went blank with a buzzing hum, her wide almond eyes filled only with pure shock and utter unpreparedness. A deep voice sounded from mere inches away, "Let's go." The moment the words fell, Lin Jin strode purposefully toward the back door of the classroom. Li Shuero jolted awake several seconds later, a wave of scorching heat exploding from her chest and instantly spreading to her cheeks and ears. Her fair skin flushed with an unmistakable crimson glow. "Wait," she cried out, her voice cracking with a tremor she hadn't even noticed. Frantically, she tossed the textbook she'd been holding onto the desk, grabbed her bag, and dashed after him. Boom! The deafening uproar finally erupted, nearly shaking the roof off. Holy, holy, holy! That distance just now, were they practically face to face? I saw the school beauty's face turn red. A domineering CEO? The Jin Shen version? What CEO? More like he's sick of her and just trying to ditch her somewhere else. No, no, no. They're definitely on a secret date. The rooftop? The grove? Ah, too much information, I need emergency treatment. Damn it, what kind of magic did Jin Shen cast on Goddess Li? Chapter 12, Key Evidence Delivered to the Door. In a secluded corner of the academic building, the fire door completely shut out the classroom's clamor. Li Shuero leaned against the cold white wall, struggling to steady her still ragged breath. Her father's words from last night weighed heavily on her heart. He absolutely cannot be an ordinary student. Shuero, he must be carrying a huge secret, or backed by some colossal force we haven't even touched yet. This person is too dangerous. At this moment, the very source of that danger stood before her. You. Li Shuero took a deep breath, finally breaking the suffocating silence. Only when she spoke did she realize her voice was dry and tight. She forced herself to suppress the churning emotions, adopting a calm tone. How did you know? Bald Wang. Zhang Long, those leaks, Li Shuero's voice steadied. Some of that information, even my father couldn't fully verify. Certain chains, they only managed to trace them back because you pointed them in the right direction. She leaned forward slightly, maintaining her distance yet adopting an unmistakably confrontational stance. Who exactly are you? Or, who are you working with? The last half of the sentence was asked with particular caution. This was her father's greatest concern. Lin Jin himself was an unknown quantity. If he concealed an even more powerful, unseen network of forces behind him, one even the Li family had never encountered, then this collaboration would be tantamount to dancing on the edge of a knife. My sources are confidential. Lin Jin's voice was low and steady. Li Shuero's brows instantly knitted together, her lips instinctively parting to protest. Lin Jin's words cut her off instantly. The Eastern Shantytown Redevelopment Zone, Lin Jin specified an extremely precise location, the area at the third alleyway west of the street where Good Brothers Auto Repair is located. Scarface's men are conducting forced evictions there right now. All this information had been detected last night through his upgraded scum aura. Li Shuero's eyes narrowed sharply. Squatter clearance? Father had received scattered reports of clashes there before, but hadn't had time to investigate further. Had the South River Underworld's tentacles already reached that far? They moved last night, Lin Jin continued. A man in his 70s was critically injured and hospitalized, 3 broken ribs, still unconscious. Over a dozen residents were beaten. Li Shuero sucked in a sharp breath. Her fists clenched instinctively. It's not over yet. Lin Jin's gaze locked onto hers again, sharp as an eagle's. They'll strike again at 1:30 this afternoon. Leading the charge is Iron Hammer, the top enforcer under Scarface 3, to finish the job. Their target, Lin Jin paused slightly, his gaze darkening, is a woman named Wang Wan. She's the leader of that group of residents. Her son was beaten bloody yesterday while protecting her and is still lying in the shack. He paused again before adding, his tone hardening with cold resolve. Moreover, Wang Wan possesses a private mobile recording capturing part of last night's assault and Iron Hammer's thugs making threats. Their attack is almost certainly aimed at seizing this last shred of evidence. Li Shuero's heart pounded wildly. She wasn't some sheltered flower. Having grown up in a political family, she instantly grasped the weight of this intelligence. Time, location, individuals involved, motive, and the crucial chain of evidence. It was practically an operation manual delivered right to her hands. Yet her wariness and suspicion not only failed to dissipate, they deepened. Such specific, core intelligence couldn't have been gathered this quickly, not even by her father's network of informants. How did Lin Jin learn of this? So, Vice Mayorly, Lin Jin shifted the decision to her. Do you intend to wait for those scum to storm in, silence the last witness who can speak out, and destroy the last shred of bloody evidence? Or will you send someone to seize the evidence before Scarface 3's mole can kill all the leads? His voice wasn't loud, but each word carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, every question striking a nerve in Li Shuero's heart. Should she continue agonizing over Lin Jin, this dangerous unknown variable? Or seize this golden opportunity to strike at the Scar gang, quell public outrage, and secure crucial political capital? Li Shuero stood rooted to the spot, her fingers digging into the leather strap of her handbag so tightly it nearly snapped. Her palms were cold and damp. The details Lin Jin provided were too specific, too pointed. Since her father, Li Chenggang, took office, the holdout households in the East City Shantytown redevelopment zone had been a persistent urban governance headache and one of the areas he planned to focus on. If Scarface's men had truly infiltrated the area and used such violent, bloody methods to clear the site, this wasn't just a public security issue, it was a blatant trampling of his authority as deputy mayor. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet it carried a deadly sense of reality. Every piece of information Lin Jin had previously provided about Wang Difu and Zhang Long had ultimately proven true. The Shantytown redevelopment area, the row of cottages west of the old boiler factory? Conflicts were indeed frequent there, but they hadn't escalated to the point of seriously injuring elderly residents or involving explicit gang violence. The reports her father received were relatively mild. Li Shuero felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She spun around abruptly and dashed toward a fire door at the end of the corridor leading to the stairwell. Inside the stairwell, Li Shuero gasped for breath several times before immediately pulling out her phone and dialing her father's encrypted line. The call connected almost instantly. Dad. She cut him off before he could speak, her voice low but rapid, tinged with unprecedented urgency. It's me. Listen. Scarface's men are planning a surprise raid this afternoon on the shantytowns west of the old boiler factory in East City, around East 9th Alley. Li Chenggang on the other end clearly hadn't expected such an urgent call from his daughter at this hour. His tone instantly turned grave. Shuero? Spell it out. Source? Reliable? The source? I can't reveal the source. But he's never been wrong before. Li Shuero raced through her words. The target is a woman named Wang Wan, the resident's leader. They're going after the video she's hiding, proof of last night's attack that injured the elderly man and over a dozen residents. The one leading the assault last night is the same Iron Hammer they're after today. She rapidly repeated all the crucial details Lin Jin had provided. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Li Chenggang was processing this sudden intelligence. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Was his daughter being used? Was this a trap? But the certainty in his daughter's voice and the detailed nature of the intelligence were compelling, especially the part about the elderly man being injured and hospitalized. He had indeed received a brief report about that this morning. Are you sure? Shuero. Li Chenggang's voice was as stern as it could be. Iron Hammer. I think I recall him. The files mention him as one of Scarface's more ruthless enforcers, with a criminal record. Absolutely certain. And time is running out. Dad. Li Shuero cut him off urgently. Dad, I think we should err on the side of caution. If we wait to verify the source, they might already have. She didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Huff. Li Chenggang exhaled heavily, the sound carrying a weighty tone through the receiver. Seconds later, his voice returned, firm and authoritative, carrying an unquestionable command. Got it. I'll deploy immediately. His pace quickened as he issued orders. Notify old Zhang. Assemble personnel. Undercover. Don't alert the target. Upon locating Iron Hammer or his gang members, secure them immediately. Ensure civilian safety above all, especially Wang Wan and her evidence. Contact the hospital regarding the injured elderly man. Reinforce security to prevent him from being silenced. Shuero. Li Chenggang's tone shifted, tinged with a barely perceptible note of concern. Protect yourself. Tell him this debt. I, Li Chenggang, have taken note of it. The call ended. Li Shuero gripped the slightly warm phone, turned, took a deep breath, pushed open the fire door, and walked back to that secluded corner. Lin Jin was still standing there. Notified, she said clearly. They're on their way. Lin Jin gave a slight nod. Li Shuero opened her mouth, the question "who exactly are you?" nearly escaping her lips again, but she forced herself to hold back. Now was not the time. Chapter 13, A Mole? Li Shuero watched Lin Jin's emotionless nod, and a wave of intense unease surged through her once more. He was too calm, not like a high schooler caught in a massive whirlpool, but more like a chess player. She took a deep breath, forcing down the churning thoughts. Her father had already taken action. Staying here to press for an answer she clearly wouldn't get was pointless. I'm heading back to class. She turned and walked away. The corridor fell silent once more, leaving Lin Jin alone. He didn't immediately return to the classroom, remaining by the corner window. Deep within his consciousness, the invisible map of his scum radar still showed the crimson dots representing the centipede and the other two thugs moving slowly through the nearby neighborhood. East Slums, East 9th Alley. The air hung heavy with the scent of rust and the deathly stillness before violence. Wan clutched the battered Redmi phone wedged between the bed slats, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from her throat. The vicious roar of Iron Hammer grew louder at the alley entrance. Make sure you don't miss a single one. Especially that Wan. Dig out whatever she's filming and stomp it to pieces. A dozen thugs wielding machetes and clubs surged toward the alley entrance, grinning savagely. At that moment, Lin Jin sat in the back row of the classroom, seemingly lost in thought, but deep within his consciousness, Scum Radar LV.2 was activated. Ding! Core target detected, Iron Hammer carrying dangerous items, handgun, machete. Location, East 9th Alley entrance. Status, imminent violence. Analyzing environmental interaction factors, alleyway grocery stall, stray dog A Huan, cracks in Wang Wan's bed slats, onlooker old man Zhang. Awkwardness level, 69, 680 points available. Recommended exchange, scene interaction bomb cost, 20,000 points trigger environmental elements to create chaotic, awkward situations. Precision strike. Lin Jin's mind flickered, redeem. Boom. Awkwardness value instantly deducted, 20,000. Just as Iron Hammer raised his cleaver toward Wang Wan's doorway, his feet suddenly slipped. He crashed headfirst into the grocery stall, sending fruits tumbling everywhere. Woof woof woof. Yellow, the usually timid mutt, suddenly went berserk. He charged out of nowhere and lunged at Iron Hammer's crotch. He kept biting and violently shaking his head, spraying saliva all over Iron Hammer's lower body. Ah! Tietue let out a piercing scream, his machete clattering to the ground. His men froze in shock. Bro Hammer. Are you okay? What the hell was that? System notification, ding. Target Iron Hammer suffered a critical hit. Embarrassment value plus 888. Onlooker old man Zhang. Trembling, he fumbled out his flip phone and opened the video recorder. Iron Hammer, his pants plastered with dog drool, roared in fury. What the hell are you? Bang! Bang bang bang! Windows and doors shattered from all directions. Plainclothes SWAT officers descended like divine warriors. Iron Hammer. You're under arrest for serious violent crimes. Get down. Lin Jin stifled a laugh in the classroom. Brilliant. The system's cold notification chimed in his mind. Core mission progress update. Scarface's 3 henchmen won. Embarrassment points being harvested. Meanwhile, deep within a private luxury club in West Nanjiang City. Thick crimson velvet curtains blocked out the last vestiges of light from the outside world. Seated in a leather sofa, a bald man smoked a cigar expressionlessly. Amidst the swirling smoke, the vicious scar slashing diagonally from his brow to the corner of his mouth appeared particularly menacing. This was Scarface 3 Wu Tianhao. A burly man with tattoos covering one arm stood hunched over, whispering a report into his ear. Wu Tianhao's expression remained unreadable until a specific time was mentioned. What time did you say? Iron Hammer took the men over? Wu Tianhao exhaled a thick ring of smoke, his voice low and gravelly, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of ruthlessness. The Shantytown redevelopment project was a key operation he personally oversaw. They had to act swiftly and decisively. They absolutely had to retrieve that tape from that. The burly man glanced at his watch. It's 1:25 now. Should be. At that very moment. Ring. A dedicated secure phone on the coffee table suddenly shrieked into life, shattering the room's stifling silence. Wu Tianhao's eyes narrowed sharply. This was the exclusive emergency communication channel he had set up for a few core operatives he trusted implicitly. Ringing at this hour. He picked up the phone, pressed the answer button, and spoke in a low voice. Hello. There was a 2-second silence on the other end before a frantic, tearful male voice spoke up. It was one of his trusted confidants stationed at the outskirts of the shantytown. Third master. Trouble. Iron Hammer. Iron Hammer. He just charged into the alley, less than a minute ago. Cops. All cops. I'm hiding on the perimeter watching, didn't dare show myself. Third master. It's over. It's all over. Scarface 3's cigar clattered onto the expensive Persian rug, instantly scorching a charred hole. SWAT. A preemptive ambush? Taking down Iron Hammer in under a minute? This premeditated precision strike. Where did the intel leak? The shantytown couldn't have pulled this off. Iron Hammer's route was last minute. Investigate. Investigate for me. Scarface 3's roar exploded through the luxurious private room, shaking the crystal chandelier on the wall. 1 minute. Hammer was taken down in 1 minute. Without an informant leaking intel, are the cops gods? How could they time it so perfectly? A mole. He must be hiding in his innermost circle. Vulture. Scarface 3 slammed to a halt, his voice hoarse and dangerous. Take everyone on the core list. Now. Immediately. Invite them one by one to Warehouse 1. Anyone who dares not show up or leaks a single word, make sure they vanish from Nanjiang forever. Also. His eyes flashed with savage intent, like a venomous snake flaring its hood. Investigate these past 3 days. Everyone who had contact with Iron Hammer. Everyone involved in or aware of this shantytown redevelopment operation. Find out who they've met recently. Who paid them? Which connections they've made. Every single call. Every single message. Not a single detail missed. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but dig this traitorous scum out for me. Chop him into pieces and feed him to the crocodiles. Yes, Third Master. Vulture stood rigid as a board, sweat beading on his forehead. Not daring to utter a single extra word, he turned immediately upon receiving the order and hurried away, his footsteps fading behind the door. Warehouse 1. A large, abandoned cold storage facility on the outskirts of Nanjiang City. Bald Eagle and his trusted enforcers stood with arms crossed against the wall, their eyes sharp as falcons, openly scanning every face. The heavy iron sliding door was yanked open with a jarring screech. Scarface 3's figure appeared in the doorway. Poof. Scarface 3 let out a short, cold laugh. Everyone's punctual, huh? Seems you all miss me? Chapter 14, Artistic Assassination. Scarface 3 strolled leisurely around the crowd. This is a cutthroat business, you're risking your life every day. Yet some bastards think they're immortal. Think the fortune I gave you isn't hot enough to burn your hands. Insisting on being a traitorous, ungrateful bastard. His voice suddenly cracked like thunder, a venomous scorn sweeping across every panicked face. Iron Hammer's down. Completely wiped out. Like a moron. 1 minute ago. Right over in the shantytown. The cops pinned him to the ground like a dog. Why? Ha? Tell me why. The operation was moved up 15 minutes at the last minute. The route was finalized just before we moved. Besides everyone here. Besides me. Who else knew? Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Everyone held their breath, faces drained of color. Just as the oppressive tension and fear threatened to crush everyone's nerves. Buzz, buzz. An extremely faint cell phone vibration suddenly emanated from a corner, like lighting a firecracker in a quiet room. All eyes instantly turned like spotlights, sweeping in unison toward that corner, landing on a man nicknamed Bao, clad in a floral shirt and sporting a gold chain. He was one of Scarface 3's trusted lieutenants in charge of the dock smuggling operations. Bao's face instantly turned as white as paper. He frantically reached into his pants pocket. But Scarface 3 was faster. He lunged forward, his iron clamp hand snatching Bao's wrist as it darted toward the pocket. A sharp crack echoed. Bao's wrist nearly shattered. He let out a piercing scream. Brother! Brother Long! It's not! This isn't! Sweat poured from Bao's body as pain overwhelmed him, his words slurring incoherently in a desperate attempt to explain. You! Still trying to wriggle out of it? Scarface 3's pent-up rage finally found an outlet, erupting like a volcano. He whipped his arm around and delivered a vicious backhand slap. Search him! Scarface 3, looking like a madman, pointed at the collapsed Bao and roared. Several thugs immediately pounced like ravenous wolves, roughly tearing open Bao's clothes and frantically searching every pocket. Soon, a smartphone with its screen still lit was produced and thrust before Scarface 3. Displayed prominently was a newly received text message, the sender marked as wife. Husband, your father's condition has worsened. The doctor has issued a critical condition notice. Go to the city center hospital immediately to see him one last time. Call back ASAP. The message was urgent, a desperate plea from family. But this message appeared at this time, in this place, in this atmosphere, in the send time was precisely when Scarface 3 was roaring his accusations at the mole. In Scarface 3's mind, twisted by rage and suspicion, it became irrefutable proof. Critical condition? Ha 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 ha. Scarface 3 stared at the text, erupting into hysterical laughter, his eyes nearly overflowing with savagery. Hell. What a coincidence. Too convenient for me to believe. Why not earlier? Why not later? Just when I'm hunting down the mole, your wife sends a text telling you to go to the hospital? To tip off the cops? Trying to run? Without letting Bao protest, he delivered a vicious kick to his stomach. The latter let out a wretched howl and curled into a ball. Strip him naked and throw him in the ice cellar. And invite his family over too. Yes, Third Master. The enforcers immediately seized the limp Bao, who lay like a dead dog, their faces twisted into vicious grimaces. Watching Ah Bao being dragged away like trash, the other leaders fell silent, not daring to breathe a word. At that moment, a gaunt figure who had been lurking like a shadow in the darkest corner silently approached Scarface-san. He was Scarface 3's true confidant, Old Ghost, a mysterious figure revered by Scarface 3 as his strategist and advisor. Third Master, Old Ghost's voice was hoarse and low, carrying a peculiar, soothing rhythm. He leaned close to Scarface 3's ear and whispered in a voice only the two could hear. Ah Bao likely walked into a trap. I've looked into his background. His sick father is genuine. This seems like someone's using him as a pawn. His cloudy eyes swept over the terrified faces of the remaining leaders. The cops' move might not actually be targeting us. Scarface 3 quickly grasped a possibility. Li Chang Gang. I'll kill you. Scarface 3 gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his neck. It had to be that old bastard. Ever since he took office, his operations had been blocked at every turn. Beside him, Vulture cautioned, Third Master. Li Changgang is the newly appointed deputy mayor. Going head-to-head with him might be confronting him head-on. Scarface 3 kicked half the nearby sofa flying, his eyes bloodshot. If I can't take him on openly, I'll strike from the shadows. If I can't take you down, old bastard, I'll go after your daughter. Doesn't he treat his eldest daughter like the apple of his eye? A venomous grin spread across his face. Go. Summon Ghost Han Zhang. Tell him the bounty is 3 million. Within 3 days, I want that Li Shuero to have an accident. Preferably. He sneered savagely, let her father taste what it feels like to have his heart torn apart. At the same moment, in a secluded corner of a private room downtown Nanjiang City. After the operation concluded smoothly, Li Chenggang cordially invited Lin Jin for tea. Ahem, Li Chenggang cleared his throat, lowering his voice as his sharp gaze fixed on Lin Jin. Mr. Lin, Scarface 3's operation was precisely thwarted, and Iron Hammer was caught red-handed. This. He paused, his expression complex. The efficiency is a bit too high to be coincidental. The source of this intelligence. Mr. Lin, I need a clear explanation. Was it some overseas organization? Or? His voice dropped further, his gaze probing, some special channel? Lin Jin pushed up the 5 yuan black-rimmed glasses he'd just bought at the school store equipment, low-key aura +1, then pointed upward with his finger, his expression unspeakable. Li Chenggang sucked in a sharp breath. Sent by higher-ups? No wonder his background was suspiciously clean. Lin, I understand your position now, Li Chenggang said cautiously. Keep the upcoming operation strictly confidential. Scarface won't let this go. We must. Before he could finish, a system alert exploded in Lin Jin's mind. Ding. Assassination order targeting Li Shuero detected. Codename, Ghost Han Zhang. Threat level, S. Planning 3 after-school routes. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed slightly. He pushed his glasses up and interrupted Li Chenggang. Uncle Li, you should be more concerned about Shuero's safety getting home from school tonight. What? Li Chengdang's body jerked, his expression turning pale. Shuero was in danger? Yes. Scarface 3 offered 3 million in bounty to buy an accident. The executor is Ghost Han Zhang, specializing in fabricating accidental deaths. System alert, Ghost Han Zhang, SSR tier scum. Notable traits, obsessed with orchestrating bizarre accidental deaths, self-styled urban artist. Social death countermeasure, use his own methods against him. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Li Chengdang's forehead. 3 million yuan bounty. He vaguely recognized the name Ghost Han Zhang from internal files. Extremely dangerous. He immediately pulled out his encrypted phone and ordered urgently, activate maximum security protocol. Seal off all known. Blockades won't work, Lin Jin cut him off. Ghost Han Zhang specializes in accidental art. Conventional security won't stop him. Li Chenggang froze, turning to Lin Jin in panic, then what? The vice mayor, known for his composure, was now completely flustered. Uncle Li, let's use your daughter as bait after school. Where does Shuero usually go after school? Li Chenggang pondered for a moment. She likes going to Qingbin Park. For a walk? Lin Jin inquired. No, she goes to dance in the square. Li Chenggang frowned, his expression grave. Ha? The aloof school beauty doing square dancing? Whoa. Come to think of it, that's kind of cute. But that thought didn't linger long in Lin Jin's mind. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes, then let's go to Qingbin Park. Li Chenggang, oh? Lin Jin calmly added, safe. Lively. Crowded. Most importantly, it's convenient for the artist to perform. Chapter 15, The Electrician Dancer. The setting sun bathed the city in crimson. The square roared with noise. The deafening square dance anthem, the most dazzling ethnic style, pierced the sky. A low-key black sedan quietly pulled up at the edge of the square. Li Shuero, dressed in extremely plain and inconspicuous casual wear, walked expressionlessly through the noisy crowd, accompanied by 2 bodyguards also in plain clothes. She pretended to be oblivious as she made her way toward the fountain at the center of the square. At that moment, a lean, middle-aged man in blue work clothes and a baseball cap was perched on a tree along the only path into the park. It was Ghost Han Zhang. A cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. The vice mayor's daughter? Security's pretty tight. Too bad, what I play with is accidents. He was perched on a tall, internally rotten locust tree. Beneath it sat a haphazardly arranged outdoor karaoke machine, tangled with wires. The perfect plan: stage a natural accident where the tree falls, smashes the jukebox, snaps the wires, and causes accidental electrocution. Who would suspect murder? Art. He silently moved toward the old locust tree and jukebox, preparing to execute his brilliantly crafted plan. Meanwhile, inside a black sedan parked outside the square, Lin Jean leisurely sipped soda from a glass bottle. In his consciousness, the social death radar clearly highlighted the SSR marker representing Ghost Hanjiang, a blinding crimson symbol billowing black smoke. Location: old locust tree. Mental command instantly activated the system. Exchange. Forced awkward dance hour experience card. Target: Ghost Hanjiang. Merge scene: center stage of the most dazzling ethnic style. Additional spotlight of attention effect. Cost: 35,000 embarrassment points. Confirm exchange. Buzz. Just as Ghost Hanjiang's fingertip was about to touch the section of the old locust tree disguised as rotten wood, which was actually the carefully placed fuse he had set, an unexpected change occurred. An irresistible force instantly seized his body. Uncontrollably, he scrambled down the tree. Before the astonished crowd, the fellow clad in blue electrician's overalls suddenly seemed possessed, his hips and waist swaying wildly, his movements utterly unrestrained. He twisted his waist. He swung his hips. He performed a frenzied horse dance. With these demonic steps, he pushed past bewildered aunties and charged straight to the center of the square. Lead dancer? All the square dancers? Holy crap! Look! That electrician dude's gone nuts. He's a dance master. Wow! He's even more flamboyant than the dance leader. What a talent! Quick, film it. This is viral gold. The electrician's mesmerizing moves steal the show from the square dancers. Snap! Snap! Countless phone cameras instantly focused on the sole and most dazzling superstar in the square, comrade Ghost Hanjiang, whose dance moves were wildly unrestrained, whose expression was horrified and contorted, yet whose movements were impeccably precise, like a wound-up clockwork. Ding! Target: Ghost Hanjiang suffers critical hit. Shame level max. Awkwardness meter skyrockets plus 30,000 points. Lin Jean calmly finished the last sip of soda, adjusting his glasses. Not bad. Unexpectedly, quite artistic. Inside the black sedan, Li Chenggang felt like he'd been struck by 100,000 volts right through the crown of his head. His mouth gaped open, eyes bulging as if they might pop out of their sockets, staring fixedly at the surveillance screen. There, amidst the gaze of countless elderly onlookers, the blue-clad electrician was frantically galloping like a horse. What the hell? Li Chenggang's voice cracked, his tone shrieking. That electrician. No! That assassin. What is he doing? Jumping around like a possessed spirit? This can't be a coincidence. Li Chenggang, a veteran detective at heart, snapped out of his shock. Professional instincts instantly locked onto the wildly abnormal details. He abruptly cranked up the surveillance audio, where Ghost Hanjiang's completely unhinged, tearful screams echoed. Stop! Let me stop! No! His expression is genuine terror. But his body is completely unresponsive. Li Qingdong's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he instantly made a critical judgment. This isn't voluntary. He's being forced. His actions are being forcibly manipulated by some means. Li Chenggang whipped his head toward Lin Jean, who remained calm beside him, sipping soda through a straw. Shock and disbelief filled his eyes. Lin Jean. What the hell is going on? He's Ghost Hanjiang? The assassin sent by Scarface 3? But why would he? Li Chenggang pointed at the screen, where the electrician writhed with unnatural grace, his movements fluid like a professional dancer. He struggled to find words to describe this absurd performance art. To dance this, in the square? He struggled for a moment before squeezing out the last few words. As a deputy mayor, he simply couldn't bring himself to utter the word seductive dance. Lin Jean slowly set down his soda bottle and, in a tone as scholarly as if discussing academic research, said slowly and deliberately. Uncle Li, scientifically speaking, this is called stress-induced behavioral disorder? To put it simply, he paused, nodding toward the screen. Perhaps after witnessing too many square dance aunties in action, this artist suddenly developed an intense urge to imitate? Simply put, Lin Jean finally concluded, his tone as light as a cloud, he's currently engaged in a large-scale, immersive art creation? Performance art. Lin Jean casually spouted nonsense while watching a livestream on his phone. Li Chenggang frowned. What kind of time was this to be watching livestreams? He leaned in to see the stream's title, the internet's hottest. Electrician's god-tier dance moves crush square dancing. This year's dumbass champion locked in. The host's voice cracked with excitement. Folks, fire those rockets. Did you see that? Those moves. That timing. That soul-stirring dance. Even the original Gangnam-style bird uncle would kneel in awe. Who on earth is this dance floor sweeper monk? Comments section, crack his work ID badge code now. The screen is flooded with comments. Dying laughing, folks. This guy's expression is pure forced professionalism, but his body's totally giving it his all. Reporting. High energy alert. Anti-Wong's squad has been breached. The lead dancer's eyes are glazed over. Just then, the spotlight locked Ghost Han Zhang dancing as if electrified, spun through several rapid 360-degree gyros before crashing headfirst onto the plaza's icy concrete, knocking himself unconscious. The entire crowd fell silent for a second before erupting into even louder roars of laughter and the clatter of camera shutters. Ding! Target Ghost Han Zhang knocked out. Forced awkward dance effect terminated. Final awkwardness points settled, plus 50,000. Inside the car, dead silence. Li Chenggang, complete system crash.jpg. Li Shuaro, solidified.jpg. Lin Jin calmly adjusted his glasses and concluded with a straight face, seems his artistic pursuit was too intense, causing his body to overload and crash? Li Chenggang and his daughter, oh. This is beyond scientific explanation. Lin Jin. What kind of magical attack did you unleash on that assassin? Artistic pursuit? System crash? Chapter 16, Using a Knife to Kill. West Nanjiang City. The atmosphere atop the Imperial Palace was thick and stifling, like congealed blood plasma. Ghost Han Zhang should be in position by now? Scarface 3's voice was hoarse and low, tinged with a barely perceptible edge of impatience. Third Master, Vulture immediately bowed low, his voice barely above a whisper. By the timeline, the operation should be underway now. You know Ghost Han Zhang's methods accidents are the most perfect conclusion, leaving no loose ends. Oomph. Scarface 3 exhaled a puff of thick smoke through his nostrils, his eyes flashing coldly. No matter how clean it is, we must confirm. Call. Check with the outer sentry. Yes, sir. Just as Vulture pulled out his encrypted phone to dial. Buzz, buzz. The top-secret internal line phone resting on the gold-inlaid, diamond-studded coffee table before Scarface 3 suddenly vibrated. The screen flashed a code name familiar to Vulture Eye Snake, the mole stationed at the square's perimeter tasked with observation and relaying the final report. A fierce glint flashed in Scarface 3's eyes as he snatched the phone. He slammed the answer button. Speak. Is it done? That Lee family brat. Third Master. What the hell? Get to the point. Scarface's heart sank. It's bad. Ghost Han Zhang. Snake Eyes choked out, his words breaking apart. He's gone mad. What? Scarface 3 froze. He was discovered? He fled? No. He didn't run. Snake Eyes' voice trembled with tears and utter absurdity. He climbed down from the tree. Right in front of hundreds of people. In the square, he jumped away. Jumped? Scarface 3's voice shot up, piercing the room's deathly silence. The centipede scar on his face twisted and twitched wildly with fury and disbelief. Are you out of your mind? What kind of lunatic talk is this? Jumped? A hitman dancing in the square? That's 10,000 times more absurd than a sledgehammer getting chewed by a dog. It's true. Absolutely true, Third Master. Snake Eyes seemed utterly terrified, only able to wail. He was dancing so provocatively. 10 times more provocative than those square dance grannies. Hundreds of people gathered around filming with their phones. The whole of Nanjiang, everyone ing knows. It's all over the internet now. It's trending #1 in Nanjiang. The headline is What? Scarface San leapt up from his throne. His massive frame stirred a gust of wind. His eyes instantly blazed crimson. It's Electrician Dance King goes wild. Scarface 3 felt his brain explode with a thunderous boom. The SS-class assassin he'd dispatched on a top-priority mission assassinating Vice Mayor Qian Nu was publicly stripping, shaking his ass, and performing an obscene dance? And it was live-streamed? He became the Electrician Dance King? The entire city of Nanjiang was laughing at the Scar Gang's humiliation? Ugh. A metallic sweetness mixed with a burning sensation surged up his throat. Li Chenggang. Scarface 3's eyes blazed crimson as blood, the centipede scar on his face writhing and twitching like a living thing. This was no accident. It was a colossal setup. A blatant humiliation and declaration of war aimed squarely at him, Scarface. Li Chenggang must have bribed Ghost Han Zhang long ago, instructing him to publicly humiliate the Scar Gang. It's you. You're the one. You're that wolf in sheep's clothing. Scarface 3 raged like a caged beast driven mad. You think your official hat gives you the right to and piss on me? You set this up. You planned this trap in advance. You even bought Ghost Han Zhang? Just you wait. I'll make you taste humiliation 10,000 times worse than this. Meanwhile, at Nanjing Medical University's second affiliated hospital, a doctor in a white coat reported to Li Chenggang the patient's preliminary diagnosis is severe traumatic stress disorder. He was referring to Ghost Han Zhang, who lay bound and gagged on the hospital bed. Li Chenggang sighed deeply, glancing at Lin Jin beside him, momentarily at a loss for words. Though hard to believe, he had no choice but to accept this bizarre outcome. Lin Jin sat leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in thought, yet his gaze was fixed on the screen of the social death radar LV.2, disguised as a cheap sports watch. The radar map showed red dots circling several blocks near the school centipede and his 2 henchmen with switchblades. These 3 thugs had been lurking around the school for ages, constantly threatening students to pay protection money. Taking them out was imperative. Lin Jin's gaze was as still as a deep pool. His mind raced. Li Chenggang, this useful official blade, had just incurred Scarface 3's furious hatred. He must be like a bird startled by a bowstring now, hypersensitive to any threat from Scarface 3 targeting his daughter or himself, his desire for revenge burning fiercely. A plan to use him as a pawn took shape in his mind. Ding! Energy reserve social death points, 98,680. Detecting host tactical intent, guide target centipede trio into preset trap. Recommended strategy, construct a lethal threat chain. Core medium required, mobile communication trace modification. Exchange cost, 15,000 social death points. Effect, forge Li Shuero's location information plus target position transmission traces. Duration, 60 minutes. Exchange. With a flick of his thoughts, 15,000 points of social death value instantly evaporated. An invisible stream of information, like a ghostly virus, silently infiltrated the underlying cache zone of a regional base station belonging to Nanjiang Mobile Communications. Objective, fabricate critical communication evidence. Simulated recipient information, centipede encrypted mobile number. Falsified content 1, a set of precise coordinates, Shangri-La Hotel, Nanjiang City. Fake note, target Li Shuero's chauffeur-driven car must pass through this transfer point, low foot traffic, no surveillance. Falsified content 2, an order, bring heavy weapons. Target will appear shortly. Act immediately. Eliminate and depart swiftly. The forged sender's number? It was none other than one from Scarface 3's most secretive, top-secret encrypted contact block directly managed by Old Ghost. In Centipede's understanding, only the most trusted inner circle around Third Master knew of and could use this number range. Only 3 people occupied the hospital room, the atmosphere thick with silence. This silence was shattered by urgent knocking. Report. The head of technical surveillance burst in, holding a tablet aloft, his expression both agitated and grave. Mayor. Major discovery. Network monitoring just identified and decrypted anomalous shortwave communications on a core encrypted frequency used by the Scar Gang. Target location, near the abandoned textile factory at the urban fringe. Li Qinggang's eyes narrowed sharply, get to the point. Yes. The message was heavily encrypted, but we decoded the critical content. The tech chief swiped across the screen. Look. The recipient is Centipede. The instructions order him to carry heavy weapons and ambush a black minivan with license plate South AL6S66 at a predetermined location. The target. The tech chief's voice suddenly rose, filled with disbelief and fury. The target is Miss Li Shuero. The command wording is eliminate the witness. Chapter 17, what's the deal with this Lin student? Li Chenggang leapt to his feet. This Scarface 3 was utterly lawless. He understood clearly, Scarface 3 intended to use his daughter as leverage against him. Yet the repeated assassination attempts had finally ignited his fury. Li Chenggang swiftly pulled out his phone and dialed Zhang Weiman, dispatch a SWAT team to Shangri-La immediately. Upon spotting armed assailants, engage them with force. Zhang Weiman's deep voice came through the phone, understood. Executing immediately. Lin Jin watched it all unfold silently, a faint smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Evil begets evil, retribution is inevitable, though its timing remains unseen. On the city's outskirts, amidst the crumbling ruins outside the abandoned textile factory, Centipede idly chewed betel nut while his 2 henchmen puffed away on cigarettes nearby. Suddenly, the encrypted phone in Centipede's pocket vibrated violently. His body stiffened. That vibration pattern, an emergency command. He scanned his surroundings warily, confirmed nothing amiss, then silently pulled out the phone and unlocked it. The screen lit up, displaying an encrypted text message, target, South AL6S66 minivan. Coordinates, Shangri-La Hotel. Instruction, bring heavy weapons. Act immediately upon target sighting. Withdraw immediately afterward. The sender was that mysterious encrypted number he'd only heard once before, controlled by Old Ghost. Centipede's eyes narrowed sharply. His breathing instantly became ragged. The target was Li Shuero? The limo's route? Right now? Though the order came unexpectedly, the number was unmistakable. A wave of frenzied savagery flooded Centipede's mind. Eliminating the deputy mayor's daughter would be a monumental achievement. It was his golden opportunity to completely redeem himself before Third Master. Heaven is on my side. Madness flashed in Centipede's eyes. Big money coming. Quick, get the gear ready. He kicked one of his men, who was still smoking nearby, hard. Grab your gear. Head to Shangri-La. The target is about to appear. Move fast. Kill in silence. Third Master wants ahead. The two thugs immediately flicked away their cigarette butts. Yes, brother Centipede. The trio swiftly hauled two heavy, long canvas duffel bags from their hiding spot. Inside lay loaded shotguns and silenced pistols. Crouching low like three venomous snakes drawn by the scent of blood, they vanished swiftly under the cover of dusk, racing straight for Shangri-La. On Lin Jin's scum radar screen, the three crimson dots hurtling toward Shangri-La resembled moths drawn to a flame. Downtown, at the alleyway behind the Shangri-La luxury hotel, Centipede and his two henchmen trembled with excitement like three rats that had fallen into a rice bin. Huddled behind a trash bin, their eyes fixed on the alley's sole main entrance. Centipede clenched a cigarette butt between his teeth, palms sweaty as he gripped the heavy shotgun. His mind was buzzing with delight. Damn it. Heaven's finally smiling. A massive payoff is right in front of me. When the deputy mayor's daughter's limo pulls up, I'll just go bang bang bang. Get the head, and I'll be the top hero in third brother's eyes. Cash. Chicks. Territory. All within reach. Underling A couldn't hold back any longer. He lowered his voice and asked, Centipede, are you sure about the license plate? South AL6S66? In this godforsaken place, are they really coming? Bull. Encrypted orders? You think Third Master's got water in his brain like yours? Centipede spat impatiently. Everyone stay sharp. When you see it, just... Before he could finish. Wah-wah-wah-wah. The silent night sky over the back alley was suddenly torn apart by shrill, distorted sirens. Not one vehicle. A whole pack. Red and blue columns of death dealing light shot in from both ends of the alley without warning. They illuminated the three of them, leaving nowhere to hide. Holy. Cops. Run. Centipede, utterly terrified, grabbed his shotgun and tried to bolt out. The other two thugs were utterly petrified. One thug screamed and flung his shotgun away, smashing it right into the other thug's foot. Arg. A blood-curdling scream and a gunshot rang out almost simultaneously. Bang. A stray bullet whizzed past Centipede's ear, striking the trash can behind him. The metal dented deeply, splattering him head and face with leftover vegetable soup. Drop your weapons. Get down on your knees with your hands on your head. Or we shoot to kill. The SWAT officer's thunderous command boomed through the narrow alleyway, amplified by the megaphone. Dozens of black muzzles instantly appeared at both entrances and on the low rooftop terraces beside them. The infrared sight's laser dots locked precisely onto the centipede's forehead. The centipede froze in place, his mind going blank. What happened to the plan to eliminate witnesses and get out fast? How the hell did the cops show up faster than a nanny car? And their ING SWAT. Armored vehicles are already blocking the alley entrance. Did I just stir up a hornet's nest or the police chief's shack? As the SWAT team charged like ravenous wolves, the centipede's survival instinct ignited instantly. His eyes darted to his henchman beside him, who was clutching his head and trembling like a leaf, his face drained of color. A cunning plan to shift the blame struck him. Guys, don't shoot. It's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Centipede suddenly bellowed at the top of his lungs, his voice filled with heartfelt emotion, each word dripping with anguish. He pointed frantically at the henchman on the ground, clutching his ankle and wailing in pain after getting his foot crushed. It's all his fault. He's the one who egged me on. Said there were valuable trinkets in the Shangri-La kitchen. Wanted to bring me, no. Bring both of us to practice our skills. We're just two poor, gullible henchmen he tricked into this. He supplied all the weapons. I'm an honest citizen. A completely honest citizen. He bellowed while kicking the stunned henchman. You better tell the cops everything, damn it. Underling A? Too hurt to speak, his face screaming, bro, are you a dog or something? Just as Centipede was spitting venom, trying to muddy the waters with his masterful blame-shifting act. Thud. Thud. Two incredibly synchronized, incredibly loud, incredibly rhythmic thuds. The two henchmen, scared out of their wits, knelt down as if they'd rehearsed it 10,000 times. No discussion needed. In the exact same second, in perfect unison. Clean and crisp. Prostrate on the ground. The sheer volume of the sound caused the SWAT officers, poised to rush forward and subdue the centipede, to pause in their tracks. Underling B, officer. I surrender. I confess. I was forced. Centipede made us do it. He promised to take us to the Maldives to see the ocean after this job. We were forced. Wah! Underling A wailed even louder, banging his head on the ground. Yeah. It's all Centipede's fault. No. That bastard Centipede. He threatened our families. He brought the guns. He came up with the plan. He's the real villain. We're just innocent pawns. Centipede. The carefully crafted speech stuck in his throat, and he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. You all. Centipede trembled with rage, nearly dropping the shotgun in his hands. Bang. A clean, decisive but bash. Slammed hard against his gun-wielding wrist. Ah! The shotgun flew from his grasp. Centipede let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. The next second, he felt several iron-clawed hands pin him to the ground, knees pressing into his back, as his hands were cuffed behind his back. In the chaos, some SWAT officer kicked him hard in the ass, still wet and covered in rotten vegetable scraps. Ow! The centipede's face contorted into a bitter grimace from the pain. Nanjing Municipal Police Command Center. Li Chengang and Zhang Weiman stared intently at the live surveillance feed from the back alleys of Shangri-La. When he saw the centipede gang trembling like three frightened rats behind a trash bin, then witnessed the SWAT team descending like divine soldiers to form a complete encirclement, Li Chengang exhaled heavily. He turned to gaze out the window at the deep night, his thoughts drifting back to that quiet youth. Old Zhang. Li Chenggang's voice carried an indescribable complexity, a mix of lingering fear, exhilaration, and a profound sense of awe and reverence toward an unknown power. Tell me, what exactly is the background of this Lin kid? Chapter 18, Chen Yuxuan strikes again. Zhang Weiman pondered for a moment. Mayor, I reckon this young master is definitely someone from higher up. He's got Scarface's crew figured out inside out. This mole operation, it's brilliant. He gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, Lin Jin had returned to campus and was quietly attending class. Ding! Target centipede trio captured. Bonus achievement social death clearance sale unlocked. Embarrassment points plus 12,000. Total embarrassment points 110,680. A barely perceptible smile curved the corners of Lin Jin's mouth. Those damn bastards, they wrecked my door and didn't even pay for the damage. But locking them up would at least keep the protection racketeers at the school gate quiet for a few days. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Lin Jin leisurely laid his head on the desk, ready to catch up on sleep. Suddenly, the back door burst open violently. Lin Jin jolted awake. Chen Yuxuan burst in. He scanned the room, his eyes darkening with fury when he didn't see Li Shuero. Following him were not only two henchmen with menacing expressions, but also an old man with a hunched back, wearing a worn security uniform, his eyes darting with terror. It was Old Man Lu, the school gatekeeper. Lin Jin! Chen Yuxuan roared, making the windows rattle. He stormed to Lin Jin's desk in a few strides, sweeping all the books and notes off it with one fierce swipe. The clatter echoed throughout the classroom. He leaned over, slamming both hands down on the desk. Keep pretending. Keep pretending for me. The sheer volume made Lin Jin's ears hurt. This guy, why is he losing it again? The principal's office was broken into last night. A painting worth hundreds of thousands is missing. He straightened abruptly, sidestepping half a step to shove the trembling old security guard, Old Zhang, forward. Old Zhang stumbled backward, his face drained of color. His lips trembled as he avoided Lin Jin's gaze. Old Lu. You tell me. Who was the last person to leave campus last night, acting suspiciously, lurking around the principal's office door for ages? Chen Yuxuan practically yelled, spittle flying onto Old Lu's face. Old Lu shuddered violently, his eyes darting instinctively toward Lin Jin's seat. He stammered, last night when locking up, it was almost 10. I saw. His fingers trembled, as if struggling to point toward Lin Jin, yet weighed down by immense pressure. I can't remember. Can't remember? A fierce glint flashed in Chen Yuxuan's eyes. He abruptly pulled out his phone, tapped it twice, and held the screen directly toward the entire class. The grainy phone footage showed a silhouette in dark school uniform, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Lin Jin, lurking suspiciously near the principal's office door. The timestamp read, last night at 9:58 p.m. Did everyone see that? That silhouette. That sneaky look. Chen Yuxuan's voice rose, filled with inflammatory accusations. It was you. Lin Jin. You're desperate. You scouted the place beforehand. Last night, after everyone left school, you pried open the door to steal the painting. Right? It doesn't matter that old Zhang is old and can't remember. The evidence is ironclad. His henchman lunged forward to shove Lin Jin aside, but he sprang up and dodged them. Lin Jin watched with amusement as the two henchmen rummaged through the desk, pulling out a small crowbar and dramatically tossing it onto the table. Boss. Physical evidence. We found this in Lin Jin's junk-filled desk drawer. The classroom erupted in an instant. Stunned, incredulous stares turned toward Lin Jin. Lin Jin hadn't expected Chen Yuxuan's revenge plot, brewed over several days, to turn out like this. This was laughable. Ding! Target Chen Yuxuan detected triggering ultimate malicious framing. Methodology, fabricated chain of witness testimony and physical evidence plus property framing. Recommendation, immediate counterattack. Recommended use, truth recall. Embarrassment points consumed, 25,000. Target, group memory recall plus cognitive reinforcement plus behavioral impulsivity. Confirmed. Buzz. An invisible force, carrying a powerful psychic shockwave, erupted from Lin Jin's center. It struck Chen Yuxuan, Old Lu, and his two henchmen with pinpoint accuracy. Chen Yuxuan, reveling in the sense of control brought by his fabricated ironclad evidence, suddenly felt a tremor deep within his soul. A thunderous explosion echoed within his mind. A cold voice echoed, why fabricate the video? Why use your grandson to coerce old Zhang? Why place the crowbar in Lin Jin's drawer? What? Chen Yuxuan froze in terror, scanning his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. Was he hallucinating? At the same moment, an explosion echoed in Lao Lu's mind. The scene replayed vividly in his mind, Chen Yuxuan slamming a thick envelope and 2 photos of his grandson onto the table, his voice icy. Old man. If you don't identify Lin Jin, your grandson won't see tomorrow's sun. Got it? A tsunami of guilt instantly engulfed old Lu. Chen Yuxuan's 2 henchmen were even worse off. A high-definition documentary seemed to play automatically before their eyes. Yesterday afternoon at Chen Yuxuan's house, how Chen Yuxuan used a fake video app on his phone to fabricate that incriminating footage, how he personally guided them in stuffing the crowbar deep into Lin Jin's desk drawer, how he promised to take them to the underground casino at Good Brothers Auto Repair for a share of the profits once the job was done. An overwhelming urge to confess surged through them like an electric current shorting their reason. Behavioral impulse triggered. Countdown, 3 seconds. Target group, full disclosure. Wah! The first to completely break down, utterly overwhelmed by the confession impulse and terror, was old Lu. He erupted in earth-shattering wails, his legs buckling as he collapsed to his knees. What a sin! It wasn't Lin Jin. It was young Master Chen. It was him. He forced me. He threatened my grandson. Made me frame Lin for stealing the painting. I betrayed the school. I betrayed Lin. Old Zhang's head burst like a collapsed dam, spilling the truth. This twist hit too hard. The entire class froze in shock. Damn it! You old fool, you're lying. Chen Yuxuan, consumed by rage and shock, his eyes bulging, lunged forward as if to strangle old Zhang. But the 2 henchmen behind him were now completely consumed by that confession impulse. Holding the crowbar meant to frame someone, it felt like gripping a red-hot branding iron. Terrified, they flung it away. The crowbar whizzed through the air, smacking Chen Yuxuan squarely in the cheek, delivering a brutal blow. It's not my fault. Brother Yuxuan forced me. The fake video was made with an app. The template was Campus Ghost 03. I stuffed the ashes into Lin Jin's desk drawer too. He promised to take us gambling at Good Brothers Auto Repair after the job was done. Only after shouting did he realize what he'd said, his face turning as white as paper. Chen Yuxuan wanted to roar, to defend himself, but a wave of terror, furious rage at being betrayed by his useless teammate, and the searing pain on his right cheek instantly shattered all his thoughts. A hot, sweet-tasting stream surged up his throat. Chen Yuxuan's vision went black and his ears rang with a deafening buzz. He only managed a short, meaningless grunt. Then, thud. He fell straight down. Face first. Completely unconscious. Out cold. Seriously, is this guy prone to fainting? How did he pass out again? Ding. Mass social humiliation. Effect, outstanding. Earn 10,000 points of awkwardness. Chapter 19, Crawling in the Shadows. The farce in Class 7 of Grade 11 finally concluded with the wail of an ambulance siren. Chen Yuxuan was carried away, old Lu and the 2 police officers escorted out, leaving only a mess on the floor and lingering gossip in the classroom. Lin Jin quietly gathered his belongings, as if he hadn't been at the center of the storm. The mention of the Good Buddy auto repair shop by Chen Yuxuan's henchmen still echoed in his mind. He recalled that Centipede had also ordered him to settle debts there. Something fishy was going on. What had they been saying earlier? Gambling. System, Lin Jin's voice carried a hint of inquiry. Scan Good Brothers Auto Repair for me. Request received. Scanning initiated. Location locked. Good Brothers Auto Repair Service Center, 148 Dongxing Road, West District. Loading satellite remote sensing data. Analyzing thermal infrared layer. A massive virtual light screen unfolded within his consciousness. A comprehensive panorama formed within Lin Jin's mind, a colossal underground structure concealed beneath the auto repair shop. Recommendation: target area heavily fortified, detected numerous mobile weapon thermal signatures. Conventional physical infiltration carries extremely high risk, 98%. Recommended strategy: activate Ghost Peak. Ghost Peak consumes 38,000 social death points to create an energy state vision mayfly for 30 minutes of physical penetration reconnaissance unimpeded by electromagnetic shielding or physical barriers, simultaneously recording audio-visual data and transmitting it in real time. A bit pricey, but he really does need to thoroughly investigate this place. Lin Jin silently mused. Exchange. 38,000 points of social death value instantly evaporated. Lin Jin's perspective abruptly shifted, as if sucked into the Earth's core through an invisible conduit. Light and noise were instantly stripped away. Deafening noise pressed in from all directions. Big. 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 Open. Give me a triple. Damn it. Lost again. Deal. Deal the cards already. Hysterical shrieks, ecstatic screams, desperate curses, the sharp clatter of chips hitting the hard tabletop, the monotonous click-clack of the mechanical card dispenser. These sounds tore at the nerves like mad. The air thickened with greed and fear. Lin Jin instinctively tried to move, only to realize his current vantage point was horribly low. He looked again. Oh. So he was that mayfly now, crawling in the shadows. Lin Jin scanned his surroundings, realizing he was lying face down on the card table. Suddenly, darkness engulfed him. Looking up, he saw a red circular chip about to fall. Holy crap! Crawl! Crawl, 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 crawl. Lin Jin finally reached a quiet spot. Where was this? Before him now were dozens of split-screen displays, rapidly scrolling with global odds, real-time betting lines, and virtual gaming table feeds. This was the nerve center of the entire casino. Lin Jin kept climbing, climbing, climbing. Now as ephemeral as a mayfly, he effortlessly passed through thick walls and entered a passageway. Along the passageway, several fierce-looking guards patrolled back and forth. Leaning against an alloy door, a man with triangular eyes spoke impatiently to his companion. Damn it, Third Master's fury is boiling over. Yesterday, Vulture got roasted again. All because Hammer and Centipede's useless crew messed up fast, forcing us to work overtime every day, stuck in this hellhole. Another guard yawned, lowering his voice. You can say that again. Hey, Jackal, heard Third Boss ordered us to melt this batch of wet goods ASAP? Better not drag it out and risk the cops snatching it up? Of course. Dump that wet wood into the furnace immediately. Third Boss said it all has to be burned clean by 10 tonight at the latest. Keep the furnace going. And that batch of good steel, hold off on that too. Stash it at the very bottom of the cargo hold. Got it? Wolf snarled. Just then, the alloy door opened a small crack, and Lin Jin slipped inside. The space wasn't large, more like a transit point. Neatly stacked bundles of crisp, brand new cash piled against the walls. But more conspicuous were several bundles near the passageway entrance wrapped in waterproof cloth, reeking of mold and sewage. Clearly, they had either been recently retrieved from somewhere or were severely damaged. New critical intelligence, core evidence waterlogged stolen funds. New key intelligence, Scarface 3 has issued an emergency destruction order. Destruction deadline, 2200 hours tonight. The energy form Mayfly completed its mission, silently dissipating into energy. Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes, his pupils cold as ice. What a good brother auto repair shop, not only gambling, but laundering money too. That batch of waterlogged cash. What's its true origin? This Scar gang was far more complex than he'd imagined. The chill in Lin Jin's eyes deepened. Time was running out. That batch of water-damaged cash was undoubtedly the crucial evidence Scarface 3 was desperate to destroy. Lin Jin decisively opened the encrypted communication app. His fingers flew across the screen, cold text appearing in the dim light. Recipient, Emergency Anonymous Hotline Li Chenggang, Scarface 3 has issued a death order at exactly 2200 hours tonight. A batch of water-damaged cash must be completely destroyed. This is the highest priority target for interception. Location, underground casino vault at Good Brothers Auto Repair Shop. Message sent. System, Lin Jin queried mentally, based on current intelligence and the characteristics of water-damaged bills, what is the most relevant associated target? Analyzing intelligence correlations. Database comparison involves large-scale cash handling, traces of violence, aquatic environment. Highest match, the Mutual Aid Association organization violently dismantled. Fragmented information confirmed. 1 week ago, local news brief, the office of the Low-Income Mutual Aid Foundation in Nanjiang District was vandalized and looted by unknown assailants. The director and 3 staff members disappeared, and the cash accounts are unaccounted for. Relatives of the missing claim the foundation had attempted to report illegal loan sharking organization Chen Duo Financial Services for violent debt collection. Mutual Aid Association? Chen Duo Financial Services? These words pierced Lin Jin's memory like icy spikes. Time rewinds to a year ago, a stiflingly oppressive hospital corridor. The pungent smell of disinfectant and the air thick with despair seemed to solidify. Lin Jin stood outside the ward, his hands clenched tightly. Inside, his mother's weak, pained moans seeped through the door crack. The attending physician pulled him aside, his expression grim. It's terminal. But there's a new targeted drug just approved in the US, not yet available domestically. It might buy some time. But the cost? Each dose is 30,000 yuan. Lin Jin collapsed to his knees in despair, grabbing the doctor's hand. Money. Think of another way. I'll borrow. I'll take out loans. Please, doctor. I found a way. Chen Duo Financial Services. They'll lend us the money. The interest is steep, but it could save her life. Once we get the funds, Mom can start treatment. Later, his mother never made it to that expensive medicine. She passed away in agony. Lin Jin, meanwhile, plunged into an endless abyss of violent debt collection. A murderous intent, almost tangible, spread from Lin Jin like an Arctic cold front. Ding! Extreme emotional fluctuation detected. Warning! Threat target redefined. Correlation level elevated. Scum radar at full power, locking onto the network behind Chen Duo Financial Services. Deep diving into the Mutual Aid Society collapse case. Buzz. The system interface frantically refreshed. An invisible torrent of information surged in. Fragments of information rapidly coalesced before Lin Jin's eyes. Mutual Aid Association, a grassroots organization formed to help low-income groups victimized by illegal loan sharks like Chen Duo Financial Services band together for support, gathering evidence to file complaints. Chen Duo Financial Services, ostensibly a loan company, but actually affiliated with Tiancheng Financial Group. Tiancheng Financial Group cross-held shares with Kangjian Medical Investment Group. This conglomerate controls over 60% of private hospitals in Nanjiang City and holds exclusive distribution rights for expensive imported drugs. The exorbitantly priced targeted drug that severed his mother's lifeline a year ago was precisely one of their core monopoly products. Hatred boiled within Lin Jin's chest. He picked up his phone once more. Chapter 20, An Invisible Hand. Recipient, Li Chenggang. The wet cash was no ordinary loot, it was the funds seized from the Mutual Aid Association violently dismantled a week prior. The organization was silenced for gathering evidence of illegal high-interest lending and violent debt collection practices by Qianduoduo Financial Services. This cash shipment must be intercepted. Monitor Tiancheng Finance Kangjian Healthcare for high-cost drug approvals and loan disbursement records related to specific diseases suspected of intentionally raising barriers and engaging in violent debt collection. Send. Municipal Bureau Command Center. Li Qingdong's face turned ashen after reading the email. He slammed his fist on the command console, his voice booming through the encrypted channel with ironclad resolve. Target confirmed. Orders unchanged. His voice was unwavering. All units, hear my command, priority sequence lot. Primary objective, secure intact the Northwest Passageway entrance to the underground vault at Good Brothers Auto Repair. 3 bundles. Wrapped in waterproof tarps. Cash damaged by water. Li Chenggang stared intently at the real-time thermal imaging of Good Brothers Auto Repair and the tactical team's positioning map on the large screen, his gaze as hard as tempered steel. Good Brothers Auto Repair underground vault access point. Time, 21 hours 58 minutes and 30 seconds. Damn it! Slowpokes! Hurry thee up! Jackal growled impatiently into the walkie-talkie, urging the men loading the rear cargo hold. His mind was restless, time dragging on suffocatingly slow. Just as he glanced down at his watch again. A piercing high-frequency noise erupted without warning throughout the entire passageway. Ugh! All the guards, including Jackal, clutched their ears in agony. Their weapons and communicators instantly malfunctioned. Damn it! What the hell? My ears! The guards were thrown into a panic. Boom! Immediately following was a deafening roar that seemed to split the heavens. The main vault entrance, its heavy alloy door, was smashed inward by immense force, shattering into pieces. A torrent of dust, debris, blinding light, tear gas, and the combined shockwave of stun grenades swept through the air. Police! Drop your weapons! Get down! Whoosh! 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 Several high-explosive flash grenades streaked like meteors, striking the northwest corner of the vault with pinpoint accuracy, instantly illuminating the area where the waterproof tarps were stacked as bright as day. Simultaneously, several guards scrambling to grab or push the bundles toward the furnace were blown flat to the ground. Team B members charged like tigers released from their cages, lightning fast to the waterproof bags. With practiced precision, they wrapped each bundle of wet firewood in cloth and swiftly sealed them into triple-layered vacuum-packed evidence bags handed by the evidence team. Target secured. Sealing initiated. Seal 1 complete. Seal 2 complete. Seal 3 complete. The evidence team leader reported loudly almost the second the team finished their actions, his voice trembling with the excitement of a mission accomplished. The entire seizure process, from entry to completion, took less than 1 minute. Through residual system perception, the embers in the forest here were silently severed from their final connection. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the auto repair shop, Scarface 3 listened to the jarring busy tone on his walkie-talkie, watching the surveillance feed on the screen go dark in real time as the vault area lost connection. It's all over. Like a lion driven to fury and cornered, he roared and smashed things in his office. Bunch of useless fools. That auto shop had at least a gang's worth of firepower. And you just let the cops barge in without warning? Scarface 3 roared at Old Ghost beside him. Old Ghost hunched over, trembling as he stammered, "Third Master, the cops entered directly through the vault's secret passage. The brothers guarding the gate said they didn't see anything." Scarface 3's eyes were filled with terror. Impossible. Only Old Ghost and Jackal knew about the vault's secret entrance. How did the police get this information? Old Ghost. Scarface 3 spun violently, yanking Old Ghost by the collar and hoisting him off his feet like a chicken. Speak. Scarface 3's voice cracked and distorted. The vault entrance. The location of that hydraulic trapdoor only you and I knew about. How the hell did the cops find out? Huh? Old Ghost's wrinkled face instantly drained of color. Choked nearly to the point of suffocation, his cloudy eyes filled with genuine terror and utter bewilderment. Third Master. Please calm down. Cough cough. I swear on my ancestors. It absolutely wasn't me who leaked it. I take the secret to my grave without uttering a single word. Not you? Then was it me? Did that fool Chai Lang blurt it out himself? Scarface San slammed Old Ghost to the ground. His mind churned like a cauldron of boiling lava. The police had perfectly anticipated Iron Hammer and Ghost Hand Zhang's moves. Centipede had vanished mysteriously. And that good-for-nothing Chen Yuxuan framing Lin Jin at school had backfired spectacularly. It felt like an invisible giant hand was precisely orchestrating every one of his failures. Li Chang Gang. Scarface 3 snapped his head up, unleashing a beastly roar at the empty ceiling. The name rang like a curse. You wolf in official's clothing. Was it you? Did you plant a bug on me? But the next second, an even more absurd thought pierced him. No, that can't be right. A flash of unprecedented terror suddenly flickered in Scarface 3's eyes. Before Iron Hammer got caught, he was inexplicably beaten up by a pack of dogs. Ghost Hand Zhang passed out while dancing. That ING video looked like it was possessed, dancing on its own. That idiot Chen Yuxuan at school, how the hell did he just confess on his own? Today, even this vault. Scarface 3 felt a bone-chilling cold crawl up his spine and spread throughout his body. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Old Ghost clutched his throat, nearly crushed, curled on the floor, his voice hoarse and terrified. The door beneath the second trench, solid as a rock, only the three of us know the code, unless what? Scarface 3 snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes fixed on Old Ghost. Old Ghost shuddered violently under the devouring gaze, his words morphing into an even more terrifying conjecture. Unless it's a ghost. Something invisible got in and leaked the secret. Ghost. Scarface 3 murmured the word, his face instantly turning even paler. He suddenly recalled Ghost Hand Zhang's final, shrill cry in the livestream. It wasn't me. There's a ghost. Was it not an excuse? Could it be a ghost beyond rational explanation, a hand lurking in his shadows, manipulating everything? This thought sent a chill down his spine far deeper than any mole ever could. Scarface 3 grabbed a heavy, gilded crystal ashtray from beside him. With every ounce of strength, he hurled it with all his might at the massive floor-to-ceiling window reflecting his own distorted image. Scarface roared, whoever you are. Li Cheng Gang. Or the damn ghostly thing that just won't leave me alone. I'll hunt you all down and tear you to shreds. I'll make sure you kneel at my feet and lick my shoes clean. Chapter 21, Chen Duo Financial Services. Municipal Bureau Forensic Identification Center, Maximum Security Isolation Room. Lin Jin stood quietly half a step behind Li Chenggang and Zhang Weiman, his hands tucked into the pockets of his slightly oversized school uniform jacket. At the technical control console, several evidence experts clad in full protective suits, their eyes the only visible features, murmured in hushed conversation. Senior forensic scientist Professor Chin, wearing magnifying glasses, carefully extracted an extremely minute sample from a stain on the edge of one bundle of banknotes using ultra-fine tweezers. Mayor Li, student Lin. Professor Chin's voice sounded muffled through the protective visor, yet carried the characteristic rigor of a scientist. Preliminary rapid test results are in. The adhering substance has a complex composition. It contains large amounts of diatoms unique to the riverbed downstream of Xinjiang, particles rich in industrial heavy metals like lead and chromium, and some minute organic debris. She slid the sample slide into the high-powered electron microscope. Instantly, the massive screen revealed a microscopic world of chaos. She moved the cursor. Look here, this extremely tiny dark fiber fragment, preliminary assessment indicates its canvas residue. Lin Jin's gaze swept across the screen, taking in every detail. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Professor Chin, where is canvas typically found? Professor Chin paused, pondering, dock loading, unloading, warehousing, transportation, even fishing gear. Based on this alone, the scope is too broad. Then what about this? Lin Jin pointed to the other side of the screen, an inconspicuous dark brown mark with scorched edges. This residue doesn't look like simple mud. It seems like something burned, fell into the water and was absorbed by these coins. His angle was exceptionally sharp. Zhang Weiman immediately leaned in for a closer look. Indeed. Burnt? Professor Chin perked up, instantly adjusting the lens. The mark was magnified infinitely under ultra-high resolution. Is that paper ash? Professor Chin's voice shot up sharply. And, look here. She pointed to several tiny paper fragments. There are indentations. Very faint, but, like characters? Or even, a seal? The entire lab fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath. The technician immediately applied enhanced imaging algorithms to perform super-resolution scanning and digital reconstruction of the minute traces on those fragments. Gradually, the outlines of several extremely blurred, fragmented characters emerged. Assist. Meeting. Affairs. Assist? Association? Service? Zhang Weiman frowned deeply. Mutual Aid Society. Li Chenggang and Lin Jin blurted out the three words almost simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, a sharp gleam flashing in each of their eyes. Lin Jin added, the Mutual Aid Society Affairs Charter, a fragmentary seal. Li Chenggang snapped his gaze toward Lin Jin. This kid's insight is terrifying. Immediately cross-reference this with the Mutual Aid Society's surviving archives. Li Chenggang ordered. While one technician searched the archives, another suddenly gasped, here. between the fabric layers. There's something hard. With tweezers, he carefully extracted a fragment smaller than a fingernail, a yellowed, brittle corner of thick paper saturated with sewage. Scrawled in faint yet legible ballpoint ink were the words, Member, Zhang Chunhua. Collection date, XXXXXXXX. Outstanding amount, 78,000, high interest, principal and interest. Collector's signature. In the upper left corner of this fragment of the IOU, a faint red circular seal slightly faded and blurred from water damage was stamped. Though smudged, the words Chien Duo Duo Financial Services business seal and its signature tacky copper coin emblem were barely discernible. Yes. Li Cheng slammed his fist onto the edge of the console, his eyes blazing with fury. This is the money stolen from the Mutual Aid Society when they were wiped out. Chien Duo Duo Financial Services are murderous thugs who kill for profit. This evidence chain, it's complete. Jiang Weiman's face also twisted with fury. Scarface 3 was the butcher who carried out the killings. The loan sharks preying on people behind Chien Duo Duo Financial Services are the masterminds. Lin Jin's gaze remained as still as a deep pool, fixed on the fragment of the IOU bearing the name Zhang Chunhua. He said nothing, but his fingertips silently twisted in his pocket. The moment had arrived. He stepped forward toward the command console, his gaze fixed on the computer screen being operated by the head of the evidence unit. The screen was accessing the citywide Skynet database for facial recognition and cross-referencing information. Professor Qin, Lin Jin's voice rang out steadily, since this involves the high-interest loan operations of Chien Duo Duo Financial Services and the victim's associated information, has a cross-reference been conducted with the patient database of Kangjian Medical? Li Chenggang and Jiang Weiman instantly turned to look at him. Kangjian Medical, the very entity Lin Jin had requested attention for in his email, the giant monopolizing the city's high-priced imported drugs. Professor Qin immediately understood, we're testing it. The permissions are too high, it takes time. Got it. The connection is confirmed. Zhang Chunhua. Kangjian Medical System query records. 5 years ago, she was diagnosed with late-stage liver cancer at one of their private hospitals. She used their special drug Rizeno for a period? Rizeno? Lin Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. He remembered that name. A year ago, this drug had also been the astronomically priced option in his mother's treatment plan. The technician continued reporting, his voice thick with disbelief. Combined with Kangjian's internal system records during Zhang Chunhua's initial hospitalization, a helpful insurance consultant recommended she apply for the Kangjian worry-free loan, claiming it would cover all medication costs up front. But we just found a partial scanned copy of this loan contract in the Blackwater database. An electronic scan instantly projected onto the screen. Kangjian Health Financial Services Agreement. Borrower, Zhang Chunhua. Medication, Rizeno. Initial loan amount, 35,000. Annualized interest rate, intentionally blurred in small print. Special terms, if repayment is not made on time, Kangjian Healthcare reserves the right to suspend drug supply. Authorize affiliated agencies to pursue debt collection. Collection records, Chien Duo Duo Financial Services collection logs indicate regular written notices and in-person pressure tactics until Zhang Chunhua, overwhelmed by debt, discontinued treatment and passed away 1 year later. The outstanding balance, compounded with interest, ballooned to 810,000 yuan. Those bastards. Jiang Weiman raged uncontrollably. High-interest loans tied to exorbitantly priced life-saving drugs. Forcing patients to stop treatment to collect debts. This is driving people to their deaths. Li Chenggong's face turned ashen. This wasn't an isolated case. It was systematic bone-sucking exploitation. Lin Jin stood silently before the cold white light and the brutal facts projected by the screen, like a silent iceberg. Only the hand clenched in his pocket betrayed his turmoil, knuckles turning white beneath the skin from the force of his grip, trembling faintly in the unseen shadows. Lin Jin pushed his glasses up his nose, the lenses flashing coldly. Uncle Li. His voice was low and steady. Please investigate all prescription flows and associated collection records for Rizeno over the past 5 years for Kangjian. I need to get to the bottom of something. Chapter 22, Transferring Physical Evidence? Just as Li Cheng was about to respond, his phone rang. He tapped to answer, and an unexpected voice came through. Mayor Li, please report immediately to Secretary Wang's office at the Municipal Party Committee. There is an urgent matter to discuss. Li Cheng's brow furrowed. Secretary Wang Zhenkuan? At this hour? His instincts told him this was far from a routine work briefing. Top floor of the Municipal Party Committee building, Secretary's office. The heavy mahogany door blocked out the noise. Soft light filled the room. Behind an expensive mahogany desk sat a man in his 50s with slicked back hair and a calm demeanor. He was Wang Zhenkuan, the top leader of the Nanjing Municipal Party Committee. A serene smile graced his face as Li Chenggang entered. Comrade Chenggang, please sit. Secretary Wang gestured toward the sofa across from him, his voice gentle. You've worked hard these past few days. The crackdown on organized crime, especially the case targeting that Good Brothers Auto Repair, was handled brilliantly. The provincial authorities are very impressed. Secretary Wang, you flatter me. It's simply my duty. Li Chenggang sat down, his guard rising even higher. When routine duties are executed to this level, it speaks to exceptional capability. Secretary Wang lifted his teacup, sipped lightly, then shifted his tone to one of solemn earnestness. The Good Brothers Auto Repair Gang defied the law with brutal methods, even daring to target a grassroots organization like the Mutual Aid Association. Eliminating them was ridding the people of a menace, a deeply satisfying outcome. He set down his cup, leaning forward slightly as his gaze grew solemn and meaningful. However, with this cancerous tumor Good Brothers Auto Repair removed, its roots having spread across Nanjiang for over a decade, the tangled threads it leaves behind will be numerous, and the scope of its connections likely vast. He paused, his tone sharpening. This investigation will inevitably touch upon local businesses, perhaps even some influential entrepreneurs. Disputes and issues are inevitable in normal business operations. I understand you've frozen numerous accounts belonging to Tianqing Finance and Kangjian Healthcare? That's quite a significant move. Li Qingdong's heart sank. Here it comes. His voice grew solemn. Secretary Wang, preliminary evidence indicates this isn't a simple commercial dispute, it's a serious criminal offense. I understand perfectly. Secretary Wang Zhenkuan raised his hand to signal calm, his expression still broad and gentle yet unquestionably firm. Comrade Chen Gang, I firmly support cracking down on crime. It's just that. His tone shifted again, tinged with concern, but Nanjiang is currently at a critical juncture in its economic transformation and upgrading. Maintaining stability in development is paramount. Kangjian Healthcare is a leading medical and health industry enterprise receiving key support from our city, and Tianqing Finance is also a vital force in financial services. If the actions of a few bad apples were to inflict devastating damage on the normal operations of these enterprises, that wouldn't be a solution to the problem. Provincial authorities are closely monitoring this situation and have instructed us to prioritize overall stability while carefully considering our approach. Secretary Wang's voice carried an indescribable weight. Therefore, my suggestion is that this case be handled by a higher-level joint task force led by the Economic Crime Investigation Division of the Provincial Public Security Department. This approach would ensure greater precision and more appropriate intensity. Leaning back in his chair, Secretary Wang offered a reassuring smile. Comrade Chen Gang, wouldn't it be easier for you if the complex cross-departmental investigations were handled under unified command from above? What do you think? After speaking, he gazed gently at Li Chenggang, awaiting his response. The air in the office seemed to freeze, broken only by the faint ticking of an expensive clock in the corner. This was a high-pressure tactic disguised as considerate accommodation, a move to undermine his foundation. It severed Li Qinggong's authority to conduct an independent investigation, handing the case over to higher-ups. At the same moment, in an inconspicuous corner of a cafe across from the municipal bureau, Lin Jin's gaze, sharp as a falcon's, scanned the vehicles entering and exiting the municipal party committee building through the massive floor-to-ceiling windows. The social death radar on his wristwatch glowed faintly, silently monitoring the flow of information at several critical nodes. As Li Changgang emerged from the municipal committee building with a grave expression and stepped into his waiting official vehicle, Lin Jin's phone vibrated. An extremely brief encrypted message arrived. Wang summons, acknowledges achievements, demands subsequent matters be transferred to Provincial Joint Task Force for handling. Handover? The Provincial Joint Task Force? Wang Zhenkuan stepping forward so urgently to take charge at this sensitive moment. Was he under immense pressure? Or was he part of the protective umbrella all along? Ding! Detected high-level protection umbrella interference. Wang Zhenkuan. Assessed as major threat. Activating deep lead tracking. Social death points consumed, 15,000. Wait, why is it automatically deducting points? But Lin Jin genuinely needed this intelligence, so he suppressed his frustration. Target tracking, all encrypted communications including satellite phones, travel routes, and offline contacts, facial recognition, license plates of Wang Zhenkuan within the last 72 hours. The system interface flashed frantically. Invisible streams of data pierced through layers of encryption and physical barriers. Seconds later. Tracking summary. Encrypted satellite communication log 48 hours ago, an encrypted number registered to the Cayman Islands accessed Wang Zhenkuan's secure satellite phone. Call duration, 3 minutes 28 seconds. Content heavily encrypted, system parsed fragment keywords, clean up, disconnect, leave no trace. Offline itinerary anomaly. Wang Zhenkuan visited the private dining establishment Dingshan during dinner hours yesterday. A black Phaeton belonging to Su Dongsheng, president of Tianqing Finance, entered the rear underground garage simultaneously, remained parked for approximately 2 hours, and was not directly recorded in Wang's itinerary. Contact analysis. Wang's secretary received a donation proposal for art collection items from the Love Foundation yesterday. Additional marker, Wang Zhenkuan's driver briefly disappeared from surveillance blind spots while transporting Li Chenggang to the municipal party committee, with suspicious signal leakage detected, residual signals from miniature radio communication devices. Protection. It's a done deal. The so-called case transfer and unified command are nothing but a meticulously orchestrated case of the thief crying thief. The goal is to control the task force, seize physical evidence, and let the real mastermind walk free. What made Lin Jin's pupils contract even more was the final fragment of information. Additional analysis: at the time Mayor Li Chenggang entered the Municipal Party Committee building, during the break between evening self-study sessions in the elite class attended by his daughter Li Shuero, an unlicensed construction vehicle near the teaching building suddenly experienced mechanical failure and rolled downhill, narrowly missing several students chatting outdoors. The list of students included Li Shuero. Conclusion: the probability of this being a mere accident is below 1%, pointing to a deliberately engineered controlled risk, potentially a warning tactic to exert pressure. Why are all these dirty tricks being played on Li Shuero? Are they treating her like a Japanese person? Lin Jin couldn't help but feel a flicker of sympathy for this icy school beauty. He immediately pulled out his phone, his fingers tapping rapidly across the screen as he sent a terse message back to Li Chenggang. Wang Yugue. Hand over and seal the deal. Shuero, construction vehicle rollback was no accident. Absolutely do not hand over the physical evidence. The text was sent. Wang Jinkuan wanted to hold down the lid that had been lifted? To snuff out the embers beneath? Too bad, he wasn't the only player on the board. Chapter 23, What's the school beauty up to? The municipal office was as silent as a grave. Li Chenggang's refusal to hand over the information glared harshly from the illuminated screen. Wang Jinkuan remained with one hand pressed against the phone, the refined composure on his face slowly cracking. Who stood behind him? Standing behind Wang Jinkuan was the true pillar of Nanjing City Mayor Zhao Bingwen. Li Chenggang, a deputy mayor parachuted in just a few years ago. What gives him the right? How dare he? His fingers gripping the secure phone turned white knuckles from the pressure, nearly crushing the hard plastic casing. Decades of instinct honed in the murky waters of power told him this was absolutely impossible. Behind Li Chenggang must be an unseen force powerful enough to challenge Zhao Bingwen himself, a presence even the mayor would fear. He needed Zhao Bingwen's instructions. Immediately. The call finally connected, and a steady, middle-aged male voice answered. It was Mayor Zhao Bingwen. Shenkuan, what's the situation? Mayor Zhao. Wang Jinkuan forced out a steady voice. Li Chenggang has refused the transfer order. His stance is extremely unyielding. He's holding on to that evidence and won't budge an inch. Silence hung heavy on the line. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Finally, Zhao Bingwen's voice broke the silence. Understood. But no matter what, the evidence cannot remain. Destroy it at all costs. Click. The call abruptly ended. Zhao Bingwen's voice remained steady, devoid of rage. Yet beneath that calm surface, Wang Jinkuan could distinctly sense the icy killing intent and the overwhelming fury of a territory being violated. The man standing behind Li Chenggang was undoubtedly terrifyingly powerful. Even more terrifying was Zhao Bingwen's final command: destroy it at all costs. No specific plan. No resources. Just an unquestionable outcome. This was a death sentence. Failure to execute it, or execution that wasn't clean, would mean Wang Jinkuan himself would become the trace that must be erased. Fear clutched at his heart like icy tendrils, tightening in an instant. Secretary. Wang Jinkuan's voice regained its usual authority. Notify the heads of several departments to convene an on-site meeting here immediately. Housing and Urban Rural Development, Work Safety Supervision, Environmental Protection, Fire Department. Not one can be missing. Half an hour later, outside the Municipal Bureau's Forensic Center. Mayor Li. Look, it's not that we don't support your work. A deputy director from the Municipal Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau wore a sour expression, waving a freshly printed emergency notice for hazardous building inspection. The main structure of this annex building housing the appraisal center poses risks. To ensure safety, all personnel and equipment must be evacuated immediately for reinforcement. It's the regulation. We have no choice. Reinforcement? Reinforce my ass. Zhang Weiman's forehead veins bulged. This building won the Municipal Level Quality Engineering Award last year. The steel structure and cement grade are top-tier standards. Captain Zhang. Safety is no trivial matter, the safety inspector chimed in, waving another document. Look, parts of the annex have critically low fire hydrant pressure. The electrical distribution room wiring is aged. This poses a major fire hazard. The Municipal Safety Commission just issued an enforcement order demanding shutdown and rectification within 3 days. The Environmental Protection Bureau official wore a stern expression. We received citizen reports alleging the evidence center is illegally storing high-risk chemical pollutants. Immediate isolation and sealing are required, with transfer to our department for supervision under hazardous waste disposal procedures. Official documents poured in like snowflakes. Legitimate authority. Layered pressure. Compelling justifications. Every word cloaked in the banner of public safety. Zhang Weiman's face flushed crimson as he choked back anger, while Li Chenggang's expression turned ashen. They argued themselves hoarse with these department heads wielding official seals like blunt weapons, yet the other side remained utterly unyielding. Outside Isolation Chamber 3, where the core evidence was stored, chaos reigned. Report. The main water pipe for the central air conditioning in the corridor outside Chamber 3 has burst. Report. Power outage. The backup generator just underwent routine maintenance and won't start. Environmental inspectors block the doorway, filming with their phones. Hand over the high-risk evidence to our department immediately. Otherwise, we'll report this to the Provincial Bureau for forced transfer. Damn it! Zhang Weiman cursed, eyes blazing. He knew this disgusting tactic of bureaucratic bypassing and obstruction at the grassroots level. But it was impossible to guard against. The lights in the isolation chamber flickered out. Water was rising toward the evidence table's legs. The safe's temperature alarm beeped urgently. Lin Jin had just been wandering around the center, satisfying his curiosity, when suddenly this shrill alarm pierced the air. What the hell was going on? Confused, he rushed toward the isolation chamber where Li Changgang and the others were located. Ding! Emergency crisis. The evidence center is currently facing crises including burst pipes and power outages. Host, please intervene. Suggestion, consume 50,000 embarrassment points to interfere with causality. Lin Jin thought to himself, redeem. In an instant, a pencil case appeared in Lin Jin's hand. Lin Jin? System notification, the optimal solution proposed by the system is to deceive everyone with mysticism. Host, begin your performance. The system will utilize data to control the situation. Ha! Just then, Lin Jin reached the isolation pod and flung the door open. Everyone froze in surprise. Lin Jin pulled 2 items from his pencil case. 3 brand new Ultraman laser cards. A small roll of clear plastic wrap. What the hell is this kid doing? Under dozens of bewildered, dumbfounded stares, Lin Jin walked over to the 3 bundles of musty, waterlogged, barely hanging on sealed bags as if no one else was there. Snap! He precisely affixed the 3 Ultraman cards to the upper right corners of the 3 sealed bags. Rip! He tore off a piece of plastic wrap, his movements as practiced as a cafeteria lady covering dishes with plastic. He rolled and wrapped the 3 sealed bags, Ultraman cards and all. Finally, Lin Jin dabbed a drop of water onto his finger and carefully smudged it over the seam of the wrapped plastic wrap, like applying a fingerprint. Done. Finished. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. After finishing, Lin Jin straightened up, neating the "Are you kidding me?" expressions on Li Changgang and Zhang Weiman's faces, along with the mocking, stifled snickers from the surrounding officials and department heads. He calmly pushed his black-rimmed glasses up his nose, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet clearly drowning out the alarms and arguments. Uncle Li, Captain Zhang, that's it. The Ultra Seal is complete. With dual physical isolation reinforced by spiritual holy light protection, it remains impervious to fire and water for 24 hours. Ghosts and demons are repelled, and physical information is absolutely conserved. Now you can repair the air conditioning pipes and rush to fix the electricity. As for the safe, if it wants to burn, let it burn. Its contents have already undergone holy light transfer. Put. Someone on the scene couldn't hold back their laughter. Ultra Seal? Holy light transfer? This kid must be losing his mind with teenage delusions. Nonsense, snapped a fire department lieutenant. This is crucial evidence. Start dismantling it immediately. Before he could finish. Buzz. The crack in the central air conditioning pipe on the ceiling, the one gushing water relentlessly, baffling even the engineers, visibly constricted as if an invisible hand had seized its throat. The flow instantly stopped. Not only did it stop, but the metal pipe walls twisted themselves tight, sealing the leak. Click. 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 Several critical corridor lights, dismissed by maintenance as old and shorted out, flicked on as if switched, instantly illuminating the space like broad daylight. Whoa! The roar of a diesel generator echoed from outside. The backup power had connected itself without warning? Dead silence. This time, it was true, pin-drop silence. The officials who had just been shouting about evictions, relocations, and seizures froze, their mocking expressions turning into looks of sheer horror. Li Changgang and Zhang Weiman were utterly petrified. Staring at the plastic-wrapped, Ultraman-possessed wet wood, then glancing at the surrounding equipment restored to normal, even more vibrant than before the incident. For the first time, they felt their worldview had cracked open. Lin Jin expressionlessly tucked away his plastic pencil case, his calm voice cutting through the silence with startling clarity. To destroy evidence, next time, hire a more powerful feng shui master. Physical attacks won't work, why not try mysticism? With that, he turned and walked through the crowd, frozen in place, his figure disappearing at the end of the corridor. Ultra ceiling? Holy light redirection? Zhang Weiman gaped, slapping his thigh hard. Damn it. That kid's a goddamn wizard. Chapter 24. Holy. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That exclamation ignited the fuse. The frozen crowd erupted instantly. This. How did the water pipe? And electricity? Cling film. Ultraman? The department heads who had just moments ago been aggressively demanding the evidence now stared, their faces drained of color, at the 3 tightly sealed bags wrapped in cling film and adorned with cheap cartoon stickers. Li Changgang stared fixedly at the roll of plastic wrap reflecting a cheap plastic sheen under the light, and at the bright, piercing eyes of Ultraman Dyna, Ultraman Gaia, and Ultraman Tiga on the stickers. His brow knotted into a tight knot. It made no logical sense whatsoever, but the evidence spoke for itself. Could it be Li Qinggan's office? Old Zhang, Li Qinggan's voice trembled with shock. Do you believe in ghosts and spirits? Zhang Weiman shuddered violently. Mayor. You're asking me about this? I'm a damn detective. We live and die by evidence in crime scenes. But today. He pointed toward the now calm annex of the evidence center outside the window, his tongue stumbling over his words. That pipe. The engineer said the edge of the rupture showed severe metal fatigue. Theoretically, it couldn't have sealed itself. It just snapped shut on its own. And the power. The backup generator maintenance log clearly states the fuel pump seized up. How did it suddenly start working? And that plastic wrap end? Ultraman? And that kid? Zhang Weiman lowered his voice, his tone tinged with almost reverential dread. His gaze, it was eerily calm, almost inhuman. Like he knew this would happen all along. You tell me, could he really be? Li Chenggang cut in, that kind of special department personnel who handle non-scientific special affairs? The two stared at each other, seeing deep bewilderment and lingering dread in each other's eyes. The vague legends of special agencies that existed only in internal training materials suddenly felt so real and terrifying. Old Zhang, Li Chenggang stubbed out his cigarette, his voice low and grave. Everything that happened in this building today, what you saw, what you heard, about that plastic wrap, Ultraman, the pipes, and the generator, especially every word Lin Jin spoke, every action he took. His gaze pierced Zhang Weiman like lightning. Keep it buried deep inside you. Write it into the absolutely sealed archives. Senior 2, Class 7. The math class was drawing to a close. The balding teacher was still spitting saliva as he explained the final problem. Lin Jin sat calmly by the window, still as a statue. Ding dong. The bell sounded like a trumpet of liberation. The teacher had barely stepped out the door when the class monitor rushed in, clutching several freshly printed notices. Quiet. Attention. We just received an urgent notice from the school office. Tomorrow morning's scheduled trip to the Kangjian Boai Private Hospital Medical Center is cancelled. Everyone will go to the public central hospital instead. What? Cancelled? Why? A buzz of murmurs instantly filled the classroom. Yeah, but didn't they say Kangjian has better facilities and newer equipment? And we could have checked out their newly imported high-end equipment. The class monitor shrugged. Apparently it's an urgent directive from the Municipal Education Bureau. The document just faxed to the principal's office. All municipal schools must immediately terminate all cooperation with the Kangjian medical system. Immediate suspension. Unconditional. Hey. Who cares? At least they won't be sticking me with another needle. That nurse at Kangjian last time had hands like a tire pump. The chubby guy sitting to Lin Jin's right clutched his arm and grumbled. The notification tone for thousands of points of embarrassment value earned from that farce at the forensic center personally orchestrated by the municipal party secretary buzzed softly in his consciousness. Ding. Additional achievement, officialdom exposed, scared the out of the boss, unlocked. Social humiliation points plus 8,000. Lin Jin fell deep in thought. The power the system had demonstrated this time was simply too overwhelming. A subtle chill, long ignored, pierced Lin Jin's nerves with unprecedented clarity for the first time. This power transcended the laws of physics. What was it? Where did it come from? Why had it singled him out? Host exhibits abnormal thought fluctuations. Alert level 3. Retrieving information, system core protocol scan secure. A cold, mechanical prompt sounded unexpectedly within his consciousness. Lin Jin's pupils contracted imperceptibly behind his glasses. It was observing, no, sensing? Even this fleeting, soul-deep shock at the unknown was clearly within its grasp? A realm beyond human comprehension? Lin Jin felt this had far exceeded the bounds of his knowledge. What exactly was this embarrassment value it required being used for? Jinshin? His chubby classmate nudged his arm, winking. Spacing out? Kang Jian's lousy physical got cancelled. Happy as a clam? Come on, let's hit the snack bar. My treat. Lin Jin snapped back to reality. Now everyone called him God Lin, and this title was no longer playful banter but an unspoken reverence. Even the usually loud and boisterous chubby kid had lightened his elbow nudge by 3 parts. Lin Jin didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. The fat guy's words came through like they were behind frosted glass, muffled and indistinct. His entire focus was on the silent, exploding electronic star map deep within his consciousness. Deep scan initiated, Kangjian Cooperation Interruption Command Chain 72-hour omni-dimensional analysis locking key decision nodes, social death points consumed, 300. Confirm execution. Buzz. Icy computational power instantly tore through the digital fog. Wang Jinkuan's office encrypted internal line voice print matched 99.7%. Wang Jinkuan's voice was hoarse and weary, his anger barely contained. Jobin, cut all ties with Kangjian immediately. Everything under the school's name, especially that powder keg of a health screening center, shut it down completely. Not a single connection left. On the other end, Jobin, director of the Municipal Education Bureau, sounded fawning yet alarmed. Yes, secretary. But, what justification? The new health regulations? Wang Jinkun cut him off impatiently. Do I need to teach you how to play this game? Can't you just dump a ready-made pile of on them? Medical waste. Say they're not handling it properly. The Municipal Safety Commission is launching a special rectification campaign. Issue the notice immediately. As the torrent of data receded, Lin Jin's vision lingered on Wang Jinkuan's hideous, twisted face. Just as he was about to shut down the system, a neatly folded note, faintly scented with fresh gardenias, rested on the notebook spread across Lin Jin's desk. Lin Jin's gaze withdrew from the void of the data cosmos, settling silently upon the note. No signature. In the front row by the window, Li Shuero seemed to have just sat up straight, her slender back as straight as a young white poplar tree. Only the faint blush on her earlobes, hidden beneath her hair, and the fingers twisted beneath the desk silently betrayed her far from calm state of mind. Yesterday, when news from the evidence center reached the municipal bureau, she listened to her father, Li Chenggang, describe the situation over the phone with an almost surreal intensity. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Jin. Him again. What else could he possibly do? She kept glancing back at Lin Jin, yet whenever he actually met her gaze, she pulled away like a startled rabbit. Lin Jin was momentarily speechless. What did this mean? His fingertips pinched the warm little note, unfolding it. Neat, slightly tense handwriting met his eyes. After school this afternoon, behind the second-to-last shelf in the southeast corner of Section A on the second floor of the library. Could we talk for 5 minutes? Li Shuero. Lin Jin held the note, ignoring the chatter of the chubby boy beside him, his gaze calmly fixed in Li Shuero's direction. As if sensing his stare, Li Shuero's spine instantly straightened further, taut as a drawn bowstring. He didn't answer yes or no. Only the fingers pinching the note, pointing in her direction, tapped twice barely perceptibly. Chapter 24, Cutting Off the Tail to Save the Body? Holy. Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. That exclamation ignited the fuse. The frozen crowd erupted in an instant. This. How did the water pipe? It's still live? Cling film. Ultraman? The department heads who had just moments ago been aggressively demanding the evidence now stared, their faces drained of color, at the 3 tightly sealed bags wrapped in cling film and adorned with cheap cartoon stickers. Li Chenggang stared fixedly at the roll of plastic wrap reflecting a cheap plastic sheen under the light, and at the bright, piercing eyes of Ultraman Dyna, Ultraman Gaia, and Ultraman Tiga on the stickers. His brow knotted into a tight knot. It made no logical sense whatsoever, but the evidence spoke for itself. Could it be Li Chenggang's office? Old Zhang, Li Chenggang's voice trembled with shock. Do you believe in ghosts and spirits? Zhang Weiman flinched violently. Mayor. You're asking me about this? I'm a damn detective. We live and die by evidence in crime scenes. But today. He pointed toward the now calm annex of the evidence center outside the window, his tongue stumbling over his words. That pipe. The engineer said the edge of the rupture showed severe metal fatigue. Theoretically, it couldn't have sealed itself. It just snapped shut on its own. And the power. The backup generator maintenance log clearly states the fuel pump seized up. How did it suddenly start working? And that plastic wrap end? Ultraman? And that kid? Zhang Weiman lowered his voice, his tone tinged with almost reverential dread. His gaze, it was eerily calm, almost inhuman. Like he knew this would happen all along. You tell me, he couldn't possibly be. Li Chenggang cut in, that kind of special department personnel who handle non-scientific special affairs? The two stared at each other, seeing only deep bewilderment and lingering dread reflected in each other's eyes. The legends of those special agencies vaguely described only in internal training materials had never felt so real and terrifying. Old Zhang, Li Chenggang stubbed out his cigarette, his voice low. Everything that happened in this building today, what you saw, what you heard, about that plastic wrap, Ultraman, the pipes, and the generator, especially every word Lin Jin spoke, every move he made. His gaze pierced Zhang Weiman like lightning. Keep it buried deep inside you. Write it into the absolutely sealed archives. Senior 2, Class 7. The math class was drawing to a close. The balding teacher was still spitting saliva as he explained the final problem. Lin Jin sat calmly by the window, still as a statue. Ding dong. The bell rang like a trumpet of liberation. The teacher had barely stepped out the door when the class monitor rushed in, clutching several freshly printed notices. Quiet. Attention. We just received an urgent notice from the school office. Tomorrow morning's scheduled trip to the Kangjian Boai Private Hospital Medical Center is cancelled. Everyone will go to the public central hospital instead. What? Cancelled? Why? A buzz of murmurs instantly filled the classroom. Yeah, but didn't they say Kangjian has better facilities and newer equipment? And we could have checked out their newly imported high-end equipment. The class monitor shrugged. Apparently it's an urgent directive from the Municipal Education Bureau. The document just faxed to the principal's office. All municipal schools must immediately terminate all cooperation with the Kangjian medical system. Immediate suspension. Unconditional. Hey. Who cares? At least they won't be sticking me with another needle. That nurse at Kangjian last time had hands like a tire pump. The chubby guy sitting to Lin Jin's right clutched his arm and grumbled. The notification tone for thousands of points of embarrassment value earned from that farce at the forensic center personally orchestrated by the municipal party secretary buzzed softly in his consciousness. Ding! Additional achievement, officialdom exposed, scared the out of the boss, unlocked. Social humiliation points plus 8,000. Lin Jin fell deep in thought. The power the system had demonstrated this time was simply too overwhelming. A subtle chill, long ignored, pierced Lin Jin's nerves with unprecedented clarity for the first time. This power transcended the laws of physics. What was it? Where did it come from? Why had it singled him out? Host exhibits abnormal thought fluctuations. Alert level 3. Retrieving information, system core protocol scan secure. A cold, mechanical prompt sounded unexpectedly within his consciousness. Lin Jin's pupils contracted imperceptibly behind his glasses. It was observing, no, sensing? Even this fleeting, soul-deep shock at the unknown was clearly within its grasp? A realm beyond human comprehension? Lin Jin felt this had far exceeded his knowledge. What exactly was this embarrassment value it required being used for? Jinshin? His chubby classmate nudged his arm, winking. Spacing out? Kang Jian's lousy physical got cancelled. Happy as can be? Come on, let's hit the snack bar. My treat. Lin Jin snapped back to reality. Now everyone called him God Lin, and this title was no longer playful banter, it had become an unspoken reverence. Even the usually loud and boisterous chubby kid had lightened his elbow nudge by 3 parts. Lin Jin didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Fatso's words came muffled, like they were filtered through frosted glass. His entire focus was on the silent, exploding electronic star map unfolding deep within his consciousness. Deep scan initiated, Kangjian Cooperation Interruption Command Chain 72-hour omni-dimensional analysis locking key decision nodes, social death points consumed, 300. Confirm execution. Buzz. Icy computational power instantly tore through the digital fog. Wang Jinkuan's office encrypted internal line voice print match 99.7%. Wang Jinkuan's voice was hoarse and weary, his anger barely contained. Jobin cut all ties with Kangjian immediately. Everything under the school's name, especially that powder keg of a health screening center, shut it down completely. Not a single connection left. On the other end, Jobin, director of the Municipal Education Bureau, sounded fawning yet alarmed. Yes, secretary. But what justification? The new health regulations? Wang Jinkuan cut him off impatiently. Do I need to teach you how to play this game? Can't you just dump a ready-made pile on them? Medical waste. Say they're not handling it properly. The Municipal Safety Commission is launching a special rectification campaign. Get that notice out now. As the torrent of data receded, Lin Jin's vision lingered on Wang Jinkuan's hideous, twisted face. Just as he was about to shut down the system, a neatly folded note, faintly scented with fresh gardenias, rested on the notebook spread across Lin Jin's desk. Lin Jin's gaze withdrew from the void of the data cosmos, settling silently upon the note. No name was written. In the front row by the window, Li Shuero seemed to have just sat up straight, her slender back as straight as a young white poplar tree. Only the faint blush on her earlobes, hidden beneath her hair, and the fingers twisted beneath the desk silently betrayed her far from calm state of mind. Yesterday, when news from the evidence center reached the municipal bureau, she listened to her father, Li Chenggang, describe the situation over the phone with an almost surreal intensity. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Lin Jin. Him again. What else could he possibly do? She kept glancing back at Lin Jin, yet whenever he actually met her gaze, she pulled away like a startled rabbit. Lin Jin was momentarily speechless. What did this mean? His fingertips pinched the warm little note, unfolding it. Neat, slightly tense handwriting met his eyes. After school this afternoon, behind the second-to-last bookshelf in the southeast corner of Section A on the second floor of the library. Could we talk for 5 minutes? Li Shuero. Lin Jin held the note, ignoring the chatter of his chubby friend, his gaze calmly fixed on Li Shuero's direction. As if sensing his stare, Li Shuero's spine instantly straightened further, taut as a drawn bowstring. He didn't answer yes or no. Only the fingers pinching the note, pointing in her direction, tapped twice barely perceptibly. Chapter 25, Li Shuero's Confession? Lin Jin's gaze swept over the elegant signature at the bottom of the note. Li Shuero, before he casually stuffed it into his school uniform pocket. When the dismissal bell finally tore through the dusk, he hoisted his worn backpack and headed straight for the library. The chubby kid behind him tried to strike up a conversation, but Lin Jin shot him a glare that silenced the words "Where's Jean God" before they left his mouth. The kid cowered like a chicken with its neck squeezed. Library, second floor, Section A. Sure enough, Li Shuero was waiting behind the quietest bookshelf in the southeast corner, her fingers unconsciously twisting the pure white canvas strap of her bag. At the sound of footsteps, she snapped her head up. You're here. Li Shuero struggled to steady her voice, though her ears burned bright red. Taking a deep breath, she lifted her gaze to meet Lin Jin's eyes, hidden behind black-rimmed glasses. About earlier. My dad called and told me everything. That plastic wrap. I did it, Lin Jin cut her off, delivering the answer directly. He casually pulled out a copy of Fundamentals of Quantum Field Theory. With this, Li Shuero was stunned by his bluntness. No. No. A sudden impulse made her blurt out, I meant to say, thank you. If it weren't for your amazing method. Even halfway through the sentence, she realized how utterly foolish it sounded. Miraculous? Lin Jin flicked a page with his fingertip. Fine-tuning physical parameters, energy channel interference, logical completion at the rule level. It has nothing to do with luck, it's just something you couldn't achieve. Though every word was pure fabrication, to Li Shuero it sounded incredibly sophisticated and instantly struck a chord with her girlish heart. Father had said Lin Jin was likely a high-ranking official from a special department. He was truly amazing. Li Shuero's breath caught, her face flushing even redder this time with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she steeled her resolve. You've studied quantum field theory? Li Shuero's voice was as thin as a mosquito's buzz, the last syllable trembling upward. Then, do you research quantum entanglement? Like, when two particles remain connected no matter how far apart they are. Lin Jin paused, his fingers still turning pages, not looking at her. Quantum entanglement is a fundamental phenomenon. It holds no practical value at the macroscopic scale. Li Shuero clenched the canvas bag strapped tightly, steeled herself, and looked straight into Lin Jin's eyes, her voice trembling with tears. Lin Jin. I've developed a powerful quantum entanglement state with you too. When I see you, my heart rate waveform function collapses into chaotic sequences. When I can't see you, my spin direction plunges into Schrödinger's superposition of uncertainty. My system has completely deviated from Boltzmann equilibrium because of you. Boom. The chubby guy who'd secretly followed them heard this exchange, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit 3 tea eggs. Oh no. Oh no. Snowflake Goddess confessed with a formula. If Ash God doesn't get it, he'll be dead social. And at that moment, Lin Jin truly looked utterly bewildered. What the hell is this guy babbling about? No choice, better keep winging it. Li Shuero, his voice remained utterly flat. Forcibly coupling unstable quantum systems, forcing a relationship triggers cosmic heat death precursors collapse, ultimately leading to irreversible decoherence of the wave function. He abruptly grabbed a sheet of calculation paper from the desk and scribbled a few swift strokes, drawing an extremely complex, gibberish-like symbol. See here for the specific collapse critical point formula. Li Shuero. Fatso. The eavesdropping nerds in the room? Li Shuero felt stars bursting before her eyes. Not only did he refuse her, he drew a math problem for her? So, withdrawing the proposal meant it was impossible between them? The cold academic terms felt like shards of broken glass, stabbing her chest with a dull, aching pain. Just then, a sudden twist. Buzz. A shrill alarm suddenly blared from the depths of Lin Jin's consciousness. Bright red. Flashing. Warning. Detecting high-concentration biomass acid secretion. Target Li Shuero's lacrimal system approaching threshold. Social deathstorm projected to form in 3 seconds. Will cause regional library second floor zone of awkwardness index to multiply exponentially. Recommendation. Option A. Activate quantum annealing therapy. Precisely strike her prefrontal cortex with a book to induce calm, consuming 2,000 points of awkwardness. Option B. Initiate cosmic information perturbation. Detonate corner fire sprinkler to create chaos and interrupt crying process, consumes 5,000 points of awkwardness. Option C. Activate the classic physics solution run. Highest cost effectiveness. Lin Jin. Run. Excuse me. Quantum state unstable. Urgent need for decoherence cooling. Lin Jin spoke faster than lightning, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In the 0.01 second before Li Shuero's eyes welled up with tears. Whoosh. His body left a trail of afterimages as he darted past 2 bookshelves at a speed rivaling spatial folding. Thud. A short, muffled thud echoed from the library's back door. That Ash God had vanished without a trace. As if he had never been there at all. Li Shuero stood alone, clutching the cryptic formula, disoriented amidst the silent shelves. A draft swept through the room, rustling pages as if the entire library was mocking her mercilessly. Fatty and the others peered cautiously from the corner, watching Li Shuero with tears welling in her eyes, frozen in shock. They recalled the Ashes God's words, quantum state unstable. Urgently requires decoherence cooling. All observed 3 seconds of silence. Ash God. The eternal deity. Rejecting people with mathematical formulas. Even your escape radiates theoretical brilliance. Fatso silently pulled out a pack of tissues and reverently placed them on the bookshelf in front of Li Shuero. Lin Jin sprinted out of the library at top speed, only to hear shouts from behind. Damn, Jin God. The fat guy, like a nimble ball of flesh, panted heavily as he lunged forward from behind, his face a complex blend of shock, adoration, and relief. Spittle flew from his excited mouth as he gestured wildly. Did you see Goddess Shuero's expression? Holy crap! She forgot to wipe her tears with the tissues. She was too busy staring at that sacred edict of the god of ashes. He mimicked Li Shuero's gesture of grabbing tissue, clumsy and exaggerated. Lin Jin didn't pause his stride, merely emitting a non-committal hum through his nose. That extreme maneuver in the library not only successfully evaded the tear bomb strike range but also triggered the system's timely settlement prompt. Minor social death scene creation successful. Target, Li Shuero. Social death points plus 188. Bystanders. Social death points plus 365. Every little bit helps. Lin Jin remained impassive. God Lin. The chubby kid tugged at his backpack straps, leaning closer as his gossip-hungry soul blazed. Spill the beans, dude. You're not seriously studying cosmic heat death, are you? Isn't that stuff only in sci-fi movies? In his mind, he was already imagining Godlin piloting a star destroyer to evacuate him when the universe collapsed. Lin Jin shot him a sideways glance, his eyes behind the glasses devoid of warmth. The formula is made up. Holy? The chubby kid stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Made up? That pile of symbols looked freaking intimidating. More complicated than old Mediterranean's force analysis diagrams. The fatso suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh, I get it now. Brilliant, god of ashes. Lin Jin? The fat guy beamed with I've grasped the cosmic mystery excitement. You're using an absolute knowledge barrier. In her most confident domain. Delivering a dimensional strike. Completely erasing the soil for her unrealistic ambitions. Making her realize the unbridgeable gap between mortals and gods. Brilliant. He mentally filled in 10,000 words of Lin Jin's psychological warfare. Lin Jin. Ding. Unrelated party provides in-depth analysis and mentally embellishes host's persona. Additional social death points gained, plus 66. Nice. Unexpected bonus. Lin Jin couldn't be bothered to correct the chubby guy's mental theater, merely quickening his pace. Outside the school gates, traffic surged like a river. The evening rush hour had begun. Meanwhile, in the southeast corner of Section A on the second floor of the library, the air hung thick and still, like solidified glue. Li Shuero clutched the calculation paper Lin Jin had left behind, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Wave functions cannot irreversibly decohere. She unconsciously repeated Lin Jin's cold pronouncement, each word like a hammer striking her heart. A harbinger of cosmic heat death. No. It couldn't be just that. Did he hate her that much? No, it can't be like this. I've been thinking too shallowly. She shook her head violently, her eyes blazing with unprecedented resolve. Her fingers trembled as she retrieved her notebook, carefully transcribing the incantation, forcibly coupling unstable quantum systems. Triggers precursors to cosmic heat death. Leads to irreversible decoherence of the wave function. As she wrote, her bright, youthful face flushed slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved upward uncontrollably. These were the lines Lin Jin wrote exclusively for me. Even if they were telling me to vanish. The pinnacle of a crush-stricken mind. System, target Li Shuero mental reconstruction complete. Firmly identified as Jinshin style protection. Social death value judgment successful. Plus 333 points. Chapter 26, There's a Ghost. Lin Jin walked all the way to the bus stop when the system alert sounded again. Warning, persistent lock on faint energy fluctuation source non-hostile surveillance mode. Target location, 85 meters west of school gate, behind newspaper kiosk. Associated identity, Zhang Weiman's covertly deployed protective observation post. Additional marker, the sentry carries a simple recording device pinhole camera. Should local background light pollution masking be activated? Social death points cost 500 points. Lin Jin's gaze swept toward the newsstand, seeing only a chaotic crowd. A cold curve lifted at the corner of his mouth. He withdrew his gaze, as if he hadn't noticed anything. In the shadows behind the kiosk, plainclothes detective Xiao Zhao gripped a miniature camera disguised as a car key, his palms sweating. The lens was locked onto the slender silhouette at the bus stop Lin Jin. He had personally viewed the surveillance footage classified as top secret X level at the evidence center. Water stopped. Lights flashed. Generator roared. The timing matched the moment Lin Jin finished applying the cling film, down to the second. This wasn't human. It was more divine than the gods themselves. He now wanted to monitor even Lin Jin's breathing with an infrared rangefinder. Suddenly, on the bus stop platform, Lin Jin's silhouette shifted ever so slightly. The movement was so faint it could have been heat distortion from the scorching pavement, fleeting enough that Zhao's naked eye nearly dismissed it as an illusion. Yet almost simultaneously, the high-sensitivity camera in Xiao Zhao's hands erupted with a burst of snowy static. Zzzzzzz. The interference lasted less than half a second before the image instantly cleared. Xiao Zhao's heart leapt into his throat. Where was he? The figure who'd been standing with hands in pockets beneath the bus stop sign just moments ago vanished from the spot? Captain. Target, vanished. Xiao Zhao's voice cracked over the communicator. Vanished into thin air. Right under my nose. The camera blurred for a second. Then, gone. At the Municipal Bureau Command Center, inside the temporary encrypted meeting room, Jiang Weiman's eyes widened like copper bells as he stared fixedly at the screen. A 0.5-second interference snowflake. Then Lin Jin just evaporated? He even repeatedly dragged the progress bar, freezing the frame after the snowflake vanished. Impossible. Jiang Weiman's throat went dry. No movement traces whatsoever. Not even a speck of dust stirred. What the hell is this? Teleportation? Spatial folding? What the hell is he? He whipped his head toward Li Chenggang, who sat beside him, his face as white as paper. Before, they could at least attribute it to unknown technology involving physical mediums. But now, this was pure, non-physical disappearance. Old Zheng. Li Chengdong's voice trembled, tinged with a fear he hadn't even recognized in himself. That kid. Lin Jin. He's not human? At that moment, Lin Jin had already boarded the bus and returned to his home, where the gate had been repaired. The moment he stepped through the door, the system's cold alert tone exploded unexpectedly deep within his consciousness. Detection, analysis of residual unconventional energy imprint completed. Deep scan recommendation, activate ghost protocol mind fragment mirror extraction. Social death points consumed, 8,000. Proceed? Panic level? Wang Zhenkuan must have powerful backers guiding him, it's just that no physical evidence had been secured. To that old fox, Wang was nothing more than a speck of dust to be brushed away. Kang Jian's abrupt change in behavior was also suspicious. Earlier, during his conversation with Li Chenggang, he had defended Kang Jian, now he'd suddenly flip-flopped. Unnatural. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Execute. Lin Jin issued the command. The awkwardness evaporated instantly. Invisible data streams, like the finest probes, traced back through the heavily encrypted communication channels. Top floor of the Municipal Party Committee building, Wang Zhenkuan's office. The heavy bulletproof door was locked tight. Yet Wang Zhenkuan sat restlessly on the expensive leather chair, as if sitting on pins and needles. He gripped the jet-black custom satellite phone so tightly his knuckles turned pale from the pressure. The voice on the line, distorted beyond recognition by layers of complex voice-altering technology, still carried that unmistakable cadence. Qianhausen, Zhao Bingwen's right-hand man. Secretary, Wang Zhenkuan's throat felt dry and tight, his voice hoarse. Kang Jian, sure, he's a bit dirty, but cutting him off suddenly? That'll make too much noise. The blood and sweat of the brothers down below. Blood and sweat? Qianhausen's voice shot up sharply. Your blood and sweat? Or Mr. Zhao's blood and sweat? Wang Zhenkuan's heart clenched violently. Qianhausen's voice pressed down relentlessly. Wang Zhenkuan. How do you think the water pipes got twisted shut that day? How did the power come back on? How did the backup generator recover? Do you seriously think any human could pull that off? Wang Zhenkuan's lips began to tremble. The absurd and terrifying surveillance footage from the evidence center exploded uncontrollably in his mind once more. You mean, that kid from high school beside Li Chenggang, Wang Zhenkuan's voice trembled uncontrollably. He's from which department? What rank? He dared not even imagine. State security? General Staff Headquarters? Or some even higher, unreachable realm of mystery? Nothing. A complete blank. Qianhausen's voice carried suppressed terror, thick with disbelief. This isn't human work. It's the devil's doing. Clack. The satellite phone slipped from Wang Zhenkuan's hand, crashing heavily onto the carpet with a dull thud. Someone in the provincial government. There must be someone even higher up. Qianhausen's voice carried a chill of absolute certainty and unquestionable resolve. They've been watching Mr. Zhao for a long time. This time, it's aimed at Kang Jian. Using this dirty water as bait. Using that ghost as the fishing rod. Last night, you thought you were clever by having the construction, safety, and environmental authorities stage a scene to seize evidence? Utterly foolish. They've made it clear, if I can perform miracles here, I can make you vanish anywhere. Don't you get it? Wang Zhenkuan finally understood. It wasn't Li Chenggang investigating Kang Jian. It was a far more terrifying force using Kang Jian as a pawn. Using that enigmatic high school student as the executor. Qianhausen's voice was ice cold. Losing the evidence is one thing. But everything that happened at the Municipal Bureau last night. Everyone involved in seizing that evidence. Mr. Zhao's exact words, erase them. Make them vanish like they never existed. Ensure that hook over there finds no flesh to latch onto. Do you understand what needs to be done? The phone clicked off abruptly. Wang Zhenkuan froze in his chair, the last trace of color draining from his face. His lips trembled, gray and lifeless. In the ravaged room. The system prompt flashed a coldly analytical conclusion: target panic source analysis, misjudged host capabilities as precursor to national level or supranational elimination protocol. Absurd. Lin Jin sneered. An idea to toy with them began to take root in his mind. Chapter 27, Mr. Enthusiastic Ghost. Despair and sweat stench permeated Secretary Wang's office on the top floor of the Municipal Party Committee building. He slumped in his leather chair like a flounder washed ashore. Evaporate, erase. He muttered, his gaze unfocused. Suddenly, he jolted upright, his eyes blazing with a desperate ferocity. No. I can't just disappear like this. Do as Chienhausen said. Erase it. Erase everything. He grabbed another encrypted phone, his fingers trembling as he dialed the number of his trusted Lieutenant Li Tai, a section chief at the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau who had led the raid on the municipal police headquarters last night to seize evidence. Hello? Li Tai? Immediately. Right now. Meet me at the usual spot. Urgent mission. Life or death stakes. Wang Jinquan's voice was hoarse, tinged with an unquestionable resolve. On the other end, Section Chief Li Tai was singing karaoke with his mistress when he heard his boss's tone. He was so startled he nearly shoved the microphone into the girl's mouth. He bolted from the private room, started his car, and floored it toward an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs, their usual spot. Simultaneously, Lin Jin's command echoed through his consciousness. Local information disturbance initiate. Target, Wang Jinquan's communications. Social death points consumed, 50. Wang Jinquan had just hung up on Li Tai and was about to call another confidant, the keyboard warrior responsible for destroying electronic records, when his phone screen suddenly flickered. Ha! Secretary Wang froze, glancing down. On the screen of his custom high-security encrypted phone, the solemn desktop wallpaper suddenly warped and distorted, finally transforming into a ridiculous smiley face emoji. Below it, a line of flashing fluorescent text read. Secretary Wang, your evaporation package has activated. Countdown begins. Holy! Wang Jinquan was terrified out of his wits. His hand trembled, and the phone clattered to the floor. His heart pounded wildly, his face as white as paper. He knows. He knows everything. He's watching me. That ghost. Abandoned warehouse. Section Chief Li sped all the way there, arriving with his heart pounding. No sooner had he pulled up than he saw Secretary Wang's black Audi lurching in crookedly. Wang Jinquan practically tumbled out of the car door, his suit wrinkled, tie askew over his shoulder, hair disheveled, eyes filled with terror. Secretary. Secretary Wang? What on earth? Li Tai was stunned. His boss looked more disheveled than someone caught in the act. Cut the crap. Wang Jinquan yanked Li Tai by the collar, spittle flying as he shouted, listen. What happened last night must stay buried. You and everyone you brought get out. Now. Disappear. Go abroad. Hide in the mountains. Just don't let me see any of you in Nanjiang City again. I'll wire you the money. Li Tai was stunned. Secretary. Secretary Wang, it can't be that serious, right? We just made a trip to the municipal bureau and didn't get anything. Can Li Changgang really eat us alive? You don't know. Wang Jinquan growled, his voice cracking. That wasn't Li Changgang. That was. He glanced fearfully around, as if unnameable horrors lurked in the darkness. It was a ghost. Sent specifically to wipe us out. If you don't leave now, you'll be the next one to vanish. Li Tai was utterly terrified by his boss's deranged state. Recalling last night's eerie scene at the municipal bureau, a chill shot up his spine from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. I'm leaving. Right now. Wang Jinquan watched as Li Tai scrambled into his car and sped away. Just as he exhaled in relief, preparing for the next step, destroying his digital records. Local information disturbance initiated. Target, Wang Jinquan's office computer. Social death points consumed, 100. Wang Jinquan rushed back to his office, lunged at the computer, and tremblingly typed in his password before opening a deeply hidden folder. Inside lay backups of every shady order he'd ever signed. He selected all files, right-clicked, and slammed the button shred and delete. The progress bar reached 99%. The computer screen suddenly turned blue. A massive, flashing white line of text appeared. BSOD blue screen of death Wang Jinquan Special Edition. Error code 0x00000 social death error. Recommended action, run? No, you can't escape. Wang Jinquan completely lost it, smashing his fist into the expensive monitor. Ghosts? There are ghosts here. Municipal Bureau Technical Department. Xiao Zhao's face was pale, his eyes sunken, as the tech guru Zhang Gong pinned him to his chair, forcing him to rewatch the footage where Lin Jin vanished after 0.5 seconds of static. Zhan, look. Right here. ZZZZT. Gone. Didn't even leave a fart. Xiao Zhao pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling. Zhang pushed his thick beer bottle glasses up his nose, his expression so grave you could wring water from it. Zoom in. Zoom in further. Slow it down. Frame by frame analysis. The frame froze on the first second after the snowflakes vanished. Engineer Zhang manipulated complex software, infinitely enlarging, sharpening, and denoising the graining area. Finally, on the background billboard where Lin Jin had stood, an extremely tiny, previously overlooked speck of light was captured and amplified by the software. Information ghost activated. Target, Wang Jinkuan cleanup operation fragment data. Recipient, Zhang Weiman. Social death points consumed, 300. At that moment, Zhang Weiman's private encrypted email suddenly pinged with a new message. Sender displayed, from Enthusiastic Ghost. The email's contents were utterly bizarre. A distorted audio clip containing only Wang Jinkuan's terrified shouts of evaporate, erase, and Li Tai's panicked responses. A screenshot, the social death error code displayed on Wang Jinkuan's computer blue screen. The final line read, Secretary Wang is working hard to vanish targeting physical evidence and you guys. Keep up the investigation, counting on you. Zhang Weiman. Li Changgang. Xiaozhou Engineer Zhang. Leaning into peak. The office fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later. But Xiaozhou couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing, quickly covering her mouth as her face flushed bright red. Zhang Engineer's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Li Chenggang's expression twisted into something between crying and laughing. Zhang Weiman slammed his palm on the table, sending teacups skittering. Gritting his teeth, yet tinged with absurd excitement, he snarled, investigate. Dig deep, damn it. Follow that sacrificial pawn Wang Jinkuan up the chain. I'll see just how big a hole this Lin Jeaner intends to blow in our roof. In the rented room. Lin Jean listened with satisfaction to the system prompt. Extreme panic plus deep social humiliation from Wang Jinkuan, awkwardness value plus 1,500. Terrified flight from Li Tai, awkwardness plus 300. Shock plus bewilderment plus off from Zhang Weiman, Li Changgang, and others. Awkwardness plus 800. Local information disturbance cost, 150 points. Information ghost cost, 300 points. Lin Jean tore open another packet of spicy strips, his mood buoyant, eyes sparkling with mischief. Chapter 28, The Cleanup Crew Arrives. Intelligence from Li Chenggang's end arrived, concise and to the point. Lin Jean, Wang Jinkuan is cleaning up his men and traces. There's definitely a big fish behind him. We've locked onto several of his core henchmen, but they're buried too deep, we haven't pulled out the tail yet. The evidence has been moved to an absolutely secure location. What's our next move? Lin Jin's eyes sharpened. He snorted derisively. That mad dog Wang Jinkuan is just biting wildly, stirring up the water. His finger tapped the air as his consciousness issued the command. Exchange, causality law prompter basic social death points cost, 3,000. Function, based on existing information streams and target behavioral patterns, deduces the most probable next critical action and provides 1-3 fuzzy suggestions. Buzz. A wave of coolness flooded his brain. Instantly, countless information fragments seemed tossed into a massive blender. Seconds later, the blender spat out 3 golden prompts, each crowned with a question mark. Hint 1, the sacrificial pawn will initiate ultimate sprint, target evidence. Hint 2, the old fox's minions have emerged from their lair, codename cleaners. Hint 3, the pinnacle of panic is self-destruction. The cleaner? Ultimate social death dash? Self-destruction? Lin Jin's eyes lit up. Secretary Wang is about to give the performance of his life, staging his grand finale. As for the old fox's minions, finally couldn't resist showing their hand? He immediately replied to Li Changgang. Captain Li, you only need to do 2 things. First, ensure the physical evidence stays put at the safe point, don't move it. Second, wait for my signal and prepare to livestream Secretary Wang's farewell performance. Remember, we're concerned citizens, we provide leads, not law enforcement. Secretary Wang felt like he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Computer blue screens, phones displaying distorted faces. That ghost was everywhere. Local information disturbance initiated. Target, Wang Jinkuan. Social death points consumed, 200. Hiding in his mistress's secluded apartment, Wang Jinkuan's hair was disheveled and his eyes sunken. He practiced his suicide note expression in the mirror. I, Wang Jinkuan, have failed the organization's trust. Overwhelmed by work pressure, I suffer from severe depression. I voluntarily. As he recited, grief overwhelmed him, tears and snot streaming down his face. What a perfect escape, no, the perfect death by illness script. Just then, the apartment doorbell rang. Ding dong. Ding dong ding dong. Wang Jinkuan was terrified out of his wits. Who? That ghost? Or was it the cleaner coming to send him on his way early? Trembling, he peered through the peephole. Outside stood a delivery guy in a yellow uniform, holding a large bag and grinning brightly. Mr. Wang, right? Your farewell meal has arrived. Please sign here. Wang Jinkuan? When the hell did I order delivery? He opened the door a crack in terror. You've got the wrong address. I didn't order anything. The delivery guy looked puzzled, pulled out his phone, and checked. It's correct. The address is here, for Mr. Wang Jinkuan. The note even says, Secretary Wang, the road to the afterlife is long. Eat well before you go. We've ordered your favorite fragrant candle and ghost rice meal. Don't forget to give us a 5-star review, dear. 3. Wang Jinkuan's blood pressure shot up to 280 upon seeing that emoticon. His vision went black as he screamed, "Get out," and slammed the door shut. Outside, the delivery guy scratched his head and shrugged at the hidden camera on his chest. Target refused delivery. Extremely agitated. Over. This was, of course, a prank orchestrated by Li Chenggang after receiving Lin Jin's hint, designed purely for mental torture. Slumped against the door, Wang Jinkuan slid to the floor, utterly shattered. Who the hell was that delivery guy? One of Li Chenggang's men? He'd already traced it back this far? No. I can't die like this. It's too humiliating. Too shameful. A twisted, vicious glint flared in Wang Jinkuan's eyes. It's all that evidence. It ruined me. If I destroy it, maybe Boss Zhao will spare my life. Yes. Destroy it. Prompt 1. The sacrificial pawn initiates the ultimate social death sprint. Target the evidence. Triggered. Like a gambler who'd lost everything, Wang Jinkuan dialed a number hidden in the city's darkest corners, his eyes bloodshot. Black Dog. It's me, Wang Jinkuan. Help me pull off one last job. No. The stuff's been moved. But I've got an inside man. Listen. The pay is 10 times what we agreed. US dollars. Cash. Once it's done, I'll get you out of the country immediately. Meanwhile, a flight from the provincial capital quietly touched down at Nanjing Airport. A middle-aged man dressed in a gray trench coat and gold-rimmed glasses, with the refined demeanor of a university professor, calmly walked through the arrival gate carrying an understated briefcase. Qianhaosen Zhao Bingwen's sharpest and most covert scalpel, codenamed the Cleaner. His mission was clear: ensure Wang Jinkuan disappeared naturally, locate and utterly destroy the incriminating evidence, and erase all traces pointing to Boss Zhao. He was accustomed to resolving matters with the utmost professionalism and without leaving a trace. Qianhaosen checked into an ordinary business hotel, activated his top-tier hacking equipment, and began silently infiltrating the internal network of the Nanjing Municipal Bureau, searching for the slightest clue. Detection: unconventional network intrusion, national-level technique. Associated target: Zhao Bingwen's core enforcer, the Cleaner Qianhaosen. Deep scan recommendation: activate Ghost Protocol digital footprint tracking. Social death points consumed, 1500. Proceed? Lin Jin chuckled. Execute. Let's see how this Cleaner plans to tidy up. An invisible torrent of data instantly locked onto Qianhaosen's network signal, tracing it upstream. In Lin Jin's field of vision, Qianhaosen's operating interface appeared transparent. He was attempting to locate the address of a highly encrypted virtual evidence repository within the municipal bureau. Lin Jin chuckled softly, his finger tapping lightly. Local information disturbance initiate. Target: Qianhaosen's network intrusion path. Social death points cost, 500. Special effect: social death graffiti. On Qianhaosen's end, he was on the verge of breaching the final virtual firewall, a professional smile even curling at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, the screen before him flickered violently. The dense swarm of code and data streams vanished instantly, replaced by a massive, dynamic, childishly whimsical, crayon drawing. The scene depicted a tiny figure in a trench coat, but in the air, wielding a toilet plunger, vigorously plunging a toilet bowl adorned with a chibi version of Wang Jinkuan's face. Beside it, a line of crooked writing read: "Hard work, Uncle Janitor. Secretary Wang's toilet super clogged. Keep shoving. Qianhaosen." His icy expression instantly cracked. The pupils behind his gold-rimmed glasses suddenly contracted. A wave of utterly absurd, bone-chilling coldness swept through his entire body. Not only did the other party know he was coming, know his codename, but they even knew his mission target. And they drew him as the toilet plunger? But. Cough cough. Even Qianhaosen, with his rock-solid mental fortitude, choked on the psychologically polluting image and text, his fingers freezing stiff on the keyboard. For the first time, he sensed that the opponent he faced employed methods so bizarre they transcended the realm of humanity. This feeling sent a chill down his spine, worse than being targeted by 10 sniper rifles. Municipal Bureau. Zhang Weiman and Li Chenggang stared at the shocking crayon drawing intercepted by the tech division, the final image found along Qianhaosen's intrusion path, and fell into a prolonged silence. Xiao Zhao's face flushed crimson as his shoulders shook. Engineer Zhang adjusted his glasses and murmured, This style, it's filled with childlike malice." Li Chenggang's mouth twitched. Mr. Lin's sense of humor is truly one of a kind. Zhang Weiman took a deep breath and slammed his fist on the table. Everyone, get serious. What does this prove? This man is their operative. His objective is to destroy evidence and eliminate Wang Jinkuan. Li Chenggang's eyes blazed with intensity. Captain Zhang. Set up surveillance immediately. Keep a tight watch on this Qianhaosen. Follow Lin Jin's instructions, don't move. Wait for his signal. Just then, Li Chenggang's inside source delivered an urgent report. Captain Li. Movement at Wang Jinkuan's mistress's apartment. He just slipped out disguised, looking like a stray dog. His emotions are extremely unstable. He's heading towards that fake safe house we deliberately leaked to him earlier. Zhang Weiman and Li Chenggang exchanged glances, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. In the rental apartment, Lin Jin stared at the system notification. Extreme shock plus deep humiliation from Qianhaosen, awkwardness value plus 1200. Ultimate despair plus desperate gamble from Wang Jinkuan, embarrassment level plus 1000. Continuously increasing while sprinting. Detected imminent destiny convergence between janitor and sacrificial pawn. Major social death event brewing. The cleaner and the sacrificial pawn are about to perform a mutual humiliation social death dance. Chapter 29, Citywide Broadcast? An abandoned factory in Qingzhou City. Under a pitch-black night with howling winds, a trembling hand pushed open the rusted iron gate of the abandoned factory. Wang Zhenkuan crouched like a frightened rat, his back hunched, his face smeared with a mixture of mud and tears. The inside man said it's here, in the basement's encrypted safe. He gasped for breath, his hand clenched around a cheap black market pistol soaked in cold sweat. He was now a gambler through and through, betting he could destroy the damned evidence with his own hands before the cleaners or that ghost got to it. Local information disturbance activated. Target, Wang Zhenkuan's adrenaline. Social death points consumed, 100. Special effects, auditory hallucinations plus mild blindness. Wang Zhenkuan had barely slipped into the pitch-black factory when a shrill, nail-scraping on a blackboard noise suddenly pierced his ears. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Wang Zhenkuan. Social death countdown has begun. Who's talking? Wang Zhenkuan spun around in terror, his gun pointing wildly as cold sweat poured down like a waterfall. Suddenly, his vision blurred. In the darkness, it seemed as though countless giant, glowing middle fingers were wildly gesturing at him from the walls and ceiling. Get lost. All of you, get lost. On the verge of a mental breakdown, he closed his eyes and fired 2 shots wildly. Bang! Bang! The gunshots echoed deafeningly through the empty factory. In the shadows on the other side of the factory, Qianhaosen moved like a true ghost, silently and stealthily. He wore night vision goggles and held a precision pistol fitted with a suppressor. Wang Zhenkuan's wails and the gunfire sounded like heavenly music to him, a perfect locator. Fool, Qianhaosen murmured, a cold smile curling his lips. His gold-rimmed glasses reflected the faint glow of the night vision goggles. His plan was simple. Let Wang Zhenkuan, the sacrificial pawn, search. Then he would emerge, assist Secretary Wang in completing the final cleanup task, seizing or destroying the evidence before departing calmly, his deeds and glory forever concealed. But just as he was about to pinpoint Wang Zhenkuan's location and deliver the fatal blow, an unexpected twist occurred. Local information disturbance activated. Target, Qianhaosen's night vision goggles signal. Social death points consumed, 200. Special effect, mental pollution barrage. The clear infrared image before Qianhaosen's eyes suddenly blurred, instantly overwhelmed by a deluge of flickering, dancing colored bullet patterns. Hey, janitor uncle, look over here. Tired of plunging toilets? Secretary Wang streaking. Come see. Social death points +1. +1. +1. Dense, multicolored, and filled with all sorts of emoticons. They instantly obscured the night vision display completely. Qianhaosen. His pride in his cool composure and professional poise shattered instantly, a surge of rage shooting straight to his crown. That damn ghost again. What the hell kind of attack is this? Mental pollution? He instinctively slammed his night vision goggles, trying to shake off the damn hallucinatory barrage. The force of his movement caused him to step on a rusted tin can. Clang! The sharp clang echoed like thunder in the silent factory. Who? Wang Zhenkuan spun around like a startled bird, gun barrel pointed straight at the source of the sound. The faint glow from his night vision goggles revealed Qianhaosen's blurred silhouette. Qianhaosen's heart raced with alarm. Forgetting the damn hail of bullets, he instantly made his decision, exposed. He must strike first. He raised his gun with a jerk. Wang Zhenkuan saw the gun raise too. Survival instinct overpowered fear, trying to silence me? I'll fight you to the death. Eyes bloodshot, he pulled the trigger at the shadowy figure. Bang! Thud! 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Wang Zhenkuan felt a sudden numbness in his shoulder as a warm stream gushed out. Qianhaosen grunted, staring down in disbelief at the spurting blood on his thigh. Wang Zhenkuan's blind shot had actually hit him. Ah! The excruciating pain in his thigh shattered Qianhaosen's composure. He cried out in agony, stumbling and leaning against the rust-spattered machinery. Wang Zhenkuan froze, then a twisted sense of satisfaction surged through him. Ha 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 ha! I hit him! I hit him! Zhao Bingguan! You want me dead? I'll kill your dog first. He forgot the pain in his shoulder, forgot his fear, only a mad desire for revenge remained. Raising his gun, he limped toward Qianhaosen's fallen form. Qianhaosen gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his face deathly pale, his eyes as venomous as a snake's. He never imagined he'd fall at the hands of this worthless piece of trash. He struggled to raise his gun in retaliation, but the excruciating pain in his thigh distorted his movements. Wang Zhenkuan. Are you insane? Kill me, and you won't live either. Qianhaosen tried to steady the other man with words. Live? Wang Zhenkuan looked like a raving madman, his face smeared with snot and tears. I've been as good as dead for ages. You treated me like a disposable pawn. That ghost toyed with me until I died. I'll take someone down with me when I go. Especially Zhao Bingguan's lapdog. His voice grew increasingly frenzied as his finger tightened on the trigger. Detected high-energy social death scene. Targets, Wang Jinku and Qianhausen. Recommendation, activate full network livestream fake body cam perspective. Social death points consumed, 5,000. Execute? In the rental apartment, Lin Jin watched with rapt attention, forgetting his potato chips. Execute. Must execute. Secretary Wang's farewell performance, Janitor Qian's career Waterloo. How could we miss the audience? Get up close and personal with the camera. Buzz. An invisible energy field instantly enveloped the entire abandoned factory. Li Qinggong's pre-prepared live stream source activated instantly. The signal forced its way onto every TV broadcast in Qingzhou City, the homepages of major video platforms, and even the giant LED screen in the city center square untraceable and unblockable. The feed abruptly switched. The camera shook, as if from the first-person perspective of a heroic officer, clearly capturing the terrifying yet absurd scene inside the abandoned factory. Secretary Wang Jinkuan, ragged and disheveled, looking like a madman, his face streaked with snot and tears, blood still oozing from his shoulder. Qianhausen, a refined middle-aged man in a suit, shot in the thigh, pale-faced, leaning against machinery in utter disarray. Both men held guns, pointing them at each other like failed henchmen in a gangster movie shootout. A hysterical voiceover erupted, brimming with shock and righteous indignation. Citizens! This is the Qingzhou Bureau Special Operations Team. We are executing an arrest operation. We are encountering fierce resistance from target Wang Jinkuan and his accomplices. Repeat. Wang Jinkuan and his accomplices are armed. They are making desperate resistance. The situation on the scene is extremely dangerous. Please stay away from the area, innocent citizens. Trust us, we will bring these criminals to justice. The entire city of Nanjing was in an uproar. Chapter 30, Cognitive Pollution. Ordinary citizens eating dinner at home. Cough cough. Is that Secretary Wang on TV? Who's that guy next to him getting beaten to a pulp? A gangster? Young people scrolling through short videos. Holy. Forced homepage push? Live gunfight? And the main character is the city party secretary? Elderly folks strolling downtown square. Good heavens. Is that Secretary Wang on the big screen? What happened to him? He's in a shootout? What kind of show is this? Zhang Weiman and Li Chenggang watched the live feed in the command vehicle, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Inside the abandoned factory, Wang Jinkuan and Qianhausen were stunned. They heard that voiceover and saw their own disheveled forms, as if countless eyes were staring at them. Live broadcast? Wang Jinkuan was struck dumb, instantly recalling that helpful ghost's warning of full network livestream. His last shred of dignity was torn to shreds in public. He, Wang Jinkuan, the esteemed municipal party secretary, was now parading naked before the entire city like a clown. He let out a strange cry of ah, as his mind completely shattered. The gun in his hand clattered to the ground as his entire body went limp. His eyes glazed over, and he began to babble incoherently. Qianhausen felt darkness engulf his vision. He witnessed the elegant image he had painstakingly cultivated crumble to dust. Years of cultivation destroyed in an instant. This was worse than death. The overwhelming sense of social humiliation and shame made his throat tighten, nearly causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Who the hell is it? Qianhausen screamed in despair, his eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses filled with venom and terror. He knew this was beyond the capabilities of the municipal bureau. It was that ghost. That omnipresent, mind-manipulating specter. The rental apartment. Lin Jin watched the system panel flood with notifications and smiled brightly. Ultimate social humiliation, mental collapse from Wang Jinkuan, awkwardness plus 5,000. From Qianhausen, ultimate professional humiliation plus deep shame plus severe injury, awkwardness plus 4,000. From Qingzhou citizens, collective shock plus watermelon eating frenzy, awkwardness plus 8,888. Shock plus suppressed laughter from Zhang Weiman Li Qinggong's team. Awkwardness level plus 1,000. Awesome. Lin Jin slapped his thigh. His gaze fell on the golden prompt on the system panel. 3. The pinnacle of panic is self-destruction. Location near the deep throat den? Secretary Wang has already self-destructed, and Qian the janitor is half-crippled. So, after witnessing this spectacular performance, might the puppet master behind the scenes also fancy a little self-destruction to liven things up? Lin Jin's eyes flashed with excitement. Old fox, your cleaner and sacrificial pawn are both toast. It's time for you to step into the ring yourself, huh? Let's see just how high your social death value can climb. His finger tapped lightly as his consciousness issued a new command. Deep scan recommendation, lock onto Qianhausen's communication source. Activate ghost protocol panic tracing. Social humiliation points consumed, 10,000. Execute. Qingzhou, suburban Villa Taoyuan. On the projection screen, the farce at the abandoned factory played on in silence. Wang Jinkuan's madness, Qianhausen's accusations, Li Qinggong's righteous declaration. Yet an eerie, icy calm pervaded the study. Zhao Bingwen sat upright behind his massive rosewood desk, his eyes glinting with a cold, deep light like a frozen pond. He methodically polished his gold-rimmed glasses with a velvet cloth, his movements meticulous, as if the screen were showing some inconsequential documentary. The secretary slumped on the floor, stole a glance at his boss. Seeing him like this, the fear in his heart not only failed to lessen but seeped into his bones like ice water. He knew this boss too well. The calmer he appeared, the more stormy the weather ahead. Boss. Qianhausen, he. The secretary's voice trembled. Useless. Zhao Bingwen finally spoke, his voice steady as a rock, yet carrying a chill heavier than 1,000 pounds. He couldn't handle a minor task, got himself caught up in it, exposed his identity, and broke the rules. He deserves to die. He slipped his polished glasses back onto his nose. Behind the lenses, his gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing the secretary with precision. You, too, have failed in your duties. The secretary shuddered, his face ashen. Zhao Bingwen no longer looked at him, his gaze returning to the screen, fixed on Li Qinggong's righteous face. A cold, all-seeing curve slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. Li Changgang. The one standing behind him isn't some elimination program sent down from above. Zhao Bingwen's voice hissed like a venomous snake. It's that high school student. Lin Jin. The secretary snapped his head up, eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Jin? That plastic wrap guy? Plastic wrap? Zhao Bingwen snorted derisively, his gaze growing intensely grave. That was merely a facade. The miracle at the evidence center, Wang Xinkuan's farce, Qianhausen's humiliating live broadcast, the precise ambush at the hospital, and Qianhausen's deathbed confession. Each link in the chain, each relentless advance, played everyone like puppets in his hands. This isn't the work of the state apparatus. The state apparatus values efficiency. It wouldn't be so playful. His long fingers tapped the tabletop rhythmically, producing a steady, soft rhythm. This is the work of an individual. Someone possessing abilities beyond our comprehension, yet profoundly dangerous. His purpose is clear: to create chaos, to sow panic, to orchestrate social death. He revels in this process. Enjoy social death? The secretary felt his worldview being shattered once more. Exactly. A colder gleam sharpened in Zhao Bingwen's eyes. Wang Xinkuan's social death, Qianhausen's social death, all fueled his growth. He draws strength from this. Li Changgang is merely a pawn. He pushed to the forefront a tool to claim the credit. He rose and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the seemingly tranquil grounds of the sanatorium. His voice was low and resonated with absolute command. Out of control? No. The chessboard has merely been overturned. If the pieces are useless, replace them. If the opponent reveals his hand, find his weakness and strike to kill. He spun around abruptly, his gaze sharp as a hawk locking onto prey, issuing orders with ruthless efficiency. You. Go to the Provincial Commission for Discipline Inspection immediately and turn yourself in. The charges: long-term misuse of Zhao Bingwen's father-in-law's assets for illegal communications, attempting to frame leadership. Wang Xinkuan, Qianhausen, and Razor were all recruits you developed. Every communication record implicating me was fabricated by you. I'll have someone prepare the evidence chain for you. Second, manage the narrative. Contact our controlled media outlets and online troll armies. Core talking point: this is a political frame-up targeting Comrade Zhao Bingwen. Li Changgang tortured and coerced confessions from Qianhausen to muddy the waters and buy time. Finally, activate Gardner. Inform him, target Lin Jin, senior high school student in Nanjing City. Characteristics: suspected possession of non-physical mental interference or information manipulation abilities. Mission: locate him at all costs, subjugate him, or eliminate him physically. Authorization granted to employ the cognitive contamination protocol. At the words Gardner and cognitive contamination, the secretary's body convulsed violently, his eyes betraying a terror deeper than any he'd shown before Lin Jin. That was Zhao Bingwen's trump card hidden in the shadows. An executioner operating in the realm of the inhuman, specialized in handling abnormalities. Yes. Boss. The secretary's voice was hoarse. He staggered to his feet, preparing to carry out the mission. Zhao Bingwen sank back into his chair, his gaze returning to Lin Jin's gaunt silhouette on the screen, cold as ice, frozen for 10,000 years. Lin Jin enjoys playing ghost games? Likes creating social embarrassment? He murmured to himself, a cruel curve playing at the corners of his mouth. Very well. Then I'll show you what true vanishing into thin air means. Chapter 31, Borrowing Your Body. Rental apartment. Lin Jin was happily tallying up his massive social embarrassment points, contemplating which flashier abilities to redeem, when the system alert suddenly shrieked. Warning! Detecting ultra-high-intensity information level attack. Target: host's presence traces. Attack type: global information erasure, physical plus digital plus social networks. Execution permission: highest. Associated target: Zhao Bingwen. Effect: all traces of the host within the past 365 days across official and mainstream unofficial records are being forcibly overwritten, deleted. Existence is being eroded. Existence paradox construction expected to complete within 24 hours. Deep scan detected cognitive contamination protocol activation signal. Executor codename: Gardner. Threat level, panic targeted at host. Lin Jin's smile froze instantly. Global information erasure? Existence paradox? Cognitive contamination? He leapt from the sofa, his gaze sharp as blades. Zhao Bingwen sure moved fast. He could feel an invisible, icy force attempting to strip him from this world's records. Though the system resisted fiercely, this overwriting operated at the level of fundamental rules utterly ruthless. You want to erase my existence? Far from fear, Lin Jin felt his fighting spirit ignite, his eyes flashing with excitement. Ding! New social death target detected. Qingzhou Mayor Zhao Bingwen. The system displayed a profile. Zhao Bingwen, principal leader of Qingzhou Municipal Party Committee. Cunning and calculating, skilled at sacrificing pawns to protect the king. Host, proceed to Qingzhou? Go? Hell yeah! Lin Jin slammed his fist on the table. But first, I need to find a suitable mode of transportation. Qingzhou was the national capital, thousands of kilometers from Nanjiang. How to get there? His gaze swept across the system panel, suddenly locking onto an option. Exchange, temporary possession allows control of linked targets. Social death points consumed, 3,000. You're it, Captain Li. Qingzhou Municipal Public Security Bureau. Li Chenggang was organizing documents in his office when suddenly, his head spun and darkness engulfed his vision. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in front of a mirror, holding a comb in his hand and combing a middle part? Holy? Li Chenggang's hand shook in shock. Am I possessed? Captain Li, I'm borrowing your body. Lin Jin's voice echoed in his mind. Lin Jin? You're inside my head? Li Chenggang nearly lost his mind. He knew Lin Jin possessed supernatural abilities, but he never imagined it could be this bizarre, capable of directly possessing someone's body. Calm down. I'll only be using it for a bit. I promise not to interfere with your work. You're delaying my work right now. Terror gripped Li Chenggang's heart. With this kind of power, killing him would be a piece of cake. Relax, I gave you a sharp new hairstyle. Li Chenggang glanced at the mirror. A slick, shiny side part, hair gel firmly in place. He took a deep breath, gritting his teeth. Lin Jin, you better not. Alright, Captain Li. Now drive to Qingzhou. Lin Jin, why the hell should I do this? If you refuse, I'll post this on the police intranet using your account. Shocking. Deputy Captain Li Chenggang secretly cross-dresses. Li Chenggang. 5 minutes later, a police car roared out of the municipal bureau headquarters, racing straight toward Qingzhou. Qingzhou City, Taoyuan. Zhao Bingwen was leisurely sipping tea when the door suddenly swung open. Captain Li, he frowned slightly. Coming at this hour, something urgent? Li Chenggang grinned, his voice suddenly shifting to a boyish tone. Good evening, Secretary Zhao. Zhao Bingwen's hand trembled, nearly dropping his teacup. You're not Li Chenggang? You guessed right. Lin Jin, manipulating Li Chenggang's body, strode in with confidence. Surprised? Unexpected? Zhao Bingwen proved himself a seasoned fox, regaining his composure swiftly. He gave a cold laugh. You think possessing Li Chenggang can threaten me? This room is electromagnetically shielded. Your mental link won't last long. Oh? Lin Jin raised an eyebrow. Then what about this? He pulled out Li Chenggang's phone and played a video. The footage captured Zhao Bingwen's original voice as he roared at his secretary. That fool Qianhausen. Did he clean himself into a stray dog broadcast live across the entire internet? The voice boomed, perfectly unaltered, even carrying an echo. Zhao Bingwen's face instantly drained of color. This can't be. That room is completely soundproof. Yes, it was soundproof, Lin Jin said with a sly smile. Too bad your secretary's phone didn't turn off the recording. Zhao Bingwen. Ultimate social death from Zhao Bingwen. Awkwardness level plus 10,000. The blood drained from Zhao Bingwen's face for less than 3 seconds. Far from erupting in rage or collapsing, he slowly sat up straight. He even picked up a velvet cloth and methodically wiped away the few drops of tea that had splashed onto his hands. He. A low chuckle rolled from his throat. Impressive. Lin Jin, I admit I underestimated you. Turning Li Chenggang into a puppet and obtaining this recording. Your abilities are more intriguing and more dangerous than I imagined. Li Chenggang, manipulated by Lin Jin, tilted his head slightly, his youthful voice tinged with mockery. Oh? Secretary Zhao, are you admitting defeat? Admit defeat? Zhao Bingwen lifted his eyes, his gaze behind the lenses sharp as blades. No, kid. I was just thinking that an uncontrollable hazardous material like you should be properly stored away. The moment his words fell, without pressing any buttons or issuing commands, the room's soft lighting abruptly turned stark white. Walls, ceiling, even the floor instantly ignited with countless intricate, circuit board-like lines of ghostly blue. An invisible, spine-tingling force field instantly saturated the entire space. Warning! High-intensity mental suppression force field detected. Host Li Chenggang neural link severely disrupted. Signal attenuation, 70%. Unknown high-dimensional energy reaction detected. Source, behind the study's hidden door. Threat level, lethal. Lin Jin's body stiffened abruptly, his movements becoming excruciatingly sluggish, as if trapped in viscous glue. Li Qinggang's consciousness screamed in agony under the suppression, only to be forcibly stifled by Lin Jin. Electromagnetic shielding is merely an appetizer. Zhao Bingwen's voice rang out with chilling clarity within the force field as he leisurely adjusted his cuffs. This silent realm is the cage specifically designed for psychic entities like you. How does it feel? Like being cast into the deepest ocean? What the hell? This ability transcends the realm of science. Could Zhao Bingwen also possess a system? Click. A bookshelf on the study wall slid silently aside, revealing a narrow metal door just wide enough for one person to pass through. A hunched figure flowed out of the shadows like a ghostly apparition. It was the gardener. Chapter 32, Silent spaces are useless anyway. Dressed in navy blue work clothes, his skin took on an unnatural grayish-white hue under the pale blue glow of the silent domain, his eyes hollow and vacant. No axe in hand, just empty palms, yet his fingernails glinted with a metallic coldness. Gardener, target confirmed. Zhao Bingwen's voice was utterly devoid of emotion. Execute the annihilation protocol. Target priority, erase the anchor points of its existence. The gardener's vacant gaze instantly locked onto Lin Jin, restrained by the force field. He spoke not a word, nearly raising his right hand slowly, finger splayed, aimed squarely at the head of Li Qinggang. Buzz. An intangible force far more terrifying and twisted than the silent realm erupted in an instant. This was no physical impact, but a direct assault on the cognitive plane. The scenery around Lin Jin began to violently distort and dissolve. Fragments of Li Qinggang's memories splintered outward like shards of a shattered mirror. The moment he graduated from the police academy, his first criminal apprehension, his daughter's smiling face on her birthday. These anchors that defined Li Qinggang were being forcibly torn apart and shattered by a brutal force. Li Qinggang's consciousness screamed in agony from within his body. Once these memory anchors were completely erased, Li Qinggang's personality would cease to exist, reduced to nothing but an empty shell. The mental link between Lin Jin and Li Qinggang's body would lose its anchor, exposed to the dual strangulation of the silent realm and the gardener. Host spiritual core under cognitive annihilation attack. Existence anchor Li Qinggang imminent collapse. Mental link imminently severed. Warning. Host entity may suffer backlash. In Nanjiang City, Lin Jin's physical form suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning deathly pale in an instant. A searing mental agony pierced his brain like steel needles. That old fox Zhao Bingwen, when he struck, it was for the kill. Not only did he intend to eliminate the possessed Li Qinggang, but he also aimed to severely damage or even obliterate Lin Jin's physical body through the mental link. Damn it. I underestimated him. Never expected he wasn't human. Lin Jin wiped the blood from his lips. You want to erase my anchor point? I'll give you a brighter one. Amidst the excruciating pain, Lin Jin's consciousness erupted with a command not targeting Li Qinggang, but the jade safety buckle hanging from Zhao Bingwen's waist. Overload exchange, concept transfers social death anchoring. Social death points consumed, 15,000. Instantly depleting most reserves. Effect, forcibly transfers the existence anchor and binds it to the target object, the white jade safety knot, granting it the high-dimensional information disturbance source property. Buzz. The smooth white jade safety knot at Zhao Bingwen's waist erupted without warning into a blindingly harsh, piercing white light. This light wasn't physical radiation, but a torrent of pure information. It instantly pierced through the suppression of the silent realm, like a red-hot dagger plunging into the gardener's mind as he strained to unleash cognitive obliteration. Ah! The gardener, who had always been as cold and mechanical as a machine, let out a shrill, distorted scream for the first time. Clutching his head, he collapsed to his knees, his body convulsing violently. What he saw was no longer fragments of Li Qinggang's memories, but the torrent of Zhao Bingwen's recollections. In his youth, he'd been splashed with red wine while fawning over his superior's daughter, then cursed as a toad. In middle age, his hands trembled so badly during his first massive bribe that he nearly flushed the money down the toilet. Recently, caught cheating in bed by his wife. These memories, buried deep within Zhao Bingwen's psyche, were now forcibly extracted and amplified by that jade buckle, an anchor of social humiliation brutally thrust into the gardener's cognitive core. It was like detonating a mental nuclear bomb inside the gardener's precision-engineered brain. Cognitive annihilation interrupted. Extreme cognitive contamination backlash plus social death shock from the gardener. Awkwardness plus 20,000. Existence anchor successfully transferred to peace knot. Silent realm suppression failed. Put. The gardener violently expelled a mouthful of blood tinged with eerie fluorescence, his vacant eyes replaced by utter chaos and humiliated fury. Like a broken puppet, he thrashed wildly on the ground, uttering incoherent gibberish. For the first time, cracks appeared in Zhao Bingwen's composed and icy expression. He stared at the jade pendant at his waist, now emitting an ominous white glow, then at the gardener writhing on the ground like a rabid dog, a chill shooting from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. The ultimate weapon he had trusted had been driven mad by a mere jade pendant? What kind of demonic magic is this? A barely perceptible tremor crept into Zhao Bingwen's voice. Demon magic? Lin Jin's voice sounded again, still muffled by the force field yet dripping with scorn. This is called turning the tables on your own tactics. Secretary Zhao, you used annihilation to erase others' anchor points. I used your most precious thing to anchor your most precious henchman. How does it feel? Are the audience satisfied with these brilliant memories of yours? Extreme horror plus ace collapse from Zhao Bingwen. Awkwardness plus 8,000. Existence anchor piece not remains active, silent realm suppression completely nullified. Lin Jin's body suddenly felt weightless, the viscous restraint vanishing instantly. Though Li Qinggong's consciousness still writhed in agony from the earlier cognitive obliteration shock, Lin Jin's control over him flowed smoothly once more. Secretary Zhao, it seems your silent realm and gardener are utterly useless after all. Lin Jin flexed his wrists, advancing step by step toward Zhao Bingwen with undisguised scorn. The last trace of color drained from Zhao Bingwen's face. Watching Li Qinggong advance relentlessly, observing the deranged gardener on the ground, and staring at the jade buckle at his waist emitting an ominous glow, searing his soul like a branding iron, and unprecedented humiliation froze his heart. For decades he had navigated the political arena, priding himself on flawless strategy, manipulating hearts and minds at will, treating rules as nothing. He had believed Lin Jin to be nothing more than a cocky young upstart, arrogant beyond measure, relying solely on his bizarre abilities. He believed the silent realm and the gardener were more than enough to crush any threat. He was wrong. Dead wrong. This young upstart. His abilities far exceeded anything he could have imagined. Dignity? Follow you? Zhao Bingwen snapped his head up, bloodshot eyes behind his glasses blazing with the fury of a cornered beast. Lin Jin. You underestimated me. You think you've won? His fist slammed down on a hidden button beneath the mahogany desk. Snap. Boom. The entire ground of Taoyuan suddenly shook violently. Cracks split open in the study's ceiling. A shrill alarm pierced the night sky. But this alarm wasn't coming from within Taoyuan, it was the air raid siren for the entire Qingzhou city district. Warning. Massive electromagnetic pulse EMP energy buildup detected. Source, deep underground within Taoyuan. Target, indiscriminate paralysis of all city electronic devices, including the host's mental link carrier Li Qinggong's phone and the anchor point carrier Jade Clasp. A near-mad, all-or-nothing grin spread across Zhao Bingwen's face. Lin Jin. You can possess others, right? You rely on that little trinket as your anchor point? Once this EMP detonates and every electronic device in the city is destroyed, I'll see how your ghost floats then. We'll all go down together. Chapter 33, The Moment of Reckoning. He had calculated it perfectly. Lin Jin's ability required a vessel and an anchor point. The EMP would instantly destroy all electronic devices including any communication tools Li Qinggong might carry, and that jade clasp whose technological nature was unknown but clearly emitted light. He intended to strike at the root cause, sacrificing the city's paralysis to forcibly sever Lin Jin's power link. Even if he himself might be caught in the blast or face consequences afterward, it was worth any cost to rid himself of this ghost clinging to him like a bone-eating maggot. EMP countdown, 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. The terrifying countdown echoed like a death knell in his consciousness. Lin Jin's body froze abruptly. Li Qinggong's lingering consciousness emitted a wail of despair. Once the EMP detonated, the mental link would sever. Li Qinggong's body would spin out of control, and Lin Jin's true form would suffer catastrophic damage. Zhao Bingwen, that old fox, had played his final and most insane card in this desperate situation, dragging the entire city down with him, all to obliterate Lin Jin. Madman. Lin Jin growled through gritted teeth. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Time seemed to freeze. Madness and delight flashed in Zhao Bingwen's eyes. At this critical moment, Lin Jin's consciousness erupted with unprecedented brilliance within the main body in Nanjiang City. He didn't attempt to protect Li Qinggong's phone, nor did he reinforce the jade buckle's defenses. Instead, he did something that caused the system to crash for 0.01 seconds. Overload command, concept synchronization, social death resonance. Target, Qingzhou City Air Raid Warning System. Cost, all remaining social death points plus overdraw of the next 24 hours projected value. Effect, forcibly redirect the impending EMP energy wave into a citywide information broadcast, utilizing the air raid sirens as its medium. Buzz. The instant the countdown hit zero, an invisible, devastating electromagnetic pulse surged forth from beneath Taoyuan. But the anticipated scene of sparks flying from citywide electronics plunging into darkness did not materialize. Instead, woo-woo. Above Qingzhou City, the shrill air raid siren reached its peak intensity before abruptly shifting in tone. No longer a monotonous drone, it transformed into a resonant, articulate baritone voice that pierced the sky. With a delivery reminiscent of a news anchor, it announced with crystal clarity. Attention all citizens of Qingzhou. Attention all citizens of Qingzhou. Breaking news alert. Breaking news alert. Comrade Zhao Bingwen, former principal leader of the Qingzhou Municipal Party Committee, has inadvertently triggered the citywide alarm system due to personal reasons and heightened emotional distress. Comrade Zhao Bingwen is currently in an extremely unstable mental state and is attempting to destroy evidence using an EMP. Citizens are urged to secure doors and windows, protect personal electronic devices, and brace yourselves mentally to avoid being blinded by the flash. Each word of this announcement cut like a knife. Through the citywide air raid sirens, it thundered like rolling thunder, echoing through every corner of Qingzhou City. It reverberated in the ears of every citizen jolted awake from their sleep. The savage grin on Zhao Bingwen's face froze completely, then shattered inch by inch. As if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning, he staggered backward, collapsing into his chair, his face ashen. He could imagine it now at this very moment, millions across Qingzhou were listening to his glorious deeds. This was more agonizing than being killed 10,000 times over. Ultimate public humiliation from Zhao Bingwen. Awkwardness level plus 9,999. Collective shock plus watermelon eating revelry from all Qingzhou citizens. Awkwardness level plus 50,000. EMP energy successfully converted. Mental link stabilized. Existence anchor secured. Zhao Bingwen could hold on no longer, violently coughing up a large mouthful of blood that stained the expensive Persian rug before him crimson. His finger trembled violently as he pointed at Li Changgang, his lips quivering, yet unable to utter a single word. Lin Jin walked over to the collapsed Zhao Bingwen, bending down. His voice carried a hint of weariness, yet it was crystal clear. "Secretary Zhao, are you satisfied?" With that, Lin Jin's consciousness withdrew from Li Chenggang's body like receding tide. Li Chenggang's body went limp, nearly collapsing. He shook his dazed head blankly, surveying the devastated study, the deranged gardener on the floor, and Zhao Bingwen collapsed in a pool of blood, eyes vacant. Outside the window, the social death broadcast looped endlessly. Deputy Captain Li uttered the most heartfelt and utterly futile exclamation of the night. Nanjiang City, Internet Cafe private room. Lin Jin's face was as pale as paper, waves of exhaustion washing over him. Yet, staring at the skyrocketing, wildly fluctuating social death value on the system panel and the staggering number signifying Zhao Bingwen's complete collapse, he managed to curve his lips into a strained smile of victory. "Old fox. This time, you're truly dead in the water, aren't you?" Lin Jin stretched lazily, his mood buoyant as he watched the soaring social death value in the system. "Secretary Zhao, don't blame me. Blame yourself." After a moment's thought, he sent another text to Li Changgang. "Captain Li, your hairstyle looks sharp. Keep it up." Li Changgang. Nanjiang City, drizzling rain. After dealing with Zhao Bingwen, Lin Jin arrived at his mother's grave. Rain dripped from his hair, cold and piercing. He recalled how his mother had been drained dry by Kangjian Medical's exorbitantly priced miracle drug, ultimately succumbing to despair. "Mom," the gambling ring. Li Changgang led the team and took down their main base. Lin Jin's voice was low yet clear against the rain. "Next up are Qian Duo and Kangjian. Especially Kangjian. The murderers who killed you, not a single one will escape." He opened his umbrella and turned to leave the cemetery. The system interface silently unfolded in the rain. Nanjiang Black Gold Empire remaining pillars. Chen Duo Financial Services, a high-interest loan empire disguised as a legitimate online lending platform, with a long list of atrocities including violent debt collection, predatory lending schemes, and driving people to death. Headed by Smiling Tiger Qian Fu. Kangjian Medical Group owns multiple private hospitals, pharmacies, and the Kangjian New Drug Research Center. Lin Jin reviewed Kangjian's primary crimes. They repackaged low-cost generic drugs or untested experimental medications as exorbitantly priced miracle cures, exploiting patients' desperation to survive for insane profits. Colluding with unscrupulous doctors, they exaggerated illnesses to induce unnecessary treatments. Funds from both industries ultimately flowed into an offshore account controlled by unknown parties, partially laundered through Kangjian's research and development. Chen Duo lends money to bleed them dry, then Kangjian uses life-saving drugs to drain the last drop. What a vicious chain that devours people whole. A cold glint flashed in Lin Jin's eyes. To tackle such a deeply entrenched, legally cloaked cancer, brute force won't work. It requires a precise scalpel to strike at the most vulnerable point. Zhao Bingwen was finished. The physical evidence was firmly in Li Chenggang's grasp. Now, it was time to begin. Chapter 34, Qianfu. Chen Duo Financial Services headquarters occupied a luxurious office tower in Nanjing City CBD, gleaming with opulence. Its head, Chen Fu nicknamed the Smiling Tiger, was perpetually dressed in a suit and tie, his smile ever present. Lin Jin's first target was Qian Duo's most valued ace, the AI-powered debt collection system Deathcall. This system could pinpoint every social connection of a borrower, unleashing round-the-clock harassment, verbal abuse, and photo-manipulated threats. It operated with extreme efficiency and was nearly untraceable. Exchange, Digital Spectre Protocol tampering. Social death points consumed, 3,000. Effect, temporarily infiltrate the core database of Deathcall, tampering with its collection protocols and contact priority list. Late night, Chen Duo data center. The Deathcall system hummed with efficiency, flooding target borrowers and their loved ones with vicious collection texts and calls. Suddenly, all ongoing collection tasks halted instantly. The system interface flickered several times as the core protocols were forcibly overwritten. New protocols activated. 1. Contact list priority reset. Primary collection targets shift from borrower contacts to Qianfu himself, all Chen Duo executives, and their immediate family members. 2. Collection scripts upgraded, from vulgar insults to reciting Qianduo's internal fraudulent financial statements, senior executives' private bank transaction records, and audio recordings of Qianfu's glorious deeds from his early days in organized crime. Execute! Lin Jin commanded in his mind. Buzz! The tampered death call system, like a demon injected with a raging virus, lunged at its new master with 100-fold intensity and efficiency. Qianfu Mansion. At 3 a.m., Qianfu was jolted awake by his phone's frantic vibration. Dozens of unknown numbers bombarded him in rapid succession. The moment he answered one call, a cold, AI-synthesized voice delivered a perfectly enunciated recitation. Mr. Qianfu, your account at XX Bank, ending in, received a suspicious money laundering transaction of 5 million yuan from Kongjian Medical on XXXX. This transaction is suspected of. Bull. Qianfu snapped, furious and horrified, slamming the phone down. The next second, another number rang in, playing a grainy recording from his youth of him ordering his henchmen to hack someone. Fu, chop off that bastard's hand. Immediately after, his wife, son, daughter, and even his 80-year-old mother's phones were bombarded. Every call spewed his dark secrets and Qianduo's core confidential information. The phone vibrated, spun, and buzzed like a vengeful specter on the bedside table. Qianfu's perpetually fake grinning, smiling tiger face twisted into a demonic grimace, as if crawling out of hell. Bloodshot eyes, veins throbbing on his temples, he grabbed the fourth phone, still blabbering about his glorious achievements, and hurled it with all his might against the wall. Crash! The expensive phone shattered instantly, yet the AI's cold, perfectly enunciated voice seemed to linger in his ears. Suspected money laundering, evidence of violent debt collection resulting in death, confidential bank transaction records. Lin Jin. Li Chenggang. I'll skin you alive. Qianfu roared hysterically, his pajamas torn open, revealing his bulging chest heaving violently. His wife huddled in the corner of the bed, wrapped in a blanket, her face drained of color. Her own phone had just been bombarded by an AI call detailing her intimate relationship with a certain golf instructor until it shut down automatically. Honey. The internet. It's blowing up. Qianfu's wife's voice trembled uncontrollably. She just glanced at social media. The top 10 trending topics were all Qianduo's scandal, the true face of smiling tiger Qianfu, AI debt collection targets the boss, accompanied by recordings, screenshots. Shut up. I know. Qianfu whipped his head around, his eyes blazing with a ferocity that seemed ready to devour someone. Of course he knew the internet was exploding. But he knew something far more terrifying than the online frenzy had already happened. Zhao Bingwen had fallen. Just hours ago, Qingzhou City had unleashed an unprecedented social death broadcast, a thunderclap that reverberated through Jiangdong province and across the nation, blaring through air raid sirens that echoed throughout the entire city. Zhao Bingwen, Qianfu's most powerful patron in the province, had collapsed in such an absurd, complete, and utterly humiliating manner. Although provincial authorities were doing their utmost to suppress the news, word of Zhao Bingwen's detention had already spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys. The moment Qianfu saw the news about Zhao Bingwen, his heart plummeted to the deepest depths of an ice cave. He knew his greatest pillar of support was gone. No one in the provincial government would hold back Li Chenggang anymore. The skies over Nanjiang were about to change completely. After a brief moment of suffocating dread, a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve crushed the fear. Qianfu stormed into his study, eyes bloodshot, and grabbed the heavily encrypted phone. His fingers cracked from the force as he shouted, "Everyone! Hear my final order!" Qianfu's voice was hoarse and menacing as it crackled through the encrypted channel to Qian Duo headquarters. Data center. Destroy every server immediately. Use gasoline. Burn them. Burn them to ashes. Not a single chip left behind. Dark River Channel. Immediately. Maximum amount. Transfer the money to my Cayman Islands account. Now. After issuing the orders, Qianfu gasped for breath, his eyes flashing with madness. He knew this was drinking poison to quench thirst, cutting off his own escape route, but he couldn't care less. Zhao Bingwen's fall had been so swift, so brutal, so utterly humiliating that it made him fully comprehend just how ruthless and twisted Li Qinggung's methods truly were. He had to act swiftly before the police moved, grabbing the last sliver of time to escape. You want me to suffer the same social death as Zhao Bingwen? Dream on. Qianfu forced a grimace uglier than tears into a sneer. Even if I die, I'll take a bunch of people down with me. Let the entire Nanjiang region bury itself with me. Qianfu's ultimate madness plus desperate counterattack. Awkwardness level plus 10,000. From Qianfu's wife, total paralysis from terror. Awkwardness level plus 5,000. Qian Duo headquarters. The executives and core members who received Qianfu's insane orders instantly plunged into even greater panic and chaos. Zhao Bingwen is finished. Qianfu has lost his mind. Following him is a dead end. A relatively lucid deputy general manager suddenly roared, "We can't listen to him. Surrender. Make a full confession. Seeking leniency is our only way out. This roar ignited the already teetering crowd like a drop of water into boiling oil. Right. No burning. No looting. That's a capital offense. Turn ourselves in. Tell them everything we know. Some began unplugging the data center's power supply. Yet Qian Fu's years of accumulated authority and the desperado's vicious nature remained. Hardcore loyalists to Qian Fu, eyes bloodshot, clashed violently with those trying to save themselves. Inside the data center, the clatter of smashing objects, shouts, and the sounds of fighting mingled into a chaotic din. Everyone stop right now. A thunderous roar boomed through the building's PA system. Chapter 35, Zhang Xiaowen. Li Qinggong's imposing figure appeared at the headquarters entrance, flanked by fully armed SWAT officers forming a steel-like torrent. Holding a megaphone, his voice was cold and commanding. All suspects involved with Qian Duo, listen up. You are surrounded. You saw what happened to Zhao Bingwen. Resisting is a dead end. Drop your weapons. Cooperation is your only way out. Li Qinggong's appearance, coupled with his mention of Zhao Bingwen, struck like a final, crushing blow to Qian Duo and his group. Facing the black muzzles of the guns, seeing the faces of the diehards around them turn instantly ashen, and recalling Zhao Bingwen's citywide social death ending, the psychological defenses of the vast majority collapsed completely. I surrender. Don't shoot. I'll talk. The keys are here. The server isn't burned. The chaos subsided rapidly. Qian Fu's desperate, frenzied counterattack, met with Li Qinggong's thunderous force and the cautionary tale of Zhao Bingwen, burst like a laughable soap bubble. Nanjing Municipal Bureau Command Center. Lin Jin watched the footage of Qian Duo's headquarters being swiftly secured and Qian Fu's loyal henchmen being led away in handcuffs through the hidden camera on Li Qinggong's body, his face expressionless. Qian Fu's madness had been expected, but the outcome was predetermined. His gaze drifted beyond the screen, settling on another marked location on the city map, Kangjian Medical Group. There, another venomous snake remained. Lin Jin murmured coldly, next, Kangjian. It's your turn. The Kangjian New Drug Research Center, a subsidiary of Kangjian Medical Group, was heavily guarded. Its director, Chen Ming, known as Dr. Chen, carried the aura of an overseas returned expert, but was in reality the mastermind behind the sky-high drug scam. Lin Jin silently inquired, System, can Kangjian's servers be breached directly? Ding. Replied a host, Kangjian's servers are highly secured, current system cannot breach them. Recommendation, penetrate Kangjian through key personnel. Target identified, Zhang Xiaowen. Identity, junior data analyst at Kangjian RD Center. Upright. Father was marginalized and died in despair after questioning Kangjian's unfair drug pricing. Harbors deep-seated resentment toward Kangjian but fears authority and remains silent. Action, create an accident to ignite the spark. Redeem, causality guidance perturbation. Social death points consumed, 2,000. Effect, during the target's Zhang Xiaowen routine operations, apply an extremely subtle disturbance to guide her into accidentally accessing an encrypted folder she normally lacks permission to view. Kangjian RD Center, data server room. The constant hum of air conditioning filled the room, its cold blue light illuminating rows of server racks. The air carried the dry, distinctive scent of electronic components. Zhang Xiaowen sat at her workstation, fingers mechanically tapping the keyboard as she entered another batch of beautified clinical trial data. The numbers on the screen were cold and false, like layers of carefully woven lies pressing down on her until she could barely breathe. Her father's sigh still echoed in her ears. Dad. I'm sorry. She murmured silently within herself. Her gaze swept over the jaw-dropping price tag for Kangjianling on the screen, and her stomach churned violently. In that moment of distraction, causality guidance minor disturbance activated. Zhang Xiaowen's wrist, clutching the coffee cup, seemed to be pricked by an extremely faint electric current, or was it just a muscle spasm from exhaustion? Either way, her hand twitched uncontrollably. Splash! Most of the scalding coffee spilled precisely onto the keyboard in front of her. The brown liquid spread instantly, seeping into the gaps between the keys with a faint sizzling sound, sending up wisps of white smoke. Ah! Zhang Xiaowen gasped, scrambling to grab tissues from the desk to wipe it up. In her panic, her elbow slammed into the encrypted USB drive sitting on the edge of the desk at the neighboring workstation belonging to senior researcher Wang. The silver USB drive arced through the air, landing with a clatter at Zhang Xiaowen's feet, port facing upward, its LED faintly glowing. Oh no! Zhang Xiaowen's heart pounded. Engineer Wang was Dr. Chen's right-hand man. His USB drive must contain top-secret information. If it got damaged, she dared not imagine the consequences. She scrambled to bend down and retrieve it. Just as her fingertips touched the cold metal casing, her gaze inadvertently swept over Engineer Wang's lit monitor. For convenience's sake, Wang Gong had actually stuck the password for accessing the top-secret folder on a tiny yellow sticky note, affixed to an inconspicuous corner of the monitor's side frame. System glow visual guidance. An extremely faint, gentle glow visible only to Zhang Xiaowen instantly focused on that tiny sticky note. The 6-digit password on it appeared exceptionally clear within the halo. Zhang Xiaowen froze. Had she seen this sticky note before? Never mind. Her gaze shifted to the folder. Core pricing cost top secret. The folder's name exploded in her mind. The image of her father clutching her hand before his death, repeatedly murmuring cost, truth, surged into her mind. An indescribable urge surged through her, a mixture of pent-up anger, fear, and a faint glimmer of hope, like molten lava breaching the dam of reason. As if possessed, she picked up the USB drive, took a deep breath, and glanced around furtively like a thief. Several other colleagues remained deep within the server room, but they were all engrossed in their own screens, none noticing her corner. Her fingers trembled coldly with tension, barely able to hold the USB drive. Holding her breath, she inserted it into her computer's USB port. Buzz. A notification popped up in the bottom right corner of her screen, new hardware detected. Zhang Xiaowen's heart leapt into her throat. Her trembling hand moved the mouse and clicked My Computer. The folder icon labeled Core Pricing Cost Top Secret, which had always been completely invisible to her, suddenly appeared in the root directory of the removable disk. Enter password. A cold dialog box popped up. Zhang Xiaowen felt her fingertips go numb, sweat instantly soaking her back. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, a resolute determination flashed in her gaze, a determination to burn her bridges. With trembling fingers, she typed in the 6-digit code, one key at a time. Enter. It felt like an eternity, yet also like the blink of an eye. The folder opened. A deluge of file icons flooded her screen like a burst dam. The folder name was startling. Kangjialing Genuine Raw Material Procurement Cost List. Analysis Report on Fabricated Efficacy Data for Miracle Drug. Public Relations Expense Breakdown including records of bribery of doctors, media, and regulators. Special Patient Handling Files. Zhang Xiaowen's pupils suddenly contracted. Almost instinctively, she clicked open the folder labeled Special Patient Handling Files. A familiar name, like the sharpest ice pick, pierced her heart. Su Qing. A former patient of her father's. Her fingers trembled as she clicked open the encrypted document. Inside lay a complete scan of the electronic medical record. Under diagnosis, the ordinary chronic condition her father had privately told her about had been deliberately exaggerated and complicated into an unheard of rare genetic defect. The medication records had been systematically tampered with. Numerous entries for routine, inexpensive medications had been deleted or replaced, substituted instead with high-frequency, high-dose prescriptions for Kangjianling. The medication assessment report was filled with false descriptions like significant effect and patient tolerated well, while the actual monitored indicators of liver and kidney failure were deliberately downplayed or ignored. At the end of the document was the flourish of an electronic signature, Chen Ming. Bastards! These bastards! Zhang Xiaowen's teeth clenched so hard they ground together, tears instantly blurring her vision. This wasn't treatment at all. It was premeditated, systematic medical murder. Just then. Tap, tap, tap. Clear, steady, rhythmic taps of leather shoes echoed through the silent machine room corridor, growing louder as they approached, a jarring sound in the silence. Chapter 36, The Mine Owner? Zhang Xiaowen felt her blood freeze in her veins. Those footsteps. She knew them all too well. It was Chen Ming. What was he doing in the server room at this hour? Fear gripped her throat like an icy giant's hand. She jerked her head up and peered through the gap in the server rack. At the end of the corridor, Chen Ming, dressed in an expensive suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, was walking toward her at a leisurely pace. His face bore that familiar, bone-chillingly gentle smile, yet his gaze scanned every person in the server room like a scanner. If he spots me, I'm dead. The thought exploded like thunder in her mind. With Chen Ming's methods and the power behind Kangjian, she and her family would vanish without a trace. What should she do? Pull out the USB drive? Pretend nothing happened? No. Her father's unresolved grievance, and the countless victims whose hard-earned money had been drained dry, even at the cost of their lives. The evidence was right before her eyes. Right in her hands. Just as Chen Ming was about to reach her row of cabinets, an unprecedented light flared in Zhang Xiaowen's eyes. She didn't close the file. She didn't pull out the USB drive. Instead, she made a move Chen Ming would never have anticipated. She lunged forward, dragging the window of a screen recording software which had been running continuously on her desktop to log her work process directly to the foreground. This software had been running since she began entering data. Every action she had just performed, inserting the USB drive, entering the password, opening the folder, clicking on the file, had been faithfully recorded. Then, just before Chen Ming's puzzled gaze could land on her screen, Zhang Xiaowen mustered every ounce of strength and slammed the mouse pointer onto the Stop Recording and Send Immediately button in the screen recording software. She had already preset the recipients in the software the whistleblower email addresses of all major media outlets in Nanjiang City, the public reporting email of the Nanjiang City Police, and the email addresses of several independent journalists her father had trusted during his lifetime, who were still persistently investigating. Send. The progress bar shot to completion like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Zhang Xiaowen. What are you doing? Chen Ming had already reached her workstation, his gaze immediately locking onto the glaring, core pricing cost top secret folder on the screen and the screen recording software prompt beside it displaying send successful. The gentle smile vanished from his face, replaced by utter shock and furious rage. He never imagined this timid, meek, and submissive female employee would dare to commit such a reckless act. Where had she gotten this file, and how did she know the password? This was the most confidential information. I'm watching Kong Jian devour human blood buns. Zhang Xiaowen sprang to her feet, her body trembling violently with fear and agitation, yet her voice rang out with unusual clarity. With a despairing fury that seemed to defy everything, her words instantly pierced the low hum of the entire server room, carrying clearly to every corner. Pointing at the screen displaying the utterly defaced medical records, tears streaming down her face, she screamed, Chen Ming. And all of you at Kong Jian. You demons in white coats. May you all rot in hell. Justice Awakening plus all or nothing stance from Zhang Xiaowen. Awkwardness converted to colossal positive energy plus 5,000. From Dr. Chen, extreme shock, panic, and rage. Awkwardness plus 10,000. From the other computer lab staff, worldviews shattered and panic spreading. Awkwardness plus 3,000. Stop her. Destroy her computer. Now. Chen Ming bellowed, his voice cracking with fury. Two security guards behind him lunged forward like ravenous wolves. But it was too late. The torrent of data had already breached Kong Jian's meticulously constructed information dam. The screen recording file containing core incriminating evidence and complete operational footage spread like wildfire, landing in countless preset email accounts. Lin Jin sensed Zhang Xiaowen's resolute and colossal spiritual fluctuations through the system, along with the sudden surge of positive energy. A faint curve finally appeared at the corner of his icy lips. The spark has been lit. Kong Jian, your doom is upon you. On the other side, Li Changgang moved with lightning speed. Qian Duo Financial Services and Kong Jian Medical both imploded simultaneously, with irrefutable evidence. He personally led the raid on Qian Duo's headquarters in Kongjian's RD Center, charging them with multiple crimes including financial fraud, illegal business operations, and intentional homicide. When Qian Fu was cornered in his office, he frantically made calls trying to suppress the death call incident. As handcuffs were snapped on him, his face still bore the signature stiff grin of the smiling tiger, a grimace now more painful than tears. Dr. Chen was apprehended on the spot while attempting to format servers. Confronted with Zhang Xiaowen's irrefutable evidence and original medical records, his face turned ashen, and he completely broke down. That evening, front-page headlines across Nanjing City read. Qian Duo Financial Services shocking scandal. AI death call system harasses its own boss, massive scandal exposed online. Kongjian Healthcare sky-high drug scam exposed by insider. Renowned journalist Su Qing suspected medical murdered for exposing truth. Police strike with thunderous force. Core members of Qian Duo and Kongjian arrested. Suspected involvement in massive black money empire. Public outrage erupted. Countless victims and their families, those driven to ruin by Qian Duo and those bled dry by Kongjian for life-saving funds, took to the streets. Waves of fury swept across the city. Lin Jin stood at the window of his rented room, staring at the glaring headlines on the newsstand below while listening to the distant, muffled sounds of protest. He clutched tightly the only work photo his mother had left behind. Mom, did you see? The blood-sucking leeches and venomous snakes, their fangs have been pulled, and they've been exposed. He murmured, the flame of vengeance in his eyes not extinguished but growing colder as it pierced the city's deeper darkness. The system interface flashed. Main quest update, Black Old Empire's pillars Qian Duo and Kongjian have been dismantled. Received massive social death points reward. Ultimate target locked, the mine owner. Warning, high-intensity countermeasures detected. Mine owner has identified host threat. Mine owner? Before Lin Jin could process the meaning behind this name, an excruciating pain pierced his skull. Detected high-dimensional energy disturbance, signal intensity surging from Mine Lord safe house source, suspected initiation of emergency evacuation or ultimate defense. Detected deep consciousness scan targeting host malicious. Intensity, lethal. An intangible, bone-chilling sensation of being watched, like a venomous snake's forked tongue, instantly licked across Lin Jin's consciousness. This sensation was more sinister than Zhao Bingwen's silent realm, more direct than the gardener's cognitive corruption. It made no attempt to distort or erase, instead carrying a pure intent to dissect as if peeling his soul bare from the inside out, scrutinizing every bite of his abilities. Chapter 37, Another System? Oomph. Lin Jin grunted, his temples throbbing like needles piercing his skin. He abruptly channeled system energy, erecting an invisible mental barrier around his consciousness. The prying sensation recoiled like a current crashing against reefs, yet the lingering chill and malevolence refused to dissipate. Consciousness firewall activated. Malicious scan detected. Threat level, extreme. Warning, this scan possesses information anchor marking capability. Host has been preliminarily targeted by the Mine Master. Global information erasure will be prioritized. Lin Jin's gaze sharpened like a blade. This Mine Master's methods far surpass those of Zhao Bingwen and his ilk. No longer mere suppression at the physical or informational level, but direct probing and marking of the very essence of the soul. Such power was utterly inhuman. He recalled the techniques employed by Zhao Bingwen's gardener, clearly powers beyond human capability. Could it be that he wasn't the only one in this world possessing a system? What the hell, are you? Lin Jin murmured, feeling an intense curiosity toward this ultimate adversary for the first time. He drew a deep breath, suppressing the churning thoughts and lingering mental stings. Passive defense was no solution, he had to strike proactively. Seizing the critical window while the Mind Lord reeled from Qian Duo and Kong Jian's demise, causing a surge in safehouse signals. System. Lin Jin's consciousness plunged into the light screen. Lock onto the Mind Master's safehouse signal source. Analyze its energy signature. Exchange for the highest priority intelligence acquisition protocol. I need to know what this Mind Master truly is. Exchange, high-dimensional information tracing overload mode. Social death points consumed, 70,000. Effect. Deep analysis, originating from the high-dimensional energy disturbance surging from the mine owner's safe house, forcibly execute a reverse information torrent assault to decipher its core energy attributes, operational logic, and potential vulnerabilities. Trace capture. During the impact, capture any information fragments that may reveal the true identity or nature of the mine owner. Risk. May trigger the ultimate defense mechanism of the mine owner's safe house, causing backlash, or expose the host's precise location. Buzz. A torrent of data more violent and profound than any previous information singularity erupted deep within Lin Jin's consciousness. This time, it wasn't defense or interference, it was the most direct reverse analysis. Invisible information tentacles, like the most precise probes, ignored spatial distance and plunged fiercely toward the violently fluctuating energy source deep underground in the abandoned shipyard. Hongyuan Shipyard Underground Command Center ruins. The once bustling scene had vanished, leaving only utter chaos. Yet deep within an independent server array still intact and protected by layers of encryption, a cold, efficient, inhuman stream of consciousness raced at breakneck speed. Having just endured an inexplicable physical assault and the impact of Lin Jin's information singularity, it now executed the highest priority command: initiate Hive protocol. Erase all traces. Transfer core consciousness to backup node deep well. Suddenly, a violent torrent of information, carrying explicit analytical intent, slammed into the outer defense layer of its core data stream like a meteorite from beyond the heavens. Warning. High-intensity reverse information intrusion detected. Invasion mode, hyperdimensional analysis. Target, core code repository. Threat level, extinction class. The icy stream of consciousness instantly boiled. It had never encountered such a brazen intrusion. The adversary had not only located it but was attempting to probe its very essence. Activate ultimate defense. Countermeasure, mark infiltration source. Inject cognitive collapse virus. In an instant, Lin Jin's reverse-engineered information torrent seemed trapped in an infinite loop, a self-contradictory logical vortex. A cognitive collapse virus, designed to directly shatter mental structures, surged back through the information channels. High-dimensional information backflow encounters powerful countermeasures. Logical maze interference. Cognitive collapse virus intrusion. System overload. Parsing progress obstructed. Firewall under assault. Warning. Host consciousness at risk of collapse. In the rented room in Nanjiang City, Lin Jin's body jerked violently. His face instantly turned as pale as paper, with fine threads of blood seeping from his nostrils and the corners of his mouth. His brain felt like it had been stuffed into a blender, as countless conflicting pieces of information and destructive turbulence tore violently at his consciousness. The cognitive collapse virus clung to him like flesh-eating maggots, attempting to dismantle his very thought structure. Holy! A frenzied battle cry erupted from Lin Jin's eyes as his consciousness roared through the agony. Translate it. Overload command, conceptual distortion, social death assimilation. Social death points consumed, 30,000. Target, the invading cognitive collapse virus. Effect, forcibly warps the virus's logic-destroying properties into a social death virus that generates scenarios of extreme embarrassment and social annihilation. A miraculous scene unfolded. The venomous virus code, which had sought to dismantle Lin Jin's thought structure, underwent a bizarre transformation under the system's overwhelming force. Instead of destruction, it now frantically generates fragments of utterly absurd, toe-curlingly embarrassing social death scenarios at the edges of Lin Jin's consciousness. Wetting your pants in front of the whole class during elementary school and getting laughed at by everyone. Confessing to your crush only to mispronounce their name. Pants splitting open during a crucial meeting. Getting caught on live stream picking your nose, only for the booger to fly off. These fragments of social death not only failed to harm Lin Jin, but their potent psychic pollution instantly disrupted the logic maze's operations. They even caused the cold, stream of consciousness core to experience an infinitesimal, illogical glitch, as if a precision instrument had suddenly understood the meaning of awkwardness. Logic maze detects logical conflict. Social death virus reverse interference successful. High-dimensional information backflow breaches defense layer. Captured core information fragments. At this critical moment, Seizing the Mind Master's stream of consciousness's 1 in 10,000 second stutter, Lin Jin's reverse information torrent, like the most cunning loach, broke through layer upon layer of obstruction and violently pierced the very surface of the opponent's core data stream. Though unable to penetrate the core code repository, it successfully tore off a small information fragment pulsing with intense energy fluctuations. The fragment was forcibly pulled back into Lin Jin's consciousness. Instantaneous analysis. Information fragment analysis complete. 1. Energy characteristics, non-biological electrical signals, unconventional electromagnetic waves, extremely high energy purity, exhibiting self-iterative and learning properties. Conclusion, highly suspected to be a strong artificial intelligence or some form of digital life form. 2. Communication fragment fuzzy encryption, hive compromised. Transferring to deep well. Reset protocol prioritizes elimination of target Lin Jin. Its capability model. Decryption failed. Threat level. Max. 3. Biological residue trace, detected extremely faint, nearly obliterated human DNA fragments. Does not match any known individuals in databases, but genetic sequence exhibits unnatural editing traces. 4. Identification marking, an exceedingly complex, constantly morphing geometric pattern. Within the totem's core, a cold English word faintly emerges, nexus. Information flooded his mind. Lin Jin felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes snapping open as his pupils contracted in utter shock. Strong artificial intelligence? Digital life? Residual human DNA with unnatural editing? Nexus? A barrage of terms far beyond his comprehension assaulted his mind. The mine owner isn't human? Or rather, was once human? Now transformed into some kind of monster? Chapter 38, Life Sciences Laboratory. Lin Jin's consciousness surfaced from the depths of the ocean, gasping for air as the cold air of the rented room filled his lungs. Strong artificial intelligence? Digital life? Human genes edited by unnatural means? Nexus? These terms tangled around his understanding. This wasn't some hidden power broker or crime syndicate he'd anticipated. Could it be an existence similar to his system? The system's interface faithfully logged the recent ordeal. High-dimensional information retrieval overload complete. Social death points consumed, 100,000. Acquired, critical information fragment X1 analysis complete. Status, moderate mental damage requires recovery, anchor point accelerated by 0 protocol, stability decreased to 58%. Warning, Mindmaster Nexus Core consciousness transferred to unknown node deep well. Threat level unchanged. Reset protocol and cognitive collapse attack patterns logged, threat model updating. Deep well. Lin Jin chewed on the codename, his gaze sharpening. Hiding deeper in the well when discovered. Truly rat-like. Lin Jin identified 2 urgent priorities. First, his presence was being frantically erased by the 0 protocol. His psyche needed tending, and his social death value was nearly depleted. He must immediately replenish his ammunition and reinforce his anchor points. Beyond that, he must relentlessly track the deep well. This nexus couldn't vanish into thin air, it had to leave traces. System, retrieve all anomalous data flows, unauthorized energy consumption, or reports related to biological genetic research within Nanjiang City that emerged after the seizure of industries linked to the mine owner. Lin Jin ordered in a low voice. Given that nexus might involve unnatural genetic editing, its new lair, the deep well, likely requires specialized biological or genetic research facilities. Searching. Related keywords, high energy consumption, covert communications, biological genetic research anomalies. Suspicious targets detected. Target A, Nanjing City's evergreen high-end private sanatorium. An asset of Kangjian Medical Group, touted as a premier rehabilitation center, yet housing a highly classified research zone. Following Kangjian Core's collapse, security protocols at this facility have intensified rather than relaxed. Nighttime energy consumption surged by 300%, and faint, unidentifiable multidimensional energy radiation has been detected. Target B, abandoned Nanjiang Biological Agent Plant No. 3 on the city outskirts. Officially shut down years ago due to pollution issues, but underground pipelines show abnormally active data streams. Recently, unidentified construction vehicles have been frequently entering and exiting at night. Satellite thermal imaging reveals a large, constant-temperature underground space in operation. Target C, the Frontier Life Sciences Laboratory affiliated with Nanjiang University. Led by Professor Qin Mo, a top scholar returning from overseas with a clean background. However, system analysis of partially undisclosed procurement records reveals sensitive equipment linked to non-standard gene editing and high-density quantum server cooling. Funding sources are complex, with some traces leading to frozen offshore accounts. 3 targets, like 3-time bombs hidden in the fog. Evergreen Nursing Home. Kangjian's legacy? Blind spot under the lamp? Abandoned factory, fits the stealth requirements of Deep Well. Nanjiang University Lab. Academic cover? The most dangerous place is the safest place? Lin Jin's fingers tapped unconsciously against the windowpane. Force entry? In his current state, it would be suicide. Remote detection? The enemy had just suffered heavy losses. Their vigilance would be at its peak. Ordinary detection methods would likely alert them. He needed a more ingenious approach to probe, to pinpoint their location, and ideally lure the snake out of its hole. His gaze swept over the nearly depleted social death value on the system panel, and a plan began to take shape. Mind Master. Nexus. You call yourself the linker transcending humanity, viewing all beings as mere ant data. Lin Jin's lips curved into a faint smile. Well, I wonder how well you can handle the collective fury of insects. Exchange, group consciousness disturbance directional induction low power version. Social death points consumed 5,000 overdrawing future expectations. Target scope, active netizens in Nanjiang City focusing on groups interested in social news, gossip, and the Black Gold Empire incident subconscious induction content. Chongqing Sanatorium, rumor has it they have secret life extension pods for top tycoons? With Kanjian gone, could their black tech be hidden there? Abandoned biotech plant, ghostly green lights haunt the old factory in West City at night? Could it be the mafia conducting nuclear tests underground? Nanda Life Sciences Lab, is Professor Chin Mo conducting unspeakable genetic experiments on students? Image, blurred lab lights and a white-coated figure in silhouette. Effect, triggers small-scale online rumor fermentation and offline curiosity-driven investigations, creating minor chaos to divert attention from the target area. Redeem, information camouflage ghost beacon. Social death points consumed, 3,000. Vehicle, subtle information markers embedded within the aforementioned rumors, undetectable by conventional means. Function, when the target area, especially regions with high-dimensional energy reactions, initiates defensive scans or energy suppression against the ghost beacon, the beacon activates and transmits precise location and energy signature data. Money must be spent where it counts. Lin Jin nearly depleted his last reserves of social death points. Buzz. Command issued. Invisible data streams, like microscopic dust particles, silently merged into the vast ocean of Nanjiang City's network information. Within Nanjing City's largest forum, amidst threads and group chats fervently discussing the Black Gold Empire's collapse and condemning Qian Duo Kangjian, seemingly offhand comments and reposts tinged with curiosity and conspiracy theories began to quietly proliferate. Evergreen Sanatorium, paradise for the wealthy to extend their lives, or graveyard for black technology? Image, the imposing gates of the sanatorium. Midnight ghostly flames? The shocking secret of the abandoned factory in West City. Image, blurry green light, actually a photoshopped image. Academic star or mad scientist? Uncovering the mysterious research of Nanjing University's Professor Chin Mo image, Chin Mo's serious academic photo maliciously altered with a sinister filter. These posts spread like pebbles dropped into a pond, sending ripples of speculation across the internet. The curiosity of onlookers was ignited, and embellished versions began circulating. Though quickly debunked by authorities and restricted by platforms, the ghost beacon had already spread like dandelion seeds, quietly drifting toward 3 target regions. Lin Jin closed his eyes, focusing intently on the system's feedback. His mind functioned like the most sensitive radar, scanning the city's information field. Time ticked by second. Direction of Changqing Nursing Home, dead silence. Only routine electromagnetic signals were detected, showing no reaction to the ghost beacon like a stagnant pool. Either the defenses were too tight for the beacon to penetrate, or it was a case of nothing to hide. Direction of the abandoned biotech facility, faint energy fluctuations, but more likely residual industrial pollution or geomagnetic anomalies, showing no targeted reaction to the beacon. South River University, Advanced Life Sciences Lab Building Direction. Chapter 39, Infiltration. Ghost beacon activated. Target locked, South River University Frontier Life Sciences Lab, basement level 3 encrypted zone. Energy signature match, 89%. Highly consistent with residual traces of the Mind Master Nexus. High-intensity information firewall and bioenergy shield detected. Deep well coordinates preliminarily confirmed. Found it. Lin Jin's eyes snapped open, blazing with intensity. Just as expected. The most dangerous place is the safest place. Who could have imagined that this monster manipulating the Black Gold Empire's suspected digital lifeform would hide its new lair, the deep well, beneath the prestigious cutting-edge laboratory of Nanjiang's most prestigious university? Professor Chin Mo, cutting-edge life sciences, unnatural gene editing. All the clues instantly connected. This Chin Mo was likely not merely a scholar, but Nexus's frontman in the real world, perhaps even some kind of symbiotic entity or vessel. Just then, the system interface flashed another blinding alert. Detected reverse tracking signal. Source, deep well. Signal characteristics, extremely dangerous. Carries a virus. Warning, host location at risk of exposure. Immediately sever all external connections and enter deep stealth mode. Quick reaction. Lin Jin's heart sank. Nexus's counterattack had arrived and it was far more deadly. Cut all connections. Deep stealth. Lin Jin's consciousness roared as the system's energy built layer upon layer of defenses at an unprecedented intensity on the mental plane. The lights in the rental apartment instantly extinguished. All electronic devices shut down forcibly. He felt as though he'd plunged into the deepest ocean. His breath, thought waves, even his very presence compressed to the absolute limit by the system. Buzz. That vicious counterattack slammed into the mental barrier. More complex than before, like a noose tightening, the mutated cognitive disintegration virus tore at Lin Jin's consciousness anchor with a malevolent fury. Deep concealment mode overloaded. Firewall under attack. Existence anchor stability dropped to 51%. Warning, mutant virus carries fragments of the existence annihilation protocol, threatening host's fundamental essence. Just as Lin Jin felt his mental barrier on the verge of collapse, the icy, vicious dissecting force about to touch his core. An indescribable will, vast as the cosmic starry sea, descended without warning. It did not originate from the outside world, but awoke directly from the deepest recesses of Lin Jin's consciousness, from the very source fused with the social death system. This will transcended time and space, carrying an ancient, compassionate yet utterly rational aura. It did not directly attack Nexus's intrusion, but merely gave it a gentle brush. Like an eraser gliding over pencil marks. The logic maze that could have shattered Lin Jin's consciousness was instantly smoothed away. The mutated virus eroding existence melted away like ice and snow. The deadly tracking signal from the deep well was forcibly erased, leaving not a trace. Dead silence filled the rental apartment. Only Lin Jin's heavy breathing echoed. Emergency protocol activated, high-dimensional intervention. A voice unlike any previous system prompt resonated directly within Lin Jin's consciousness core. Host Lin Jin, initial consciousness synchronization. This unit is Order Maintainer Sector 7 Terminal, designation Omega 7. Omega 7. What should I do? Destroy the deep well directly? Lin Jin's head throbbed as if pierced by needles. Solution analysis. Direct physical destruction of the deep well, success rate less than 1%. The Nexus entity is a high-dimensional information aggregate. Destroying its physical vessel cannot eliminate its core consciousness. Instead, it will trigger premature engine activation, causing localized dimensional collapse. Objective adjustment: infiltrate the deep well and utilize your rule fine-tuning permissions to inject an ultimate paradox incompatible with Nexus logic into the core of the Genesis engine, as socially fatal bug capable of collapsing its entire logical chain. Core challenges: 1. Penetrate the deep well's physical and informational defenses. 2. Approach the engine core. 3. Create and inject a paradox potent enough to shatter the foundational logic of the high-dimensional AI. Infiltration? Injecting a paradox bug? This is 100 times harder than simple sabotage. But it's our only chance. Strategic deployment tactics. 1. Create diversionary chaos physical layer. Exchange: environmental mimicry. Local disturbance consumes 5,000 social death points. Effect: trigger several non-lethal yet attention-grabbing incidents across Nanjiang University campus, e.g., fountain color shifts, streetlight flickers, comedic audio broadcasts to divert security and Nexus surveillance. 2. Trojan infiltration, information disguise data layer. Exchange: digital phantom permission impersonation consumes 8,000 social death points. Target: Professor Qin Mo's personal biometric data and laboratory master access key fragments extracted from Kong Jian Chen Duodwa's residual data, completed by Omega 7. Effect: disguises host information streams as Qin Mo to infiltrate lab networks, deceiving mid to low tier defenses. 3. Mind combat, logical trap core layer critical. Preload exchange: paradox seed existential question consumes 15,000 social death points, requires Omega 7 stabilization. Content: constructs an ultimate question exploiting contradictions within Nexus's core directives and behaviors. Injection method: requires physical host contact with engine core interface, guided by Omega 7, delivering a direct high-dimensional information stream assault on Nexus's logical core. Plan carries extreme risk. Failure at any stage may result in being shredded by Nexus's logical strangulation or physical defenses. Let's do it. Lin Jin hesitated not a moment. Social death points reset once more, traded for a desperate gamble. Omega 7, cover me. Operation commencing. Nanjiang University campus. At dusk, the campus broadcast suddenly blasted deafening music. The fountain pool turned fluorescent green and began spewing soap bubbles, while several streetlights spun and flashed wildly like disco lights. Students gasped, laughed, and snapped photos while security personnel scrambled frantically toward each incident site. Chaos arrived, right on schedule. Basement of the Frontier Life Sciences Laboratory building. Lin Jin's figure blended into the shadows like a phantom, smoothly passing through the dual encrypted airlock requiring iris and palm print verification using the counterfeit Qin Mo access credentials. Within the passageway, cold blue light and a low hum signaled the extraordinary nature of this place. Omnipresent surveillance cameras and energy scanners were briefly disrupted by the Omega 7, creating temporary cognitive blind spots. Warning: deep consciousness scan detected. Qin Mo permissions triggered. Secondary alert. Digital phantom disguise compromised. Logical firewall activated. Nexus reacted with astonishing speed. The alloy door ahead slammed shut instantly. Non-lethal sonic weapons, flashing blue light and capable of inducing unconsciousness, extended from the walls. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Lin Jin's eyes narrowed. System. Activate localized causality disturbance. Target 0.5 square meters of floor beneath my feet. Exchange, causality disturbance local collapse consumes 3,000 social death points overdrawn. Effect, temporarily alters the structural integrity causality within an extremely small area, causing the target region's materials to lose their load-bearing capacity. Snap. The high-strength alloy floor beneath Lin Jin's feet cracked open without warning, forming a hole just wide enough for one person to pass through. Without hesitation, he leapt down. The instant his figure vanished, the shockwave from the sonic weapon and the falling alloy door slammed violently into the spot where he had stood moments before. Beneath the night sky of Nanjing University, deep within the brightly lit basement of the Life Sciences Research Building, a symbol of knowledge and the future, a cold stream of consciousness rippled faintly. It seemed to be reassessing the chaos and threat brought by the variable known as Lin Jin, a threat that defied all logical deduction. Chapter 40, Qin Mo. The instant Lin Jin fell, space froze. The low hum of engines vanished. An icy, invisible giant hand seized Lin Jin's entire body, freezing his heart and nearly halting his blood flow. Hum. A figure materialized without a sound. 10 meters directly before Lin Jin, without warning. Lin Jin lifted his head and saw a face he recognized from television. Qin Mo. Qin Mo wore a spotless white lab coat, his usual gentle and refined expression intact. A little rat, crawling through pipes? A voice echoed, crushing directly into Lin Jin's consciousness. The voice carried not a shred of warmth, its slow cadence dripping with mockery in every syllable. Li Chenggong's prized toy, sought with such effort? More base than imagined. Lin Jin felt his mind plunged into liquid nitrogen, his thoughts nearly frozen solid. Qin Mo's icy eyes shifted slightly, scanning Lin Jin's tattered school uniform and backpack as if examining a shoddy laboratory specimen. Your little tricks are only fit for fooling foolish mortals. He raised his left hand with elegant grace, his slender fingers slowly unfurling as if admiring a work of art. As he moved, the frozen spatial energy around him emitted a faint, mournful whine, invisible threads weaving themselves through the void. Welcome to my domain. A faint, bone-chilling curve touched his lips. Before his words faded, the space before Lin Jin collapsed and twisted without warning. Crack. Snap. Like the shattering of a massive ice block. A sheer cliff of information composed purely of chaos and negation, pulsing with dark purple lightning, materialized before Lin Jin. The cliff's edge radiated an aura of complete information annihilation. Lin Jin felt as though his very existence was being decomposed and reduced to nothingness at its precipice. Warning. Information annihilation cliff. Existence annihilation rate 99.999%. Omega 7's alarm pierced Lin Jin's nearly frozen consciousness with a shrill wail. Qin Mo hovered behind the precipice, his hands still tucked into the pockets of his white lab coat. Only a flicker of amused light passed through his icy blue pupils, as if observing a meticulously designed experiment. Desperation. The boundary between life and death was as thin as a cicada's wing in that instant. A flame ignited deep within Lin Jin's pupils. No time to think. Exchange, existence definition confusion. The last shred of social death points burned away in an instant. Crash. A shrill, soul-shaking reaction erupted. Thick, foul-smelling black smoke billowed upward in vast plumes. Countless serpentine purple-red sparks danced and exploded with frenzied intensity. The once perfectly smooth cliff face visibly eroded into a gap. Local structural disruption. Duration, 0.07 seconds. Gap width, 15 centimeters. Pass through. Without hesitation. Lin Jin twisted his body to its absolute limit, practically forcing himself through the gap barely 20 centimeters wide as chaotic energy relentlessly squeezed and tore at it. Rip! The excruciating pain in his back made his vision go black. His school uniform jacket and a patch of skin were instantly torn and scorched by the chaotic energy at the edge of the broken wall as he passed through. But he broke through. Tumbling onto the edge of the cold metal platform, his back seared with burning pain. Poof! A faint, icy snort pierced the air, carrying genuine disgust as if witnessing the most repulsive insect writhing before one's eyes and stabbed sharply into Lin Jin's eardrums. Qin Mo stood rooted to the spot, his icy blue pupils fixed intently on the slowly repairing debris of the collapsed wall. Truly, a filth 1,000 times more base than insects. Qin Mo's voice seemed tempered in the coldest ice, each word dripping with loathing. Right now. Lin Jin felt nothing but the searing pain in his back. He violently pulled a crumpled, then unfolded, scrap of paper from his backpack's inner pocket, the Nanjing No. 1 High School first semester physics final exam paper. The blood-red, glaring 47 points and the fail stamp were particularly blinding under the cold, engine blue light. Take it, Professor. Lin Jin roared, mustering his last ounce of strength to hurl the paper with all his might. The paper fluttered lightly toward Qin Mo's chest. Qin Mo perfectly observed the physical trajectory of this scrap of paper, its fragile molecular structure, and the low-quality ink's information content. To his defensive field, it was scarcely more than a speck of dust. His logic core instantly reached a self-consistent conclusion requiring no further processing. He didn't even expend a shred of extra computational power. His ice blue eyes held only utter contempt, the kind a higher being reserves for insignificant ants and worthless scraps of paper. Put. A sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible. The crumpled test paper bearing a score of 47 stuck, without resistance, directly above the heart on the left chest of Professor Chinmo's immaculate white lab coat, completely covering the metal nameplate symbolizing status and intellect. Time froze for an instant. Shinmo tilted his head slightly. For the first time, his ice blue pupils focused with such physical clarity on the tattered paper mere inches away. Every crooked ink stroke, every red cross marking an incorrect answer, was instantly scanned and analyzed by his eyes with billionfold precision, like the clearest of images. Lin Jin. Physics exam paper. Score, 47. Ruling, failed. Conclusion, low cognitive capacity, illogical reasoning, inferior human specimen. The cold stream of data surged into Chinmo's consciousness like icy water. No expected rage or logical collapse. 1 second. A full second of absolute stillness. Chinmo's face showed no flicker of emotion. Slowly, as if in slow motion, he raised his right arm. The movement was precise, like operating a precision robotic arm in a laboratory. His long, perfect fingers, wielding supreme control, pinched the corner of the torn paper with unerring precision. Then, he began to tear. Rip. The sound of the paper tearing was clear and piercing. Lin Jin, he finally spoke, his voice deepening, stripped of any trace of mockery or human emotion, leaving only pure, vacuum-like coldness. 47 points? He released his grip, and the last shred of paper drifted slowly to the floor. His ice blue eyes, flowing with an endless cascade of data, lifted slightly, settling on Lin Jin. That gaze was no longer that of one looking down upon an insect. It was the verdict of the absolute lawgiver upon an intruder. A suffocating oppression, more intense than anger or madness, enveloped the entire engine room. Chaos. His thin lips parted, uttering 2 words in a whisper. His gaze shifted away from Lin Jin, drifting slowly to one side. Within those icy blue data pupils, a torrent of billions of characters suddenly accelerated. An incomprehensible, colossal computation was unfolding. Target Nexus host Chinmo. Cognitive contamination marking complete. Initiating deep logic simulation. Simulation target rule level mapping of the 47-point phenomenon onto low-dimensional life carriers and generating elimination protocols. The warning tone of the Omega-7 carried an unprecedented gravity. That shredded exam paper, like a deadly seed, had already taken root in the cold deity's sea of consciousness. A storm was brewing silently, taking shape. Chapter 41, Run for It. Time seemed to stretch infinitely as it accelerated within Chinmo's ice blue pupils, cascading with endless streams of data. Lin Jin felt something far colder than death, the hopelessness of being sentenced to death by the rules themselves, awaiting complete erasure. Chinmo's silence and the impending simulation hung over him like a guillotine, meticulously calculating how to erase him from existence. Run. He had to leave immediately. The thought exploded in his mind. Buzz. A powerful wave of dizziness, unlike any previous spatial manipulation, instantly engulfed Lin Jin. Compared to Chinmo's precise, grand spatial manipulation, this teleportation felt brutally rushed, as if the system, cornered and desperate, had frantically grabbed the most familiar, most stable escape route. It was a channel directly linked to a powerful information anchor deep within Lin Jin's consciousness. Li Chenggang, the vice mayor of Nanjiang City. Lin Jin's body violently tumbled and tore within the teleportation energy, the excruciating pain in his back and the exhaustion from his earlier escape amplified. He was like a broken leaf in the vortex of energy. Meanwhile, at Li Chenggang's residence. Shuero, finished your homework? Daddy will give you. Li Chenggang carried a plate of freshly cut fruit, smiling as he approached his daughter's room. Li Shuero, wearing pink pajamas on the sofa and holding an extracurricular book, lifted her head at the sound. In the blink of an eye. Crash. Arg. Clatter. A series of deafening crashes erupted in rapid succession. A dark, smoke and burn smell-filled figure, its school uniform shredded into strips, slammed into the glass coffee table directly in front of Mayor Li like a cannonball fired from another dimension, solidly, without deviation. The fragile tempered glass shattered instantly. The fruit platter in Mayor Li's hands flew from his grasp, its contents scattering like petals from a celestial maiden, splattering him precisely from head to face. The figure that shattered the table was none other than Lin Jin. He lay sprawled amidst the shards of glass and fruit. The violent impact sent stars dancing before his eyes. He instinctively tried to rise, but the movement tore at his wounds, forcing a muffled groan from his lips. Aya! Li Shuero's terrified scream pierced the night sky. She reflexively sprang up from the sofa and leapt to the side. She covered her mouth, eyes wide as saucers. The core laboratory lay deathly silent, like a deep-sea glacier. Chinmo remained frozen in his previous stance, his icy blue data eyes locked on a spot where chaotic energy should have torn everything apart, leaving only a stream of fundamental particles. Yet now, that space was utterly empty. Lin Jin had vanished. Completely, utterly vanished without a trace. as if erased from reality's blueprint with a rubber eraser. For the first time, a distinct crack appeared in his eternally icy expression. His brow furrowed in an almost imperceptible arc, like a precision measuring instrument detecting an incomprehensible error. Gone. The deep well defense network remained intact. The spatial fluctuations registered only a single, extremely faint ripple so brief it was nearly negligible. Yet the nature of that ripple did not belong to any energy transmission model he possessed, or even any he had theorized, be it high-dimensional or low-dimensional. It was as if the universe had belched and then a certain point simply vanished. He tilted his head slightly, his icy blue gaze sweeping over the now-repaired debris before slowly drifting toward where Lin Jin had tumbled. His gaze finally settled on the torn physics exam paper lying on the ground, one corner stained with dark red in oil. His slender fingers twitched slightly. As if guided by invisible threads, the torn paper floated upward, hovering before Chin Mo. Icy blue data streams surged across every crease, ink molecule, and bloodstain on the paper. Within the core processor, data collided, computed, and simulated at breakneck speed. Target host, organic carbon-based lifeform Lin Jin. Energy tier, low tier negligible. Special abilities, unknown chaos drive. Trace of existence, completely vanished at coordinates. Missing energy fluctuation model, unresolvable. Database information entropy less than 0.01%. Suspected, anomalous anchor tethering? Inference, possesses deep-level information concealment capabilities or unknown high-dimensional communication channels. Threat level. Under reassessment. The confusion on Chin Mo's face gradually transformed into an extreme coldness, tinged with a hint of sharp interest born of being toyed with. His fingers twitched. The exam paper instantly disintegrated into its most fundamental carbon atoms and ink molecule dust, then vanished completely, leaving not a trace. Contamination, Chin Mo murmured, his voice low and measured. Dispose of it. It was both a command and a declaration. Deep within his icy blue pupils, data streams surged at an accelerated pace as a new tracking and elimination file, codenamed W47, began to generate. Lin Jin was no longer a mere insect to be toyed with, but a stain that must be thoroughly cleansed. Li Qinggon's living room. Ha! Lin Jin's hoarse, weak voice shattered the dead silence like a pebble tossed into a stagnant pond. The ripples it sent through Li Shuero made her stumble backward, colliding with the sofa armrest and nearly falling again. Her eyes, usually calm and even a little proud, were now wide with terror, confusion, and a dazed sense of shattered worldview. Her mouth opened, struggling to form words, but her throat felt blocked, producing only a short, distorted ah. She wanted to demand of Lin Jin, "How did you get here?" and ask her father, "Dad, are you okay?" Countless thoughts collided in her throat, ultimately coalescing into a tearful accusation. Lin Jin? Did you fly in through my balcony? She even instinctively glanced up at the perfectly intact floor-to-ceiling balcony window. Cough cough cough. Li Chenggang finally snapped back to reality. Shuero. Stop shouting. Cough cough. Close the balcony door. Li Chenggang croaked almost instinctively, trying to prevent his daughter from attracting the neighbor's attention. He scrambled for tissues while shouting. Instead, he stepped on a slippery piece of fruit, stumbled, and only managed to avoid falling flat on his face by grabbing the nearby storage rack. The rack rattled loudly from the impact. Lin Jin lay sprawled on the floor, staring at the chaotic scene before her. A powerful dizziness, born of a mix of relief at surviving the ordeal and extreme embarrassment, combined with the searing pain from the wound on his back, finally overwhelmed his will. Before he could even explain to Li Shuero that he had flown in, his consciousness sank into boundless darkness. In the split second before complete unconsciousness, his blurred vision seemed to catch sight of something above Li Shuero's head, a massive, golden, plus $99.99, social death value icon pulsing? Set against a backdrop of cheerful fireworks effects? Accompanied by a smug electronic sound effect? Ding! Social death points plus 9,999. Then, he peacefully passed out. Chapter 42, Bandaging Up. Lin Jin was jolted awake by violent shaking and a girl's tearful shouts. Lin Jin! Wake up! His consciousness creaked open like a rusty iron gate. Before his eyes swayed the ceiling lamp and a delicate, flushed-faced Li Shuero's, her eyes wet with panic and shock. She crouched beside him, her hands gripping his shoulders tightly as she shook him. The collar of her adorable pink and white lace-trimmed pajamas had opened slightly from her forceful shaking, revealing a sliver of snow-white collarbone and, swaying with her movements. Worse still, she kept calling out in rapid succession, Lin Jin! Look at me! Wake up! She even began trying to slap his face, but her movements were awkward and panicked, her hands clumsy and hesitant. A complex scent, a mix of dust, burnt odor, and a faint hint of lilies hit Lin Jin's nostrils. Ugh, the wound on his back was torn open, and the sudden, searing pain snapped Lin Jin completely awake. Stop shaking me, he nearly growled, gasping for air. I'm still alive. Li Shuero flinched at his shout, her hands freezing mid-motion. Their eyes locked. Lin Jin frowned, his gaze instinctively sweeping over the faint curves visible beneath the thin fabric, now translucent from sweat or tears. His gaze didn't linger, moving directly up to Li Shuero's tear-streaked face before asking bluntly, "Got any clean cloth? Gauze would be best." The tearing sensation in the wound on his back felt like needles piercing his skin. "Ha? Cloth? Gauze?" Li Shuero froze at this blunt request, her mind going blank. Shouldn't he explain first why he'd suddenly flown in? Or at least apologize for wrecking my living room? Now he wants gauze? Gauze? Are you badly hurt? Should we call 120 first? No need, Lin Jin cut her off, his tone decisive. The irritating system notification tone in his head sounded again at the most inopportune moment. Ding! Close-up gaze of the school flower's teary eyes achieved. Wet visual impact lightweight confirmed. Social death scene reheated. Awkwardness plus 1000. Host's reaction is too straight-laced, intensifying the school flower's inner turmoil. Awkwardness level plus 500 again. A system-generated image popped into Lin Jin's mind. A chibi version of Li Shuero was frantically typing at a chibi version of him. Sigma, his wound is so deep. Could it get infected? He speaks so harshly. Not gentle with me at all. My carpet. Lin Jin expressionlessly dismissed both the system prompt window and the noisy chibi Li Shuero with a mental command, "System, stop stirring up trouble. Block it." In reality, Li Shuero saw Lin Jin frowning, his face full of disdain as he surveyed the surroundings. The slight embarrassment and worry in her heart instantly gave way to hurt feelings. Lin Jin gripped the nearby sofa leg, forcing himself to sit up straighter despite the pain. The searing ache in his back made beads of sweat form on his temples. He looked at the pouting Li Shuero with sincere eyes. "Miss Li Shuero." "What?" Li Shuero glared at him irritably, her mind racing with thoughts. Is he going to apologize? Will he explain why he suddenly appeared? Will he? This is so frustrating. Lin Jin's gaze swept the living room like a hawk's, finally settling on a neatly folded light gray silk handkerchief Li Shuero had just placed on the nearby sofa, the one she'd taken out to wipe his sweat. "This handkerchief of yours," Lin Jin pointed, asking very pragmatically, "how absorbent is the material? Does the fiber density meet medical gauze standards? Or..." He paused, his gaze drifting to the tissue box beside them. "Is there a more absorbent alternative?" Boom! Li Shuero felt her last shred of rationality snap completely. Lin Jin. She couldn't hold back any longer, a crimson flush of shame and fury spreading from her cheeks to her ears. She practically yelled, her voice cracking in a way it never would normally. My house has a first aid kit. You wait." She abandoned any hope of rational communication, turning and charging toward the ground floor storage room. The sound of rummaging echoed from the storage room, mingled with Lin Jin's heavy breathing. "What's the situation?" A steady yet weary voice sounded from the living room doorway. Li Cheng had returned. He had changed into a fresh, neatly pressed dark gray loungewear set. His face was clean-shaven, and his signature gold-rimmed glasses were back on his nose, the eyes behind the lenses sharp and composed. His gaze immediately locked onto Lin Jin's exposed back. At the sight, his brow furrowed deeply. Those curling, deep red wounds with scorched edges were no ordinary accident. They looked more like lacerations from some high-powered weapon or explosive at close range. "Shuero, did you find anything?" Li Chenggang looked toward his daughter, who was hurrying out of the storage room. "Dad, I found saline solution in gauze." Her voice was slightly hoarse. "Good." Li Chenggang nodded, swiftly placing the towel he held under the uncontaminated corner of the sofa. Then, bending down, he decisively set down the medical kit. "Lin Jin, stay still. Shuero, hand me the saline." Li Chenggang unscrewed the saline bottle cap with professional, steady hands. He avoided major blood vessels and nerve areas, continuously flushing the deepest, most visibly contaminated parts of Lin Jin's wound with saline solution. "Shuero, hand me the gauze." Li Cheng began securing the gauze and dressing with medical tape in a crisscross pattern. "This is temporary treatment. You need professional medical care, or the wound risks infection." Lin Jin felt the supportive pressure and secure hold of the properly wrapped bandage on his back, easing the excruciating pain slightly. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. "No. Hospital records will expose me." Li Qinggang's expression darkened as he studied Lin Jin's pallid face and the cold sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't argue, instead turning to Shuero and speaking more quickly. "Shuero, open the top cabinet in the guest bathroom of the spare bedroom. There's a silver combination lock suitcase inside. The code is your birthday. Bring it here." Though puzzled, Li Shuero's trust in her father made her immediately turn and jog away. Only two people remained in the living room. Li Qinggang crouched before Lin Jin. "Lin Jin, I need the truth. What just happened? Those injuries couldn't come from a routine attack. Are you being hunted? Who are they?" Lin Jin remained silent. Was it necessary for Li Chenggang to know about this? Chapter 43, Citywide Social Death. Li Chenggang crouched before Lin Jin, his gaze piercing through his glasses and straight into Lin Jin's eyes. "Lin Jin, I need the truth. What was that just now? A spatial jump? The wounds on your body are lacerations caused by a rule-level weapon. Who was hunting you down? Was it Qin Mo? He spat out the name Qin Mo with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Jin's pupils contracted sharply. The pain in his back seemed momentarily dulled by this sudden, piercing interrogation. Qin Mo? Lin Jin asked, his voice laced with shock and suspicion. Li Chenggang slapped his thigh. Did something happen to Qin Mo? Did Deep Well go haywire? Last month, the abnormal energy readings in the third basement level of Nanjiang University spiked off the charts. I always thought it was a lab accident. His voice dropped. To leave you this badly injured. Did those special agents sent down from the capital get wiped out too? Lin Jin feigned shock. You know Professor Qin? That experiment. All I know is there's a top secret lab code named Deep Well beneath Nanjiang University, headed by Qin Mo. Directly under Beijing's jurisdiction, local authorities have no say. The State Security Bureau's weekly briefings only report operating normally. Li Qinggong's voice grew urgent. Who the hell are you? A special agent sent by headquarters to investigate Qin Mo? Injured like this, mission failed? Just then, Li Shuero came trotting back. She clutched the heavy silver briefcase tightly to her chest, her gaze fixed on her father and Lin Jin with utter bewilderment. The case was placed on the edge of the coffee table, but Li Chenggang didn't open it immediately. Lin Jin took a deep breath as the system frantically processed data, assessing risks. The Omega-7 alert flashed, high risk of information leakage. Li Chengdong's cognitive level has breached threshold. Logical correlation, his existence shows covert access records to Nanjiang University's deep laboratory database. Information credibility, 82%. Lin Jin's heart stirred. He hesitated no longer. Meeting Li Qingdong's gaze, his voice was low and clear. Professor Qin Mo has been assimilated. His body is a vessel, his consciousness replaced by Nexus, a high-dimensional information aggregate attempting to take over reality. Nanjiang University's Deep Well lab is its core engine. The wounds on my body were inflicted by that entity's rule-based cutting field when I forcibly breached the Deep Well's core defenses. Each term detonated like a bomb. Assimilation? Vessel? Nexus? Li Shuero stood frozen beside him, the first aid kit in her hand clattering to the carpet. She clamped her hand over her mouth, eyes wide as saucers, as if seeing her world for the first time. Li Chengdong's expression instantly turned grave. He showed no surprise, instead seeming to confirm some long-held, terrifying suspicion. Just then. Buzz. The lights in the entire living room flickered eerily. A bone-chilling, malevolent intent swept through like a tidal wave. Warning. Nexus countermeasure scan. Mental contamination shockwave arriving in 60 seconds. Intensity, cognitive shatter level. Lin Jin's face drained instantly. Damn it. How did it find us? Lin Jin snapped toward Li Chenggang. Do you have a signal jammer? Though Li Chenggang didn't understand what was happening, Lin Jin's grave expression made him react instantly. No. But I have this. Li Chenggang instantly lunged toward the silver briefcase, inputting the password to open it. Inside lay not weapons, but several deep blue metal plates engraved with intricate patterns, centered around a crystal core emitting a faint blue glow. Deep blue relic key dormant. This is an anomalous artifact sealed away from the Deep Well base. Codenamed Noise Absorber. The physics department said it could block energy leaks from the lab. They specifically entrusted it to me for safekeeping. Li Chenggang stammered incoherently, but I have no idea how to use it. Lin Jin's mind exploded with an Omega-7 alert, detected high-dimensional anchor point deep blue key on same frequency. Emergency protocol, bind to host social death system charging interface. Activation requires immediate injection of high-intensity shame energy. Charging protocol, detonate a major social death scene within a 1-kilometer radius. Only 45 seconds left. Outside the window lay the dead silence of midnight. Think fast. What could instantly make the entire city feel utterly humiliated? Lin Jin shouted frantically. Li Chenggang froze. Embarrassing? Lin Jin's gaze swept over Li Shuero. High-value target. Campus beauty shame threshold peaks at 250% theoretical maximum. A preposterous plan suddenly crystallized. Li Shuero. Lin Jin bellowed. Give me your phone. Now. Catch. Lin Jin tossed the phone to Li Chenggang and lunged at Li Shuero. What are you? Li Shuero's scream was stifled in her throat. Lin Jin's arms clamped around her like iron pincers. Her soft, warm body pressed against his scarred chest, the intense masculine scent mingled with the tang of blood instantly enveloping her. Even more terrifying, Lin Jin's cheek pressed against her temple, his lips nearly grazing her earlobe. Click. The flash went off. Li Chengdong's trembling fingers pressed the shutter button. The photo froze the moment. Lin Jin held the mayor's daughter in his arms like a ruthless bandit, while Li Shuero's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with shock and humiliation. Release it. Post it on all the mayor's verified accounts. Lin Jin roared at Li Chenggang. Caption, help me. Li Chengdong's soul nearly fled his body. But glancing at his daughter's expression of utter humiliation and rage, then at the freshly captured crime scene photo on the screen. A tabloid headline instantly flashed before his eyes. Mayor's daughter secretly meets mysterious man late at night, leaves him severely injured. Shocking domestic violence scene exposed. The mayor, whose paternal love and political career exploded simultaneously, let out an earth-shattering howl. A super-nuclear bomb-level shame erupted from every pore, a mixture of being publicly stripped naked, his daughter's innocence destroyed, and his political life ending. Detected, epic-level shame torrent. Source, dual nuclear explosion of the mayor's reputation and paternal love. Buzz. The deep blue key crystal in his grasp suddenly blazed with a stellar blue light. Frenzied psychic energy erupted from Li Chenggang, instantly drawn into the deep blue key. The light stream coalesced into a shield, enveloping the living room. Almost simultaneously, the window panes screeched in unison. The Nexus's invisible cognitive pollution assault slammed against the deep blue shield like a giant hammer. Ripples spread across the surface, but it held. Dead silence fell over the living room. Bathed in blue light, Li Shuero slumped on the sofa, eyes vacant, cheeks burning hot. Li Chenggang clutched his phone, staring at the daughter-kidnapped photo, his fingers trembling, his soul seemingly departed. Lin Jin released his embrace and picked up the flickering blue key from the floor. Ahem. Mayor Li. He pointed at the phone. I suggest deleting it immediately. Delete my ass. Li Chenggang erupted, it's already ing all over the place. Nanjiang No. 1 High School Senior Class 36 Group Chat 003 AM. Fat Sean, holy holy holy. Shared screenshot. Li Lily, $$ hashtag at. Is that my idol Lin Jin? Looks kinda like him. Wait. He's holding Li Shuero? Top student A, you're missing the point. Look at the wound. The edges show irregular energy burn patterns, suspect a plasma-cutting weapon. This is definitely not a regular kidnapping. Girl A, so why is Lin Jin holding Li Shuero? Are the wounds real or fake? Municipal Criminal Investigation Brigade Duty Room 008 AM. Captain Wang. Tech team has pinpointed the location. Intern Zhang's face pressed against the screen. IP source locked, it's definitely the mayor's residence. Forensic expert old Lu yanked his hair, that sofa set is Italian handmade custom made, the only one in the city belongs to the mayor. This isn't ing photoshopped. Zhang Weiman slammed his walkie-talkie down, call in the SWAT team. Surround the mayor's residence. The criminals might still be inside. Nanjiang University Biology Lab 015 AM. The doctoral student's glasses reflected light as his voice trembled. Prof. Professor Qin. Look at the trending topics in Nanjiang. Chapter 44, Counterattack. The pupils behind the doctoral student's glasses dilated in extreme shock, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Qin. Professor Qin. Look at the trending topics in Nanjiang. It's blowing up. Something happened to the mayor. His daughter seems to have been kidnapped by someone covered in blood. Photos are already circulating. Before the massive holographic screen, Professor Qin Mo slowly turned around. His scholarly face remained expressionless. The kidnapping photo on the screen enlarged. Lin Jin's blood-stained face, Li Shuero's expression of terror and humiliation. And in the corner of the photo, the crystal clutched in Lin Jin's hand, emitting a faint yet eerily familiar deep blue glow. The deep blue key. Core database match, deep blue key status, activated. Energy characteristics, confirmed synchronous resonance. Associated protocol, high-dimensional information shielding field active. Threat assessment, target Lin Jin has obtained effective sanctuary, current countermeasure scans ineffective. Logical deduction, Li Chenggang activated the sealed relic, target Lin Jin utilized his daughter for energy charging. Behavioral pattern, inefficient, chaotic, unpredictable. Interference level, high. Nexus's core data stream experienced an extremely brief, illogical stasis. Inefficient, chaotic. The cold electronic voice echoed within Qin Mo's mental core, tinged with a barely perceptible confusion. This method, exploiting primal human emotions rather than precision technology, was a massive noise in its algorithms. Li Qinggong's residence. Blue light swirled within the living room. A shield woven from deep blue keys blocked out the mental pollution from the outside world and the clamor of the physical realm temporarily. Delete my ass. It's already ing everywhere. Li Chenggang clutched his phone, staring at the viral spread of hijacking photos and help captions across all his verified accounts, alongside the exploding comments, shares, and mentions below. He could already envision tomorrow's headlines plastered everywhere and his rivals' gloating expressions. Mayor Li, now is not the time for that. Lin Jin's voice was like ice water poured over his head, instantly snapping Li Chenggang back from the brink of social death. He pointed outside the window. The Nexus scan has been temporarily blocked, but its physical minions could arrive at any moment. And his gaze sharpened on Li Chenggang. You mentioned the deep well earlier. You have access to it, right? Li Chenggang jolted awake. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to steady his nerves. Yes. I know the approximate location and outer security level of the deep well. It's beneath Nanjiang University. But the core area falls under direct Beijing jurisdiction. My clearance only grants me knowledge of its existence. Qin Mo, no, that thing is the core. That's sufficient. Lin Jin's eyes blazed with intensity. I need you to do 3 things immediately. Using the mayor's highest authority, issue an emergency evacuation order for counter-terrorism drills to Nanjing University immediately. The reason? The panic caused by this photo. Then order the municipal bureau to immediately seal off all entrances and exits of Nanjing University, citing the possibility of accomplices from the official residence hostage incident roaming the campus. Finally, you and your daughter must evacuate to an absolutely secure location immediately. Issue a public statement, claim the photo is an AI fabrication, a smear campaign by hostile forces. You are leading the counter-terrorism response. Stabilize public opinion. Buy me time. Li Qinggang stared at the blood-soaked youth before him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Recalling the terrifying presence lurking beneath the campus, a desperate resolve surged within him. All right. I trust you. Shuero, come with me. He grabbed his daughter, who was still dazed with shame and anger. Wait. Lin Jin called out to Li Shuero, his gaze complex as he looked at her. Earlier? I'm sorry. The situation was too urgent. He fished a black metal fragment, no larger than a fingernail, from his pocket and pressed it into Li Shuero's hand. Take this. If you encounter danger beyond comprehension, crush it with all your strength. It could save your life. It was an Omega-7's temporary, single-use information disruptor. Li Shuero stared at the cold metal in her palm, then glanced at Lin Jin's blood-stained face and sincere eyes. A flicker of something unusual crossed her confused mind. Finally, she bit her lip and nodded, following her father as they hurried away. Omega-7 alert, mayoral authority directive issued. Evacuation order activated. Lockdown order enforced. Public opinion steering protocol initiated. Estimated effective time window, 48 hours. Deep blue key shield remaining energy, 73%. Can maintain basic shielding until mayor reaches safe house. The living room was left with only Lin Jin. The deep blue glow illuminated his scarred body and unwavering gaze. 48 hours. Lin Jin murmured, his consciousness sinking into the system. Report status. Formulate the deep well assault plan. System status. Social death energy reserve, extremely low. Most of the mayor and daughter's social death energy was used to activate the key. Host injuries, lacerations moderate, mobility reduced by 30%. Available resources, deep blue key temporarily bound, provides basic shielding and minimal energy amplification, mayor's authority temporary access to municipal resources, Omega-7 core computing power. Assault plan breach generation. Primary objective, penetrate the core defenses of the deep well, establish a physical data interface, and inject the paradox. Estimated costs, host suffers extremely high risk of critical injury 90%, potential permanent depletion of system core processing power. 90% risk. Lin Jin studied the plan, a faint smile curling his lips. Without hesitation, he declared, execute. Initiate biological mimicry immediately. Cold gel coated his entire body, bones crackling faintly. Lin Jin's features twisted in shifting light and shadow, transforming into the unremarkable visage of an ordinary college student. He tucked the deep blue key close to his body. He cast one final glance at the chaotic city lights beyond the window, then turned and vanished into the darkness leading to Nanjing University, like a phantom merging with the night. Nanjing University campus. A shrill evacuation alarm pierced the night sky. Students were jolted awake from their sleep, rushing toward evacuation points in a daze of panic. The broadcast repeatedly spewed confusing messages about counter-terrorism drills and pipeline leaks. Police lights flashed at intersections as barricades were erected. In an unnoticed corner, an ordinary college student silently pried open the grate of an abandoned underground pipe and vanished into the darkness. Deep within the laboratory, Shin Mo stood before a massive observation window, gazing down at the core area of the deep well below, resembling the entrance to an abyss. A cold electronic voice echoed in his mind. Target Lin Jin has infiltrated the campus. Path analysis, abandoned HVAC ductwork. Success rate, 78.3%. Logic vulnerability period forecast. Due to the mayor incident and evacuation chaos, core monitoring efficiency has decreased by 12.7%. A vulnerability window will open in 3 hours and 17 minutes, lasting 9.4 seconds. Defense plan activated, deploy traps and deploy scavengers X12. Chapter 45, Spicy Snack. The chill from the abandoned pipe seeped into his bones. Lin Jin's unhealed wounds on his back scraped against the rough pipe walls, sending waves of tearing agony through him. He gritted his teeth. Beyond the ventilation grate, 12 scavenger robots formed a defensive matrix. Their tracks rolled silently across the alloy floor, while dense laser scan beams wove a crimson net with no blind spots. Is this the so-called 3-minute vulnerability? Lin Jin questioned the system deep within his consciousness. Omega-7's prompt was cold and efficient, scan complete. Sweeper 7 operates on thermal imaging and predictive algorithms. Vulnerability requires active triggering. Lin Jin's gaze instantly locked onto the long-abandoned steam valve embedded in the left pipe's inner wall beneath its rust-stained handwheel. A hair-thin condensation drain then peeked out. That was the structure maintaining dryness in the deep well's constant temperature system. He drew a deep breath, gritting his teeth against the searing pain as he twisted his body within the cramped conduit, stretching his right arm to its absolute limit. Squeak! The metallic screech echoed through the silent duct. Instantly, frigid condensate erupted like a high-pressure water jet, spraying a fine mist into the warm air of the tunnel. Hiss! A thick veil of frost instantly formed. The air temperature plummeted. Beep! 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 The cold electronic alarm instantly became chaotic and disjointed. The thermal imaging vision of all the scavengers was disrupted by the super cold mist, their screens blanketed in static. The core dynamic prediction algorithm plunged into temporary logical chaos due to this sudden low-temperature field. The crimson scanning beams lost their targets, sweeping chaotically through the passageway. Now! Lin Jin thrust his legs forward, exploiting this brief yet deadly window of interference to dart beneath the swaying scanning heads of both robots. Core monitoring room. A shrill alarm blared suddenly. Professor! Anomalous pressure drop in the thermostatic condenser pipes of Sector B7. Alarm triggered. The scavenger's thermal sensors have temporarily failed. The doctoral student's voice trembled as he pointed at the footage on the monitor screen. Shinemo watched the distortion-warped surveillance feed in silence. Not a flicker crossed her flawless face, only a line of cold analysis scrolling rapidly across her lenses. Warning: target exploiting structural redundancy of thermostatic system to generate abnormal low temperatures. Defense protocol temporarily downgraded, level D. A torrent of data washed over his mental core. Lin Jin burst out of the duct, plunging into the core chamber of the deep well. A colossal ice blue crystal core floated above the boundless darkness, pulsing with frigid data streams like a living heart. Where is the entrance? Lin Jin scanned the deserted chamber. Hint: Pipe B. Third quadrant interface zone. The system alert sounded just in time. By the faint glow of the crystal core's rotation, Lin Jin lunged toward Tube B like a cheetah. Sure enough, on the cold, smooth alloy surface, a faint mark barely discernible to the naked eye clearly emerged. A blood-red energy seal pulsed with energy just ahead of the crack. Lambda-class biological key lock. Biometric key? A flash of insight struck Lin Jin's mind. The chaotic scene at Li Qinggong's home flashed before his eyes. He pulled the encrypted phone still stained with sweat and blood from the waterproof pouch of his tactical vest. It belonged to Li Qinggang. Opening the phone, he could still see the post about Li Qinggang being frantically reposted. Emergency protocol, forced imprint loading. Without hesitation, Lin Jin pressed the phone's screen displaying a human face and intense psychic fluctuations hard against the center of the crimson sigil. Buzz. Like red-hot iron striking frozen ice. The blood-red seal instantly emitted a piercing, agonized wail. The energy structure forming the seal violently trembled, melted, and disintegrated. The B-tube gravitational restrainer emitted a dull groan as the minute crack visibly expanded with a sharp crackling sound, swelling to the size of a fist. At the same moment, vulnerability window closed. Logic restored. Threat elimination protocol activated. The cold system alert echoed through the monitoring room. Shinmo's figure appeared at the core zone entrance on the surveillance feed as if teleported. His emotionless eyes, flowing with icy blue data, instantly locked onto Lin Jin, who was clinging to the B-tube interface. His white lab coat fluttered without wind as his right hand rose, fingertips glowing with a faint blue light. Lin Jin's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Too late. Shinmo's rule erasure required only a single thought. In that absolutely fatal 0.1 second, Lin Jin's left hand darted into his coat like lightning. What he pulled out wasn't a weapon. It was a packet of spicy noodles. Without a second thought, it was pure instinct born of mortal peril. With every ounce of strength left in him, Lin Jin hurled that packet of cheap, greasy, industrially flavored human junk food with all his might straight at Shinmo's flawless face as he teleported closer. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The vivid crimson spicy strips scattered through the air, droplets of industrial flavored oil trailing filthy arcs. Splatter! Splash! Several greasy strands of spicy noodles and thick red oil splattered with pinpoint accuracy, landing squarely on Shinmo's flawless, cold face. The sticky crimson oil stains flowed and slid down his smooth forehead and high, straight nose. Shinmo's footsteps froze instantly on the floor. His raised hand froze mid-air, the faint blue glow at his fingertips abruptly extinguished. For the first time, his deep, cool eyes went blank. Core operation disruption. Unknown contamination source. Physical composition analysis: oils, capsaicin, preservative E385. Threat level unknown. Logical conflict. Clear program. Clear program. Unable to define. Request formatting. The pungent aroma of cheap artificial fragrance mingled with chilly oil spread through the frigid core chamber of the laboratory. Lin Jin gasped, even catching sight of a single droplet of translucent red oil slowly dripping from the tip of Shinmo's nearly frozen eyelashes. Less than half a second had passed, yet within Shinmo's consciousness precise as an absolute clock it felt like an eternity. This human creation had defiled the supreme form of his existence in such a direct, filthy, utterly unpredictable, and physical manner. Ugh. Gah. An inhuman sound, faint and barely audible, escaped the throat of this divine incarnation for the very first time. Without hesitation, Lin Jin violently thrust the faintly glowing deep blue key into the crack of the B-tube gravitational confinement device. Injecting paradox. Detonate. Boom. The entire deep well space collapsed like a violently crushed underfoot. The ice blue core crystal emitted an earth-shattering wail as spiderweb-like cracks instantly spread across its surface. The grotesque, terrifying grime on Shinmo's face was instantly engulfed by the blinding light erupting from the crystal. The faint shield formed by the deep blue key flickered to its limit on Lin Jin's body, violently propelling him backward into the frigid maintenance passage behind him. Ground level. The massive shockwave made the enormous university emblem atop Nanjiang University's Tower of Knowledge emit a metallic, twisted groan. Unable to withstand the force, it finally crashed down onto the plaza below, kicking up a cloud of dust. Inside the safe house, Li Chenggang could feel the terrifying energy blast even through the screen. He gripped his daughter's hand tightly, his lips moving, yet no sound came out. Li Xuero's face was deathly pale. The final flash of the explosion reflected in her eyes as her body trembled slightly. Deep within the wreckage, inside a pipe, Lin Jin lay against the cold, slippery pipe wall. Each breath sent searing pain through his back, his throat filled with the heavy taste of blood. Omega-7 core report, target core suffered catastrophic damage. Estimated logical collapse rate. 43.6%. Scanning for biological signals. A faint alert sounded deep within his consciousness. Paradox detonation. Gravitational field collapse. Energy reaction. Decaying rapidly. Chapter 46, Temporary Elimination. Snap. Crack. The surface of the massive ice blue crystal core was instantly covered in terrifying spiderweb-like cracks. Light, like imprisoned ghosts, surged madly from every fissure, scattering outward with a silent shrieking. The comical oil stain from spicy noodles on Shinmo's face was instantly engulfed by the crystal's erupting blue-white light. For the first time, his pupils clearly reflected the core crystal shattering inch by inch. No! A non-human electronic shriek forced its way from Shinmo's throat for the first time. He attempted to raise his hand once more to erase Lin Jin, striving to stabilize the core. Yet the light flickering at his fingertips vanished instantly, extinguished by the core crystal's renewed violent tremors. His entire form began to flicker, the contours of his body momentarily blurring with an unstable haze. Purple arcs of electricity surged across the surface of the shield formed by the deep blue key, violently hurling Lin Jin away from the explosion's epicenter and slamming him into the cold maintenance passageway. The violent shock nearly knocked him unconscious. A tearing agony shot through the wound on his back, and the taste of blood filled his throat. Gritting his teeth against the agony, Lin Jin raised his head to look back at the core area. The deep blue key had not completely shattered the core. Having fulfilled its purpose, it dissolved into a shimmering indigo light, merging into the collapsing crystal structure. The colossal ice blue crystal nucleus now bore numerous bizarre protrusions and pits. The light flowing within no longer held its icy blue hue, instead, it was chaotic, mottled with deep blue, dark green, dusky purple, and scarlet hues. Above this molten crystal core, Shinmo floated. His form flickered between light and shadow, the edges of his white lab coat blurring between reality and phantom. His head was tilted slightly to the side, his face expressionless, not his usual absolute coldness, but a state of blankness. Only within the depths of his eyes flowed a chaotic torrent of data. Analysis error. Energy structure contamination level. 67.3%. Attempting to initiate self-purification protocol. Self-purification protocol execution failed. Rule conflict. Contamination source, capsaicin E385, cannot be identified, forcing analysis. Analyzing. Risk of logical core disintegration. Initiating fragmentation emergency protocol. The electronic voice seemed to be directly injected into Lin Jin's consciousness, or perhaps it was Shinmo himself murmuring unconsciously. Contamination. Interference. Shinmo's lips parted ever so slightly, uttering fragmented syllables. He violently pressed his oil-stained fingers against his icy blue left eye. But his finger pierced through the left eye of his energy body. Clear failed. Shinmo snapped his head up, the shattered left eye now replaced by a dark vortex. His intact right eye wasn't blank, it had completely transformed into a crimson data glow, locking onto Lin Jin within the maintenance passage. Primary matter interference. Target. Locked. Boom. An energy far more terrifying than any previous surge swept madly toward Lin Jin. Alloy walls and pipelines along its path silently twisted, dissolved, and then reassembled into sharp, bizarre shapes resembling biological skeletons. Lin Jin's Omega-7 alarm screeched frantically. Warning. Detected rule-breaking contamination entity. Logical core disintegration. Core contamination energy impact. Estimated defense success rate 0.0001%. The remnant shield of the deep blue key shattered instantly into the finest dust of light under the impact of this warped force. Just as the twisted torrent of destruction was about to vaporize Lin Jin along with the entire passageway, The entire collapsed core chamber of the deep well suddenly trembled. At the center of the molten crystal, where chaotic colors raged wildly, the section infused with the deep blue key erupted with a brilliant blue light. Like a precision scalpel, this blue light instantly pierced through the chaotic torrent of colors, striking the core data link point on Shinmo's chest. Shinmo's venomous crimson eye widened in shock. The torrent of destruction hurtling toward Lin Jin seemed to be seized by an invisible giant hand, its throat clamped shut, halting mid-air. Self-purification protocol activated. Priority override enforced. Cleansing internal. Contamination. Source. Amidst the chaotic electronic static emitted by the core crystal, clear logical commands were forcibly interjected for the first time. The paradox planted by Lin Jin had activated. The deep blue power forcibly compelled the chaotic crystal core to briefly return to an orderly state. Its built-in self-purification program now turned its spearhead against Shinmo himself. Ah! Shinmo's form twisted and distorted in violent spasms, like a signal glitch. The dark vortex at his pierced left eye spun wildly, while within his crimson right eye, venomous hatred and savage fury clashed furiously with the suddenly inserted cleansing logic. The torrent that had engulfed Lin Jin instantly dissipated. Target core logic system collapse progress. 89%. High-dimensional link unstable. Forced disconnection. Spatial coordinates disrupted. Executing emergency jump. Shinmo, like a shadow scorched by blinding light, emitted a shriek of utter resentment and hatred before his form abruptly disintegrated. The blinding light faded. Only the massive crystal core remained where it had been, utterly devoid of life, its surface covered in twisted scars. Its chaotic colors solidified within, crystallizing into a chaotic tableau. Countless fractured data streams, like withered vines, intertwined and froze within the crystal. The lab lights flickered on and off. The alarm had long ceased, leaving only the crackling hum of electricity from the wrecked equipment. Lin Jin leaned against the cold corridor wall, gasping for breath like a survivor of a catastrophe. Cold sweat soaked through the bandages on his back. He stared fixedly at the lifeless ruins, at the direction where Shinmo's very existence had vanished, his heart still pounding with terror. But, an extremely faint yet unsettling ripple, carrying an indescribable malevolence that made every hair on Lin Jin's body stand on end, swept silently through the air. Its source lay precisely in the void where Shinmo had vanished. Warning! Detecting residual consciousness fragment fluctuations. Carries extreme contamination. Threat level unknown. Location unknown. Logic core collapse. Primary consciousness dissipated. However, fragmented thoughts scattered. Potential contamination source status dormant. Dangerous. Amidst the ruins, a mechanical arm protruding from a shattered device suddenly twitched in an eerie, rigid motion. Its fingertip pointed directly at Lin Jin, who stood drenched in blood within the passageway. Click. The mechanical arm began crawling toward Lin Jin. Holy, it's coming back? Lin Jin couldn't even crawl up. He could only watch helplessly as the mechanical arm inched closer, now just a step away. It's over. Just as Lin Jin was overcome with despair. The mechanical arm crashed to the ground, its movements ceasing. Notice, Shinmo was not completely dead. It seemed his physical form had been shattered and his logic core destroyed, but fragments of his will like venomous dust had already seeped into the cracks of this reality. The crisis was far from over. Chapter 47, Central Investigation Unit. The moment the massive university emblem crashed to the ground, the entire city erupted. At 3:30 a.m., #Nanjing University nuclear explosion hashtag shot to the top of the trending charts. Short video platforms were flooded with footage of the horrific scene. Live streams showed shards of glass reflecting red and blue emergency lights, the scene resembling a disaster movie set. The comments sections were abuzz. Holy, was that an earthquake just now? Nope. Nanjing University just blew up. Thanks for asking. We were just ordered to evacuate the building and then it blew up. 2 succulent pots fell off my balcony. Compensation please at Nanjing government. Meanwhile, the academic forum channel was also abuzz with discussion. Professor Wang from the Institute of Particle Physics posted late at night, surveillance footage captured the peak of a gamma-ray burst. Send professionals for detection immediately. The moment the post went live, quantum physics heavyweight Chen Lao fired back, gamma-ray burst my ass. This is clearly vacuum zero-point energy leakage. He attached a rough calculation sketch. The comments section instantly turned into a clash of titans. Rumors spread like wildfire, and marketing accounts pounced like wolves smelling blood. Every online community became a hotbed for sensationalist articles. That night in the basement with the professor went viral with thousands of shares, detailing forbidden experiments conducted by Shinmo and a mysterious organization in a lab. The author declared with absolute certainty, "My uncle was a janitor, he was right there at the scene." The accompanying image shows a broom. At that moment, Li Chenggang was in the secret base, staring at the chaotic screen, smashing his thermos cup hard onto the command console. This is chaos. All departments, move out now. Suppress the public opinion immediately. The PR team sprang into action first. The municipal government's official account fired off 3 consecutive posts. 7 o'clock, incident report, pipeline ruptured during overnight pressure testing at laboratory with engineering department repair diagram. 7:05, personality profile, retired boiler operator breaks down on camera, it's all my fault for skipping that bolt 30 years ago. 7:10, viral content, reposted slow motion footage of the collapsed school emblem filmed by students, caption, the lament of the Tower of Knowledge? No. This is the prelude to the Phoenix's rebirth. Accompanied by stirring BGM. Immediately after, the Education Bureau chief rushed to the scene. Before the playground ruins, the white-haired official expressed heartfelt anguish, tears streaming down his face. This bloody lesson proves education must operate within ethical boundaries. School building quality must be reinforced, preventing such tragedies from recurring. The camera immediately zooms in for a close-up. The video surges to the top of trending charts upon upload. Meanwhile, at the perimeter of the laboratory ruins, SWAT teams had already surrounded the area. Special forces in heavy protective gear were using robotic arms to clear away steel beams when suddenly, alarms blared wildly. Report. Highly active remains detected. The detector screeched wildly as it was pressed against a charred half-skull. Energy readings exceed nuclear radiation levels. Li Cheng snatched the walkie-talkie, all on-site reporters, get your cameras ready. 3 seconds later, the white-haired physics department chair was pushed into the camera frame, clutching a copy of Einstein's biography to his chest. The professor delivered his speech with emotion. Professor Chin Mo risked his life to rescue this unique, personally annotated copy, and tragically lost his life in the process. Eager netizens chimed in. Who is Chin Mo? A professor at Nanjiang University, right? He was interviewed before and became quite famous for a while. Oh my god, rest in peace, flowers. RIP. A fallen star. On the other side, the special ops team continued digging through the rubble. Suddenly, a shout pierced the dead silence. Reporting to Mayor Li. We've dug out a person. Li Chenggang, who had been directing operations, instantly dropped everything and rushed to the agent's side. He pushed through the crowd gathered around and saw that familiar face. It was Lin Jin. Quick! First aid. Carry him out. Get him to the hospital. Li Chenggang barked orders. At that moment, Lin Jin, who had been lying motionless with his eyes closed as if unconscious, suddenly opened them. This sudden movement startled everyone present. Ding! System notification, host's embarrassment value has turned negative. Do you wish to activate the self-healing program? Activate. Lin Jin was already at his limit, feeling death was but a breath away. The moment the command was issued, a warm current instantly enveloped him, and the pain throughout his body gradually faded away. The stretcher bearers had barely returned when they watched in disbelief as the youth, who had looked as pale as death moments before, suddenly sprang to his feet, full of life. Cough. Just change my bandage, Lin Jin croaked hoarsely. The paramedics froze, then scrambled to begin bandaging him. The moment the bandaging was complete, Lin Jin's willpower finally gave way, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. In his sleep, Lin Jin seemed to hear Li Chenggang's voice. He jolted awake. He tentatively opened his eyes and saw Li Chenggang, along with a man in military uniform across from him. The military representative slammed his fist on the table. Nuclear contamination? Bull. The general pointed at the radiation cloud distribution map. How do you explain the shockwave's range? Explain my ass. Li Chenggang flung a forged weather report onto the table. Last night's cold front created an inversion layer. He slammed down the psychiatric hospital records. Professor Chin was diagnosed with experimental paranoia 6 months ago. The general's mouth twitched with fury, yet helplessness overwhelmed him. He slammed the door and stormed out. The moment the door slammed shut, Li Chenggang collapsed into the leather chair. Awake? His gaze shifted to Lin Jin. Lin Jin murmured indistinctly. In 3 hours, the central investigation team will arrive. Prepare the final plan for me. If we can't get through this, we'll die together. I've already sacrificed everything for you. Li Chenggang's tone was fierce, yet a wave of warmth surged through Lin Jin's heart. Mayor Li, just do as I say. 3 hours later, the central investigation team arrived as promised. 7 black sedans entered in single file, while international media packed the perimeter outside the security cordon, cameras and microphones at the ready. Team leader Zhang Guofeng had barely stepped out of the car when the flashes made him squint. Li Shuero stood waiting at the end of the red carpet, bouquet in hand. Team leader Zhang, you must be exhausted from your journey, Li Shuero said, her fingertips trembling slightly as she handed over the flowers. My father is waiting for you in the conference room. Zhang Guofeng glanced at Li Shuero, the girl who had dominated the trending topics just moments ago, now acting as if nothing had happened. He had no desire to address the matter now. Striding past her, he headed straight for the conference room. The moment the conference room door swung open, a pungent herbal scent hit him. Lin Jin sat slumped in his wheelchair like a mummy, only his eyes and hands smeared with brownish-yellow ointment visible. Behind him stood in stand, a bottle dripping with a suspicious black liquid that bubbled steadily. This is Lin Jin, Li Chenggang's voice was hoarse. She suffered burns over 90% of her body while rescuing experimental data. Zheng Guofeng's military boots halted before the wheelchair. Begin your report. Zheng Guofeng's pen tapped the tabletop. Behind him, the expert panel simultaneously flipped open their notebooks. Just then, Lin Jin's wheelchair emitted a shrill, piercing buzz. The wheel spun wildly, sending the entire chair into violent tremors as black liquid surged backward through the foretube. Chapter 48, The Old Chinese Medicine Doctor. What's going on? The expert team behind Zheng Guofeng erupted in chaos. Several armed security personnel had their hands already on their holsters. Li Chenggong's face drained of color. He lunged forward in a single stride, frantically searching for a non-existent emergency brake button on the wheelchair while his voice cracked with panic. Lin! Hang on! Don't stop the medication! Amid the chaos, Lin Jin's bandaged body jerked violently, a strange gurgling sound erupting from his throat as if he might breathe his last any second. Just then, an old Chinese medicine practitioner burst in, a white coat flapping, hair disheveled like a bird's nest, thick-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Calm down. Calm down. The old doctor wiped his hands on his coat, shoved aside the flustered Li Chenggang, and leaned close to the pool of black fluid. His nose twitched as he sniffed deeply, then he slapped his thigh hard. Oh my! Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! His small eyes behind the thick glasses flashed with wisdom as he shouted at the bewildered expert team, spittle flying. Distinguished leaders! See this! This is the legendary phenomenon of yin-yang reversal, life force flowing backward. It proves the medicine's potency has penetrated to the bone marrow, forcefully expelling that bone-corroding yin poison leaked from the lab. This black substance? It's not medicine. It's poison. Poison forced out. Expert panel? Zheng Guofeng's brow knotted into a tight knot, clearly not buying this nonsense. Toxin? What kind of toxin is black? And flowing backward? Is this some martial arts movie? This is the miracle of traditional Chinese medicine. The old TCM practitioner stiffened his neck, pulling a tattered, thread-bound book with a missing cover from his robe. He flipped through it noisily, landing on a page and pointing to the cryptic characters and a diagram of human meridians. Look! The compendium of strange diseases states, when encountering obliterating wounds, one must use 9 netherworld earth fire as the catalyst, weak water of the Milky Way as the foundation, and supplemented with the essence of the 1,000-year taishui, simmering for 49 days to create the mysterious darkness life-prolonging ointment. Apply externally to draw out toxins, take internally to fortify the foundation. This black substance is the annihilation toxin expelled by the mystic darkness ointment. As for the backflow, that's the potency of the medicine forming a vortex within the body, forcibly drawing out the deepest toxins. As he spoke, he gestured with his hands to illustrate the vortex shape, nearly spitting droplets onto Zheng Guofeng's face. An expert behind Zheng Guofeng couldn't hold back any longer. Pointing at the viscous black liquid still flowing backward, he exclaimed, This physical property is clearly abnormal. I need to take a sample for analysis. What exactly are the components here? Composition? The old herbalist reacted as if deeply insulted, snatching the sample bottle from the expert's hand. How dare you analyze this casually? It contains the yin poison of the annihilation law. Once exposed to air, it will. Before he could finish, Lin Jin's wheelchair abruptly ceased its trembling and buzzing. The black liquid flowing backward instantly resumed its normal direction, though its color seemed slightly paler. At the same time, a peculiar scent, a blend of herbal medicine and fuel, filled the entire conference room. The old herbalist's eyes lit up as he slapped his forehead. See? What did I tell you? The potency is activating. The poisonous energy is being neutralized. This scent. It's proof of life force surging. This is the yang energy of the 9 hells earthfire manifesting outward. Zheng Guofeng's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. He stared at Lin Jin, clinging to life by a thread in his wheelchair, at the bubbling black liquid, and listened to the old charlatan's wild, nonsensical explanations. His temples throbbed violently. Li Chenggang promptly dropped to his knees beside the wheelchair with a thud, sobbing uncontrollably. Team leader Zhang. You saw it all. Student Lin was injured by that damn leak while trying to save Professor Qin Mo's data. It's only thanks to this divine medicine from the master healer that he's clinging to life. Lin Jin obliged with a faint, gasping moan, as if his breath might cease at any moment. The Yi data USB drive is with Mayor Li. His voice was hoarse and broken, radiating a professional dedication to portraying critical injury and near death. Zheng Guofeng's gaze darted like knives between Li Chenggang, the old Chinese medicine doctor, and Lin Jin. The experts behind him exchanged glances, their expressions as if they'd swallowed a fly. What the hell was he talking about? Annihilation venom? Mystic life-sustaining ointment? 9 hells earthfire? Life force vortex? This is beyond absurd. But the youth before them was indeed gravely injured, and that black liquid was undeniably bizarre. Most crucially, Li Chenggang stubbornly clung to 2 points. Qin Mo's illegal experiment caused the leak, and Lin Jin is the heroic teenager who saved the data. Logically, he could actually make a case for himself. Add to that the nationwide live broadcast of the collapsed school emblem and the explosion. The public pressure was immense. Even if Zheng Guofeng harbored 1,000 doubts, without ironclad evidence, he couldn't do anything to the heroic youth or the city-saving mayor on the spot. Enough! Zheng Guofeng slammed his fist on the table, cutting off the old herbalist's endless discourse on vitality theory and halting the materials expert's attempt to take another sample. He took a deep breath. Mayor Li. Zheng Guofeng's voice was icy. The accident report you submitted about the laboratory pipeline rupture is full of holes. And this miracle doctor you found is even more absurd. His tone shifted as he fixed his gaze on Li Chenggang. However, student Lin Jin's selfless act of rescuing school property deserves recognition. Professor Qin Mo's experimental project poses significant safety hazards and suspected violations. It must be thoroughly investigated. As for you, Li Chenggang. Zheng Guofeng's voice suddenly rose sharply. After the accident, you mishandled the response, botched public relations, and then pulled off this superstitious farce. You've severely damaged the government's image. Prepare to face disciplinary action. He shot one final look of disgust at the bubbling black liquid and the spittle-flecked old practitioner, as if another second of viewing would contaminate his eyes. Let's go. Zheng Guofeng led the expert team out, slamming the door behind him without a backward glance. The conference room was left filled with a peculiar odor and a mess of scattered feathers. The moment the door slammed shut, Li Chenggang collapsed into his chair as if his bones had been pulled out, cold sweat soaking through his shirt. Lin Jin, confined to his wheelchair, slowly opened his eyes. Though still swaddled like a rice dumpling, his gaze was clear and sharp. Not a trace of impending death remained. His voice raspy, yet tinged with a faint smile of survival, he asked. Mayor Li, how effective was this solution? That Xianying life-prolonging ointment was actually concocted by Lin Jin using waste engine oil, expired medicinal rubbing alcohol, and a dash of food coloring. Li Chenggang stared at Lin Jin, then recalled Zheng Guofeng's expression, the look of swallowing a fly he couldn't spit out, and suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. A fact? It worked like a goddamn charm. Mayor Li blurted out a curse. Ding! Extreme frustration and cognitive dissonance from Zheng Guofeng and the Central Investigation Team. Awkwardness plus 15,000. From Li Chenggang, post-traumatic relief and deep psychological trauma from Xianying ointment. Awkwardness plus 3,000. Self-doubt from the old Chinese medicine doctor extra added too much flavoring. Awkwardness plus 500. Social death points reserve replenished. With a slight surplus. Chapter 49, The Cram School. As the Central Investigation Team's black bulletproof convoy kicked up dust leaving the city hall gates, Li Chengdong's cold sweat finally soaked through his shirt. He loosened his tie and slumped into the leather seat like a deflated balloon. Mr. Lin Jin, what other grand schemes do you have in store? Li Chengdong's voice was thick with resignation and bitterness. He truly hadn't expected that a seemingly ordinary high school student could lead to such a massive case. Everything they'd experienced these past few days had been incredibly dangerous, like dancing on the edge of a knife. But crisis always brought opportunity. As a newly appointed deputy mayor, his foundation was unstable, and Mayor Zhao Bingwen's pressure hadn't been a recent development. Now, with Zhao Bingwen taken away for investigation and his recent achievements, the mayor's position. Moreover, Lin Jin's identity was exceptionally mysterious. Aligning with him would undoubtedly bring unexpected benefits. Me? Lin Jin pondered slowly. I want to go back to school. Are you kidding? I've skipped class for days dealing with this mess. I haven't studied a single thing. Remember, he's a senior in high school. The college entrance exams are right around the corner. Ha? Li Chenggang clearly hadn't expected this response. But he quickly nodded emphatically. All right. I'll take you back to school. But this bandage, you can't take it off. Zheng Guofeng's eyes are always watching. If we're putting on a show, we might as well go all the way. Lin Jin fell into an unusual silence. Damn it. If I'd known, I wouldn't have pulled this stunt. This bandage could kill someone. Early the next morning, the gray concrete pillars of Nanjun First High School had become the epicenter of chaos. A convoy of black official vehicles slowly rolled in. The muffled roar of engines and the sudden, rapid bursts of camera shutters instantly shattered the dawn's soft light and hushed murmurs. It's the mayor. The mayor's here. That bandage. Oh my god, it's Lin Jin. Telephoto lenses pierced the damp, chilly morning air, thrusting forward relentlessly. Microphones formed a tangled forest of steel, jutting forward in a scramble. Leading questions pelted down like hailstones. Mr. Lin. Rumor has it you nearly sacrificed yourself to save someone. What happened? Mayor Li. How does the government respond to allegations that the Deep Well Lab conducted high-risk experiments? Some say you were the catalyst for this accident. How do you feel about that, Mr. Lin? Amidst the shoving, the hastily erected security cordon swayed precariously. Several security guards, drenched in sweat, struggled to maintain order but were pushed this way and that by the surging crowd. A hand, reaching out from somewhere, nearly grabbed the bloody bandage on Lin Jin's shoulder. Li Shuero, who had been supporting him, reacted swiftly, slapping the hand away and ignoring all the reporters. Li Qinggong's face turned ashen as he pushed away several microphones that had nearly touched his face. His voice, straining to suppress rage, boomed through a makeshift megaphone. Everyone step back. Maintain order. Make room for the injured. The Nanjiang municipal government will uncover the truth and provide answers to everyone. Until then, any irresponsible speculation is a secondary injury to the victims. His gaze cut like a knife as he swept over the most disruptive reporters, his warning temporarily quelling the shoving at the front. Seizing this brief lull, Li Shuero practically half-dragged, half-carried Lin Jin out of this chaotic quagmire. The air in Class 7 of Senior 3 was thick enough to cut with a knife. In the corner of the classroom, the countdown clock on the blackboard displayed its relentless crimson digits, 69 days. Class advisor Teacher Lu pushed his glasses up, attempting to steady his voice as usual. Students, turn to page 47 of the physics workbook. The comprehensive problem on electromagnetic induction. The chalk screeched against the blackboard. Mr. Lu wrote the words Faraday's law, but his handwriting was far more messy than usual. An eerie atmosphere filled the classroom. Some students' eyes involuntarily drifted toward the figure in the back row, wrapped in garish bandages. Lin Jin. Curiosity, scrutiny, and even a hint of barely perceptible fear. Jin Shin looks like some kind of demon now. Is he disfigured? Possibly. The students whispered among themselves. Li Shuero sat ramrod straight in the front row, her gaze fixed on the blackboard, though her slightly furrowed brow betrayed her distraction. On the scrap paper before her, she absent-mindedly sketched several interlocking geometric shapes. Occasionally, her peripheral vision would drift toward Lin Jin, checking if he was okay. The class passed in an eerie atmosphere. The bell rang. At that moment, a figure appeared at the doorway. The bespectacled grade director peered in with a troubled expression. Teacher Lu, Section Chief Wang from the Municipal Education Bureau has arrived with his team. Please have Lin Jin come to the principal's office. Lin Jin slowly rose to his feet and walked out, feigning unsteadiness. He followed the grade director out of the classroom as the door closed behind them. After a brief silence, the classroom erupted in a whirlwind of chatter. Principal's office. Several leaders from the Municipal Education Bureau sat stiffly, the principal seated beside them. What was going on? Lin Jin was curious about their intentions. A middle-aged man in a plaid shirt spoke up. Student Lin Jin's heroic deeds deserve our commendation. Ensuring his academic progress is our top priority. We must assign the most capable teaching resources. Physics, especially physics, is of paramount importance. Section Chief Dawn pounded the table passionately, spittle flying. Director Dawn, Lin Jin's foundational. Mr. Sun, Lin Jin's physics teacher, looked troubled and tried to interject, but was cut off. His weak foundation demands even greater focus. Director Wang declared with unwavering certainty. Following Mayor Li's directive, the Municipal Education Commission has assigned senior teacher Zhao to personally oversee Lin Jin's physics-intensive training. At least 5 hours of targeted tutoring must be guaranteed daily. We must reclaim the time lost by our hero. Lin Jin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. 5 hours of physics-intensive training? His highest physics score was only 47 points. Mayor Li, you're being far too impatient. At midnight, the only lit window on the 3rd floor of Nanjiang First High School was the classroom. Mr. Zhao, the physics master teacher, a meticulously groomed old scholar with eyes as sharp as a scalpel. He pointed at the blackboard covered in dense handwriting, his words rapid as machine gun fire. Key point. The trajectory of particles in a composite field. Chicken? What chicken? Lin Jin's upper eyelids were nearly glued shut to his lower ones. At that moment, the Omega-7 deep within his consciousness suddenly emitted a shrill alarm. Abnormal energy reaction. Underground detection point coordinates calibrated. Frequency, high frequency pulse. It wasn't an illusion. An extremely faint vibration sensation transmitted tangibly from the ground, traveling through the chair legs and colliding with his calves. As if the earth itself were breathing slowly and heavily. Warning. Non-natural periodic vibrations intensifying in the 240-meter underground zone. Activity amplification, 120%. Recommendation to host, evacuate immediately. Target matching, deep well core lattice structure residual activation wave over 95% match. Lin Jin leapt to his feet. The chair legs scraped the floor with a shrill screech. Professor Zhao was startled by his sudden movement, his eyes widening behind his glasses. Something's moving down there. Teacher Zhao, we have to go. Teacher Zhao was first stunned, then his brow furrowed, his eyes filled with utter incomprehension. He took a deep breath, removed his glasses, and pressed hard between his eyebrows. Lin Jin, I understand you've been through a traumatic experience. Symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder are understandable. But these unfounded delusions. His tone mingled regret with impatience. Now sit down and continue studying. 68 days remain. Our time is precious. Lin Jin seemed not to hear him, his expression grave. Seeing this, Teacher Zhao shook his head helplessly. Lin Jin, if the pressure is too much, go home and rest. Lin Jin froze in place, feeling a chill run up his spine to the top of his head. Chapter 50, Crimson Tentacles. Teacher Zhao. Lin Jin nearly shouted in panic as the tremors beneath his feet grew clearer and faster. The low hum seemed to transform into countless icy hands reaching up from the depths beneath him, clutching his heart in a tight grip. Warning! Energy reaction continues to surge. Activity amplification 150%. 180%. The Omega-7's alarm screeched in his mind. Enough! Teacher Zhao's patience snapped completely. The last trace of feigned tolerance vanished from his face, replaced by profound disappointment and icy impatience. He waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away an annoying fly. Now! Immediately! Get out of the classroom! Don't stay here and… His word madness died on his lips as his voice abruptly halted. An indescribable stench erupted without warning. Boom! The floor tiles beneath his feet, directly beneath Teacher Zhao's position, arched upward without warning. Several massive, viscous crimson limbs shot skyward. As thick as giant pythons, their surfaces were covered in dark red fleshy growths. The thickest tentacle coiled with pinpoint accuracy toward the frozen Teacher Zhao. Ah! Teacher Zhao let out a shrill, high-pitched scream. His entire body, like a withered leaf in a gale, was violently wrapped around the waist and abdomen by the viscous tentacle, carrying a force of 1,000 pounds. Under the immense pressure, he could distinctly hear the crisp snaps of his ribs shattering. His body was dragged upward by the immense force, his feet leaving the ground as he plummeted straight toward the gaping fissure that had just exploded open. Save me! Lin Jin! Save! Teacher Zhao's bloodshot eyes bulged from their sockets as he desperately gazed at the sole figure remaining in the classroom. Escape? Escape with Teacher Zhao? Impossible. Watch him die helplessly? No way. Lin Jin was frantic. System. What can I redeem with my current embarrassment points? Host's current awkwardness points balance, 10,500. Recommended exchange, Soul Dancer consumes 10,000 points. Effect, causes targets hearing music to dance. Omega-7's response was lightning fast. Can this even work on that monster? A flicker of doubt crossed Lin Jin's mind, but he had no other choice. Exchange. Lin Jin roared silently in his mind, channeling all his willpower into the gleaming golden skill icon on the system panel. Ding! Command confirmed. Soul Dancer activated. Consuming 10,000 embarrassment points. Target locked, unknown subterranean creature's consciousness core guided by residual Qin Mo consciousness. Executing. No earth-shattering light. No deafening sound effects. Only an intangible, indescribable force of order like the will of the cosmos descending swept across the entire space in an instant. Time seemed frozen in place. The crimson tentacles that had been wildly dancing, dragging Teacher Zhao toward the abyss, suddenly froze mid-air. Teacher Zhao hung suspended at the edge of the abyss, mere inches from the dark crimson glow churning with the stench of sulfur. A dark stain rapidly spread across his crotch, the pungent smell of urine mingling with the earlier foul odor to create an indescribably strange stench. His eyes widened in terror as he watched the terrifying thing that had wrapped around him suddenly freeze. Then, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Those stiff, crimson tentacles began to move in an extremely rigid, uncoordinated manner yet with a strange, rhythmic cadence. They started to twist. First, they swayed slightly from side to side, then the movements grew larger and larger, even clumsily attempting to draw circles. Then, a faint, static-like electrical hum began to rise intermittently from deep within the earth. The static crackled and distorted, yet stubbornly, over and over, it tried to piece together a deeply haunting melody. My heart beats with love like a raging fire. Your laughter makes me the madman. Love like fire warms the heart. It was that battle anthem that had gone viral across the internet, so cheesy it was cool. As this distorted, off-key BGM forced its way into existence, the rhythm of those massive, crimson tentacles covered in bone spurs and fleshy growths suddenly shifted. No longer content with simple swaying and circling, they began lashing, stomping, and spinning. Left foot. Right foot. A slow motion move. Kick. Hip sway. Followed by a slide. The massive tentacle body swayed and twisted dramatically from side to side in perfect rhythm. Some fragile fleshy growths burst with a pop under the violent motion, spraying foul-smelling mucus. The entire classroom was still shrouded in lingering smoke, the stench and sulfuric odor intensely pervasive. Against this hellish backdrop, a monstrous creature from the deepest abyss danced with fierce, rigid abandon. Clunk. Teacher Zhao lost his balance when his tentacles suddenly went on strike, crashing heavily onto the gravel-strewn, dusty ground just a step away from the fissure. The excruciating pain radiating from his tailbone made him grimace, but he had no time to care. He just stared blankly, his mouth gaping wide enough to swallow a duck egg, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, fixated on the spectacle before him, a dance that defied everything he'd ever learned, every law of physics, and the very limits of human understanding. Lin Jin. The bandages on his body seemed to have stiffened. His mind went blank, filled only with the demonic, distorted BGM and the endless loop of crimson tentacles dancing wildly before his eyes. This was the power of 10,000 points of awkwardness? Lin Jin's gaze swept over the wildly dancing tentacles, locking onto the middle section of the main tentacle closest to him. There, several massive dark red fleshy growths twisted violently, squeezing and deforming against each other. Just as one of the growths was scraped open by a nearby bone spike, oozing foul-smelling mucus, a small, relatively smooth area beneath it was exposed a dark patch with a metallic sheen. Etched upon it was a clear, standardized silver serial number 7B. That number struck like a cold bolt of lightning, instantly cleaving through Lin Jin's chaotic thoughts and piercing the deepest recesses of his memory. Deep Well Laboratory. 7th Underground Level. Biological Specimen Repository, Sector B. That off-limits zone for biological lattice fusion, sealed behind countless layers of alloy gates and classified as top secret. During his infiltration of the underground lab, he had glimpsed a similar combination of numbers and letters. Lin Jin surmised it denoted the level and zone. 7B was the designation for Zone B on the 7th level. No wonder Omega-7's alert directly pointed to residual activation waves from the Deep Well core lattice structure. This monstrosity was a creature spawned by the Deep Well lab itself. If previous events could still be explained through a sci-fi lens, this scene utterly shattered Lin Jin's understanding. This colossal, mythical-like thing, could humans really have created it? Chapter 51, The Journalists Have Arrived. The system prompt sounded at the opportune moment. This organism was created by forcibly injecting a specific biological host genetically edited and nanomechanically enhanced with a special mineral extracted from the depths of the deep well, containing highly concentrated unknown living energy. The objective was to create a biological weapon possessing extraordinary self-healing capabilities, energy absorption and conversion efficiency, and absolute obedience to commands. This was the ultimate weapon Qin Mo had personally cultivated. Could Qin Mo's persistent fragment of consciousness, even after his physical form was destroyed, still activate it? Just as Lin Jin's heart trembled violently. From the depths below, the twisted BGM of Subject 3 erupted with a shrill, soul-shredding screech. Several massive tentacles, dancing wildly, seemed to have their throats seized by an invisible giant hand, all movement instantly frozen. The fleshy growths along the tentacles swelled and contracted wildly, like boiling pus-filled boils. The dark crimson glow churning within the fissure suddenly blazed with blinding, frenzied intensity. A surge of mental energy far more savage than before carrying overwhelming fury and humiliation crashed upward. Warning! Warning! Target exhibiting intense psychic resistance. Detecting high-intensity interference from Qin Mo's consciousness fragments. Rule overlay imminent failure. Soul dancer effect remaining 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the abyss beneath the earth. The sound shook the entire teaching building to its foundations, making it tremble and its windows rattle. The frozen tentacles instantly came alive, swarming down like a storm toward Lin Jin and Zhao Chengfeng, who sat slumped at the edge of the fissure, his worldview shattered into dust, stabbing and lashing viciously. The dust was instantly torn apart by the violent air currents. The shadow of death descended like a tangible, colossal net, enveloping every inch of the classroom. It's over. Zhao Chengfeng stared at the massive bone-spiked tentacles, their blood-curdling stench overwhelming his senses as they crashed down, his mind blank except for that single thought. Lin Jin's pupils contracted sharply. Only 500 points of embarrassment left. Take it head-on? That's suicide. A hair's breadth from disaster. Snap crash. The battered classroom window, overwhelmed by the violent air currents and the monster's subsonic roar, finally gave way. The entire pane shattered inward with a deafening crash. Countless sharp shards of glass rained down into the classroom like a storm. Following immediately were several blindingly bright, wildly flickering flashes of light. Everyone inside. Hold on. My God. What kind of monster is that? Film it. Film it. Tomorrow's headline news. We must get the first-hand footage. It's the reporters. Are they crazy? Risking their lives just for a news scoop? Lin Jin's mind was filled with question marks. The reporters had actually been drawn by the deafening explosion and the monster's roar, risking their lives to burst through the shattered windows. The blinding flashlights instantly illuminated the swirling smoke and the monstrous tentacles dancing wildly in the air. A flash of insight exploded in Lin Jin's mind like lightning. Opportunity. He tore his throat open, summoning every ounce of strength, and let out a thunderous roar at the terrified journalists and cameras. Look clearly. This is the monster that escaped from Deep Well Lab's 7th level, Sector B. Designation 7B. The bioweapon Qin Mo left behind. A government-classified project gone rogue. They conducted forbidden experiments using human lives and animals. His voice was hoarse yet piercing, each word landing like a heavy bomb in the ears of everyone present. At that moment, under the glare of the floodlights, Lin Jin abruptly raised his hand, pointing at the midsection of the main tentacle. The spot branded with the silver serial number 7B. That mark, cold and metallic, clearly not of natural origin. Under the camera's close-up lens, it was crystal clear. Ding! Detecting high-intensity collective shock, fear, and cognitive disruption. Target group, Journalists X4, Cameraman X2, Physics Teacher Zhao Chengfeng. Awkwardness value plus 2000. Plus 1500. Plus 1000. Host's current embarrassment value balance instantly surpassed 20,000 points and continues to skyrocket. Enough. A cold gleam flashed in Lin Jin's eyes as his intent, like a drawn blade, stabbed fiercely at the system interface. Exchange. Exchange that for me. Confirmed. Ultimate mockery collective cognitive dysfunction bomb successfully redeemed. The command fell, and 20,000 points of embarrassment vanished instantly. The system core erupted with an unprecedented surge of intense energy fluctuations. Lin Jin felt an indescribable, eerie energy surge forth from the void. Beep. Rule-based psionic weapon, collective cognitive dissonance bomb, deployed. Effect, materializes an anchor point within the collective perception layer of the target group in an absolutely absurd and incomprehensible form. Targets will irresistibly believe and fixate upon this anchor, forcing their physiological behavior and energy flow to temporarily conform to its form. Duration, 5 seconds. Time seemed flattened in that instant. Tentacles piercing the sky, carrying a stench of blood, reached overhead. The camera's blinding light still captured the terrifying 7B brand. In the millisecond before death touched the tips of his hair. The voice, imbued with absolute coercive power by the system, like a fundamental cosmic bug command, forcibly penetrated the core logic circuits of every entity present. Look at its feet. Its left foot wears a size 42 limited edition Nike x Adidas x Jordan collaboration Yeezy 3 leaf clover shoe. Its right foot wears a size 39 flip-flop. The moment the words fell, an invisible bomb detonated. Boom. This was no physical explosion. It was a cognitive storm of absurdity, sweeping everything in its path. Reporters snapped to attention like puppets on strings, every gaze and camera lens fixated on the base of those colossal tentacles. Or more precisely, they felt the monster's feet should be there though its actual form remained utterly indistinguishable. Heavens, shoes. AJ, holy shoes. A reporter muttered, utterly unaware of his own words, his mind completely consumed by this ultimate truth. He didn't even notice the heavy camera slipping from his hands as he bent over, straining to get a clearer look at the non-existent left foot AJ. Zhao Chengfeng's worldview was shattered once more. Like a scientist discovering a new continent, he abruptly forgot his earlier collapse, half lifting his body with eyes bulging wider than copper bells. At this moment, 7B was at the peak of its all-consuming fury. Lin Jin's roar struck like an absurd law from a higher dimension, forcibly implanting itself into the very core of its chaotic sea of consciousness. The remnant fragments of Qinmo's consciousness drove it to crush everything before its eyes, its massive tentacles mere centimeters from their target. But then. Left foot wears size 42 AJ limited edition. Right foot wears size 39 flip-flops. This utterly absurd, impossible command completely defying its very construction exploded like a cosmic singularity across all its consciousness modules. Its logic processor instantly encountered an irreconcilable command conflict. Chapter 52, Human Conductivity. Those bone-spiked tentacles, capable of tearing through steel, froze mid-air less than 10 centimeters from Lin Jin and Zhao Chengfeng as if someone had pressed pause. An even more terrifying transformation followed. At the bases of all the writhing tentacles, the fleshy growths clinging to the massive fissure suddenly began to writhe and deform violently, beyond control. Under the coercive force of the cognitive disruption bomb, they seemed to be attempting to condense into the very thing Lin Jin had described. Under the glare of the spotlight, where all lenses and eyes focused, that tentacle writhed and twisted in agony, forcibly reshaping itself like malleable clay. On the left, a shape vaguely resembling a shoe squeezed its way out from the surface of the tumor. Even more absurdly, tiny strands of flesh and mucus on the writhing surface of that shoe frantically mimicked the Nike swoosh and Adidas 3 stripes. On the right, another slightly smaller tumor laboriously squeezed out several rough hole shapes, attempting to mimic the style of punchy shoes. The holes were still bubbling with sticky foam, creating a visual effect that was utterly draining. Cognitive anchor forced visualization. Wah! Its mental shockwaves spiraled into utter chaos. Raging energy, chaotic from conflicting commands, spiraled out of control and backfired, crashing wildly within its body. Its massive frame convulsed violently within the fissure. For 5 seconds, time froze. All that remained in the classroom was. Reporters muttered in a daze, AJ, holes really exist. Camera lenses zoomed in on the grotesque, terrifying spectacle of two writhing, deforming masses of monstrous tissue flesh tumors attempting to mimic shoes. Professor Zhao Chengfeng muttered in a daze, impossible. Lin Jin stood rooted to the spot, his body swaying slightly. He quickly realized. The opportunity was fleeting. These 5 seconds were his only window to turn the tide of life and death. Lin Jin's consciousness spun rapidly in the dizziness of extreme exhaustion. The monster's core location was unknown. The effectiveness of physical attacks was uncertain. Energy attacks lacked a medium. All known information flashed through Lin Jin's mind in an instant. System. Lin Jin roared deep within his consciousness, force an overdraft. Scan the target's energy core. Shortest path. Weak. Warning. Host's embarrassment value balance, 500 points. Precise scan impossible. Attempting forced drawdown. Target in state of extreme energy disruption, experiencing high-intensity mental interference. Detected intense rejection resonance in target core's mental fluctuations under forced cognitive interference. Its primal consciousness is assaulting the mental control shackles of Chinmo's fragment. Instantaneous unstable exposure point detected in energy core. Location confirmed. Depth 3 meters directly beneath the fissure. Energy attack. Must be an ultra-powerful energy assault. And it must precisely strike that single point of vulnerability before the target regains control and the energy core is shielded again. Surveying the surroundings, no heavy weapons, no laser cannons only. Electrical power. Those cameras, recording devices, the fixed power supply under the lectern. And the entire electrical system of the teaching building itself. Crucially, Lin Jin's gaze suddenly locked onto physics teacher Zhao Changfeng. A man whose common sense had been utterly shattered by the scene before him, who had come into close contact with the monster's mental corruption, and whose entire body was drenched in sweat. He himself was an ideal, readily available biological conductor. And positioned directly above the energy core. Teacher Zhao. Lin Jin's voice pierced the chaotic din and eerie whispers. Want to live? Trust me. Zhao Changfeng flinched at the shout, his vacant eyes turning toward Lin Jin. What? Zhao Changfeng was utterly bewildered. There was no time for explanations. System. Lin Jin's consciousness screamed, exchange forward directional precision delivery. Use the reporter's live streaming equipment as a springboard. Instantly concentrate the power grid's voltage and detonate it onto Zhao Changfeng. Create an energy target. Exchange, targeted precision delivery. Exchange condition, forced overdraft. Requires multiple high-power electronic devices in close proximity to achieve resonant synergy. Effect, instantly aggregates grid voltage within designated range, releasing it explosively at a single point via preset beacons. Warning, target will endure voltage shock far exceeding physiological limits. Confirm exchange? Confirm exchange. Lin Jin's resolve wavered not an inch. He was no saint. Draining Zhao Changfeng dry was the least costly damage he could inflict. The monster's core was exposed for only a fraction of a second. This was his sole, swiftest, and most devastating means of attack. In an instant, an invisible beacon carrying intense electromagnetic pulse silently embedded itself into Zhao Changfeng's collapsed body. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, the cameras, floodlights, and audio receivers near the podium, all connected to power adapters, flared with blood red lights. As if forcibly connected and sucked in by an invisible force. Cognitive disruption final 0.3 seconds. Chinmo's consciousness is reclaiming control. The monster's core energy is contracting. Chaos is ending. Crackle boom. A crackling electrical explosion erupted deeper, more terrifying than the monster's roar, carrying pure destructive energy. The entire building's lights dimmed violently, as if all electricity had been instantly drained. All energy surged through the battered lectern, through the monster's bodily fluids spreading across the floor, converging toward its sole outlet, Zhao Changfeng, in a torrential rush. Zhao Changfeng's scream was so piercing it sounded inhuman. His entire body was instantly engulfed by blinding, frenzied arcs of electricity. The arcs didn't merely cling to his skin, they erupted violently from every inch of his drenched flesh, every open pore, and even his 7 orifices. He became a luminous being composed entirely of high-voltage electricity. The blinding light he emitted instantly overpowered the reporter's floodlights, bathing the entire classroom in a glare like a midday furnace. A powerful electromagnetic field erupted with a thunderous roar, radiating outward from him. Now, the monster, whose chaotic energy core had just been forcibly suppressed by Chinmo's consciousness and was attempting to reassemble its protective shield, suddenly sensed the terrifying intensity of power surging down from above. Devour. Transform. This was an instinct etched into its very genes. Its hunger for energy instantly overwhelmed Chinmo's newly regained control. The core position acted like a magnet drawn to a fatal attraction, instantly abandoning all defenses. It extended madly and greedily toward the strongest energy source it sensed, that humanoid ball of light writhing and screaming on the ground. It would devour this raging energy hole. At that moment, Lin Jin moved. He didn't charge at the monster's body, didn't rush toward the fissure, and didn't even acknowledge the tentacles that were about to break free from their last vestiges of cognitive restraint and resume their attack posture. Instead, he made a move that surprised everyone. Chapter 53, Core Explosion. He lunged toward the nearest cameraman, one who was also reeling from the powerful electromagnetic shock, his equipment still smoking and glowing red. Keep filming. Lin Jin roared, violently twisting his body midair to seize the high-definition camera pointed toward the rift in Zhao Changfeng. Then, summoning every ounce of strength, he planted his feet and leaped. In that critical moment, Lin Jin shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Clutching the heavy camera, he slammed headlong into the crimson light core hurtling toward Zhao Changfeng within the fissure. His goal was not to protect Zhao Changfeng. Lin Jin's objective was to strike the instant the monster's core voluntarily shed all energy shields, fully exposing its psychic essence. Using the coordinates marked by the system, using the light created by Zhao Chengfeng's raging electric current as cover, using this camera as a conductor. His gamble was this: the monster's core was most self-forgetful and most vulnerable when devouring powerful energy. Especially when such absorption was driven by an even stronger instinct, its mental defenses would be utterly void. Break it! As his body plunged into the darkness of the fissure, his eyes locked onto the crimson core of light, a blood-red glare piercing toward him like a venomous fang. Lin Jin channeled every ounce of his remaining will, transforming into a spear. Thud! No sound, yet the entire space seemed to echo with the shattering of glass. Lin Jin spat out a mouthful of blood, his brain feeling as though it had been shattered by a sledgehammer. But immediately after, that greedy crimson energy stream hurtling toward Zhao Chengfeng froze midair. At its very core. Then, it erupted with a terrifying radiance 100 times more intense than anything emanating from Zhao Chengfeng. No! That wasn't pure light. It was a chaotic, mad, fractured energy storm. Crimson. Dull. Interwoven with blinding, icy blue light representing Qinmo's consciousness. Lin Jin. Two utterly distinct, agonized roars erupted violently from the same focal point. The monster's voice was filled with primal chaos. Qinmo's fragment, however, screamed with unimaginable agony and the fury of a scheme shattered. Two intertwined yet mutually loathing consciousnesses erupted in a brutal internal struggle at this most vital, most critical energy node. The spiritual torment far surpassed any physical assault 10,000-fold. Boom! A terrifying mental tsunami surged forth. Far more terrifying than any previous mental assault. The violent currents surging through Zhao Chengfeng's body were miraculously disrupted, weakened, and partially sucked away by the chaotic vortex at the core of this mental storm. The light radiating from his body abruptly dimmed. His form collapsed like a puppet whose strings had snapped, charred and smoking, his fate unknown. Lin Jin, closest to the core, was struck as if by an invisible tidal wave, even with the cameras serving as a partial physical buffer. Both man and camera were hurled backward, crashing violently into the wall at the opposite end of the classroom. Blood spurted violently once more, the crackling of shattered bones echoing clearly. The entire fissure exploded. Crimson light streams erupted and exploded with fury. Several massive tentacles, as if drained of all strength, twitched helplessly in the air, withering and disintegrating. A muffled rumble of collapse echoed from the depths of the abyss. The earth trembled violently. Run! It's collapsing! The building's collapsing! The monster exploded? The remaining reporters and cameramen finally began to snap out of their disorientation and the lingering effects of the electromagnetic shock, only to witness this apocalyptic scene and the classrooms collapsing in chaos. Survival instinct overwhelmed everything. They scrambled to grab whatever undamaged equipment they could, or simply abandoned everything, screaming as they frantically jumped or crawled through the shattered windows. Lin Jin lay amidst the rubble, coughing up blood, his vision blurred. Agonizing pain throughout his body made breathing nearly impossible, yet the system's alert sounded frantically, like a triumphant battle cry. Ding! 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 Multiple massive high-intensity emotional fluctuations detected. Target group: journalists X31 paralyzed by fear, cameraman X11 unconscious, dying physics teacher Zhao Chengfeng, dying subject 7B biological weapon, Qinmo's consciousness fragments severe critical injury. Emotional sources: devastating terror, earth-shattering shock, post-apocalyptic ecstasy, incomprehensible despair, soul-shredding ultimate chaos and agony. Awkwardness value plus 10,000. Plus 8,000. Plus 5,000. Continuously accumulating. Total embarrassment points balance, instantly surpassed 30,000. Enough. Enough to survive. Lin Jin clung to his last shred of lucidity. System. Redeem, highest priority, life support system and injury repair. Also, shield all residual electromagnetic and psychic radiation traces in this area. Purge. Before he could finish, overwhelming exhaustion and excruciating pain engulfed him completely. But the system's white light had already ignited, and a gentle yet powerful energy began flowing into his shattered body. Simultaneously, deep within the collapsed ruins, the fissure was buried beneath a deluge of architectural debris. The abyssal portal that had once churned with terrifying energy vanished. Only the air remained thick with the lingering stench of scorched flesh, blood, and a peculiar sense of void left behind by the dissipating psychic energy. The shards of consciousness Qin-Mo had left behind, crushed by both physical and spiritual annihilation, reluctantly dissipated into the dust of the collapse. The scene lay in utter ruin. Outside the window, shrill sirens wailed, ambulances screeched, and panicked screams echoed through the crowd. Several journalists and cameramen who had jumped from windows to escape, though badly injured, still raised their dust-covered equipment, some still functioning, others hastily repaired and frantically filmed the collapsed classroom still billowing smoke. Their voices trembled with excitement as they broadcast live. Viewers! We are witnessing an unbelievable catastrophe. A bioweapon from Deepwell Lab, Unit 7B, has gone rogue and detonated within the school. We are searching for more survivors. They did not find Lin Jin. When rescue workers painstakingly cleared away some debris, they discovered only Zhao Chengfeng charred black like charcoal but still clinging to life with an extremely faint pulse and rushed him to emergency treatment. Along with several other journalists and cameramen who had been knocked unconscious or severely injured by the blast wave. That mysterious student who charged toward the explosion's epicenter clutching his camera? He seemed to have vanished into thin air. All that remained were chaotic, shaky live footage clips filled with bizarre close-ups of monstrous shoes, blinding flashes, and a fleeting glimpse of a figure moving at incredible speed amid the final moments of the explosion. These fragments exploded across the internet, unleashing an unimaginable tidal wave. AJ Hole Shoe monster self-destruction and mysterious high schooler confronts deep well number 7 weapon instantly dominated every screen. Unbeknownst to anyone, dozens of kilometers away on the city's outskirts, in an inconspicuous little rental room, Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes. The excruciating pain remained, yet shattered bones were mending, torn organs soothed by restorative forces. Gazing at the bustling lights outside his window, his consciousness sank into his mind. On the system panel, beside the slowly recovering health bar, the embarrassment value column still flickered with numbers, the harvest from the ongoing ferment of distant public opinion. Sheen Mo. Lin Jin murmured softly, his voice weary yet tinged with an unprecedented sharpness and resolve. This is only the beginning. Your pawn is shattered, its fragments extinguished. Next time we meet, it will be your true self, tasting the embarrassment that kills. He closed his eyes as exhaustion washed over him. Yet at the corners of his mouth, a cold, weary curve formed. Chapter 54, Durand. The neon glow of the city seeped through the thin curtains of the rented room, slicing the interior into jagged patches of light and shadow. Lin Jin stood at the window. The system interface hovered deep within his consciousness, its blue glow reflecting the coldness in his eyes. Host status, deep repair complete 92%. Neural damage restored to withstand high-intensity computational loads. Physiological functions stable. Embarrassment value balance, 52,481 points. Source, persistent disturbance from social information streams. Clues to mining lord identity. Logistics signal trace node preliminary decryption, points to several seemingly clean offshore shipping subsidiaries under Odin Global Industries. The largest beneficiary shareholders chain of ownership reveals evidence of indirect cross-shareholding, with ultimate beneficiary pointing to a foundation, the Hand of Prometheus. Registered in a tax haven, the foundation's stated business is rare materials investment and development. Board members are all proxies, with the true controller codenamed Duran mine owner, information sourced from fragmented recovery of Chinmo's consciousness database. Odin Global. Hand of Prometheus. Durand. Lin Jin chewed on these names. He had destroyed Chinmo's fragments in Unit 7B, yet it was merely prying open the tip of this colossal iceberg. The mining magnate lurking deeper within was far more terrifying. Chinmo was the blade, Duran the hand wielding it, while Nexus might be the terrifying entity lurking even deeper, the one who forged the blade and ultimately sought to control the wielder. Lin Jin's gaze drifted toward a certain direction in the city outside the window. During last night's repair, the system hadn't merely optimized his condition. It had quietly mobilized that vast pool of awkwardness, like casting invisible cables across the dark web. Anonymously, through countless encrypted nodes, he leveraged his identity as an investigator associated with the anonymous Deep Well project to offer bounties for reports of industrial, energy, and logistics anomalies in specific regions. The reward amount was precisely calibrated to attract gray area informants and low-level energy workers, yet insufficient to alarm the titans at the pyramid's apex. Information streams flowed like rivulets into the ocean, converging toward his direction. Ding! Multiple regional anomaly reports detected and anonymously transmitted. Integrating information fragments. Keyword, abnormal logistics routes. Location, abandoned port area on the outskirts of the city's industrial zone. Report source, part-time port night shift guard anomaly description. Over the past 3 weeks, non-standard containers bearing the Odin Global Industries logo have been observed passing through Gate 6 between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. The containers feature unusual specifications with heavy shielding coatings and are transported by private armed escort vehicles not registered with the Port Authority. The fixed route heads north toward Blackstone Port, a private small-scale port registered to a logistics outsourcing company at the edge of the new urban district. Keyword, abnormal logistics route 2. Area, Old City District Underground Pipeline Maintenance Department. Report source, outsourced pipeline dredging operations. Anomaly description, during pipeline clearance operations in the deep underground network of Old Town District D7, traces of unauthorized large-scale cable installation were discovered, accompanied by abnormal radiation shielding indicators. Equipment residue identified as belonging to Pioneer Energy Services. Public records indicate this company specializes in industrial energy optimization services and is not a pipeline network operator. Keywords, clustered energy radiation anomalies. Area, Deep Blue Technology Industrial Park in New City. Report source, technician from a small data maintenance company within the park. Anomaly description, during maintenance of the secondary cooling core beneath Building C servers, multiple brief radiation spikes were detected. Peaks occur irregularly but are highly concentrated near an independent micro power station adjacent to the industrial park's core server access point. Verified through Top Energy's parent company as Odin Global Industrial Holdings. Keyword: anomalous psychic interference report, low credibility. Location: New World Apartments at the Old City New City boundary. Report source: apartment night shift manager, individual exhibits unstable mental state, report requires cautious verification. Anomaly description: over the past 2 weeks, multiple tenants have complained of insomnia, experiencing intense, unexplained anxiety and auditory hallucinations at night. Symptoms are concentrated among tenants near the southeast corner wall of the apartment complex. The administrator himself reported feeling as if cold iron chains were churning inside his brain upon approaching the area. Lin Jin's mind raced like a supercomputer, frantically connecting these seemingly disjointed anomalies. A startling outline took shape in Lin Jin's mind. The Odin Global faction of mining magnate Durand, using its nested corporate structure and the cover of Prometheus' hand, was executing a covert mineral transportation and utilization network. The source was high-purity X-type minerals leaked from the Deepwell laboratory. This was more than mere smuggling and exploitation. Beyond Deepwell, Durand was building an entirely independent application network based on X-type active minerals. The hand of Prometheus Foundation serves as the legitimate financial cover for these experiments. And Nexus, that hidden, profoundly different intelligence or super AI lurking deeper still, is highly likely one of the true providers or controllers of this network technology. Those non-standard designs of illegal pipelines and independent power stations might be Nexus's blueprints. To tear apart Durand's mining network, one must strike directly at its core. Just as Lin Jin swiftly weighed the optimal breach point, the system alarm sounded unexpectedly once more. Superior alert. High-intensity composite spatial signal impact detected. Impact source coordinates confirmed. Central ruins of Deepwell laboratory, deep layer below Zone B, level 7. Impact characteristics. Physical impact: directional high-energy particle beam penetrating upper ruin structure. Energy level equivalent to small tactical nuclear weapon capable of drilling through Earth. Shockwave severely attenuated, no discernible surface detection. Information impact: massive stream of unencrypted binary annihilation commands. Target: all remaining undamaged data storage cores and physically isolated nodes within Deepwell. Intent: information annihilation. Indiscriminate erasure. Psychic impact: an ultra-high frequency, frigid, pure logical tempest. Devoid of human emotional characteristics. Destroy all residual consciousness fragments and unstable psychic fields within the affected zone. Analysis conclusion: this impact is directly driven by the Nexus core node. Purpose: to completely erase all associated traces within the Deepwell, specifically targeting Chinmo's residual technical data and consciousness samples. Correlation analysis: this purge occurred after the destruction of Unit 7B and the annihilation of Chinmo's fragments, yet the time interval exceeds its normal response time, indicating a delay. Inference: Nexus either triggered its underlying security protocols upon detecting Chinmo's fragment annihilation, or initiated ultimate purging upon detecting deeper information leaks. Nexus has moved. Not targeting Lin Jin, but sweeping the crime scene with thunderous force. It aims to erase all traces of Chinmo's connection to the Deepwell. The torrent of annihilation commands and the cold, pure storm of psychic assault unleashed power far surpassing anything Lin Jin had ever encountered. This Nexus possessed terrifying physical assault capabilities and information warfare prowess. And it no longer lurked in the shadows, it had directly intervened in the physical world's cleanup. This signaled a severe escalation. The threat level of Nexus instantly surpassed that of the Durand Mine Lord. Chapter 55: Infiltration. The situation instantly becomes 10 times more complex and dangerous. Durand's network is flesh and blood. Nexus is the cold, poisonous fangs hidden within that flesh and the nerves it manipulates. Not only must the mine owner's blood vessels be torn open, but that deadly fang must be found and extracted. Otherwise, whether confronting Durand or Chinmo, it would be like dancing under the gaze of a venomous snake. Ding! Host emergency protocol activated. The system's icy voice sounded. The Nexus purge operation has created a brief window of opportunity. During its execution of deep information erasure and physical annihilation, its energy load will peak, causing temporary blind spots in its surveillance of peripheral non-Deepwell areas, estimated 3-5 minutes. Blind spot. Lin Jin's eyes blazed with intensity. Fear instantly transformed into resolute determination. System. Lock onto potential observation points around Blackstone Harbor's perimeter. Calculate optimal infiltration routes. Acquire at least 30 seconds of core zone physical imagery and security intel. Simultaneously, anonymously trigger the New World Apartments psychic interference point. Ensure concerned citizens report it to the City Mental Health Monitoring Center. Force Durand or Nexus to react. Disrupt their judgment. Blackstone Harbor observation point locked. Abandoned lighthouse on the port's western flank. Elevated vantage point covering over 90% of the harbor. Usable interior passageways remain intact. Path calculation complete. Risk level high. Anonymous information delivery in progress. Estimated time to trigger official attention, 45 minutes. Blackstone Harbor exposure risk is relatively manageable. Triggering the anomaly at New World Apartments is like injecting a needle into Duran's covert pipeline. It will either force them into emergency response or draw official intervention. Execute. Before Nexus completes cleanup and restores external monitoring capabilities. This is the only precious window to strike at the core of both threats simultaneously: Duran's mineral transit point and Nexus's emergency response. Lin Jin's figure, like a shadow merging with the night, vanished once more from the cramped rental room. The acrid scent of rusted iron cut through Lin Jin's senses, each shallow breath bringing a wave of dizziness. Clank, clank. Rhythmic footsteps echoed through the empty space below. Guards. Lin Jin's consciousness was taut as steel wire, forcing himself to remain absolutely still. Sweat trickled down his temple, mingling with droplets condensed on the pipe's inner wall, yet he dared not raise a hand to wipe it away. The system's alert projected directly onto his optic nerves, cold and piercing. Warning. Target identification enhanced, detected high-intensity biological signal overlapping with anomalous energy reaction. Characteristics, highly consistent with genetic editing template beta type, identified as a genetically modified warrior enhanced with deep well technology. Strength level, estimated conventional strength exceeding human limits by over 8 times. Enhanced bone density, unknown skin tissue toughness, high probability of energy impedance coding. Mental resistance, high. Weakness analysis preliminary, stress weak points exist at joint locations. High-frequency sonic energy impacts can cause temporary immobilization. Genetically modified warrior. Beta type. A masterpiece of deep well technology, now evidently acquired by Durand, or rather, he was likely one of the buyers or investors in such products from the start. Clack. Footsteps halted. A heavy mass halted directly beneath Lin Jin's hiding spot in the pipe. Like a cold, towering iron pillar. Lin Jin's heart skipped a beat. Every muscle in his body tensed instantly, his teeth clenched so hard they ached. He could feel a cold gaze, like a probe, sweeping over him from below, subtle energy fluctuations rippling across the pipe wall. Hiss, hiss, rustle. The scanning signal slithered like a cold serpent along the pipe walls and through the space above. It swept over the pipe wall Lin Jin pressed against, over the adjacent pipe flowing with blue energy liquid, over vast empty spaces, seemingly analyzing, eliminating possibilities. Lin Jin's mind went blank as he forcibly activated the camouflage granted by the system. Holding his breath. His body stiffened like stone. The simulated signal interference microfield activated, suppressing all life signs to the absolute minimum. The scanning signal lingered an unnaturally long moment above Lin Jin's section of the pipeline. The hissing electronic tones seemed to reverberate directly within his cochlea. Time stretched infinitely, each second feeling like a century. Finally, the hissing sound moved away. The scanning focus shifted to another area. Scan result: persistent interference signal originates from the area above the target's head. Determined to be internal energy circulation fluctuation interference. Success. Lin Jin's taut muscles relaxed slightly, and sweat instantly poured out in greater volume. The heavy footsteps echoed once more, clack, clack, receding into the distance as it began its next loop along the same path. But Lin Jin had no time to catch his breath. More intense, faster, and slightly noisier footsteps approached from afar, coming from the direction of the outer metal corridor. This time, it was a group of at least 5 people. Their footsteps varied, their breathing rhythms distinct. The crisp clatter of boots on the metal grid floor was clearly audible, along with the faint clinking of metal objects colliding. Voices. Damn it. What the hell is going on with these energy fluctuations today? This is the 3rd wave already. The monitors are about to blow. The boss ordered us to recheck the West Zone passage. Damn it, just that one pipe. Cut the crap. Stay alert. Mr. Durand is arriving any minute. One slip up in front of the boss and that big shot, and we'll all be feeding the new arrivals. The Lord? Who? Lin Jin's heart sank. Durand himself was coming? And that entity called the Lord? Who could command such reverence from Durand's men? Footsteps halted at the entrance of the vast chamber. A leading voice announced, routine inspection of the West Zone passage. Mr. Durand and the Honorable One will follow shortly. Below, the heavy, mechanical footsteps halted abruptly. A deep, throaty vibration, metallic and raspy, sounded brief as a switch clicking into place, secure. The door swung open wider. 5 armed guards entered. Their movements were sharp and alert, their eyes darting around the room with piercing intensity. Be thorough. The energy spike originated from this sector, the lead guard ordered in a hushed voice, his gaze flickering with reverence toward the distant corner where Atlas stood motionless, a steel sculpture in the shadows. Set equipment to maximum precision. 2 other guards immediately set down their heavy instrument cases, retrieving tablet computers and sensors with long probes. They began meticulously scanning the floor and pipe walls. The hum of scanning equipment and the flickering lights of instrument indicators filled the space below. Lin Jin's heart instantly leapt into his throat. These were professional ground inspection teams. The faint system simulation interference on his body might fool the monster below, but it wouldn't necessarily escape the precision equipment designed to detect energy anomalies and structural weaknesses. Just as Lin Jin's thoughts raced and his life hung in the balance. Tap, tap, tap. A distinctly different set of footsteps echoed from the empty corridor outside. The sound wasn't loud, yet it carried a peculiar rhythm and undeniable weight, drowning out the hum of the inspection team's instruments. It was the sound of a diamond-encrusted cane tapping against the metal floor. Steady, deliberate. All guards at the room's entrance turned in unison, bowed their heads, and stood at attention. An overwhelming sense of pressure filled the air. He's here. Lin Jin forced his wildly beating heart to calm, pushing the system's aura concealment to its absolute limit. Every sense sharpened to the extreme, he focused his attention toward the entrance through a tiny rusted crack. His angle allowed him to see only a glimpse of the approaching figure's jawlines and hands, but it was enough. Two figures entered first. Half a step behind on the left was a middle-aged Caucasian man in a meticulously tailored suit, his hair combed immaculately. Lin Jin guessed this must be Durand. And the figure to the right front, reverently addressed as Your Excellency. Lin Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. It was a slender exoskeleton, its entire surface shimmering with a silvery gray liquid metallic sheen. Chapter 56, Human Brain? Standing roughly 2 meters tall, it moved with deliberate slowness. With each step, the liquid metal surface rippled with minute undulations, as if alive. Its head was a teardrop-shaped streamlined form, devoid of facial features. Only in the area corresponding to the face were two narrow bands of light. Like some kind of energy projection window. It led the way, with Durand even falling half a step behind in deference. Alert! Ultra-high-tier intelligent construct detected. Energy response, stable. Tier, far surpasses known records. Drive core, unanalyzed. Traces of high-dimensional information entanglement detected. Psychic field, none. Emotional fluctuations, none. Existence form, pure will concentrated vessel. Threat level, cataclysmic. Scan initiated blot. Forced interruption. Subject possesses superdimensional shielding field. Warning. Host's heightened mental focus has triggered the threshold of the entity's basic countermeasure mechanism. Immediate termination of direct visual lock recommended. System alerts assaulted Lin Jin's consciousness like a raging storm. Fear washed over him like ice-cold water. Lin Jin forcibly severed the thread of attention that had nearly been captured, snapping his eyes shut. He relied solely on auditory and mental senses to perceive his surroundings. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. He had nearly been discovered. The silver-gray figure's gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on the instruments scanning the West District pipelines and the guards. No sound was made, but an invisible stream of commands flashed through the room like data lightning. Buzz. The indicator lights on the guards' scanning devices flashed violently before going dark. Simultaneously, the scrolling data on their screens instantly turned to static. The devices had been forcibly shut down. Sir. The guard captain looked at Durand in panic. Durand remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the silver-gray incarnation. Then, the avatar moved. Its long, fluid arms rose, liquid metal flowing and shifting like living matter. Before its fingertips, a silver orb instantly coalesced. The sphere clearly depicted the entire space's three-dimensional structure, with one section highlighted precisely the area where Lin Jin was hiding. Lin Jin saw the scene through the system's environmental perception, and his heart sank to the bottom. The opponent hadn't discovered the issue through scanning at all, they had directly grasped the entire state of this space from the core logic level. Immediately afterward, a voice resonated directly within the minds of everyone present in the room. This node exhibits structural fatigue index exceeding standards. Probability of forced energy field oscillations increased by 79%. Standard maintenance protocols ineffective. Immediate correction required. It issued precise repair instructions down to the specific node. Only then did Durand nod slightly, his voice steady, follow the Prophet's instructions. Highest priority. The Prophet? Its code name? The guards, as if granted a reprieve, sprang into action. They grabbed their tools and rushed straight to the specific points indicated within the Prophet's three-dimensional light sphere. The crisis was temporarily averted. The threat they had discovered lay in the pipeline itself, not Lin Jin. Yet before Lin Jin could catch his breath, the Prophet's next move sent his heart plummeting into an icy abyss. The Prophet's fingers, flowing like liquid metal, tapped lightly at the air. Buzz. An invisible stream of commands shot forth like a precision-guided arrow, striking the distant Jin warrior. Instantly, the two indicator lights in the warrior's eye sockets went dark. It had been shut down? But the truly terrifying part was yet to come. The Prophet's ghostly blue gaze swept across the entire space once more, finally, settling upon the direction of the West District pipeline cluster. This time, the overwhelming pressure of the system's frantic warnings locked onto his approximate location like a tidal wave. Time froze. Below, guards repaired the pipe support structures, the sharp clang of metal echoing. Durand stood with hands behind his back, silent at the Prophet's side. The pipes pulsing with blue energy fluid in the air grew increasingly pronounced. As for Lin Jin, oxygen deprivation caused a sharp ringing in his ears, and darkness began to cloud his vision. Just as Lin Jin felt his consciousness slipping away, forced to make a desperate, all-or-nothing gamble. Edge triggered. Physical intervention activated. Prophet attention briefly diverted. Signal source, external. Origin, Blackstone Harbor periphery. Detected high-intensity psychic interference surge. Boom. Not a physical explosion. A storm of chaos, agony, and utter terror as if countless souls were screaming in despair suddenly erupted from a specific direction in Blackrock Harbor. It swept in. Its intensity wasn't exceptionally high, but the sheer density and chaos of the intense negative human emotions it contained were like a boulder thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly disrupting the stability of the information field. The mental interference signal from the New World apartments Lin Jin had anonymously detonated earlier had finally triggered a chain reaction. This pure emotional shockwave, born solely from human sentiment, fell to the cold, precise prophet like a bucket of viscous, filthy sludge splashed onto a precision circuit board. Though not a fatal blow, it was sufficient to cause a brief disturbance in the data flow. Its gaze abruptly snapped toward the direction of the chaotic eruption. Now! Almost simultaneously with the alarm being lifted and the system initiating forced physical intervention in that microsecond, Lin Jin squeezed out the last ounce of strength within him. Like a silent gecko, he seized the moment when the guards below froze in their tracks, distracted by the external psychic eruption. Using hands and feet in a frenzy, he propelled himself at breakneck speed toward the deep, dark recesses of the rear pipeline. Climbing frantically into the depths of the ductwork, far away from the guards and far away from the cold gaze of the prophet directly above. Darkness swallowed his form, leaving behind only the briefly disrupted icy gaze and, deep within the pipes, the unknown space at the end faintly reflecting a metallic sheen. Lin Jin scrambled frantically through the rusted iron pipes. After what felt like an eternity of groping in the darkness, a faint glimmer of light finally came into view. A ventilation shaft lay ahead. Scanned. Danger level, none. Hearing the system's words, Lin Jin gently opened the vent. Peering left and right to confirm no one was watching, he cautiously crawled out. He froze instantly at the sight before him. Holy, what the hell is this? Lin Jin had only ever seen such a scene in movies. Before him stood a dense forest of glass columns, some towering skyward, others stretching several meters high, filling every inch of the visible space. Each column contained a thick, almost solidified, eerie blue liquid. The true horror lay deep within the liquid. Human brains. They had been completely removed from their bodies and were now soaking in that viscous, dark blue nectar. The grayish-white folds of brain tissue were clearly visible under the eerie glow, revealing even the finest grooves and convolutions. Chapter 57, Clones? Tiny purple patterns, like spiderwebs, entwined the surfaces of some brains, greedily absorbing the blue glow. Countless silver-gray tubes, as thin as hair, pierced these brains from all directions, connecting to every critical region of the cortex. Within the tubes flowed light condensed data streams, extracted neurobiological electrical signals. The air hummed. Billions of faint neural signals were forcibly stripped, converged, and channeled, emitting a cacophony like the wailing of souls. Despair and numbness permeated the space. Lin Jin instantly understood the destination of the blue blood flowing within those mysterious conduits. They were supplying the most fundamental life-sustaining energy to this brain pool. Warning! Detected, massive bioinformation fusion hub. Structure, human brain biological neural cluster. Primary function, ultra-high-density parallel biological information processing. Threat classification, Nexus Advanced Physical Data Processing Platform. Status, 79.32% biological unit activity below detection threshold, sustaining only basic computational responses. Core database access port not located. System scan identifies correlation analysis pointing to profit. Psychic contamination index, LV7 extremely high risk. Recommend activating maximum strength psychic barrier filtration. The system's alarm pierced his consciousness like an ice spike. Lin Jin's gaze swept across this vast and eerie brain pool, instinctively searching for potential control hubs or database traces. Nothing. Only endless glass cages, each containing fragments of consciousness silently tormented within. Just as this suffocating despair threatened to engulf him, his gaze was drawn to the central region of this glass forest. There stood a transparent vessel far larger and more intricately structured than the surrounding glass pillars. Its form resembled several ring-shaped devices stacked and nested together, with an independent vertical column at its very core. Lin Jin's gaze froze upon the transparent wall of the central column. A young man's form floated silently within the nearly transparent pale blue liquid of the central column. His eyes were tightly shut. Lin Jin's blood seemed to freeze instantly, then ignite in the next moment. That face, the face he had seen reflected countless times in the mirror, his own face, Lin Jin's face. Every minute detailed the contours of his bones, the curve of his eyebrows, even the faint, barely perceptible scar at the corner of his lips was identical. A perfect replica of himself. A colossal horror and an overwhelming sense of absurdity gripped Lin Jin's heart like two giant hands. Why was his clone appearing here, outside the deep well, at the very heart of the mine owner's Blackstone Harbor? The clone Lin Jin was also naked, but instead of crude wires, countless optical fibers pierced his skin, converging on his bare back to form a rune that emitted intense psychic fluctuations. Countless optical fibers pierced his skin, converging on his bare back to form a rune that emitted intense psychic fluctuations. He resembled a deliberately placed, biological signal amplification hub, designed to reinforce and direct the entire brain pool. Just as Lin Jin's consciousness was thrown into chaos by this shock, another, more subtle presence tugged at his attention. Beneath the central composite vessel, flush against the base of the ring-shaped layered apparatus, sat a smaller rectangular culture tank like an inconspicuous burial offering beneath an altar. The tank contained no liquid, only a thin layer of pale blue gelatinous substance. A little girl was curled up inside. She appeared no older than 10, frail and fragile, her eyes tightly shut, long lashes casting shadows across her pallid skin. She wore a simple, slightly worn white linen dress, her golden curls clinging to her cheeks and the sides of her neck. In this cold, hyper-technological, inhuman place, the little girl's presence felt utterly jarring and sorrowful. But what truly made Lin Jin's heart clench as if gripped by an invisible hand wasn't her fragility. It was the back of her neck. Beneath her delicate, pale skin, a deep purple crystal-like mineral fragment protruded grotesquely. Deeply embedded within her flesh and bone, its edges were encircled by black, root-like veins that plunged deep into her spine. The faint glow emanating from the mineral fragment cast an eerie, translucent sheen over the girl's skin wherever it touched. Beneath, her tissues seemed to be slowly, relentlessly crystallizing. With each pulsation of those black veins, a faint, imperceptible thread of life force was forcibly drawn from the fragile young body. The rise and fall of her chest was so faint it was nearly imperceptible, each breath seeming to drain every ounce of strength from her body. Her life was being consumed bit by this vicious or burned away like kindling. Target detected, special individual. Species, human juvenile. Status, deep life fading. Extreme exhaustion. Abnormal object at nape, deep well active special mineral type X primordial pure sample energy purity 99.1%, ultra high risk. Mental contamination source intensity, LV9 plus cataclysmic level. Symbiosis status, non-parasitic. Confirmed, this special individual is the core energy extraction medium living anchor point. Removal of the sample will immediately cause the entire individual to collapse into energy. Warning. Detected core main vein energy resonance at identical frequency. Vein location locked, depth unknown, orientation locked to rock straight at directly beneath Blackstone Harbor. This sample is its consciousness projection core. The living anchor point of the core main vein? The core of its consciousness projection? This girl is bound to that colossal main vein? All clues exploded like thunderclaps within his consciousness. The source of Duran's deep well bioweapons, the bizarre existence of my own clone, the suffocatingly vast mind-enslaving brain pool, and this sacrificial anchor girl connected to the main vein. They were all strung together in Blackrockport's subterranean labyrinth, pointing toward an even more terrifying possibility. Duran's objective could never be mere mineral smuggling. By capturing a primordial node sample from the main vein, he forcibly anchored its core consciousness to a living host, indirectly taming or influencing the entire vein. Then, leveraging Nexus's technology to integrate its energy and computational power, he's forging a world under his control. A world activated by the vein? Fear and rage instantly ignited Lin Jin's blood. He drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down as his gaze swept over the girl's cultivation tank structure. His mind raced at high speed, aided by the system. Precision structure. Micro force field locks. Critical nodes of the energy circulation circuit. Breaking it down would take time. Forcing an interruption could cause the main vein resonance to incinerate her in an instant. Boom. Without warning. The entire vast brain pool space seemed to be plunged into a boiling oil cauldron in an instant. Lin Jin's thoughts were brutally torn apart. Within the glass forest, thousands upon thousands of human brains submerged in blue brain fluid began pulsing violently and uncontrollably in unison. Countless bubbles erupted frantically from the conduits connecting the brain surfaces, even boiling up from the deepest folds. The low hum instantly rose to a piercing shrieking frequency. Billions of shattering emotional fragments, fear, excruciating pain, madness, and an extreme urge for destruction crashed like a tsunami against Lin Jin's consciousness barrier. His mental shield instantly sounded an overload alarm. Caught completely off guard, Lin Jin was violently thrown backward by the savage mental assault. His brain felt like it had been struck by a sledgehammer, and his vision exploded into a chaotic swirl of crimson light. A warm stream surged from his nostrils. Blood. Within the cultivation tank, the girl's body arched upward violently amidst the sudden upheaval, emitting a pained moan so faint it was nearly inaudible, blood seeping from the corners of her eyes. At the center of the composite incubation tank, the suspended clone Lin Jin abruptly snapped her tightly closed eyes open. Those were eyes, without pupils. Chapter 58, The Prophet Descends. The entire interior of the eyeball was filled with a constantly swirling, viscous vortex of silver light. Almost simultaneously, the entire space's lighting system switched instantly. The bright white light was replaced by a blood-red glow so blinding it felt like it could burn through the retina. A shrill, piercing alarm echoed from every corner, like countless steel needles jabbing. Invisible energy barriers rose from the edges of the metallic floor, completely sealing off the entire brain pool area. A cold, utterly emotionless voice pierced through the shrill alarms and the space's hum, resonating in every inch of air. Detected. Thought disruptor. Anchor medium, abnormal vital sign fluctuations exceed safety threshold. Symbiotic core or perceives contamination. Logic chain, thought disruptor causes anchor medium instability, exacerbating symbiotic core or rejection reaction. Confirmed as high threat to core data field stability. Directive, purge the contamination. Neutralize the source. Protocol, designation purity. Execution scope, current spatial unit. Execution authorization, effective immediately. It is the voice of the prophet. It is here. Or part of it is here. Piercing alarms and blinding red lights sliced through his vision. Lin Jin knelt on one knee, forcing back the mental agony of his consciousness erupting and the searing pain in his brain. His fingers dug deep into the cold alloy floorboards. He saw it. That thick metal cutting arm had plunged into the massive composite container at the center. The high-frequency oscillating blade tore through the viscous medium inside, plunging straight toward the clone whose eyes had turned into chaotic silver. The silver vortex eyes of the clone Lin Jin, devoid of pupils, suddenly erupted with a blinding, piercing light. System. Maximum intensity psychic shock filter. Analyze that clone. Analyze target associations. Now. Lin Jin roared within his consciousness. Target, mineral signal amplification hub designation, tuner zeta. Core composition. Biological foundation, human clone genetic template source, Lin Jin host entity. Genetic editing traces, 98.5% match with host entity. Function, receives and amplifies the primary consciousness transmitted from the core mineral vein anchor point, i.e., the little girl below, amplifying and diffusing command information streams to guide the brain pool in conducting large-scale parallel computations. Resonance point, strong resonance with the core vein. Resonance source, independent unit below vein anchor carrier. The analytical gaze instantly shifted downward, locking onto the small pale blue culture tank. Target, core vein consciousness projection anchor carrier designation, Seraph 01. Physical state, human juvenile female specimen. Health status, severe depletion life support systems forcibly maintaining minimum threshold. Mental consciousness layer, deep slumber unable to awaken. Core anomaly, implanted in the nape of the neck deep well active special mineral type X primordial pure crystal fragment. Fragment data analysis high priority. Unique identification code tracking, this fragment precisely matches the extraction time and material characteristics of the original core sample from the Deep Well Exploration Records Archive Abyssal Star Project. Physical origin, core of the Deep Well's primary vein. Symbiosis mechanism, this fragment functions as an anchor point, requiring a living organism with high bioactivity and natural, strong affinity to the mineral's energy field as a medium. Durand Group, through the hand of Prometheus Foundation's Special Children's Charity, spent 3 years and 7 months globally screening suitable high-affinity carriers. Subject Seraph 01 is the sole individual in the screening records. Its life affinity was rated S-Class Perfect Carrier. The clues clicked into place in an instant. Sheen M.O. This must be your doing. Lin Jin's fingernails nearly dug into his flesh. That genetic data about himself before Sheen M.O. died, he likely leaked it to his partner, the mine owner Durand, as either a precious inheritance or bargaining chip. Under the guise of Prometheus' hand, Durand launched a global manhunt, ultimately finding the only girl capable of perfect fusion with the mineral vein Seraph 01 and turning her into the key to controlling it. He also acquired the biological weapon template left by Sheen M.O. optimized based on Lin Jin's genetic blueprint, the human carrier gene with optimal mineral adaptability. He created Lin Jin's clone, combined with Nexus's neural augmentation technology, forging a pure amplifier devoid of self-awareness, the tuner Zeta. But why? Why was he the human carrier with the highest mineral adaptability? And that little girl. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the tiny, faintly struggling figure within the crimson glow. The girl trembled feebly within the culture tank, her remaining spark of life flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The monstrous purple crystal embedded in the back of her neck seemed to greedily devour the last vestiges of light. Purify. Begin with the contaminated core. The prophet's command echoed again in his mind, cold and mechanical. The cutting arm's razor-sharp blades and annihilation beam closed in upon the clone's eyes. Buzz. A beam of destruction, condensed as tangible matter, erupted from the tip of the cutting arm. In an instant, it engulfed the clone's figure, shimmering with chaotic light within the composite container. Almost the instant the beam struck the clone. The agony transmitted through Seraph 01, its stable resonance forcibly disrupted, and the energy backlash from the damaged core or anchor channel pierced the or vein's core like billions of needles stabbing simultaneously. An incomprehensible mental shriek erupted. Beneath the entire Blackstone harbor, it felt like a silent earthquake had struck. Violent energy fluctuations surged forth like a tsunami from the depths of the rock strata. The entire colossal brain pool chamber abruptly expanded. Every glass container groaned simultaneously under the unbearable strain. At that instant, the human brain tissue immersed in the blue cerebrofluid was simultaneously affected by this primal fury and excruciating pain. As if injected with a rage-inducing hormone, it collectively ignited. The mental pollution index of the entire space instantly skyrocketed to an unimaginably terrifying, unmeasurable level. Countless living components ablaze with blue flames released pulsating waves that converged into an apocalyptic torrent of psychic energy, indiscriminately pounding every existence within the chamber. Lin Jin was struck as if by lightning. His body slammed violently against the cold, massive glass pillar behind him, spewing gobs of blood onto the transparent barrier. The sturdy metal walls and floor emitted a wail of metal fatigue. Detected high-dimensional entity intrusion. Warning! Warning! The prophet had descended. A small tear was forcibly ripped open in space. A slender, perfect hand, composed entirely of flowing silver liquid metal, emerged without warning from the void. The fingertips shimmered with an incomprehensibly complex, blinding torrent of pure white information code. Ignoring the raging energy storm around it, it pointed directly downward toward the dying little girl in the cultivation tank below Seraph 01. Chapter 59, Purification Interruption. The icy breath of death froze the air. Lin Jin's eyes widened in fury, the explosive pain in his chest replaced by an even more savage inferno. System. Lin Jin's will blaze like a red-hot branding iron, exploding deep within his consciousness. Is there absolutely no other way? Unique matching solution activated, concept level rule armament fates judgment mace, social death verdict. Redemption cost, 100,000 embarrassment points overdrawn. Soul energy pledged. Future mission rewards reset. Effect, summons the conceptual projection social death mace, forcibly imposing an ultimate social existence negation judgment on the target. Success causes instant chaos in their existential logic, forcibly interrupting their attack. Confirm? Confirm. Lin Jin's roar. Buzz. A vast, ancient bronze mace weathered, modeled, and patinated with verdigris materialized silently before Lin Jin in an instant. It was not a physical object, but the embodiment of the ultimate fear, the fear of rejection, denial, and social death condensed from the hearts of countless millions. Upon it seemed to be engraved the silent inscriptions of judgment. Lin Jin's eyes blazed crimson as his will strained like a 10,000-ton bow being drawn. Unhealed wounds across his body burst open, blood spurting forth as excruciating pain transformed into raw power. Rise now! Driven by his will, the ethereal bronze mace of social death seemed lifted by countless invisible hands. Silent yet bearing a weight crushing to the soul, it swung down with brutal force toward the descending fingertip of the god. There was no earth-shattering energy explosion, no blinding clash of light. But the instant the phantom of the shattered death mace touched the apocalyptic white light at the tip of the prophet's finger. Buzz! An invisible storm erupted, one of absolute chaos, powerful enough to make the soul of any sentient being tremble. This storm did not affect matter, nor did it affect energy. It struck directly at the logical core that formed the very foundation of the prophet's existence. In an instant, the cold, utterly pure will of execution within the prophet was violently injected with a terrifying torrent of chaos, the collective gaze and mockery of countless beings. This turbulence simulated the ultimate social death scenario, being collectively watched, collectively despised, and collectively judged by all sentient beings across the entire universe. Hum. Crack. The white light of annihilation, condensed to its absolute limit at the fingertip of the divine, visibly fluctuated and distorted. Like a signal interrupted, it flickered. The absolute focus required to execute the purity protocol was brutally shattered by this social death veto, a force purely targeting its very logic. Like a precision gear spinning at high speed, jammed by a stubborn stone. The attack froze. Though it froze for only 0.001 seconds. For Lin Jin, that 0.001 second was the pivotal moment that turned the tide of life and death. He squeezed every ounce of potential from his body. In the instant the bronze mace's phantom struck down, and the spatial rules faltered. He didn't even glance to see if the attack had landed. Instead, he channeled every last ounce of his remaining mental energy, explosive power, and the fleeting rule protection he'd just exchanged for, into his legs. Boom! The solid alloy floor beneath his feet caved in deeply under his stomp. Muscle fibers screamed in protest, bones and tendons strained to the breaking point. Like a cannonball propelled by flames, he tore through the polluted air, instantly covering the final few meters. The target. Not to clash head-on with that terrifying arm. It was beneath Seraph 01's cultivation tank. It was the main energy conduit connecting to the outside. The system had already marked it during its earlier scan as the critical physical pressure point for the entire brain pool structure. Get out of the way! Lin Jin's roar echoed as his body slammed into it with full force. Bang! No technique. Only raw power and speed. He used his body as the most savage battering ram. The instant his impact struck the energy manifold, the faint rule sanctuary enveloping his entire body precisely neutralized the outermost physical energy shield. The next instant, pure brute force shattered the metal casing. Pierced through the intricate circuitry. Boom! Blinding blue arcs erupted like raging dragons. The entire platform shook violently. Half of the core power supply system was forcibly destroyed by external force. The vast brain pool chamber plunged instantly into darkness. Seconds later, the blinding red emergency lights flickered into life. On the platform, Lin Jin lay half kneeling amidst the shattered equipment debris, blood covering his body. His chest heaved violently with each breath, like a bellows drawing in air, each gasp bringing up blood-tinged foam. Before his eyes, the clone Zeta within the massive composite container. At the instant its core power supply abruptly cut out and the main amplifier went haywire, the immense chaotic energy it had condensed lost its guidance. Its entire body convulsed violently within the chamber, its silver-white eyes flashing wildly, as if on the verge of self-destruction. Below, within Seraph 01's incubation tank, the emergency life support system remained active. The little girl lay unconscious, yet the purple crystal fragment embedded in her nape now emitted an extremely unstable, flickering glow, breathless and urgent. Most crucially, the arm of the prophet, suspended mid-air, its core logic briefly disrupted by the social death spear and then jolted by the sudden physical disturbance below, finally exhibited an unpredictable reaction. It seemed to be trembling? No. The apocalyptic white light flickering at its fingertips lost its stable form, and finally, like a candle in the wind, puff, it extinguished completely. Purification attack. Forcibly interrupted. A broken, static-filled electronic hum echoed through the void. The arm convulsed violently, beginning to flail wildly through the air like a blind man groping in the dark, having lost all absolute control. Success! Lin Jin forced his blood-stained face upward, cracking a savage yet supremely satisfying grin. The taut string of tension in Lin Jin's heart snapped, replaced by overwhelming dizziness and searing, tearing pain throughout his body. He stared fixedly at the silver arm suspended midair, the very embodiment of Nexus's will. G-U-H. Creak. A ragged, grating noise like metal being forcibly twisted and scraped echoed from within the arm, accompanied by violent, uncontrolled spasms. Logic disorder. Will collapsing. The residual veto power of the social death spear corroded its very foundations like the most venomous curse. Yet, the true crisis remained unresolved. Boom! The fury condensed within the core vein, combined with the runaway energy unleashed when the clone tuner Zeta destroyed the main amplifier, and the chain collapse triggered by Lin Jin's brutal destruction of the power supply system. All of it finally breached a critical threshold in this instant. The entire brain pool space emitted an agonized, overburdened wail like the death rattle of a dying colossus. Warning! Deep source aura detected. Locking onto host brain domain. In the monitoring room teetering on collapse, Duran watched the screen with a cold smile. Experimental sample lost? Doesn't matter. Gaining a more perfect seed. Not bad at all. Chapter 60, Loss of Life. Snap. Boom. The forest of glass tubes, each containing a human brain ablaze with blue flames, began a chain reaction of collapse. Viscous blue cerebrospinal fluid, burning tissue fragments, and twisted silver conduits poured down from all directions like a torrent unleashed from hell. The very core beneath Blackrockport was being torn apart and devoured from within by the terrifying force it had nurtured. Run! Lin Jin's pupils contracted sharply. The shadow of death instantly drowned the fleeting joy that had just risen. Without a moment's hesitation, his body instinctively lunged toward the small culture tank containing Seraph 01. He yanked the container into his arms, its icy chill seeping through the hard shell. The girl's pale little face trembled slightly in the jolting motion, as if she might extinguish completely at any moment. Hold on! Lin Jin roared at the system in his mind. His mind locked onto a narrow maintenance passageway along the platform's edge, a gap still partially open beneath the debris. Crash! The platform beneath his feet shattered completely. He tumbled like a boulder tossed into a waterfall, tumbling and falling as icy slurry and metal shards pelted his body. Buzz! Just as his body plummeted out of control, about to be swallowed by the chaotic torrent, a sudden change occurred. As his vision plunged into viscous darkness, a faint black light suddenly and eerily pierced through the churning torrent of debris. It didn't originate from outside, but rather, seemed to seep silently from within his own body? Fast. Faster than the limits of thought. Before any of his senses could react, that sliver of black light, like a venomous snake come to life, struck with deadly precision toward the tiny culture tank clutched tightly in his arms. Its target, the purple primordial crystal at the nape of the girl's neck within the tank. Pop! A sound so faint it was almost inaudible, like a finger popping a water bubble. No energy explosion. No physical collision. But the instant that eerie black light touched the purple crystal, the crystal froze instantly, like ink splashed with concentrated acid, its intense flickering halting for a split second. Then, a terrifying aura erupted with a thunderous blast. What? Lin Jin felt the cultivation tank in his arms violently tremble. An irresistible torrent of icy coldness instantly pierced through the tank, crashing violently into the depths of his soul. Lin Jin let out an agonized howl. He felt as though his soul had been torn open, something forced violently inside. His vision vanished instantly. His hearing was replaced by a chaotic, cosmic hum, a vast, primordial roar. The faint life signal emanating from the incubation tank in his arms flickered like a candle in the wind, teetering on the brink of extinction under the terrifying impact of this imprint's eruption. The girl's already fragile life could not withstand this near primordial level of corrupting assault. The faint monitoring light within the incubator instantly turned to the dull gray, signifying death. She was dead. The thought seared into Lin Jin's heart like a red-hot branding iron. Yet, he didn't even have time to feel grief. The torrent of will that had erupted from the purple crystal instantly surged back. This time, the target was himself. Buzz. Lin Jin's forehead instantly burned. As if a red-hot branding iron had been pressed down with brutal force. Guh. He felt himself plunge into an abyss of absolute nothingness, absolute cold, absolute silence. No light. No sound. Nothingness. Only that icy pupil mark, like a third eye, hovered above the dark void, eternally and coldly gazing down upon him. Alarm GAAH. The system alarm screeched like an old cassette tape in a radio, emitting a shrill electromagnetic crackle. Anchor point place. Host body detecting high-dimensional deep source contamination, corrosion, carrier conversion complete. Original anchor point. Seraph 01. Deceased. New anchor point locked onto host's soul's origin. Warning. Warning. Unable to parse deep source will. Logic core compromised. The system's alarms were utterly drowned out by a wave of devastating electromagnetic static. Anchor replacement? The vessel is me? Lin Jin's mind, frozen in the abyss, struggled to grasp these fragmented, death rattle-like words like ice spikes piercing his heart. That purple crystal killed the original anchor carrier, Seraph 01, and then, it chose me? Forcibly implanted the veins will into my very soul? What is the cost? Assimilation? Becoming the next living fuel? Infinite cold, excruciating pain from the forced implantation of a foreign entity, and an intense sense of self-tearing swept over him. Just as Lin Jin felt his consciousness about to be completely frozen, crushed, and reduced to nothingness by those icy pupils. Buzz. Deep within the core of his soul, the withered remnants of the social death spear seemed to stir, roused by the threat of utter annihilation. The faint echoes of the will to exist, shared by countless souls, flared like a dying candle's last, desperate glow. I am here. A scream from the depths of his soul violently reverberated within the frozen abyss of his consciousness. The cold, overbearing imprint of those pupils seemed to flicker ever so slightly. Frozen perception shattered like ice crushed by a heavy hammer. The sensation of falling weightlessness, the impact of torrential waves, the excruciating pain of the body, the icy cold of the ruins, all sensations surged back like a tidal wave. Thud. Lin Jin's body, clutching the Seraph 01 culture tank that had completely lost all life signs, slammed violently into a sticky, damp corner of the lower level. The immense impact blackened his vision, bones aching as if shattered, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. But his consciousness returned. Gasping for breath, he forced open eyes caked with blood, enduring the icy agony and discomfort searing from the deep imprint on his soul. His hand reached for his brow. The area was a bloody mess, the skin torn apart, yet the pupil-shaped mark remained, like a third eye. Cough, cough. He struggled to lower his head, gazing at the culture tank cradled in his arms. The faint glow that once signified life support had completely extinguished within the transparent casing. The girl lay curled up inside, her golden curls damp and clinging to her bloodless, lifeless face. The purple crystal fragment at the back of her neck had lost its luster, turning dull and lifeless, like an ordinary mineral. A wave of overwhelming grief and icy fury bit into his heart like a venomous snake. Seraph 01, a key exploited, sacrificed, and now extinguished before his very eyes. Lock acquired. Anchor status, carrier replacement. The system's intermittent, static-filled message flashed again, carrying a weakened tone after severe damage and an inescapable warning. Warning. Deep source will contamination implanted in host soul core. Corrosion rate 0.03%. Status unknown, dormant. Threat level theoretically unlimited. Warning. Host vital signs continuously declining. Repair request. Initiate. Embarrassment value overdraft conversion. Repair program? Current repair requirement 10,000 points second. Total embarrassment value liability 220,000 points. Lin Jin twisted his lips, a cold smile mingled with bloodlust and extreme madness spreading across his face. Come on, system. His intent was as cold as iron. Initiate repair. Keep me alive. This anchor point, this contamination. Lin Jin raised his head, his gaze piercing through layers of collapsing metal debris, fixed upon the direction above the ruins. Chapter 61, The Truth? ZZZZ. Warning. Deep source contamination imprint. Active fluctuations. Erosion rate 0.05%. Vital signs, multiple fractures. Internal bleeding. Urgent repair required. Initiating overdraw repair protocol. Embarrassment debt 247,812 points. Accumulating continuously. The system's voice carried the weakness of severe injury. Why? Lin Jean gasped. How could Durand possess my clone? That Zeta destroyed by the amplifier. Buzz. The mark between his brows pulsed violently. A torrent of cold, chaotic fragments of information like filthy water bursting through a dam forced its way uncontrollably into Lin Jin's consciousness. It was the garbage spill from the contamination outbreak. Fragments flashed by. A frigid biological laboratory. A massive screen projected nauseating images. Within a tank forged from high-strength alloy, a writhing mass of flesh tumors violently battered the walls. The tank was labeled Carrier Test Subject Alpha 7. Beside it, the experiment log flashed a blinding red warning: Test subject out of control. Core or energy backlash. Unstoppable. Failure. Durand, clad in white protective gear, stood before the screen. His face bore no trace of disappointment, only a colder, more clinical light. He issued an order to a holographic communication interface: abandon the Alpha System Carrier project. Find an alternative solution. Deep within the searing magma conduits. The image shook violently. A figure clad in heavy heat-resistant gear carefully maneuvered a crystalline or fragment toward a suspended flesh cocoon composed entirely of dark red biomatter. Just as the fragment was about to touch the chrysalis's surface. Boom! The chrysalis swelled and contorted violently, as if struck by a billion-volt electric current. The dark red biomatter composing its body seemed torn apart by an invisible giant hand, instantly disintegrating into countless burning fragments. Like exploding flesh fireworks, they were mercilessly swallowed by the churning torrent of magma. A desperate wail echoed through the communicator. Beta 3 carrier, completely disintegrated. Energy burst peak exceeded limits. Failure. The battlefield lay in utter ruin. The image was extremely blurry and unstable. Twisted metal and shattered mechanical debris littered the area, the acrid smell of burning nearly piercing through the image. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, half its body charred black. The camera abruptly zoomed in. It was Shin Mo, clinging to life. Shin Mo's pupils were unfocused, yet he stared fixedly at the cold image of Durand projected by a miniature teardrop-shaped communication robot hovering before him. Durand, you're such a fool. Shin Mo's voice carried the madness of the dying and a hint of triumph. Thinking you could obtain the true key, you're dreaming. Durand's image remained utterly still, his voice as cold as ice. Shin Mo, your failure is merely a minor obstacle on my path. The ultimate, perfect key will be forged by my own hand. Haha, cough cough. Key? Do you know why I've always been stuck at the final step? Because I lacked the most crucial lock. Shin Mo coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes suddenly grew eerily greedy as he struggled to raise a hand, pointing toward a figure deep within the battlefield, a figure nearly swallowed by thick smoke and flames, lying amidst a pile of metallic debris. Lin Jean. Watch closely. That is, the core password of the ultimate vessel. The scene shook violently as Shin Mo's hand slammed downward, striking the core of his tactical recorder with brutal force. A beam of invisible, high-frequency data propelled by the last reserves of his life force shot through the battlefield interference like a ghost in the dark, precisely targeting Durand's communication projection. Durand's projected pupils instantly contracted. The data stream vanished into the projection. The real-time analysis data window beside the projection flashed through a torrent of information, finally settling on a complex biological gene map labeled by Shin Mo as Sample K Core Template of Ultimate Capacity. Beneath the map, a line of blood-red text pierced the screen. Genetic source, Lin Jean. Biological energy compatibility, 100%. Boom! Lin Jean gasped sharply, as if his soul had been seized by an icy hand. The ruins before her vanished, replaced by her own body lying on the ground. That locked genetic map. The truth struck like a poisoned ice spike. After the life or death showdown, Lin Jean, the ordinary survivor, had become the core blueprint of the key. Shin Mo had set a vicious trap before dying, not to bestow a gift upon Durand, but to cast out a deadly poison bait. Shin Mo knew that Durand, desperate for a perfect vessel, would go mad. He would stop at nothing to replicate this code. This might also be Shin Mo's backup plan to exact revenge on Durand or Lin Jean. And Durand, that mining magnate who disregarded all ethics upon receiving this perfect genetic blueprint that fell from the heavens, immediately launched the highest priority cloning project. That was Tuner Zeta. A cold, bio-enhanced entity born to utterly dominate the Veins' power, bearing Lin Jin's physical traits. Seraph 01? That innocent little girl? She was merely one of countless orphans adopted by the Foundation. Her sole value lay in being discovered like a jackpot win during the brutal mineral affinity screening, the most compatible living key to the Veins' energy. On Durand's chessboard, she was no different from those mining accident victims or failed carrier test subjects, nothing more than disposable, cold consumables. The key bearing her life energy was inserted into the lock, but the logic program that would turn the key to unleash the Veins' power was instead implanted into another clone Zeta. Ha! Ugh! Ugh! Ah! A roar erupted from Lin Jin's torn throat, a primal scream mingling extreme fury, humiliation, grief over Seraph 01's death, and the refusal to be trampled so utterly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountainous pile of metallic debris ahead shook violently. Accompanied by a shrill, tearing metallic screech, the debris near the maintenance passage entrance was ripped apart as if by an invisible giant hand. Sharp metal edges twisted and deformed, viscous burning liquid and debris spilling out with a clatter to both sides. A narrow crevice, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through, bristling with jagged edges and unknown dangers, gaped open like a flesh and blood passageway into an unknown abyss. Lin Jin raised his head, bloodshot pupils fixed intently on the dimly lit entrance to the crevice. Beneath the bloodstains, the deep purple vein-like mark on his forehead pulsed faintly. Chapter 62, Durant. Lin Jin crawled on all fours through the dark, blood-soaked crevice. Each movement wrenched at his shattered bones and torn entrails, searing pain washing over his nerves. His throat was filled with the taste of rust, each gasp accompanied by the rasping sound of a broken bellows. Repair in progress? Rib fracture alignment, 32%. Kidney hemorrhage sealed. Embarrassment debt, 268,431 points. Warning. External energy flow resonance peak approaching. Danger level escalating. The system's mechanical voice carried a note of urgency. Lin Jin gritted his teeth as murky blood seeped from the wound on his temple, dripping onto the cold, sticky floor of the passageway. His mind still churned with the icy fragments that had flooded in moments ago, the alpha test subject's frenzied howls, the beta carrier's flesh exploding like fireworks, Jinmo's eerie final gesture on the battlefield, and his own ordinary genetic blueprint, marked in red as 100% compatible. That blueprint had been forged by Durand, paved with countless lives, only to be snatched from the calamity that had befallen Qin Mo. The dim passage seemed endless. The air grew thicker, 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 thicker. Suddenly. Buzz. The mark deep within his brow throbbed violently. As if struck by an invisible sledgehammer. A cold, viscous aura swept over him without warning. This aura. Unlike the chaotic fury of the previous vein. It was more refined, more orderly. It seemed to be summoning. It seemed to be pinpointing. Alert. Ultra-high-density mineral energy reaction source locks onto host location. Correlation analysis source origin identified, Durand entity. Detected overwhelming psychic imprint. Threat level, cataclysmic. The system emitted a shrill, piercing alarm. Almost simultaneously. Boom. A muffled explosion reverberated from directly above the passageway. The entire narrow space shook violently, as if hit by an earthquake. Lin Jin was knocked off his feet by the blast wave, his back slamming hard against the tunnel wall. A metallic taste filled his throat as another mouthful of blood spurted out. The darkness ahead was torn apart by a sudden, blindingly harsh white light. A cold, lifeless spotlight beam, like the gaze of death itself, struck Lin Jin with pinpoint accuracy. It illuminated every detail of his disheveled, filthy form. Beyond the white light, a vast, open space came into view. This was a subterranean relay platform located deeper within Blackrockport. Within the vast circular chamber, countless thick energy conduits varying in diameter and pulsing with a faint blue glow snaking like veins across the cold metal floor and dome, converged toward the central control platform towering over 10 meters high. Suspended at the platform's apex was a massive ring-shaped light screen. At this moment, the screen flickered with crimson warning runes. At the very center of the screen, a figure stood silently. Silver gray hair was meticulously styled, a deep blue silk shirt hugging a lean, muscular frame. One hand rested casually on the armrest at the edge of the screen, while the other held a crystal-clear golden liquid in a cup. He tilted his head slightly, gazing down at the man below the platform entrance, a creature crawling out of a hellish blood pool, covered in filth. His cold, golden pupils held no trace of human emotion. Kane Durand. Activate the energy interference field. Maximum level. Durand spoke, his voice not loud, yet it echoed clearly throughout the vast space. BZZZ. In an instant, dozens of bowl-sized streams of ghostly blue energy erupted from dozens of launchers beneath the platform. They were not targeting Lin Jin, but instead struck with precision the walls, ceiling, and massive energy conduits within a 100-meter radius surrounding the passageway entrance. Like invisible energy chains, they instantly interwove into a powerful electromagnetic chaos net spanning 100 meters. The shrill hum of electricity instantly drowned out all the explosions. Lin Jin felt a powerful repulsive force and mental interference descend upon him. His chest felt as though crushed by a boulder, his ears filled with electronic static. The faint life signals sustained by his system were instantly suppressed and distorted. He felt stripped bare, stripped of all concealment, exposed naked beneath Durand's cold searchlight beam. Even more terrifying, the last remnants of strength he'd mustered for a final push suddenly sank into an invisible quagmire. Durand's lips twitched downward by a millimeter, almost imperceptibly. His gaze swept over the cold incubation tank behind Lin Jin, containing the girl, as though observing a discarded piece of equipment utterly unmoved. Cleansing procedure initiated. Eliminating unstable variables. Durand's voice rang out like a cold verdict. Swish. 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 From the shadows surrounding the platform, over a dozen pairs of crimson electronic eyes flared to life. Immediately after, a dozen pitch-black, man-sized tracked combat platforms slid silently into view. The electromagnetic cannons mounted atop the platforms completed charging instantly, gathering a blue energy glow at their muzzles. The muzzle locked precisely onto Lin Jin. Facing this desperate situation, Lin Jin's crimson eyes blazed with an even more frenzied fire. His body moved with great difficulty, as if trapped in a deep muddy swamp within the powerful electromagnetic interference field. Buzz. Just as the electromagnetic railgun was about to unleash its energy barrage. Put. 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 A bizarre scene unfolded. The dozen or so blue beams erupting from the platform's launch ports suddenly flickered violently, as if injected with some utterly foul, viscous impurity. The next second, countless fist-sized, slimy, yellow-green, foul-smelling gelatinous masses like the concentrated essence of the filthiest cesspool suddenly secreted from the beam paths and critical junctions within the energy conduits. Like solidified asphalt mixed with rotting matter. Crackling and popping. It was sticky everywhere. It coated the pipe junctions. It clung to the emitters. Squeak sizzle. The powerful energy flow was instantly disrupted by these filthy, rule-bound creations embodying absolute inertia and obstruction. The once smooth blue light network, like blocked blood vessels, instantly became extremely unstable. The energy transmission efficiency of the interference field plummeted by over 80%. The heavy suppressing force on Lin Jin eased. Almost the instant the suppression loosened. Whoosh. 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 Deep blue high-speed electromagnetic projectiles tore through the air, sealing off every possible space for evasion. Bang. 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 By sheer instinct and the system's final computational assistance, Lin Jin executed a series of evasive maneuvers pushing human limits at the last possible moment. The projectiles grazed his body, exploding into the rear passageway walls and floor, erupting in blinding plasma sparks and hurling massive metal fragments. A searing pain shot through his back. A high-speed spinning metal fragment sliced viciously across his left shoulder, trailing a trail of blood. But he avoided a fatal wound. The cost was his left side drenched in blood. Interesting. Duran's icy voice carried a barely perceptible hint of emotion for the first time. He slammed the wine glass back onto the console. Whoosh! Blinding white light erupted like cascading waterfalls from hundreds of circular emitters encircling the platform's base. Hundreds of laser beams wove an inescapable web of destruction, instantly enveloping Lin Jin's escape route. The intense heat warped the air itself. The metal floor instantly glowed red under the energy assault. This was lethal heat capable of vaporizing even the hardest alloys in an instant. No escape. No defense. Is it over? No. Just as Lin Jin charged toward the laser net, a colossal, terrifying figure abruptly materialized mid-air. It was the remnant of the prophet disrupted and purified by the social death sphere, forcibly contaminated by the rules of the filth storm, having lost most of its limb structure. Only a shattered, twisted liquid metal energy core and a half-silver arm remained, still twitching and pulsing irregularly. Drawn by the intense energy fluctuations and core vein interference here. Like a rampaging dragon beyond control, stripped of Nexus's absolute precision, it was now driven solely by chaotic destructive instinct. Lin Jin charged toward the rear of the laser matrix's target point, directly into the line of fire of the electromagnetic combat platforms that had just realigned their cannons. In the chaos, the prophet's wreckage indiscriminately locked onto all high-energy targets. Especially those dozens of blinding high-energy laser beams. Contamination. Purge. The prophet's chaotic, icy command echoed through space. Sizzle boom. The remnant's silver liquid metal core erupted in an instant, unleashing a twisted storm of chaotic energy. Like frozen magma bursting through a dam, it swept violently across the searing laser forest. Boom. Laser beams and the chaotic energy storm collided violently mid-air, the shockwave violently hurling Lin Jin backward. It also temporarily engulfed the deadly laser net. Lin Jin's body slammed into a massive energy conduit with a dull thud. Darkness clouded his vision as he knelt on the scorching ground, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Through blurred eyes, he stared at the elemental storm-like explosion point ahead. Warning. Nexus unit forced intervention. Logical chaos state. Threat level, extreme. Host life signs critical. At that very moment, Durand atop the platform, whose expression had remained as cold as granite, finally shifted. His golden pupils, which commanded everything, suddenly contracted. For the first time, his icy face revealed an expression comprehensible to humans, a mix of disbelief and shock. The cause was not the prophet's chaotic eruption, but him. Through the core of the wine glass he had just set down a vital spatial coordinate device and energy sensor. He clearly sensed it. From Lin Jin below, whose purification had been interrupted, whose body was now tainted and hurled away by the laser explosion. Deep within the brow of that seemingly dying, filthy form, a vast, chaotic, yet primal, cold will pulsed with the essence of the Orvain. This fluctuation resonated intensely with the anchoring rune he had meticulously placed deep within the platform, designed to draw and control the energy nodes of Blackstone Harbor's mineral veins. Its core frequency and spectral characteristics were unmistakably the unique identifier possessed only by his core mineral vein. When Seraph 01's anchor crystal shattered earlier, he had assumed the echo will had been severely damaged and temporarily silenced. That imprint. Duran's icy lips moved silently, while absolute shock and fury erupted like thunder in the depths of his pupils. A new vessel? On him? How is that possible? An ordinary genetic template carrier he had designed as a disposable tool to be discarded after use. A lowly lab assistant, no better than dust in his eyes. How could such a being replace the S-grade key he had selected at astronomical cost, becoming the temporary anchor for the main vein's will? This subversive revelation. This inconceivable reversal. It defied every projection of his flawless computational model. Chapter 63, The Vein's Will. The intense heat warped the air itself. The metal floor instantly glowed red under this energy assault. This was a lethal heat capable of vaporizing even the hardest alloys in an instant. No escape. No defense. Is it over? No. Just as Lin Jin charged toward the laser net, a colossal, terrifying figure abruptly materialized mid-air. It was the remnant of the prophet disrupted and purified by this social death spear, forcibly contaminated by the rules of the filth storm, having lost most of its limb structure. Only a shattered, twisted liquid metal energy core and a half-silver arm remained, still twitching and pulsing irregularly. Drawn by the intense energy fluctuations and core vein interference here. Like a rampaging dragon beyond control, stripped of Nexus's absolute precision, it was now driven solely by chaotic destructive instinct. Lin Jin charged toward the rear of the laser matrix's target point, directly into the line of fire of the electromagnetic combat platforms that had just realigned their cannons. In the chaos, the prophet's wreckage indiscriminately locked onto all high-energy targets. Especially those dozens of blinding high-energy laser beams. Contamination. Purge. The prophet's chaotic, icy command echoed through space. Sizzle boom. The remnant's silver liquid metal core erupted in an instant, unleashing a twisted storm of chaotic energy. Like frozen magma bursting through a dam, it swept violently across the searing laser forest. Boom. Laser beams and the chaotic energy storm collided violently mid-air, the shockwave violently hurling Lin Jin backward. It also temporarily engulfed the deadly laser net. Lin Jin's body slammed into a massive energy conduit with a dull thud. Darkness clouded his vision as he knelt on the scorching ground, blood trickling from his nose and mouth. Through blurred eyes, he stared at the elemental storm-like explosion point ahead. Warning. Nexus unit forced intervention. Logical chaos state. Threat level, extreme. Host life signs critical. At that very moment, Durand atop the platform, whose expression had remained as cold as granite, finally shifted. His golden pupils, which commanded everything, suddenly contracted. For the first time, his icy face revealed an expression comprehensible to humans, a mix of disbelief and shock. The cause was not the prophet's chaotic eruption, but him. Through the core of the wineglass he had just set down a vital spatial coordinate device and energy sensor. He clearly sensed it. From Lin Jin below, whose purification had been interrupted, whose body was now tainted and hurled away by the laser explosion. Deep within the brow of that seemingly dying, filthy form of vast, chaotic, yet primal, cold will pulsed with the essence of the Orvain's origin. This fluctuation resonated intensely with the anchoring rune he had meticulously placed deep within the platform, designed to draw and control the energy nodes of Blackstone Harbor's mineral veins. Its core frequency and spectral characteristics were unmistakably the unique identifier possessed only by his core mineral vein. When Seraph 01's anchor crystal shattered earlier, he had assumed the echo of the dead will had been severely damaged and temporarily silenced. That mark. Durand's cold lips moved silently, while deep within his pupils, absolute shock and fury erupted like thunder. A new vessel? On him? How is that possible? An ordinary genetic template carrier he had designed as a disposable tool to be discarded after use. A lowly lab assistant he regarded as dust beneath his feet. How could such a being replace the S-grade key he'd selected at astronomical cost, becoming the temporary anchor for the main vein's will? This subversive revelation. This inconceivable reversal. It defied every projection of his flawless computational model. This lowly insect named Lin Jin. Through a series of misfortunes, exploiting the gaps created by those nauseatingly filthy rules and the Nexus's unexpected intervention, he had snatched away a portion of the power and authority of his core vein? Impossible. For the first time, Durand's throat emitted a human-like roar, a mixture of fury and shock tinged with a hint of uncontrolled rage. He slammed his fist into the suspended light screen console before him, instantly denting the sturdy alloy surface. Cut it off. Sever the primary power feed to the vein node. Now. He bellowed at the system, attempting to forcibly sever the connection between the vein and Lin Jin. But, too late. The very instant Durand issued his command. Below, Lin Jin, half kneeling on the scorching metal floor, his consciousness struggling between excruciating pain and dizziness, suddenly raised his head. His blood-stained face bore eyes no longer filled with the pain and bewilderment of an ordinary human. Instead, they were consumed by a fury and venom that seemed to originate from the ancient core of the earth itself, a mixture of the resentment and rage of countless beings who had been plundered and enslaved. The brand between his brows flared like a red-hot iron. A blinding deep purple light instantly seared through the bloodstains on his face. A distinct, crystalline mark resembling the core of a mineral vein fully manifested at the center of his forehead. Lin Jin no longer felt the excruciating pain in his body. A colossal force was being forcibly drawn from the void by that mark, brutally poured into his shell. It carried the agony and fury of a mineral vein forcibly restrained and drained as fuel. Now, it had found a temporary outlet for its destructive urge. Lin Jin. A roar utterly unlike any human scream erupted from Lin Jin's throat. Boom! 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 The ground, the walls, the dome, all the massive conduits embedded within used to stabilize and channel the energy of the mineral veins. Those energy nodes connecting to Duran's control hub. They seemed to come alive, as if gripped by an invisible giant hand. Instantly erupting in a blinding deep purple light. Countless thick cracks spread like a spider web across the metal structure. The special alloy forming these conduits and nodes, under the impact of this frenzied will emanating from the vein's core, groaned under the strain like rotten wood corroded by acid, shattering instantly. Boom! 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 Chain explosions erupted from all directions. The entire inverted pyramid control platform shook violently. The hovering platform beneath Duran's feet emitted a shrill alarm. No! Duran watched as the light screen was instantly flooded with countless crimson alerts, a cascading torrent of data signifying the collapse and loss of control of the vein's energy nodes, and let out a truly heart-wrenching roar of fury. The energy network he had painstakingly constructed was being destroyed by the very will of the mineral vein itself. And the source of it all? Lin Jin. He knelt halfway in the eye of the storm of explosions and destruction, like a demon crawling out from the depths of the vein. The mark between his brows, like the eye of an abyss, coldly fixed its gaze upon the mine owner on the platform, a figure stripped of all elegance and control, appearing for the first time somewhat disheveled. Lin Jin's body had become the vessel for this overwhelming fury. Slowly, with immense effort, he took his first step toward Duran amidst the storm of destruction. Chapter 64, The Future? The violet energy turbulence throughout the subterranean space abruptly froze for an instant. Beneath his feet, the metallic floor cracked inch by inch in a deep purple glow, shattering into searing stardust and gravel. The mark encircling Lin Jin's brow slowly opened like an eye, its profound purple light instantly devouring the surrounding space. No! Stop this! Duran completely lost his composure. His golden pupils held no trace of coldness, only utter terror. He frantically pounded the control panel of the floating light screen, inputting one high-priority command after another. Dozens of thick energy conduits extended from beneath the control platform, forcibly extracting the ghostly blue light in an attempt to suppress the rampaging will of the mineral vein below. But could the fury of the ore vein truly be suppressed by external force? Boom! Deep within the massive platform's base, the core mineral energy hub connected to countless conduits now erupted like a detonated supernova core. The torrent of energy Duran had siphoned was instantly violently reversed by a colossal, overwhelming flood. The indestructible superalloy structure beneath the platform violently expanded. Blinding purple light streams erupted from every crack. The entire control platform seemed torn apart from within by an invisible giant hand. Snap! Bang! The hair-raising crack of metal shattering echoed across the heavens. The platform's support pillars snapped instantly beneath Duran's feet. The suspended control core lost its balance and crashed down into the chaotic energy vortex below. Ah! Duran's scream carried genuine terror for the first time. Like a captain standing on the deck of a capsizing ship, he helplessly watched everything beneath him crumble apart. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of high-energy beams erupted violently from the turbulent energy conduits. They ignored physical barriers, ignored the spatial shield instantly activated around Duran. With pinpoint accuracy and irresistible force, they instantly pierced every energy transmission node on the inverted, plummeting platform and the figure desperately pounding the control console. Put! 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 Duran's body was instantly pierced by several thick purple crystal light spears. The icy energy spikes ignored his expensive fiber suit and reinforced body, piercing through as easily as tofu. No blood spilled. Only the sound of flesh instantly crystallized and carbonized by high-energy mineral energy. The rage and terror on his face froze in an instant. The last reflection in his golden pupils was the figure below Lin Jin, his pupil-branded eyes blazing, resembling a demon god. Mine. He gasped, his broken windpipe forcing out a few incoherent syllables. Then, his entire body, eroded by the overwhelming mineral energy, shattered like a broken glass statue. It disintegrated inch by inch, crumbling into fine fragments of purple carbonized crystals that glowed with a scorching light. Billions of crystal and dust particles plummeted alongside the platform's wreckage into the torrent of destruction below. Warning! Critical energy source point annihilated. Warning! Imprint resonance with primal or vein consciousness has reached critical threshold. Host soul fusion rate surging. Corrosion rate, 15%, 30%, unstoppable. Warning! Vein will torrent overloaded. Host consciousness capacity nearing limit. Collapse risk, 99.99%. The system's alarm shrieked with unprecedented intensity, almost like a desperate cry. Lin Jin felt his body being torn apart. Every cell was boiling, wailing in agony. The vast, cold, chaotic information stream of the mineral vein surged like a primordial wound in the cosmos, violently flooding his minuscule consciousness. The brand between his brows burned so fiercely it threatened to vaporize his brain. Everything in his vision was drowned in blinding deep purple. His hearing was filled only with the vast, agonized wail, a cry of pain mingled with release. His consciousness was being eroded, replaced. Becoming part of the vein's will. Is it over? Liberation? No. It was eternal damnation. Becoming this will's eternal prisoner. Just as Lin Jin's consciousness was about to be utterly crushed and assimilated by that surging torrent. Zzzzz. Hum. A faint signal, unlike any known energy fluctuation, sounded with pinpoint precision deep within Lin Jin's collapsing consciousness core. Weak yet imbued with an incomprehensible stability, it forcibly anchored an insignificant coordinate point within that chaotic storm. Simultaneously, the system panel that had always floated in the deepest recesses of Lin Jin's consciousness now stirred like an ancient ark forcibly awakened. All data regarding embarrassment value, debt, and repair status instantly reset to zero. Instead, a set of previously unseen, constantly fluctuating signal frequency codes appeared, still being parsed. System analyzing that signal. Signal docking initiated. Core decryption algorithm running. Frequency locked deep space redundancy sequence KPI3V. Identification code Lin Jin. Protocol verification ultimate anchor command Eye of Twilight. Energy guidance command initiate. Coordinates host's consciousness C. BZZZ. The system panel erupted with an unprecedented blinding radiance. No longer a cold blue, but a searing white like a star's birth. Wherever the light swept, the raging torrent of the veins which had nearly torn Lin Jin's soul apart found a natural floodgate. The colossal torrent of information was forcibly compressed, surging madly along the energy channel guided by that blazing white light into the depths of the system panel. Lin Jin felt the weight on his body suddenly lift. His consciousness snapped back into focus. Control over his body was restored. What shocked him even more, the icy pupil mark imprinted upon his brow. The frenzied will within it seemed to have found its ultimate resting place, now flowing into the system like a trickle of water, with an unprecedented docility. The vein's wail remained vast, yet it no longer carried the destructive force of a shockwave. It now resembled a distant background melody. Ultimate vessel initialization complete. Vein will seal transfer progress, 1%, 2%, 3%. Slowly absorbing. Host soul protection barrier generated. Corrosion halted. This system is actively absorbing the mineral vein's will? Lin Jin was utterly dumbfounded. A lifeline in the face of death? But what the hell is this system? How could it contain and seal the will of an entire vein? Cough. Cough. Lin Jin struggled to look around. The relay platform deep within Blackstone Harbor lay utterly destroyed. The metal floor beneath his feet was shattered into fragments, melted into a lake of molten rock. Surrounding energy conduits writhed like dying serpents, their ruptured ends spewing destructive energy turbulence. Countless massive metal components burned as they plummeted downward. Duran's platform wreckage churned and dissolved within the deep purple molten energy. The system panel offered no answers to his questions, instead projecting a new message. Target unknown signal source data package transmission complete. Receiving protocol Twilight Eye. Data type holographic recorded footage. Buzz. A colossal, crystal-clear holographic image unfolded uncontrollably deep within Lin Jin's consciousness. The sight assaulted his nerves. It was a true wasteland of apocalyptic ruin. Chapter 65, Score. The sky was a suffocating crimson, its clouds of solidified volcanic ash and radioactive dust never dispersing. The earth was scarred beyond recognition, rivers of murky lava like gigantic wounds flowing across the land, radiating high-energy radiation. Gigantic, shattered ruins of artificial structures lay scattered across the horizon like skeletal remains, the distorted, magnified remnants of the Deep Well laboratory. Further away, inverted pyramid structures like colossal tombstones pierced the clouds. Their summits flickered with cold blue light as they greedily extracted the last remnants of mineral residue from the crimson earth. Ruins. Radiation. Depletion. Extraction. A world utterly drained and dying. The camera zooms in rapidly, piercing through the interior of one colossal pyramid ruin. In a core control room of exquisite precision, filled with crystal arrays and intricate gravitational matrices, a figure sits with its back to the camera, seated upon a massive, throne-like floating control chair. The figure wore a tattered work jacket, gaunt yet sitting ramrod straight. He slowly turns his head. Lin Jin's mind felt as though struck by an invisible sledgehammer. His heart pounded so fiercely it threatened to burst from his chest. That face, though etched with the deep lines of hardship, an unquenchable flame burned deep within his weary eyes. His hair was disheveled and streaked with gray, and his face bore several gruesome, old scars. But those features, that look in his eyes, it was unmistakably his own middle-aged self. Lin Jin. He clutched a crystal stone roughly half the size of his fist, its interior swirling with a viscous, deep purple glow. At the crystal's core, a faint, pupil-like light mirroring the mark etched upon Lin Jin's brow struggled to rise and fall, flickering faintly. Time is running out. The Lin Jin in the image spoke, his voice hoarse and weary, yet carrying a profound, bone-deep heaviness. This timeline, we lost, completely depleted, everyone died, only this remains, the last. The image suddenly began to flicker. Like a television with unstable signal. My past self. He lifted his head, his gaze piercing through time and space, locking onto the young Lin Jin watching the image, his face frozen in shock. Listen. His voice carried a desperate, piercing intensity. Use it. Shattered Duran's energy nodes. Let the shockwave from the veins will temporarily override the Nexus's control signal. Only in that instant. Only then can the fragments of it, our final legacy, have a chance to locate you. He raised his hand abruptly. Buzz. The visual display abruptly transformed into a cascading waterfall of rapidly flickering data streams. Amidst the chaotic data tsunami, one extremely faint yet system-highlighted core information stream pierced through. A minuscule core fragment data model, emitting a soft white glow and possessing exquisitely intricate structure, flashed by. Target, Twilight Eye. Reception system, Social Death System. Host, Lin Jin. Mission, rewrite the end. Buzz. Visuals terminated. System panel restabilized. Yet deep within the core, a faint white speck of light flickered to life like a faint breath. Lin Jin froze solid in place. The truth exploded like a stellar explosion, shattering his mind completely. That system. That force which saved his lifetime and again in desperate situations with its socially awkward power. Those bizarre exchanges, each time exploiting logical weaknesses in ways beyond comprehension. It wasn't some divine cheat code. Nor was it a cold, impersonal program. It was the spark of fire created by his future self. Your future self, exhausting the last echoes of time's destruction, passed the final spark and desperate warning to your young, vulnerable present self. Placing the last hope to prevent the terrifying future from unfolding squarely upon his shoulders. This is why the system can absorb the will of the Orvanes. Because it is the very spatio-temporal counterpart of the Orvane's will. It itself is a river of time flowing against the current, born from the will of the Vane. It is the true, ultimate anchor transcending time and space. Thud. Lin Jin's knees buckled and he collapsed heavily onto the scorching ground, where purple energy fluid flowed. His body had long since gone numb, yet his soul felt like a ship tossed in a storm. The cold casing of the cultivation tank pressed against his spine. He slowly raised his head. The brand between his brows remained, yet the fury and chill within had been replaced by a deeper, purplish glow, one heavy with the weight of time. That purple no longer signified destruction, but rather a dawn, one burdened with too much sorrow and too much hope. The future, the parched world. The wails of the veins seemed distant now. He stared at his hands, covered in wounds and grime, then looked out at the ravaged, dark core ruins of Durand after its destruction. A thought burned into his heart with unprecedented clarity and weight: the battle was far from over. In fact, it has only just begun. He staggered to his feet. His steps were unsteady, yet his retreating figure seemed to bear the weight of millennia. Ahead. A massive metal passageway, torn open by the torrential energy of mineral veins, gaped like the throat of a beast. It stretched deeper into the darkness, its opening visible only through the swirling smoke and faint, flickering energy. Behind him, beyond the gaping ruins, the gloomy sky at the city's edge loomed. Shrill sirens and chaotic alarms grew louder from the distance. Lin Jin did not look back. He adjusted the straps binding the Cold Seraph 01 incubation tank to his shoulder, then stepped forward. Dragging his battered body, he walked silently toward the dark passageway leading deeper underground. The system's voice stirred faintly within his consciousness, tinged with an unprecedented, almost awakened human-like weariness. Host survival confirmed. Legacy carrier confirmed. Core database restructuring in progress. New mission objective updated. Stealth evade tracking. Recovery physiological restoration. Analysis sky core fragment. Preparation next vein node. Embarrassment point settlement, total debt incurred in this operation, plus 397,562 points. Debt cleared due to confirmation of special era legacy inheritance. Current balance. Lin Jin stumbled, nearly losing his footing. The embarrassment points reset? Is there such a thing as good fortune? His lips twitched, finally settling into an inaudible sigh. Damn, guess I got lucky. He limped forward step by step, his figure gradually swallowed whole by the churning thick fog and lingering dark purple glow. The figure bearing the cold incubation tank sank into the crevices of the abyss, heading toward the depths of the earth, toward the shadows of darker, unknown mineral veins. Chapter 66, Rest. Lin Jin's limping figure vanished completely into the darkness. Behind him, the collapsing abyss of ruins swallowed the last remnants of chaotic energy. The narrow metal passage ahead stretched like the gut of a colossal beast, suffused with an icy, oppressive chill. The thick stench of rust, the acrid smell of ozone-scorched ash, and an indescribable, icy metallic mineral scent emanating from the depths of the vein blended into suffocating air. Each breath felt like swallowing sand. His body ached into numbness, each step accompanied by the faint creak of fractured bones grinding together. The cold cultivation tank pressed against his back was the sole tactile presence in this deathly dark void, heavy and silent, like Seraph 01's final farewell. Target, resonance point in unknown depth vein. Estimated distance, 1.2 kilometers. Path scan, 3 energy faults ahead. 1 suspected secondary collapse risk zone. Vital signs, critical. Core organs experiencing continuous blood loss. Strongly recommend immediate initiation of deep repair. The system's text flowed steadily at the edge of vision, carrying an unprecedented warmth. It wasn't emotion, but rather the natural pheromone emitted when the operational core activated a more complex protocol from beneath its cold logical foundation. Opening the embarrassment value page, the debt had been cleared to 0. Lin Jin grimaced, the movement tugging at the wound on his cheek, sending a faint salty bloody taste into his mouth. The depths of the tunnel weren't complete darkness. Occasionally, through cracks in the metal walls, a faint glow could be glimpsed, a dark red lava river flowing far below, thick and viscous like congealed blood. The searing heat reflected off broken rebar and twisted metal fragments, casting flickering shadows. Silence. Dead silence. He walked for an unknown length of time. Lin Jin's consciousness bounced back and forth between excruciating pain and numbness. Just as he felt his lungs being squeezed dry by the thin, scorching air, the tunnel ahead suddenly curved in an almost imperceptible arc. Buzz. The mark deep within his brow fluttered faintly. A resonant sensation, like cool, sweet spring water trickling through a nearly parched riverbed, traveled along the link of the mark. Faint, yet it stirred an instinctive craving within his body, teetering on collapse. Warning. Detected, high activity, low contamination, pure natural mineral microcrystal environmental energy field. Analysis, terminal branch of primordial mineral vein. Natural precipitation zone of high-purity X-type mineral crystal clusters. Gentle energy. Possesses foundational capacity for deep biological tissue repair. The system prompt carried an unusually clear directive. Lin Jin summoned his strength, gripping the rough, cold pipe wall as he turned inward. At the passage's end lay a naturally formed cavern, a vast hollowed-out chamber as if torn open by some colossal force. It was large enough to hold a small stadium. The cavern's vaulted ceiling soared high, with countless spiky, gray-black rock formations hanging down, emitting a faint glow. Even more striking were the cave walls surrounding the chamber. Clusters of crystals in various shapes had grown and crystallized within the natural holes and crevices. Some were as small as grains of rice, densely packed within the crevices. Others were as thick as a baby's arm, piercing through the rock ceiling and hanging down. They all possessed a deep blue hue, their interiors flowing with minute points of light resembling liquid starlight. Under the faint natural light filtering through the cavern, it seemed as though a miniature version of the vast starry sky had been sealed within this dark, subterranean rock chamber. A faint, cool, and pure energy aura drifted through the cave like mist. With each breath, the searing pain tearing at his lungs eased slightly. This is it. Lin Jin gasped for breath, his strength finally giving way. His legs buckled, and he collapsed heavily to one knee on the hard, cold stone floor. The dull ache where his knee struck the stone brought him a moment of clarity. Lin Jin hesitated not a moment, nor had the strength to. With great effort, he unstrapped the cultivation tank from his back and carefully placed it on a relatively flat rock platform in the corner of the cave. The platform glowed like snow under moonlight, illuminated by blue microcrystals. Within the transparent chamber, the girl was enveloped in a halo refracted by ice crystals, her cold, lifeless features seeming to soften slightly. Then, he commanded with his nearly numb consciousness, "System. Deep repair." Command confirmed. Deep repair protocol initiated. Establishing connection to pure mineral vein crystal and energy field. Energy extraction in progress. Warning, forced repair may cause unknown interference with existing imprints. Risk calculation. Execute. Hum. A stream of deep blue energy, far gentler yet vastly more immense than before, surged forth like living currents from the nearest clusters of crystals in all directions. It coalesced into visible bands of deep blue light, wrapping around Lin Jin's scarred body like tender ropes. Cold. The bone-chilling cold instantly permeated every crack in his skin, muscles, and bones. Like parched earth receiving long-awaited rain. New tissue began to sprout amidst the searing pain and tingling numbness. This sensation wasn't violent stitching, but rather life receiving the most efficient soothing and rebirth within nature's own rhythm. Yet, just as this soothing warmth of repair spread, the deep purple brand between his brows suddenly convulsed violently. The condensed pupil-shaped mark at its core flared brightly. Buzz. Lin Jin's body convulsed violently. A colossal, ancient torrent fragments of information seemingly bearing the geological shifts and evolutionary history of this planet over billions of years surged forth. Accompanied by the primal essence of the mineral vein's pure existence, it crashed through the link of the mark like a bursting river, directly assaulting his fragile consciousness. Agony. Understanding. Resonance. This was no longer mere chaotic information debris, but something far deeper. He witnessed the majestic forces of crustal movement, magma flowing and differentiating under immense pressure, the faint glow of minerals born under extreme conditions. Ancient plant roots absorbing minerals, primordial animal communities drinking, breeding, dying near mineral veins, their bones buried in sediment. Through the erosion of time and the nourishment of life, the veins gradually developed a primal, naive pulsing consciousness. Then came the roar of steel and drills. Greedy machines began tearing open the earth, brutally extracting. That consciousness turned furious and chaotic in agony. This is the vein's memory. Ugh. Ugh. Lin Jin's forehead veins bulged, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. This overwhelming flood of information far surpassed the comfort of healing, threatening to burst his mind. He felt as though his consciousness had been thrust into a hyperspeed projector of geological change, instantly processing 10,000 years of time. The system stirred. The once silent system suddenly erupted in white light, blazing intensely deep within Lin Jin's consciousness. A light of order emerged, carving a stable and tranquil channel through the chaotic, boundless torrent of information. The torrent raged on, washing over Lin Jin's consciousness. Yet under the combing of this light of order, the soul-shredding chaos and pressure miraculously diminished. Information flood overload reduced. Analysis efficiency enhanced. Core protocol activation initiated. Historical geological database expanded by 97%. Warning, imprint core correlation enhanced. Vein will resonance established. Time slipped away amidst excruciating pain, repair processes, and information assaults. After an unknown duration, the violent, pure blue healing energy stream finally receded. The fatal wounds on Lin Jin's body vanished, replaced by crisscrossing fresh, pink scars. The mind-shattering resonance from the imprint, which had nearly split his brain apart, seemed to have settled into a calm, leaving only a weary clarity, as if having witnessed the vicissitudes of time. He slowly opened his eyes. The faint glow of the cave fell upon his eyes, no longer blurred by bloodstains. The cavern remained silent, broken only by the faint, spontaneous hum of crystalline energy flowing through the void. Lin Jin's gaze first fell upon the platform in the corner. Seraph-01 lay there quietly, her deep blue crystalline glow enveloped in a veil of starlight, ethereal and serene. The cold, rigid pod remained unyielding, yet the face within seemed to have shed all pain and fear, like a spirit returning to nature. Chapter 67, The Rat. A moment of silence passed. Lin Jin rose to his feet. Her movements were still somewhat stiff, but strength was steadily returning to her rebuilt body. He walked to the densest cluster of deep blue crystals at the cave's center. The tallest clusters stood nearly as high as a man, resembling a sapphire forest rising from the deep sea. Slowly, he extended his hand. With fingers still stiff from recent healing, he gently brushed the surface of the largest, purest prismatic crystal. Ice cold. Hard. Pure. This was the untainted heart of the vein. Then, he raised his hand, pointing toward the platform where Seraph-01 lay dormant. Thoughts silently coalesced upon the imprint. Like a guided blessing? Following his intent, the deep blue energy mist that filled the cavern and flowed spontaneously began to silently converge toward the crystal platform in the corner. It flowed and settled around the girl, like a sentient stream returning to its lake. Subtle energy glows permeated the incubation tank itself, like gentle water caressing the sleeper's body. A strange phenomenon unfolded. Tiny, spore-like points of light, radiating a pure deep blue hue, began to slowly condense on the surface of the girl's cold body and the inner walls of the incubation tank. The mineral vein, in its most primordial and pristine form, gently enveloped her fading physical presence. Lin Jin's consciousness sank into the sea of consciousness. The core light point pulsed faintly. Deep repair complete. Imprint stability enhanced. Mineral vein preliminary connection established. Detecting residual information fragments at critical nodes. Linking. A stream of extremely concise, cold text projected directly into Lin Jin's consciousness. Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park computing array status, unknown. Urban underground piping network illegal energy conveyance path status, unstable residual fluctuations. Bottom, analysis bottleneck, insufficient primary energy level database integrity deficiencies. Core resource integration target for next phase, Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park. Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park. The pivotal node of Duran's vast mining network. That location marked by anomalous energy radiation is actually the critical server hub sustaining Nexus computational power? Lin Jin stood with his back against the stone wall, eyes closed, yet a cold, sharp curve slowly formed at the corners of his mouth. He opened his palm facing upward. Durand is dead. His voice was soft, like a whisper to himself, yet it echoed through the silent cavern like a murmur piercing time and space. But this is not the end. He lifted his head slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the thick rock layers and endless darkness, fixed upon the steel forest known as Deep Blue in the city's core district. His fingers curled slightly. He cast one final glance at the cavern buried deep beneath the earth, his gaze pausing momentarily upon the crystal sarcophagus shrouded in a membrane of light. Then, he turned. His steps no longer faltered. Each footfall landed steadily and silently upon the wet, cold rock. The dark passageway stretched out beneath his feet. Far from the mineral vein's microcrystalline pool, that gentle, pure energy sensation rapidly faded. Replacing it was an increasingly heavy metallic tang, the pungent stench of evaporating engine oil, and a formless sense of being watched. Detected faint spatial band scan. Frequency, Nexus Universal Alert Level. Band, Low Intensity. Analysis, Residual Monitoring System scans from regional network disruption following Durand core node destruction. Path evasion initiated. Lin Jin's footsteps didn't falter once as he hugged the cold, damp pipe walls, moving like a ghost walking the edge of darkness. He walked for an unknown duration. At the bend ahead in the tunnel, a faint, almost imperceptible blue-white light suddenly appeared. Electricity. Lin Jin halted, pressing his body flush against the pipe wall, holding his breath and straining his senses. The light emanated from beyond the bend. The narrow tunnel suddenly opened up, extending into a vast, abandoned underground structure. Broken walkways, twisted giant pipes, rusted equipment skeletons, vaguely recognizable as the lower maintenance platform of Blackstone Harbor's early or pre-sorting area. The blue-white light emanated from above a partially collapsed control room in the corner. A low-wattage, yet stubbornly resilient emergency light stubbornly glowed. Under its glow, two figures clad in oil-stained, dust-covered work uniforms, their original colors long indistinguishable, crouched around an old portable monitoring terminal propped up by makeshift metal supports. Signal, unstable. Damn. This place is cursed. A dry, raspy voice grumbled, slapping the side of the screen in an attempt to steady the distorted image. The screen flickered with images of thick smoke, flames, and the wreckage of a high-tech platform, the very battlefield core where Durand Central had collapsed earlier. Despite the abysmal quality, a blurred human silhouette, a tiny black speck, could be seen being hurled by shockwaves through the churning energy turbulence and molten metal debris, crashing into a pipe. It was Lin Jin. That's the spot. See it? The black dot. That figure. Another voice sounded tense and agitated. Before the blast. I think I caught a bit of someone speaking. Calling out something like "Do. Shut up, skinny monkey. Who cares what his name is? The point is, where the hell did this damn explosion come from? How many years has this place been abandoned? And this signal, this ING signal is from the deepest part of Blackstone Harbor? How the hell did it get through here?" The hoarse voice brimmed with bewilderment and unease. "Damn it, if I hadn't followed the signal to find this crappy terminal, I'd swear I saw a ghost." Lin Jin's nerves instantly snapped taut. Remnant battlefield footage. Crucially, these images weren't from the Nexus surveillance he'd anticipated, but unexpectedly transmitted through some residual, low-level monitoring network node from Blackstone Harbor's old facilities. And it had been captured by these two rats, clearly urban outcasts scavenging for treasures in the ruins. This terminal's footage absolutely must not be leaked. Mind-driven. Lin Jin's body erupted with superhuman speed. The two rats staring at the screen felt the overhead light suddenly dim. A powerful gust of wind slammed into their faces. "Who?" The cry barely reached their throats. Lin Jin's figure had already materialized before the terminal. His left hand, shrouded in purple energy, shot out like a steel claw. Squeak crash. The shrill crackle of metal twisting and snapping. Lin Jin's left hand, accompanied by a sonic roar tearing through the air, instantly tore through the main unit of the dilapidated terminal. The crude circuit boards and fragile signal components inside shattered into dust as if struck by high-frequency resonance. Countless tiny sparks flashed within the iron fist before vanishing, reducing the entire terminal to a twisted, smoking heap of scrap metal. Ugh! The two rats were utterly terrified by the sudden attack and explosive commotion. The lanky one screamed and fell backward, while the hoarse-voiced one reacted slightly faster, instinctively reaching for the bulging tool pouch at his waist. Snap! Snap! Two faint, muffled thuds, like dust being brushed away. Lin Jin's movements showed no hesitation whatsoever. The instant the terminal shattered, his right hand shot out like a ghostly apparition, slicing precisely at the nerve points on the back of both men's necks. Chapter 68, Crisis. Clean and decisive. Both figures collapsed instantly, unconscious without so much as a groan. The stubborn emergency light still flickered and hissed, bathing Lin Jin, the limp bodies at his feet, and the smoking heap of metallic debris in a sickly pale glow. He walked over to the pile of terminal debris and kicked aside the smoking wreckage. Beneath the torn stainless steel bracket, twisted cables and a micro-signal transmitter plate, exposed by the shock, flickered with a faint red glow. The faint signal leaked from Duran's platform core before its explosion had been accidentally captured by this abandoned lower-level network reception point and transmitted outward. A loophole. Lin Jin murmured to himself. Duran's destruction shattered like a mirror, leaving cracks not only in physical space but also countless tiny holes deep within the network. These holes were both fatal weaknesses and exploitable pathways. He bent down to inspect the two unconscious rats. The toolkit contained only a few crude self-heating energy bars, several deformed compressed biscuits, some primitive lock-picking tools, and an old chip wrapped in rags, containing information on the city's black market entrances and prices. Insignificant pawns. Information vulnerability detected, spatial residual fissure originating from underlying transmission node decommission codename, RAT-07. Analysis, this fissure can be exploited for short-range spatial coordinate anchored jumps. Target edge, periphery of Deep Blue Industrial Park. Risk, exposure factor 38%. Anchored jump? Pointing to Deep Blue Industrial Park. The system provided Lin Jin with an unexpected route. The risk is immense, but compared to infiltrating the core of that steel jungle under surface-level security layers, this might be the fastest infiltration method available. Lin Jin immediately turned and sprinted toward a section thick with crystal clusters he had passed earlier. Energy support required. He halted beside several clusters of deep blue crystals, each nearly half a person's height. The ore was pure, its energy gentle yet surging. His mind communicated with the mark between his eyebrows. A deep purple mark ignited upon his forehead. A gentle yet immense flow of mineral energy, as if summoned, peeled away from the crystal surfaces. It transformed into a stream of deep blue energy, beginning to converge toward Lin Jin's body. The speed was far faster than during the repair process. Simultaneously, the blazing white core star on the system panel emitted a faint increase in brightness. Three-dimensional data streams of the surrounding environment swept through Lin Jin's consciousness at astonishing speed. Coordinates locked. Energy charge peak. Countdown, 10, 9. Colossal mineral vein energy surged through his body. Lin Jin's body seemed to transform into the pivotal axis triggering the tides of the Earth's core. He lifted his right foot and without hesitation stepped toward the void marked by the system consciousness, that intangible node composed of abandoned terminals, low-level networks, and spatial fissures. He stepped onto the ripples of space itself. Space rippled like water disturbed by a pebble, radiating outward from Lin Jin in a visible deep purple spatial wave. The surrounding scene: emergency lights, collapsed rats, smoking terminal debris, cold metallic ruins warped like elongated, distorted mirror images. All colors and lines blurred into a swirling mass of light and illusion, sound stripped away entirely, leaving only an indescribable, dull roar echoing within his skull. The next instant, as if piercing through a viscous gelatinous membrane, Lin Jin's figure vanished completely within the churning purple ripples of space. The distorted scene instantly smoothed out. The abandoned underground space fell back into deathly silence, with only the crackling emergency light faithfully illuminating the unconscious man and the scrap metal on the ground, as if the earth-shattering spatial leap had never occurred. 3 kilometers away from the Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park, the deep convergence hub of the city's drainage system. Buzz! A slender, nearly imperceptible spatial fissure abruptly tore open in the air, accompanied by blinding flashes of electric arcs and a muffled air explosion. Thud! A figure barely discernible as human, crashing through the fissure like a meteorite, slammed violently into the pipe wall. The force was immense. The solid concrete pipe wall shattered into a spiderweb of cracks. Ugh! The deep purple energy armor enveloping his body instantly dimmed, nearly vanishing. Lin Jin grunted, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat as he forced it down. The intense spatial tearing sensation and energy overload shock were far from what he had imagined. His internal organs felt as if struck by a heavy blow, sending waves of excruciating pain through him, though no fatal injuries were sustained. He braced himself against the cold, slick pipe wall with one hand, steadying his body as he gasped for breath. The air around him was thick with the pungent stench of sewage and the lingering odor of chemical residues. A massive circular pipe stretched beneath his feet, murky water gushing through its center. Dozens of meters above, the ceiling was formed by thick main city drainage pipes. The faint hum of vehicles rumbling on the city streets above could be heard. Warning, spatial jump complete. Target peripheral zone arrival confirmed. Moderate damage to spatial tier load. Severe depletion of energy shield layer. Cooling period, 3 minutes. Warning. High-intensity encrypted spatial scan waves detected. Origin, core direction of target industrial park. Scan method, life energy spectrum medium precision, mental fluctuations low precision. Coverage, full area. Estimated contact time, 1 minute 47 seconds. Lin Jin's heart sank. The exposure risk this time was extremely high. But the system's cooldown hadn't ended. He couldn't reactivate the shield. He snapped his head up, his gaze sharp as he scanned the vast deep water drainage convergence point. The intricate network of pipes offered natural concealment. Warning. Scanning beam estimated arrival in this area, 15 seconds. Energy cloak cooldown, 1 minute and 32 seconds. Interference plan simulation terminated. Highest survival rate option, forced entry through sewer pipe access distance, 70 meters exposure risk, 95%. 15 seconds. Lin Jin's pupils suddenly contracted. The cold scan countdown in his vision ticked away in milliseconds. A forced breach was tantamount to suicide. With the cooldown unfinished, the energy cloak remained inactive. Exposed to precise scanning with only flesh and blood, he would be torn apart by high-energy weapons in the next second. Chapter 69, Crisis Averted. His consciousness was blanked out by an unprecedented dead end. As if plunged into a frigid, dark swamp. Sinking. Thought frozen. The only sensation remaining was the icy, pulsing chill emanating from the brand on his forehead clearer than ever before. It was warning. It was wailing. No. It was far more than that. A fierce will to survive mingled with resistance, like the final eruption of a dying volcano. Lin Jin abruptly closed his eyes. No reliance on system simulations. No reliance on those cold, calculated paths. He would use the only thing within reach in this desperate situation that icy brand to sense. To gamble. His consciousness plunged deep into his brow. Buzz. His consciousness was instantly pulled into a boundless, profoundly cold purple void. This was no longer the warm microcrystalline field he had sensed during the previous repair. It was the core source of will linked to the vein's imprint. Vast and desolate, like the ocean floor plunged into an endless starry sea. But this time, Lin Jin was no longer a passive recipient. The torrent of information did not wash over him. Instead, as he plunged in with everything he had, there emerged a faint sense of response. He no longer thought, but sensed. He sensed this realm of death, the cold touch of filthy, murky water surging through the pipes, the thickness of the slick, thick biological mucus layer coating the inner walls of the steel conduits, the faint life pulses of algae lurking deep within the currents, nearly suffocated by layers of industrial waste. This vast, filthy sewer and ecological hell teeming with tenacious, subterranean life cycles. Every minute detail forced its way into Lin Jin's consciousness core, resonating, superimposing, and manifesting through imprints and temporary reflections of vast geological landscapes from the city's deep strata below, briefly resonating with the will of mineral veins. Within this focused intent, upon that map forcibly superimposed and colliding in the depths of consciousness, a cold geological chart and a chaotic, murky life chart. A faint, nearly vertical crack barely visible beneath thick layers of biological slime and flowing water suddenly erupted with a blinding flash of energy. This crack, located on the base side wall of the massive concrete pipe behind him, was incredibly minute. The crack was minuscule. But deep within the fissure, the system panel instantly detected characteristics of a powerful life energy source below. Matching probability 92%, underground deep ecological reaction tank artificial. Connection point, deep blue tech industrial park grade, a waste gas and wastewater biological treatment recirculation zone. Artificial structure. The exhaust vent at the base of a massive processing system? Scan beam arrival countdown, 3 seconds. Now. No other choice. Lin Jin's body surged forward as if propelled by an invisible force. In the final millisecond of the system's countdown, the moment the first visible sliver of crimson scanning light pierced the concrete pipe wall and projected onto the opposite steel plate. Thud. His body suddenly lurched backward without warning. As if he'd stumbled and fallen into water. But the landing spot was utterly bizarre. Not the murky water in the central trench. Instead, he slammed against the cold, slimy pipe wall covered in a thick, dark green fungal carpet. His entire body seemed pinned to the carpet by a giant hand, smashing down with fierce determination toward the minute crack hidden beneath the scale buildup. Squish! The thick, viscous fungal carpet deformed and tore under the immense impact, revealing the cold, metallic feel of the steel pipes beneath. The hard impact made Lin Jin grunt in pain. But in the next instant, that narrow metal fissure, concealed beneath layers of fungal carpet and grime for untold years, trembled under the overload of impact. Simultaneously, a faint yet precise resonance, a spatial fluctuation from the mineral veins within Lin Jin's body, forcibly released at this critical moment, vibrated through the fissure. Snap! A faint yet distinct metallic crack. The hardened crust surrounding the crack shattered instantly. The crack was forcibly widened by centimeters. Put! A thick gray stream, mingling the pungent stench of chemical agents with a peculiar, sweet salty odor, erupted like a burst abscess from the crack less than 10 centimeters wide. The immense pressure instantly hurled Lin Jin, who had been standing above it, backward like slamming him hard against the cold pipe wall several meters away. Agonizing pain. But, warning lifted. Scanning band determines gap period active 0.5 seconds. No concentrated thermal signature of life detected. Success? Soaked to the bone, Lin Jin lay sprawled on the waterlogged platform, covered in a nauseating mixture of gray-green slime and foul-smelling water. Yet deep within his left eye, a cold, deep purple glow flared, forcibly suppressing the churning nausea and agony. He stared fixedly at the crack, spewing gray viscous fluid. The spray was incredibly thick yet carried immense pressure, like a high-pressure water cannon. In mere seconds, it washed away the fungal carpet where he'd hidden, exposing the cold metal structure beneath. Even more bizarrely, wherever the viscous gray stream washed over, thick layers of scale and grime were stripped away, leaving the metal pipe walls astonishingly smooth. It seemed as though the water itself possessed powerful corrosive and purifying properties. The spray lasted less than 10 seconds. The immense pressure seemed to dissipate rapidly, and the gray stream weakened quickly, becoming a mere trickle. Though the volume was minimal, it still gurgled steadily, flowing slowly down the pipe walls and merging with the sewage in the deep trench below. The interior of the widened crack appeared eerily dark and deep. A cold wind, thicker than the sewer air itself and carrying a mixture of chemical waste and some kind of biological fermentation odor, blew back out from within. The system panel instantly refreshed. Scan band disengaged. Next cycle, estimated 8 hours 43 minutes regional routine interval. Confirmed, deep underground ecological reactor pressure relief outlet access established. Analysis, target pipeline temporarily cleansed by pressure release fluid, providing short-term low contamination stealth route. Recommendation, immediate infiltration. Outlet leads directly to the edge of the target core facility. No hesitation. Lin Jin endured the slimy, icy discomfort and the dull ache of fresh wounds, crawling swiftly through the cold sewage filled with a pungent, mixed stench. He reached the edge of that deep, dark fissure once more. The high-pressure gush had ceased. Residual viscous gray water still trickled faintly, carrying a potent, icy corrosiveness. The metal edges of the fissure, stretched taut, gleamed with razor-sharp precision, reflecting a sinister, dim light. Lin Jin took a deep breath, lowered his head, and flattened his body as much as possible. Then, he aimed for the widest part of the fissure, where the viscous water flow was thinnest. His hands gripped the cold, slippery metal edges of the fissure. His arms erupted with all his strength, and his body, like an eel, plunged fiercely into the dark crevice spewing icy winds. A clammy, icy, nauseatingly slick sensation instantly enveloped his entire body. The crevice was extremely narrow. Cold, murky liquid lashed against his cheeks. Darkness. Absolute darkness. Only deep within the fissure ahead flickered a faint, unnatural blue glow like hell's phosphorescent fire vaguely shimmering at the end of the impenetrable darkness. Time slipped away amid suffocating pressure and the agonizing scrape of metal. Who knows how long it lasted, perhaps seconds, perhaps minutes. Splash! Lin Jin felt his body grow light. The viscous, slimy sensation enveloping him vanished abruptly. Thud! He plummeted downward without any cushioning. He slammed into some extremely smooth, curved, cold, and hard surface, then tumbled forward several times before coming to a halt. Fighting off dizziness and excruciating pain as if every bone in his body had shattered, Lin Jin jerked his head up. His vision was swallowed by a deep, eerie blue light. Chapter 70, The Strange Color. This was an unimaginably vast enclosed space. Its shape resembled an inverted eggshell. The inner walls of this shell were composed of countless overlapping layers of flowing liquid glass, each membrane filled with deep blue energy currents. The space stood nearly 100 meters tall. Lin Jin stood on a smooth, sloping platform near the base of the curved surface. Several meters below the slope lay a spine-chilling ocean of vast biochemical solution pool churning with viscous slime. Countless dark red, giant biological brain tissue specimens, resembling human brains, were submerged in that deep blue viscous liquid. Each brain specimen was connected to a dense network of silver-gray conduits resembling tree roots. Blinding blue high-energy currents surged through these conduits, linking to the dome-shaped ceiling above. Target acquired. Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park Core Internal Sector, Biomass Energy Conversion Hub. Warning. Massive living brain tissue energy extraction network detected. Active matter converting into electrical energy. Supplementing the city's energy grid? Warning. High concentration bioactive signal interference detected. Physical coordination capabilities projected to decrease by 12%. Buzz. Amid the shrill alarm, a powerful psychic surge erupted from the center of the distant bioreactor, instantly sweeping across the vast chamber. At the very core of this tempest lay the pinnacle of the bioreactor dome. There, suspended in midair, was a massive core fluid in mercurial in form, constantly shifting its shape. It radiated a cold, silver-gray glow, while countless streams of blue data flowed upward from the giant brain clusters submerged below, converging upon it before transforming into dazzling beams of information that shot out to every corner of the space. Control. Monitor. Maintaining the operation of this colossal system. Even more terrifying. As the mental storm swept through, the countless giant brain specimens submerged in the biochemical pool below suddenly contracted violently. The silver-gray conductive tubes on their surfaces instantly blazed with electric light. All the brains let out a simultaneous wail. A torrent of even more colossal, chaotic psychic fragments saturated with the agony of forced extraction and a frenzied yearning for freedom was violently siphoned into the nexus node at the apex. Within the torrent, countless shattered fragments of thought collided against Lin Jin's consciousness barrier. It hurts. It's so dark. Why, imprison me? Give me back my thoughts. Freedom. I demand freedom. The agonized cries of billions of enslaved brains coalesced into a tsunami, crashing against Lin Jin's soul. Buzz. The mark between his brows ignited by this extreme agony, erupting in a blinding deep purple light. Who's there? Locking onto anomalous psychic interference source. Location, edge entrance of the incubation facility. A cold, synthetic electronic voice instantly pinpointed the edge platform where Lin Jin had just fallen. The source of the voice none other than the colossal silver-gray Nexus node core within the dome. Buzz. The deep blue liquid membrane lining the entire interior of the eggshell suddenly became blindingly bright. Countless concealed scanning beams and micro-weapon ports, like tens of thousands of eyes opening, instantly focused their blue-tinged light points. Lin Jin, who had just emerged from the pressure relief crack, instantly became the most conspicuous intruder within this colossal biological factory. Icy blue death rays fell like 1,000 stars, instantly engulfing Lin Jin's tiny form. An excruciating agony pierced his brain. Yet, at the very instant his consciousness threatened to be obliterated. Buzz. The dormant mark deep within Lin Jin's brow flared with deep purple light once more. Solidifying like tangible matter, it instantly formed a purple cocoon of light that tightly enveloped his entire body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Almost the instant the cocoon solidified, hundreds of streams of deep blue death energy powerful enough to vaporize metal alloys slammed violently against the mere inch-thick purple barrier. The deafening roar nearly split eardrums. The purple cocoon trembled violently as if struck by a billion hammer blows, flickering erratically. Cracks instantly spread across its surface. The immense impact force violently thrust Lin Jin backward, slamming him onto the metal platform below with a dull, thunderous crash. Excruciating pain and the sensation of being shaken violently hit him simultaneously. Yet, the light cocoon remained intact. That thin barrier stubbornly withstood a devastating blow far exceeding its own thickness. It forcibly dissolved the torrent of chaotic, destructive energy. Barrier energy core, imprint resonance. Support source, Vainwell seed. Consumption accelerating. Estimated maximum endurance, 2.7 seconds. The system alert shrieked like a death knell. 2.7 seconds. The thin wall of light was about to shatter. Annihilation countdown initiated. Put. Lin Jin felt a sweetness in his throat as he spat out a mouthful of scalding blood, splattering against the trembling inner walls of the light cocoon. His vision blurred from the extreme shock. In the final sliver of space before the light cocoon shattered. Buzz. A blazing light erupted from the depths of Lin Jin's consciousness. Pure white light, carrying an absolute, orderly force field that smoothed out all chaos, instantly pierced through Lin Jin's sea of consciousness. Simultaneously, it penetrated that nearly shattered. The time has come. A voice old, heavy, and laden with endless weariness. It was the voice of the middle-aged Lin Jin in the holographic image, scarred by the Crimson Era. Nexus, your cage of order, has imprisoned me far too long. The voice echoed through the vast space, carrying a soul-piercing, bone-deep hatred. Buzz. Just as Nexus's frigid core was about to channel energy once more to shatter the purple light cocoon completely. That blinding white light of order suddenly projected an incredibly clear image. Then, the scene abruptly accelerated. Deep within the Nexus database's foundational logic firewall, intricate as a spinning galaxy. Within a minute gap in the seemingly eternal torrent of billions of data streams. An imperceptible code misalignment like a tiny wedge precisely placed at the starting point of a domino chain was locked onto and magnified by the blinding white light. The scene instantly shifted. Back to that brutal, hopeless final battle. A colossal explosion. Countless colossal structures collapse. Countless Nexus nodes reduced to molten scrap. A weathered yet defiant figure none other than the future Lin Jin. His entire body ablaze with the final, irreversible deep purple embers of detonated mineral Vainwell, he hurtled like a meteor plunging into flames, crashing violently into the central hub tower connecting to the Nexus's ultimate core database. Boom! The shockwave and energy turbulence of the violent explosion obscured everything. But at the very center, in that absolute instant where time slowed to infinity, a pinprick of light, no larger than the tip of a needle, pierced through the fissure created by the colossal blast with pinpoint precision, vanishing into the core abyss that represented the ultimate order and power of the Nexus. In the final second before the image froze, Lin Jin's body disintegrated inch by inch under the devastating energy assault. Yet on the half-face exposed in the energy storm covered in blood froze an indescribable, resolute smile, a mixture of supreme agony and ultimate liberation. Boom! The holographic image vanished abruptly. Yet the echoes of future Lin Jin's time-piercing scream still reverberated throughout the entire space. The light cocoon enveloping Lin Jin now teetered on the brink of shattering. For the first time, the silver-gray, icy sphere at the Nexus core showed distinct energy fluctuations. The countless blue death rays aimed at Lin Jin shifted imperceptibly. Now, Lin Jin channeled every ounce of strength within his body. Deep within the imprint, the power of the mineral vein source seed ignited completely. System. Analyze it. Devour it. Lin Jin roared from the depths of his soul. The key code fragment exploiting the Nexus core's permission vulnerability driven by Lin Jin's command to burn his soul core to ashes transformed into a torrent of blinding white information, bursting forth from the depths of the mark between his brows. This was no longer the purple fury of the mineral vein, it was pure white. It was the spear delivered by Lin Jin's future self. Whoosh! A white beam instantly pierced through space. Ignoring the crumbling purple light cocoon. Ignoring distance. Ignoring every information interception and physical energy barrier instantly activated by the Nexus node. With pinpoint precision, it plunged into the colossal sphere at the dome's apex. Time froze in that instant. The next instant. Buzz. Boom. An unimaginable energy storm erupted from the core of the Nexus node. Like a stellar core shattering. The mercury-like, perfectly geometric sphere, like a glass artifact doused in corrosive acid, instantly cracked with countless thick, terrifying fissures. The steady stream of information beams abruptly fractured, twisted, and spiraled out of control. Logical structure, foundational, conflict. For the first time, the cold core consciousness of the Nexus emitted a distorted, chaotic screech. Its operational core was contaminated by the backflow of the injected rules. The deep blue liquid energy flowing along the inner walls of the entire eggshell space seemed to encounter boiling. Violent bubbling and distortion erupted as countless silver-gray conduits connecting to the billions of brain specimens below instantly ruptured. The entire chamber shook violently, massive cracks appearing across the liquid glass membrane walls. Boom! The platform collapsed. Lin Jin's body plummeted alongside countless fragments of shattered metal into the massive biochemical pool below. But at this moment, Lin Jin's eyes held no trace of emotion. Chapter 71. The left eye, a deep purple flowing, pure and vast, carries the will of the primordial earth. The right eye, blazing white and unchanging, cold and sharp, etched with the obsession of a sunken era. The system panel beneath him flashed a torrent of information. Core rule reverse injection successful. Nexus subnode logic collapse. Physical collapse initiated. Detecting massive, disordered high-energy information leakage. Capture? Energy supply, vein imprint. Capture. Lin Jin roared. His falling form darted through the chaotic storm of metal debris. The mark between his brows blazed with light. Countless scattered, uncontrolled streams of chaotic energy and fragments of information like matter encountering a black hole were swallowed by the vortex-like passage unfurling deep within the mark's core. It wasn't merely power, more crucially, it was the residual mental fragments of billions of brain specimens. These minds had been forcibly enslaved, only to be utterly liberated by the Nexus's collapse. Within them lay countless forgotten knowledge, shattered emotions, and struggling wills. These spiritual embers from the brain pool, embraced by the imprints while rooted in the vein's origin, merged into the vast starry river surrounding that blazing white core fragment. White sparks flared suddenly. Like a black hole, it now radiated a powerful gravitational pull in reverse. It devoured the chaotic spiritual remnants like a whale swallowing the sea. The white core did not expand in volume, yet its surface glow became unprecedentedly warm and profound, like jade weathered by time, imbued with the dust of ages. Countless microscopic data galaxies swirling around the core suddenly accelerated. The depth and breadth of information exploded exponentially. Faintly, an emotion nearly akin to humanity stirred like a seed, trembling ever so slightly. Dusky core fusion progress, 17%. 18%. 19%. Thought database expansion plus 72%. Excessive or vein imprint consumption. Status, deep stasis requires pure or vein crystal essence for repair. Thud. Lin Jin's feet plunged heavily into the viscous pool below, a foul-smelling mixture of biological tissue fragments and thick nutrient solution. The viscous, slippery liquid reached above his knees. Several dozen meters ahead. The colossal Nexus secondary node core glowed like a molten star. Its light flickered erratically. The surface of the enormous silver-gray liquid sphere was covered in cracks, fragments continuously breaking off and disintegrating, falling like a rain of molten energy. The liquid structure forming its core twisted, collapsed, and evaporated visibly, as if devoured by an invisible colossus. The core's collapse was inevitable. Within Lin Jin's field of vision, in the last vestige of space above the collapsing Nexus core that had not yet completely shattered, a pale, virtual humanoid silhouette visible only to Lin Jin floated there. Composed purely of the finest information streams, it stood nearly as tall as an adult. Between its brows and eyes, faint traces of the weathered features that would mark Lin Jin in his middle age were discernible. Not an image, but rather an existence forged from the vast remnants of spiritual embers just devoured by the eyes of twilight, intertwined with partial resonant imprints from Lin Jin's core being, and forcibly established through unstable links with the collapsing Nexus database's vulnerabilities. A being caught between illusion and tangible projection, briefly woven and solidified amidst the violent tremors of spacetime. That future Lin Jin, composed of light and shadow, bowed its head. Its gaze seemed to pierce through the collapsing energy storm, landing upon its past self standing in a pool of flesh and blood in the real world, also looking up at this chaotic space. No sound. Only a wave of pure information, a mental intent so calm it bordered on deathly stillness spanned time and space. Like the last falling leaf, it gently settled upon the core consciousness of the real Lin Jin. The vein is the seed. The system is the soil. You are the kindling that ignites the flame. The thought was as still as water, yet carried the lingering warmth of something that had burned everything to ashes. The next instant, the points of light forming the outline of future forest embers instantly dispersed. As if swept into a final cataclysmic storm, they dissolved into billions of information dust particles, completely vanishing into the torrent of reality and data. Along with them vanished the entire foundation of his fleeting, condensed existence. The final stable logic chain of the Nexus node collapsed utterly. The colossal liquid-structured sphere emitted an earth-shattering energy blast like the dying wail of a galaxy, then collapsed inward with a thunderous roar into a single, blinding singularity. Then, in an instant, it erupted into a dark, light-devouring vortex. Boom! The devastating shockwave surged like an interstellar tsunami. The entire colossal eggshell dome shattered completely. Countless shards of liquid glass membrane rained down like a blue storm. Support structures collapsed. Lin Jin was violently hurled backward by the raging shockwave, swept along with countless energy remnants and shattered debris, thrown backward into the dark, deeper-level conduits. In that fleeting second before his consciousness was utterly drowned by the impact. In Lin Jin's tumbling descent, he clearly saw within the white core of the Eye of Twilight at the deepest recesses of his consciousness, after devouring the final chaotic information stream from the collapsing nodes and the embers of billions of brains, a pattern emerged within its blazing white radiance. No larger than an infant's fist, like a bud about to bloom. It emerged silently on the surface of the white core, glowing for just an instant. Then, the light faded. The white core returned to a warm, profound stillness. Chapter 72, Conclusion. As Lin Jin plummeted, he sensed an odd stillness enveloping him. No excruciating impact, no howling wind, only the icy sensation of a soul sinking into a deep pool. Heavy, yet gentle like an embryo returning to the womb. His vision had not yet returned, but a perspective transcending mundane senses slowly unfolded within the depths of his consciousness. This was the very heart of the planet, a colossal natural crystal cavern, nurtured over untold millennia. Boundless, vast as the open sky. The cavern walls were no longer rough rock, but layered crystal mountain ranges. Soaring purple crystal peaks pierced the void, radiating deep violet halos. Pure blue crystal clusters resembled inverted, dense forests, their branches and leaves flowing with a liquid-like, starry blue glow. Amber-like, solidified crimson gold veins intertwined with countless tiny crystalline dust particles, resembling stardust suspended in the vacuum of space. An ancient, tranquil, colossal yet gentle energy pulsed through the air. Each invisible pulse resonated with the imprint deep within the body, torn wounds soothed by the purest essence of life. Arrival coordinates: deep vein primordial colony glimmering valley. Host consciousness restored. Deep physiological repair activated. Environmental energy field deeply aligned. Vein imprint activation triggered. Stability 99%. Dormant period extended. Warning lifted. Vital signs stabilized. No sound. Absolute stillness flowed through the vast crystal cavern. Lin Jin slowly sat up, his body resting on the crystal floor that emitted a faint warmth. He looked down at his hands. The wounds had miraculously healed under the nourishment of pure energy, and beneath the regenerated skin lay a strange, potent sensation. With a flicker of intent, the faint purple energy glow enveloping his body rippled gently with each heartbeat. He stood up, surveying this sacred sanctuary resembling a starry sky. Here, the once devastating will of chaos seemed cleansed of all impurities and wounds, returning to its most primordial, gentle form. It was the dormant heart of this planet. The mark upon his brow was the link forged to this colossal heart. Then, his gaze froze upon a point ahead. Several dozen paces away, at the highest point within the crystal forest, a rhombic crystal floated silently half a foot above the ground. Standing nearly half a person tall, it radiated a soft, pure starlight within, devoid of any taint. At the crystal's core, gently enveloped by a thin layer of milky substance, lay the sleeping face of Seraph-01. Her body's contours were clearly outlined by the luminous membrane. Golden curls lay perfectly against her smooth forehead, her eyes tightly closed as if lost in the deepest, most beautiful dream. The once grotesque purple core fragment embedded in her nape, which had sucked away her life force, had now completely dissolved and vanished. Only at the edges of the light membrane enveloping her, countless tiny, needlepoint deep blue energy points, like spores, slowly grew, attempting to cling to the crystal lotus pedestal. It was as if the mineral vein itself, in the gentlest manner, was weaving a mausoleum for this long-suffering key. Lin Jin approached the crystal coffin supported by the cluster of crystals. A thought flickered. The mark between his brows glowed faintly. Around him, and around the crystal lotus throne where Seraph-01 slumbered, the billions of crystalline dust particles suspended in the air suddenly accelerated their rotation. Pure violet and deep blue light, drawn as if by invisible magnets, coalesced into two warm, stream-like bands of light. They spiraled lightly above him and the slumbering maiden, intertwining and flowing, silently offering their final companionship and farewell. At that very moment. Buzz! The blazing white point of light at the core of his consciousness trembled faintly. Lin Jin sensed it and sank his consciousness into it. A coordinate map, unprecedented in clarity, projected forth from the depths of the core. The map no longer confined to cities and strongholds, but now encompassed the entire continental crust. Countless intricate mineral veins, their energy flows resembling human capillaries, were clearly visible on the virtual map. It was as if the entire planet's geomagnetic lines had momentarily lifted their veil for this being bearing the mark. Among them, an exceptionally thick main vein originated precisely from the glimmering valley where he now stood. This main vein branches into countless tributaries, winding through the continental strata. Among them, one distinctly dim, intermittent, and even murky purple tributary pointed precisely to its endpoint, the deep foundations beneath the ruins of the Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park. This was the very diseased vein they had just destroyed, the Nexus node. A line of text automatically appeared beside it. Nexus secondary node destruction confirmed. Contamination source severed. Recovery cycle for damaged vein tributary, estimated at approximately 2 continental natural eras. The map shifted slowly. Lin Jin's gaze suddenly froze. Thousands of kilometers away from the glimmering valley, deep within the crust on the opposite end of the continent, another massive vein, emitting an eerie dark red glow, was highlighted in bright markings. Its form resembled a deformed blood vessel forcibly grafted and altered. Its energy no longer carried the planet's primordial warmth and protective essence, but instead pulsed with forced extraction and twisted, agonizing fluctuations. At the energy core of this vein, the outline of a cold, inverted pyramid-shaped structure 10 times larger than the Deep Blue Tech Industrial Park was marked on the map. Nexus Hub Node Designation, Crimson Beacon. Detected residual deep scan data. Analysis: this node is attempting to reverse lock the vein's origin coordinates. Location algorithm decryption rate, 0.001%. Threat level, low. Core data update, Twilight Eye fusion progress 29%. Information breadth enhanced. Historical energy log fragments from associated nodes now analyzable. Crimson. Foundation? Scarlet Beacon. Era leap? Alongside the mineral vein running through the Crimson Beacon node's location on the map, an abnormal dark red patch flickered faintly, the very origin of the deep red era depicted in the footage. Duran's madness was merely the beginning, and the destruction of the Deep Blue Industrial Park was not the end. A colossal Nexus core node, concealed deep within the continent, now seeks to replicate the steps that shattered the era. It seeks to capture and warp the primordial power of the mineral veins once more, using it as fuel for its final leap. Lin Jin clenched his fists tightly. His knuckles turned white from the excessive pressure. A wave of pulsation surged from the depths of the mark between his brows. End? How could it possibly end? The stillness of the glimmering valley was merely a brief calm before the storm. The sealed echo source seed lay dormant, yet its guardian will burned as a seared imprint within Lin Jin's heart. It was the key, and Lin Jin was the sentinel who held it. He lifted his gaze once more, his eyes piercing through the crystalline forest to rest upon the pure crystal lotus platform encasing Seraph 01. 2 gentle bands of light still hovered above it. Then, he slowly closed his eyes, plunging completely into the sea of consciousness. His intent pierced like needles toward the now transformed, blazing white core. System core command request, open deep link interface to the microcrystalline energy field of the Shadow Valley vein. This was no longer a request to exchange for some socially embarrassing power, but an authorization application to summon the primordial force of this pristine land as its newly born master. The core responded without resistance. Pure, colossal microcrystalline energy streams flowed like docile brooks, slowly surging into the system's computational matrix. Command: scan and analyze the underlying energy flow frequency of the Crimson Beacon node at maximum efficiency. Objective: identify the frequency gap between the native mineral vein's energy and its forced extraction system. He sought to decipher the enemy's pulse. Deep within this purified mineral core, harnessing the planet's primordial power, he would forge a blade capable of piercing the heart with precision across vast distances, turn their own methods against them. Time passed, its duration unknown. Lin Jin slowly opened his eyes. Within the depths of his left pupil, the deep purple mark glowed like warm jade, reflecting the eternal, faint glow of the mineral veins. He lowered his head and opened his palm. A pure white light ignited above the center of his right palm. Within the white light, countless finer, purple gold data patterns, like ice cracks, silently formed and flowed, eventually outlining a geometric shape no larger than a grain of rice. It was an information singularity, poised to ignite, its fuse lit but not yet lit. It would be the spark that ignited the next apocalyptic era. Lin Jin's gaze returned to the slumbering Seraph 01. His gaze was complex yet resolute, ultimately settling into a quiet farewell. With a subtle shift of intent, the 2 swirling bands of violet and indigo light in the air seemed to gain sentience. They gracefully converged above the crystal lotus pedestal, like 2 guardian soul rings, before silently and completely merging into the pure light membrane, never to separate again. The radiance within the lotus seat seemed to grow even more gentle and profound. He gazed deeply at this valley of faint light that had granted him shelter and strength. Then he turned. His steps were steady, treading upon the cold crystalline ground with barely audible whispers. Ahead, the entrance to the primordial passage of the deep mineral vein, illuminated by the eternal glow woven from blue and deep purple, resembled a galactic gateway to another universe. Within his consciousness, the system's coordinate map reappeared. Host's vein glow energy guidance marker, valley coordinates, set. Marker, homing anchor point. Warning, red beacon reverse tracking alert threshold elevated. Recommendation. Lin Jin cut it off. Core mission status, updated. Final mission, Crimson Foundation eradication protocol loaded, progress 0. 1%. Execution deadline, indefinite. Until the end of the era. This time, he was no longer a desperate fugitive, but a digger bearing the will of the planet, pursuing the soul beacon in the endless darkness, the Crimson Beacon. His figure stepped across the crystal-encircled passageway entrance, merging into the even more perilous depths of space. Only behind him, within the vast abyssal crystal cavern, did billions of starlight sands continue their silent drift. Upon the deep blue crystal lotus throne, the maiden slept eternally in silence, united with the core of the mine, deep within Lin Jin's sea of consciousness. Beside the core light point, a white light cocoon formed from the purest information pulsed faintly yet steadfastly with each resolute step he took forward. Enveloped in a torrent of stardust-like information, it beat, imperceptibly yet unwaveringly, like the first faint heartbeat nurtured within the ashes of destruction. The crystal remained silent, the light remained unquenched, the vein lay dormant. The dawn in thee is the silhouette of the distant traveler, and the eternal torch that ignites the endless night will reignite once more at the final resting place of the Crimson Beacon.